On December 3rd, Huang Kaiwen reached out to a familiar journalist, expressing a desire for fans to remain calm. Galas had now transformed from a defensive player into a defendant, and Huang, the king of balls, refrained from fanning the flames further. He hoped to endure for another 30 years, perhaps after 3 decades. He could yet engage in a rivalry with Huang. On December 5th, Chelsea suffered a surprising defeat against Manchester City away from home. This season, Manchester City's performance had notably improved. Hart, who was awarded the man of the match, remarked in the press conference, "It is unfortunate that Kevin is injured. His shot truly cast a shadow over me. He is an exceptionally strong player. However, I do not wish to see him facing such adversities and hope he returns to the pitch soon." Due to this loss, Chelsea fell 3 points behind Manchester United once again. The resurgence of Manchester City this season was quite evident. Although still under Mark Hughes' management, the team had stabilized considerably following a plethora of new signings. As December unfolded, Manchester City performed admirably against the Big Four, particularly with their 4-1 triumph over Arsenal, which alerted all of Europe to the fact that Manchester City was no longer the same as last season. It was said that Mourinho was infuriated by this match, resulting in the entire squad being deprived of their post-match rest and remaining at Cobham for extra training. 2 days later, Terry received a birthday gift from Albert. Though Huang was not in London, he still remembered his teammates' birthdays. Consequently, Terry made a special call to express his gratitude to Huang Kaiwen. On December 12th, Chelsea played to a 3-3 draw against Everton at home, which further enraged Mourinho. At the post-match conference, it seemed as though Sir Alex Ferguson had taken over, with the atmosphere palpably tense. Poor Chelsea players once again lost their opportunity for post-match relaxation. Huang Kaiwen received a barrage of distress calls from his teammates. In light of the situation, he finally flew back to London. On the aircraft heading to the Emirates, Cech remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Mate, you truly saved us all. It seems the coach transformed into a different person after you left, and his temperament improved upon your return. How is that even possible?" Huang Kaiwen chuckled and replied, "The coach's anger stems from your recent poor performances." Cech glared ahead, gritting his teeth. Indeed, the performances have been dismal. Chelsea's defense had started to self-destruct once more. While this was partly due to the overexertion of the main squad, the frequent elementary errors were becoming unbearable for Cech. "Rest assured, perhaps after the Club World Cup, things will improve," Huang Kaiwen encouraged. "Let us hope so," Cech resignedly responded. Already fatigued, he begrudgingly faced the long flight to Asia for the Club World Cup. He vowed that when it came time to renew his contract at the season's end, he would have his agent negotiate for the removal of the clean sheet bonus and instead secure additional victory bonuses. After all, if he could not claim the Golden Glove, he might as well proceed this way. "Care for a game, Kevin?" Ramos inquired, pulling out a handheld console. Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded in agreement. The flight from London to Abu Dhabi exceeds 8 hours. The fact that the Club World Cup is not held in Europe is indeed quite taxing. After indulging in a brief gaming session, Kevin Huang donned an eye mask to rest. Upon disembarking, the team promptly proceeded to their hotel. Despite the lavish accommodations arranged by the Emiratis, the Chelsea squad, weary from a day of travel, lacked the enthusiasm to relish their surroundings. They dined early and retreated to their rooms to freshen up and sleep. As the reigning European champions, Chelsea would only commence their participation from the semi-finals, where they were set to face the Mexican team, Atlante. Although there remained a day until the semi-final, Mourinho granted the entire squad a day off. The players had not enjoyed much leisure time lately, and additional training would not only dampen the team's morale, but also strain their physical well-being. He was a pragmatist, not the type to disregard consequences merely to vent frustrations. After a restful night, the Chelsea players were finally rejuvenated. Even the high-earning athletes were astonished by the opulence of the hotel, the only 8-star establishment in the world. The staff outnumbered the guests, maintaining a ratio of 6-1 even at full capacity. This hotel, located on Abu Dhabi Beach, boasts a breathtaking seaside view to the north and west. With an astonishingly large interior space, some staircases spanned over a kilometer. The service was equally extravagant, with coffee served on silver trays adorned with rose petals and linen napkins. Each Chelsea player was accompanied by several attendants, demonstrating the efforts made by the affluent proprietors for promotional purposes. After rising, Cole and the others dashed to the swimming pool. Just as Kevin Huang was preparing to explore, he was summoned to the conference room by Ken Yang. "Kevin, allow me to introduce you to the hotel president." His Excellency Mohammed Janabi, Qin Yang said with a smile. Mr. Janabi, Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. Those who hold positions in such establishments are typically affiliated with royalty. Having heard anecdotes about the trend of picking up garbage in Dubai, Kevin had taken the time to educate himself on the opulent lifestyle of the oil magnates. Indeed, the wealthy were extraordinarily affluent, yet it was evident that not only foreigners, but even some locals were marginalized. One's status as a talent was the prerequisite to enjoying a life of luxury in such a place. The president of this hotel would either belong to the royal family or be a sycophant of a powerful prince. As the prince himself was preoccupied with spending and had little time to oversee daily affairs. Kevin, I am delighted to meet you. I have been a Chelsea fan since my studies in London, Mohammed Janabi said with a smile, his London accent confirming Kevin's suspicions. It was quite common among the oil magnates and royalty to pursue education in Britain. As for being a Chelsea supporter, that was merely a polite remark. He was over 40, and during his school days, Chelsea was not even as prominent as Aston Villa or West Ham. At that time, Arsenal was also struggling, let alone Chelsea. Perhaps you could visit London sometime. Chelsea's trophy cabinet has certainly expanded since then, Kevin remarked, nodding in agreement. Kenyon smiled and said, Today, I invited you here primarily because the hotel wishes to utilize your image for some promotional activities. As long as you cooperate with the filming during your stay in Abu Dhabi, you will receive 40 million, in addition to a generous annual endorsement fee. Endorsement? Is it akin to a billboard? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Even if he were willing, the hotel would not resort to such blatant advertising. Furthermore, being too close to oil magnates could pose certain complications, especially given the irreconcilable conflicts of religious beliefs. No need for that. Simply visiting here twice a year will suffice. We will capture some photos and videos to share online, Mohammed Janabi explained. If your entourage does not exceed 50 people, all expenses will be covered for 2 trips each year, with a minimum stay of 3 days per visit. Wow, they are indeed affluent. Huang Kaiwen initially thought it was akin to Beckham serving as a promotional ambassador for the World Cup. He was surprised to learn that it merely involved visiting for a few days to take photographs. Huang Kaiwen promptly nodded and said, All right, I agree, you may take photos. But the nature of our collaboration must remain confidential. While the sum was substantial, Huang Kaiwen was acutely aware that his fundamental support base lay in the Vatican. He understood clearly that if the oil magnates were to promote this partnership aggressively, it could lead to adverse repercussions. Very well. May our collaboration be fruitful, Mohammed Janabi remarked with a smile, also wishing to keep the transaction under wraps. The intent of having Huang Kaiwen participate in the promotion was to present him as an ordinary tourist, thereby fostering a better understanding of their country and hotel across the globe. If the details of the transaction were to leak, the intended impact would be diminished. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Huang Kaiwen decided to take a swim. The contract still needed to be refined, and it would be prudent to have the oil magnates fly to Milan to discuss it with the young lady. Huang Kaiwen had not anticipated that participating in the Club World Cup in the UAE could yield such a windfall of 40 million. However, it now seemed as though the amount might be inadequate. Later that evening, when Huang Kaiwen called the young lady, he made a point to mention this development. He intended to negotiate a higher price when it came time to sign the contract, reasoning that an additional 10 to 18 million would merely equate to a few extra barrels of oil for them. The entire Chelsea team arrived by bus in Al-Ain City, where they achieved a resounding 5-1 victory over Mexico's Atlanta team at the Zayed Sports City Stadium. In this match, Mourinho had initially planned not to field Huang Kaiwen, but considering the substantial sum involved, Huang Kaiwen ended up playing for 5 minutes at the last moment. 3 days later, Chelsea would once again compete in this stadium, facing off against La Plata's Estudiantes, led by Verón. Lukaku's transfer has been truly captivating. If Juventus fails to sign him, his situation will be rather awkward. I wonder if there will be any twists in Kane's transfer. Honus seems to have forgotten how Sane apologized to Manchester City. He truly doesn't need to mention such matters. A plea for monthly votes and recommendations. End of the chapter. 0406 The birth of the 7-time champions. This place is truly delightful, Terry remarked as he lounged in the pool. The hotel had prepared a floating tray laden with fruits and beverages, their colors pleasing to the eye. However, the expenses here were considerable. Lying on his float, Huang Kaiwen asked, Would you still indulge if it were your own money? Terry, regarded as the highest earner beneath the realm of yellow card kings in the Premier League, reflects on his situation. with the lavish lifestyle afforded by Chelsea. His weekly earnings scarcely cover the expenses of residing here. Indeed, wealth is a remarkable thing, muses Terry, adjusting his sunglasses. Huang Kaiwen nods in agreement. Recalling his previous encounter with the Emir, who casually purchases houses in England without even residing in them. To accommodate guests at parties, he acquires a dozen neighboring properties, and, discontent with London's water quality, constructs a reservoir supplied by airlifted water from France. Although Huang Kaiwen does not find Evian particularly impressive, using it for bathing is undeniably extravagant. In the UK alone, he possesses over $5 billion in real estate, all entrusted to property management firms. Even the opulent residences near Buckingham Palace, which Huang Kaiwen viewed upon his arrival in London, belonged to the affluent elite. This elite even offered to gift the yellow-card king a luxurious mansion in Madrid, only for him to forget its whereabouts, claiming he would search for it when time allowed. The disparity between individuals is stark, even greater than that between man and dog. Although Huang Kaiwen is wealthy, he cannot indulge in luxury to the extent that the elite does. This illustrates the difference between earning money through hard work and the lavish spending of those in the underground economy. After over 5 years of diligent effort, he has amassed a fortune exceeding $100 billion, yet he remains incomparable to the elite. Meanwhile, Joe Cole and Ashley Cole engage in a playful contest, reclining on an air mattress with champagne bottles wedged between their mouths, competing to see who can finish a bottle first. Both have coughed several times yet persist undeterred. If you choke to death on that wine, it may just be the most absurd way to perish, chuckles Czech. Ashley Cole, without retorting, probes his mouth with his fingers, lamenting, "My tooth was jarred by the bottle. Damn it, now I must visit the dentist." They deserve to be on the rack. You earn so much yet hesitate to spend on dental care? Czech retorts, "I have feared dentists since childhood." Ashley protests, "But you are an adult now," Czech counters. "Even as an adult, I cannot fathom a man probing my mouth." Ashley grimaces. Ultimately victorious, Joe Cole exclaims, "I've won. Do not forget. You owe me next time we go out." "I'll take care of it," replies Ashley, displeased at his loss. "Kevin, look at the woman approaching," Ramos interjects. "Which one?" Huang Kaiwen inquires. "I suspect she is here for you. I have seen her films before," Ramos responds. "Her name is Maria Vivord, an up-and-coming Spanish actress." "Oh, what has she starred in?" Huang Kaiwen asks. "Let me think. She featured in an award-winning film. I believe it was titled The Weakness of the Bolsheviks," Ramos recalls. "In that case, refrain from engaging with the yellow-card king. He grew up reading about Pavel Korchagin and cannot abide the Bolshevik weakness," Huang Kaiwen concludes. The actor crouched by the poolside amidst the jeers of Chelsea players, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, Kevin." Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. "Care to join me for a stroll? I've booked a helicopter tour of Abu Dhabi." Maria Vivord invited. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, replying, "I'm afraid I have other commitments." Maria Vivord awkwardly rose to leave, taken aback by the rejection. "Man, you really turned her down." Ashley Cole exclaimed, "She is a young and beautiful girl." Huang Kaiwen retorted, "What benefit would I gain from agreeing to her invitation? The Sheikh is finally here, and I intend to foster a connection with the affluent patrons tonight. Teaching them to play do de jeu is far more significant than accompanying some actress on a flight. They seek international influence, not merely a few hundred million. The wealthy desire Huang King to speak well of them, while Huang King hopes they will part with more funds. It's a mutual endeavor." After dinner, Huang Kaiwen awaited the Sheikh. To his great disappointment, the Sheikh had flown to America to acquire equipment. The following day, December 19th, the day of the Club World Cup final, the entire Chelsea team continued to relish the amenities of the hotel in Abu Dhabi. "Kevin, you look as though you've lost millions," Ashley Cole greeted from the dining area. Huang Kaiwen nodded. Not winning feels akin to losing. It seemed the university team had been arranged to play in Al-Ain. Ramos prepared Huang Kaiwen's breakfast, stating, "I saw them during interviews in Al-Ain. Bellin even claimed they would defeat us." "Let him try," Huang Kaiwen replied, sipping water. "Losing millions, even if the opponent is merely a South American team, would not deter Huang King from showing no mercy." The Chelsea players had their lunch on the bus, with a match scheduled for 4 p.m. and a 2.5-hour drive ahead. They needed ample time before the game, making it impossible to dine at the hotel. However, the Chelsea players had no objections to this arrangement, as the service in Abu Dhabi was commendable, and a little inconvenience during the match was manageable. "Kevin, you should start on the bench today. Although the temperature is quite pleasant, The climate poses some issues, and the pitch conditions are worse than I anticipated, Mourinho remarked as Huang Kaiwen changed into his kit. Huang Kaiwen nodded, understanding the coach was looking out for him. Mourinho exited the locker room, prompting Ashley Cole to teasingly interject, "Kevin, please don't play today. I fear I might get injured because of you." At that moment, Mourinho re-entered the locker room. The players, initially somber, erupted into laughter. Mourinho shot a glare at Cole before leaving again. "Damn it, the boss is targeting me," Ashley Cole muttered. "If you didn't speak ill of him, you wouldn't face such issues," Terry advised. Huang Kaiwen checked his pockets and realized he had forgotten his scratch card. "Then I'll draw randomly. If I get a Brazilian player, I'll use him. If it is not feasible, then let us proceed with Bailey. Today, we must enlighten the university students." Observing the anticipation reaching 100, Huang Kaiwen opted for a lottery draw. Ding! He won a 24-hour experience card for the UEFA Champions League group stage match between Arsenal and Sevilla for the 2007-2008 season, acquiring Van Aert, the versatile warrior. Eduardo. He could be considered Brazilian, albeit having emigrated to Croatia at a young age. Before his unfortunate injury, his goal-scoring efficiency was rather commendable. Thus, he shall take to the field today. "Let us go, warm up," Terry beckoned. "I'm coming," Huang Kaiwen replied, rising to follow him out of the locker room. The Zayed Sports City Stadium still resembled Chelsea's home ground. The stands were predominantly filled with Chelsea jerseys, interspersed with a few white robes. There were scarcely any fans donned in River Plate jerseys. Many Chelsea supporters were merely tourists, which is precisely the rationale behind their bid for the Club World Cup. Through high-profile football matches, they aim to attract more visitors to explore and appreciate the country. Moreover, television broadcasts serve to showcase the splendor of the UAE to the world. Today's match featured Chelsea against Estudiantes de La Plata, a venerable powerhouse from Argentina. Indeed, the most illustrious player to emerge from this team is Verón, who, upon his return to Argentina, led the team to victory in the Copa Libertadores, thus earning their place in the Club World Cup. This team boasts several exceptional young talents, a crucial factor in their journey to the finals. Indeed, Estudiantes epitomizes the quintessential South American style of play, characterized by openness and creativity. However, it may prove insufficient against Mourinho's Chelsea. South American teams often fall short tactically, as modern football increasingly emphasizes teamwork. Some South American players, upon transferring to Europe, struggle to adapt. This reality persists. The chasm between South American and European football continues to widen. In the era of Pelé, due to transportation and regulatory constraints, these teams could retain star players, yet that is no longer the case. The allure of stars has diminished. Today marks Chelsea's final showdown in their quest for a seventh crown. They have previously secured the League Cup, FA Cup, Premier League, Champions League, Community Shield, and UEFA Super Cup. Only the Club World Cup remains. Even achieving a six-crown title is a formidable record. We are eager to witness whether Chelsea will continue to etch its name in history today. At 4 p.m. local time, Armando Archundia from Mexico blew the whistle to commence the match. Estudiantes de La Plata kicked off, promptly passing back. Their offensive tempo was markedly slower than that of European teams. The players appeared to have a heavy touch on the ball. Chelsea's players were less aggressive in their pressing than before, granting ample space to their opponents. Huang Kaiwen suspected that the lavish lifestyle in the past few days had dulled the resolve of his teammates. Staying at a hotel in Abu Dhabi had indeed been delightful. Today, their performance was noticeably inferior to that of the semifinals. "Kevin, once we return to London, I plan to host a party. Would you care to join?" Ashley Cole nudged Huang Kaiwen with his arm and inquired, "Forget it. I certainly do not wish to be implicated by the Sun in seeking out escorts with you." Huang Kaiwen resolutely declined. "TCH, you lack a sense of humor," Cole remarked disdainfully. "Are you suggesting that amusement lies in paying for women?" Huang retorted irritably. "Then Rooney must be the most amusing man of all. Ha ha ha. Once I return to the national team, I shall relay your words to him." Ashley Cole chuckled heartily. Rooney's fondness for older women has long been a running joke within the England national team. While many European players tend to prefer women slightly older than themselves. Typically, a woman in her 30s is considered the peak of sophistication, provided she maintains herself well. Yet, Rooney's taste is notably excessive. Observing his teammates' interest, Cole continued to share humorous anecdotes about the England squad. For instance, Lampard has a peculiar habit of walking his dog before matches to unwind, which is somewhat normal. Beckham, on the other hand, is known for his obsessive cleanliness, Many cannot tolerate sharing a room with him during national team matches. There have been times when he would get out of bed to tidy up, which Cole deemed rather startling. As the conversation shifted to Beckham, it soon touched upon Victoria. Huang Kaiwen found it perplexing. Even in her youth, he did not find Victoria particularly attractive. Yet, within the team, they seemed to hold her in high regard. In the 36th minute, Enzo Perez delivered a cross from the left, and Bozingwa managed to overpower Terry and Carvalho to head the ball into the net. Huang could hear Czech's curses even from a distance. Rising, he removed his training jacket. "Hey, where are you going?" Ashley Cole called out, still engrossed in the conversation. Huang Kaiwen was one of his key listeners. He stepped to the sidelines to begin warming up, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd. Mourinho turned to follow Huang Kaiwen's lead and asked, "Kaiwen, are you heading onto the field now?" Huang glanced at the time and replied, "Yes, coach. They must understand that we are Chelsea. I will warm up until the 40-minute mark and, with the added stoppage time, aim to resolve the suspense." "All right. I will substitute you in the second half," Mourinho nodded. "After all, you are a linguistic genius. Do you not comprehend watch drive means?" Huang was puzzled by Mourinho's confidence in him. Nevertheless, he genuinely believed the university team would not pose much of a challenge. Their formation appeared somewhat loose, making it easy to exploit gaps. Just as the game continued without a stoppage, Mourinho remarked, "I have analyzed their tactics. Even with 5 defenders, they are not formidable. That young defender, Rojo, is overly aggressive and reckless. You should easily find opportunities behind him." "Indeed, coach, I share your sentiments." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. He observed that the defenders of the university team possessed rather mediocre aerial defensive capabilities. Once he took to the field, he could exploit this weakness. "By the way, Kevin, where do you play?" Mourinho inquired as he noticed a dead ball on the pitch. "Forward, I shall attempt a lone striker role today," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Excellent. Let us position Huntelaar on the flank." Mourinho draped his arm over Huang Kaiwen's shoulder as they approached the 4th official together. Didier Drogba was taken aback by how swiftly he was substituted. After a moment of surprise, he walked to the sidelines and exchanged a high five with Huang Kaiwen before departing. "Kevin, will you take the corner kick?" Ballack called out from a distance. "Never mind, you go ahead." Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile, jogging into the penalty area. Ballack took a run up and delivered the ball toward the center. Standing at the front post, University defender Christian Seeley leapt high and made contact. Redirecting the ball toward the goal, Huang Kaiwen swiftly maneuvered around German Ray, extending his right foot, and before he could make any further movements, the ball struck his lower leg with force, flying into the net. Goal. Kaiwen scores. Huang Kaiwen had just stepped onto the pitch for a mere few seconds and had already equalized for Chelsea. I previously stated that Kaiwen's playing time should be measured in seconds. But who can tell me how much a player who scores just over 3 seconds after entering the game is worth per second? From the moment Kaiwen stood on the sidelines, I knew the outcome of the championship was no longer in doubt. We merely awaited the final whistle to see Chelsea crowned champions here. Huang Kaiwen himself was taken aback. The goal came too unexpectedly. "Kevin, you equalized!" Bale exclaimed excitedly. Having seen Huang Kaiwen's position, he had been nearby. This time, he was the first to rush to Huang Kaiwen's side. Huang Kaiwen could only nod with a smile. It had been ages since he scored a goal that was so fortuitous. On the sidelines, Mourinho, momentarily lost in thought, then exuberantly pumped his fists and sprinted along the touchline. Even if he anticipated Huang Kaiwen would score, he did not expect it to come so swiftly. Huang Kaiwen continually surpassed his expectations of a player. Mourinho felt that in his future coaching endeavors with other teams, his sole request would be to secure Huang Kaiwen's transfer. Following a brief celebration, Huang Kaiwen bent down to retrieve the ball from the net. Cradling it, he jogged back to the center circle. The players of La Plata University stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered by Huang Kaiwen's actions. Having just entered the game and scored, did he intend to overturn the match before halftime? With only 4 minutes remaining in regular time, plus a maximum of 7 or 8 minutes of stoppage time, the university team resumed play. Varone received the ball and was immediately confronted by Huang Kaiwen's relentless pressing. He attempted a quick turn and a back pass. Leandro Benitez nudged the ball with his right foot, squeezing past Mata. But after only 2 steps, Eschen charged in with a flying tackle. Benitez narrowly evaded the ball, which was lightly grazed by Eschen's toe, deflecting off the inner side of Benitez's left foot and advancing forward. Ramos swiftly surged forward to contest the 50-50 ball. Both were youthful players. However, Ramos exhibited significantly more physical strength. As they both approached the ball, They extended their feet almost simultaneously, but Ramos, with his height and long legs, managed to pull the ball away first. Undeterred, Benitez persisted, attempting to kick Ramos's foot, yet even in that moment, Ramos did not relent. Just as he was about to fall, he swept his leg, returning the ball to Eschen. Eschen promptly played a lateral pass to Ballack, who, having received the ball on the left, advanced while scanning the field ahead. After crossing the halfway line by a mere couple of steps, Ballack executed a precise through ball with his right foot. The university team's defense was overly disorganized, allowing the ball to effortlessly reach Huntelaar, positioned on the left flank. After a brief pause, Huntelaar was unable to accelerate as Desabato closed in on him. He quickly maneuvered the ball to evade the opponent. Observing the situation near the penalty area, Huntelaar delicately chipped the ball with his right foot. The ball soared over Desabato and glided past the head of Christian Salai, descending towards the left side of the penalty box. Anticipating the landing, Kevin Huang half-turned and nudged the ball with his chest, causing it to bounce lightly once more. Prepared for the moment, Huang contorted his body significantly to unleash a powerful strike with his left foot. Albiol, stationed in front of the goal, instinctively extended his foot to increase his defensive range, yet he misjudged the direction, and the ball hurtled toward the right side of the net. Goal! What a thunderous roar erupted in the Zayed Sports City Stadium. Kevin Huang had scored. He quickly motioned with his palms downwards, signaling to calm the exuberant crowd. After all, the wealthy benefactor had invested a substantial amount. It was prudent not to chant such exalted titles in their domain. Such esteemed patrons deserved to be nurtured, as there could be future opportunities for profit. Following the goal, Huang displayed little excitement, even indicating to the fans that celebration was unwarranted. It was clear from the outset that South American teams lagged significantly behind their European counterparts tactically, though the play exhibited flair. The disparity in tactical acumen between the two teams was evident. One must not overlook that Mourinho is a world-renowned tactical maestro. Even European coaches fall short in comparison to him. Indeed, it would not be easy for the university team to secure a victory today. Oh, another day of watching Huang put on a show. Alas, I had my reservations about the university team from the start. They truly are lacking. A team of university students is struggling against just one. Who do they think they are? Ramos is also a university student, as he mentioned in an interview. Did you catch that part where his classmates said he struggled to graduate high school, and they were puzzled how he even got into university? It's not that difficult. Once we gain fame in sports, further education becomes quite accessible. By the way, that was Bellin, wearing the captain's armband. Previously, I had believed that he could thrive at Manchester United, yet in the blink of an eye, he has returned to Argentina to enjoy his retirement. The primary issue lies in his inability to adapt to Manchester United's tactics. He has never favored playing on the flanks, while at that time, the central position was occupied by Keane. Indeed, Keane's commanding style of play left no room for Varane to assume his role. Manchester United rarely employed a 4-3-3 formation, generally favoring 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1 instead. Varane performed adequately at Chelsea, although his displays were not as impressive as during his tenure in Serie A, where he was once the highest valued player. Varane was suited to the pace of Serie A, where he could assume the role of the team's linchpin. What a goal! Huang Kaiwen is on fire today. Since his introduction onto the pitch, Chelsea's demeanor has transformed completely. The players from Estudiantes de La Plata simply cannot cope with Chelsea's relentless pressing, resulting in yet another loss of possession. Bale, after advancing down the left flank, finds himself at a loss for options, ultimately opting for a backward pass. The ever-reliable Ballack, in turn, swiftly delivers the ball to the center, where Ramos lofts it into the penalty area. In that moment, Huang Kaiwen, positioned on the right side of the penalty area alongside Rojo, suddenly bursts forward. Despite Rojo's initial attempt to chase back, he finds himself a step behind. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen extends his left foot, effortlessly volleying the ball into the net. Remarkably, he achieves a hat-trick just 2 minutes after entering the field, showcasing an extraordinary level of form. Indeed, although Huang Kaiwen has not played as a forward for quite some time, his efficiency in that position is truly formidable. Just look at Mourinho, who is so exhilarated that he doesn't know how to contain it, rushing to the sidelines to hurl a water bottle. It is no wonder that Mourinho was so animated during the match against Arsenal. Huang Kaiwen is of paramount importance to Chelsea. His innate sense of positioning surpasses that of most forwards. Inzaghi has often mentioned that he learned from Huang Kaiwen, and indeed, His ability to evade offside traps bears a striking resemblance to Inzaghi's. Varone, standing with his hands on his hips in his own half, gazes back at the jubilant Chelsea players celebrating, a sense of helplessness filling his heart. He harbors no fond memories of the Premier League. Even after spending 3 years in the league and having been teammates with Terry at Chelsea, Varone has frequently contemplated how different his career might have been had he not made the switch to the Premier League. Although such reflections cannot alter reality, he is undeniably filled with regret over his earlier decision. Now, back in Argentina for a peaceful retirement, reaching the Club World Cup final is a delightful surprise for him. Throughout his career, he has never claimed an international title. The Copa Libertadores was already an unexpected triumph. His yearning for the Club World Cup is palpable, yet he laments. What glory is there to be had? They are already 2 goals down. Watching Huang Kaiwen jog back with a smile, Varone can only shake his head. When he played for Inter, he encountered a Huang Kaiwen who was already formidable. Little did he know that years later, Huang Kaiwen's prowess would surpass that of his former self. Nevertheless, even in the face of such challenges, they must fight. Varone claps his hands and calls out, "Come on, everyone, let us give it our all, for victory, and for the championship." Thus far, no Argentine team has ever claimed the FIFA Club World Cup. In stark contrast, their long-standing rivals, the Brazilian clubs, have secured the title multiple times. This time, as they embark on their journey to the United Arab Emirates, they carry the hopes of an entire nation. Even trailing by 2 goals, the university team remains undeterred in spirit. Varone receives a pass from Basile and deftly controls the ball with his right foot, moving it forward. Today, the university team is arranged in a 5-4-1 formation, with Varone positioned just behind the forwards. In light of the current situation, Varone decides to drop deeper to assist his teammates in the backline. As Huntelaar charges forward to press, Varone keeps a keen eye on Huang Kaiwen's positioning. Noticing Huang preparing to dart to the right, he promptly delivers the ball to the left. Leandro Benitez deftly controls the ball and passes it to the advancing Juan Diaz. Though Diaz shares a name with the legendary player from Captain Tsubasa, his abilities fall short. However, his speed is commendable as he receives the ball and swiftly crosses the midfield line. Benitez hovers nearby, ready to provide support, while Eschen hesitates to press forward. Ramos lunges in with a flying tackle. Diaz quickly lays the ball off, and Eschen hastens to close in on Benitez, but Benitez skillfully nudges the ball to Varone. With a precise touch, Varone sends a beautiful through ball forward. Alas, Boselli fails to breach Czech's defenses this time, but a corner ensues. If they can capitalize on this opportunity, they might retrieve a goal. Rojo proactively moves to the corner flag. This young player has made several blunders today. In the center, Carvalho heads the ball away. Varone. Oh dear, his shot lacks power. Varone manages to evade Bale, yet his subsequent attempt glides past the goalpost. Such a promising opportunity wasted. Czech requests the ball from the ball boy and swiftly sends it forward, offering no respite to the university team, who are immediately countered. Chelsea's counterattack is indeed astonishingly swift. Czech launches the ball into the attacking zone, with Chelsea players advancing en masse, reminiscent of an unstoppable tide. Not only the front trio, but also the 3 midfielders surge forward. Almost the entire Chelsea squad participates in this counterattack, showcasing execution and speed that astound. Countless coaches watching the match must have had their jaws drop in disbelief. Mikel, having anticipated the trajectory, outjumps Benitez to flick the ball on with his head, while Ballack controls it with his chest and immediately threads a pass. Jermaine Ginnes bursts out of the penalty area. Eschen, leveraging his physical advantage, shields the ball from his opponent, yet he cannot continue his advance down the right flank and must cut left instead. Blania reaches out to tug at Eschen's jersey but finds himself unable to restrain the African powerhouse. The two wrestle forward, with Blania stumbling and falling heavily onto the grass. Mourinho watches intently, eager to see how Eschen will handle the ball as he approaches the left side of the penalty area, with De Sabato waiting for a chance just ahead of him. Eschen had no choice but to pass the ball to the unmarked Bale on the left flank. De Sabato sprinted towards the left side in pursuit of the ball. "Play it back," Eschen called out from the edge of the penalty area. Bale glanced over and deftly flicked the ball with his left foot. The sphere soared towards the far post under the watchful eyes of the crowd. At the far post, Huntelaar leapt, outmatching Rojo to head the ball back into the center. Christian Salai, noticing that Huang Kaiwen was unmarked in front of the goal, was seized by a moment of dread. He rushed towards the landing spot, leaping hurriedly. Unfortunately, he misjudged the trajectory, inadvertently obstructing the goalkeeper, Albir. As Huang Kaiwen brought the ball down with his chest, he felt a presence behind him, and without lifting his feet off the ground, he shifted his weight back, while simultaneously applying a force to the right. Albir, so close yet unable to intervene, widened his eyes in terror. There, Huang Kaiwen, backed against the goalkeeper and defender of La Plata, pivoted gracefully on his right foot, executing a clean side kick that sent the ball into the unguarded net. Unbelievable! Mourinho gasped, shoving his hands into his mouth. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It went in. It damn well went in. The Zayed Sports City Stadium erupted into pandemonium. St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen. This name echoed once more across the skies of Al-Ain. On the television screen, a man in a white robe shouted along, adding a humorous touch to the scene. Huang Kaiwen was engulfed by his ecstatic teammates. Bale, who had finally stepped into the victorious group, found himself sidelined yet again. However, at that moment, he had forgotten everything. He understood at last why the team relied so heavily on the number 10. Damn it, the team was trailing. In the 40th minute, the number 10 came on as a substitute and scored 4 goals with his head and feet, even before the 4th official raised the stoppage time board. Such efficiency is a rarity, even in matches with scant defense like those of youth teams. No wonder the coach always urged him to pass to the number 10. Bale felt that delivering the ball to such a player was, in itself, a form of honor. Goal! Goal! Cladelli sprinted, shouting, Kaiwen goal. A quintessential Kaiwen goal. Kaiwen's acrobatic side kick is the ultimate representation of the violent beauty of football. Every muscle, every movement is a priceless work of art. Yet, our focus should not be solely on the goal. During the build-up, Kaiwen drew away much of the university team's defensive attention with his rapid forward run. When he noticed Bale surging down the left flank, he gestured for Huntelaar to move to the right. Although Mata was stationed on the right, his positioning ability was not particularly strong, and Huntelaar's presence there would effectively compensate for that. When the ball reached Balak's feet, Kaiwen remained just outside the penalty area, patiently waiting. As the ball found its way to Bale, Kaiwen seized the moment, dashing into the penalty area while the defenders were fixated on the ball. Ultimately, he executed a stunning acrobatic side kick to score. Kaiwen gestured from the sidelines for a substitution, having lost all interest in engaging in the trivial games with these lackluster opponents. The allure of the Copa Libertadores champions did nothing to pique his enthusiasm. Having been substituted on in the first half, he now requested to depart again. This was Kaiwen's answer. During the sequence that led to the goal, he exhibited decision-making acumen, keen observational skills, an astute understanding of the game, and an ability to orchestrate the team that rivaled world-class coaches. It could be said that the confines of the pitch stifled Kaiwen's grand vision. Had he been born a few centuries earlier, he might have effortlessly united Europe or even the entire world, establishing an empire vaster than Rome itself. Regrettably, in this era, Kaiwen could merely channel his prodigious talent onto the field, achieving a rather unremarkable 7 titles. The local environment proved unchangeable, despite the wealth of the affluent teams. Seated on the bench, the most intolerable aspect for Huang Kaiwen was the incessant presence of insects, grasshoppers, and mosquitoes. While not as overwhelming as a locust plague, they were certainly numerous, with one appearing every few moments. Ashley Cole had even caught several to keep in his water bottle, intending to bring them back to London. In the second half, Huang Kaiwen opted to remain in the locker room until the match concluded. Initially, he had looked forward to facing the South American champions. But upon playing, he realized that the disparity was vast. Even teams like Villarreal and Tottenham, who often hover around mid-table in the major leagues and only occasionally qualify for the Champions League, would not find it so easy against a college team. This style of play, reliant on inspiration and improvisation, overly depended on star players. Currently, South American teams struggled to retain their prime talents. As the match neared its conclusion, Huang Kaiwen donned a commemorative jersey prepared in advance by the club. When they were 6-time champions, Chelsea and their sponsors had arranged similar attire, intending to offer it to fans. However, Huang Kaiwen had advised against it, suggesting that such merchandise should wait until the championship was definitively secured. One cannot release new items with each additional title. Standing in the players' tunnel, he awaited the match's end. As Balak's long-range shot sailed over the bar, the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the game. The substitutes and coaching staff rushed onto the pitch, and Huang Kaiwen followed suit. In Al-Ain, the second-largest oasis in the Emirates, the Chelsea players exhibited a level of exhilaration that surpassed their euphoria following the Champions League triumph. This victory was not merely about winning a Club World Cup or defeating La Plata University. It was about making history, securing 7 titles in the previous season. Given the demanding nature of the Premier League, this record seemed nearly impossible to replicate. As a renowned runner-up, the over 30 Bollock wept, covering his face with his hands. Terry stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the entire stadium, as if to engrave every detail of this night into his memory. Mourinho, ever flamboyant, ran exuberantly around the pitch, finger raised high. Though he did not vocalize it, everyone understood his sentiment. What he wished to convey was clear. He is truly exceptional. Ramos approached Huang Kaiwen and posed a question. Kevin, are they truly university students? Huang Kaiwen replied patiently. They are merely referred to as the university student team. They are professional players. He continued. There's also the millionaire team, yet they aren't all millionaires, as I mentioned. Ramos sighed in relief. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, patting Ramos on the shoulder as he walked toward the stands to acknowledge the crowd. The score was a staggering 6-1. Yet this night would remain a significant memory for many Chelsea players. Indeed, after clinching the Club World Cup, Chelsea became an unprecedented 7-time champion. An extraordinary achievement rarely matched by the visible joy of Mourinho. The coaching staff, even the team doctors and owner Abramovich, contributed to this path towards 7 championships. Chelsea's unbeaten record across all competitions last season was formidable, a feat even they found challenging to replicate. After more than a year of perseverance, they finally reaped the rewards. But today's triumph also honored the sweat shed during their youth and junior teams. Yes, these were tears of joy. It was a night of harvest, and on this momentous evening, the entire Chelsea squad felt like the happiest group in the world. Countless fans awaited Chelsea's ascension to 7-time champions, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon witnessing their victory in the Club World Cup. Huang Kaiwen's performance today was nothing short of extraordinary. His efficiency in front of the goal was remarkable. If you passed the ball to him, he would deliver. This disparity highlighted the gap between South American and European football, showcasing the UAE's heartfelt efforts. From the moment the match concluded, the city erupted in a continuous display of fireworks. Huang Kaiwen joined his teammates on the podium. The exuberant dog owner seized Blatter's job, assisting Chelsea's players in donning their medals from the tray held by the ceremony attendant. Witnessing Blatter's radiant smile indicated the dog owner had indeed indulged him. When it was Huang Kaiwen's turn, Blatter cheerfully remarked, "We shall meet again soon." Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, another award presentation commenced, and Blatter's words proved accurate. Once the entire team had received their medals, the Chelsea players stood before the arch emblazoned with FIFA Club World Cup 2009. As the countdown commenced, 3, 2, 1, Terry raised the trophy high. The venue was engulfed in darkness, while fireworks erupted around the stadium, creating an enchanting atmosphere of glittering lights. Fans watching on television were equally astonished by the UAE's lavish display of fireworks, which seemed to cost nothing at all. Shortly thereafter, Huang Kaiwen was awarded the trophy for Best Player of the Club World Cup. The accolade mattered little to him compared to the substantial bonus of $1 million provided by the dog owner. "Kevin, come over for a photo," Terry called out. Beaming with delight, Huang Kaiwen jogged over with the trophy in hand, posing for the photographers. After several shots were taken, the moment was captured beautifully. Czech remarked, "I never anticipated that I would one day become a part of history." To which Ashley Cole promptly retorted, "Damn it, I will kill you." Czech, holding his headgear. Pursued Cole. Rui Faria approached Kevin Huang. "A doping test?" Kevin inquired. Faria rubbed his hands together and replied, "Yes, Kevin, you should go." Kevin nodded, having not undergone a test for a while. However, despite the supposed randomness of the selections, it seemed he was always chosen after a final match. Such odds were almost too coincidental. Could it be scripted by Penguins? In the mixed zone, an excited Bollock expressed, "I am overwhelmed, as I do not know how much longer I can play. To become a 7-time champion at the twilight of my career is something I could never have imagined. Many have mocked me as a mere failure, a step away from success, but now I can proudly declare that I am a part of the 7-time champions." Is the victory in the Club World Cup a result of Chelsea's unity? A German journalist probed further. Yes, unity is vital, but the most crucial factor is Kevin. Chelsea is entirely a different team with and without him. Playing alongside him simplifies the game, as long as he is comfortable. There is no need to worry about the outcome, for Kevin never loses, Bollock stated earnestly. Just pass him the ball. and he has 100 ways to find the net. Honestly, I do not believe any other player can compare to Kevin. Even if Beckenbauer, Maradona, and Kevin were on the same team, Kevin would undoubtedly be the focal point. If Kevin were on the opposing side today, Chelsea would have lost. He is a player who can single-handedly determine the outcome. After a few more words, Ballack turned to leave, eager to call his family and share his excitement. John, congratulations on becoming a 7-time champion. How do you feel? A reporter inquired. Terry wiped his forehead and smiled. Words fail to express such joy. For I am the happiest person in the world. It is said that Kevin will receive a special bonus, while you do not. Could this affect Chelsea's unity? The reporter pressed. Terry's expression darkened as he pointed at the journalist, saying, I advise you to tread carefully with your words. Do not attempt to sow discord within the Chelsea locker room. Kevin deserves every reward he receives. He is worthy of any recognition. Initially inclined to say more, Terry turned and walked away. These reporters always sought to create headlines at Chelsea's expense. But do they not understand? It is Chelsea that needs Kevin Huang, not the other way around. If he could always be Kevin's teammate, Terry would not mind a pay cut. The bonuses from winning and endorsement deals far exceed his current salary, all thanks to the number 10. At the post-match press conference, the room was filled with journalists from around the globe. Mourinho had deliberately changed into a suit after the match, sitting on stage with an air of triumph. The coach of the university team, Alejandro Saviola, did not appear particularly disheartened. Prior to the match, he had anticipated the possibility of not triumphing over Chelsea. However, the defeat was more significant than he had envisioned. Jose, who was the standout performer in today's victory? Does Chelsea's acquisition of 7 titles suggest that you surpass other coaches in excellence? Kevin once again shattered his own record, achieving the quickest hat trick. Was this merely a reflection of the opponent's inadequacy? Kevin departed the field shortly after entering. Does this indicate a lack of respect for the adversary? What future objectives remain? And is there a possibility of coaching the national team? Generally, those who lose do not garner much attention. Coaches like Alejandro Saviola, distanced from European football, are seldom regarded. It seemed as if the journalists present overlooked him entirely. Mourinho graciously extended his palm, signaling for Saviola to speak first. Saviola addressed the microphone, stating, "We have recognized the gap between ourselves and Chelsea. Their strength is formidable." Yet, Kevin's presence altered everything. This was my first experience of Kevin's terrifying prowess up close. It is a strength that is difficult to articulate. Losing to Chelsea does not surprise me. We aspired to win the championship, but at times, one must accept reality. After speaking, Saviola nodded to Mourinho and promptly exited the venue. The reporters showed little interest in his departure. There was no need to linger. Upon returning, he would have his own concerns to contend with. Brazilian media would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to stoke the flames. Although the substantial loss to Chelsea was a result of their prowess, the university team indeed succumbed to defeat. Over the past 9 years since the Club World Cup, Brazilian teams have claimed the title 3 times, while Argentine teams have yet to achieve any success. In the forthcoming period, every player on the university team will face considerable pressure. Once Saviola had left, Mourinho drew the microphone closer and remarked, "I do not wish to proclaim myself as the first or second, yet I have accomplished feats that others find elusive. Before another 7-time champion emerges, you may well consider me the best in the world. The victory belongs to every player and staff member of Chelsea. We are a unified team, not overly reliant on any single player. I understand your inclination to discuss Kevin, but he is merely one component of our strategy. Our tactic was to enable Kevin to score, and he fulfilled his role admirably. Mr. Mourinho, you have yet to address the matter of Kevin's brief appearance." A reporter pressed. Mourinho, slightly irked, gestured with 4 fingers and replied, "What are you hoping to hear? Football is inherently about scoring more goals to secure victory. It is not a sport that requires pre-match formalities and suits. Kevin played for a few minutes, yet he scored 4 goals. Anyone who nets 4 goals is entitled to rest, and Kevin is no exception. Will you be coaching the national team next? Will there be any signings during the winter break?" Another reporter inquired. "The national team is still a distant prospect for me." Mourinho gestured dismissively, stating that at a club, one can procure any player one desires. The players frequently train together, and it is undeniably true that the club excels in tactical and technical aspects. The Champions League is the most challenging tournament in the world, and at present, I have no inclination to distance myself from the most intense form of football. In 10 or 20 years, I may consider coaching a national team. As for winter transfer targets, I shall remain discreet, although we do have our sights set. It is a rare feat to attain 7 championships, and Mourinho exhibited an unusual measure of patience. After answering a few more questions, he departed. The Chelsea team awaited on the bus, which was lavishly stocked with champagne provided by generous benefactors, ensuring that the players would not be bored on their journey back to Abu Dhabi. Even though they returned to the hotel well past 11 at night, the Chelsea squad engaged in exuberant celebrations. In an environment where anything could be readily arranged with a mere gesture, everyone reveled in delight. Even the normally temperate Huang Kaiwen found himself indulged by his teammates and did not awaken until the following afternoon. After summoning the butler, provisions were promptly prepared. Upon seeing the champagne delivered to his room, Huang Kaiwen was perplexed. Was this meant to encourage him to drink more? Interestingly, chocolate was always available at any time. After a brief wash-up, Huang Kaiwen descended to the dining hall, only to find that he encountered not a single teammate. It was not until they boarded the return flight that he saw his missing companions. The overall morale was notably low. Even Ramos, upon boarding the plane, quickly succumbed to slumber. It was only then that the spirited Huang Kaiwen recalled their recent championship victory and, upon inspection, discovered the rewards therein. Success. Captured the Club World Cup champion player Baselli from La Plata University team. Success. Captured the Club World Cup champion player Marco Rojo from La Plata University team. Skill activated successfully, traits replicated. Success. Captured the Club World Cup champion player Juan Verón from La Plata University team. Skill activated successfully, traits replicated. Success. Captured the Club World Cup champion player Clement Rodriguez from La Plata University team. Skill activated successfully, traits replicated. Only 3 players were successfully captured, but any gain is indeed a positive outcome. Trait, timely supplement, Marco Rojo. During his tenure at Manchester United, Rojo became the focal point of the match after receiving a banana prepared by Mourinho from a teammate. Possessing this trait allows for better absorption of nutrients replenished on match days, making consumption during the game and at halftime immediately effective. Quite impressive. This trait is particularly beneficial for Huang Kaiwen. The exertion throughout the match is substantial, and this will significantly enhance his stamina. Trait, midfield commander, Juan Verón. Those endowed with this trait possess increased adaptability across multiple midfield positions, markedly improving the accuracy of long passes and field vision, as well as enhancing control over the game's tempo. This is also commendable. In moments when the illustrious yellow ball king struggles to execute long passes, his accuracy indeed falters. However, this could serve to mitigate the shortcomings of the yellow ball king. Verón's long passes are undeniably exceptional. Characteristic, goal-scoring defender, Clement Rodriguez consistently finds the net at critical junctures, a trait that enhances goal-scoring efficiency in the defensive position while slightly diminishing defensive prowess. Yet, such a minor reduction in defensive capability remains acceptable. The yield from this Club World Cup feels rather meager, perhaps due to the relative obscurity of these players. Previously, from the opposing team's roster, the only names that resonated with Huang Kaiwen were Rojo and Verón. Conversely, their coach left a profound impression on Huang Kaiwen. The coach, named Saviola, suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized upon hearing of Maradona's passing, and after 2 years of perseverance, he too succumbed. This illustrates Maradona's monumental stature in Argentina. Such narratives echo in the lives of countless Argentinians. Whether it be Pelé or Maradona, their prominence was forged in extraordinary historical contexts. The victory over England during the Falklands War was akin to a triumph on the battlefield for Argentina. After indulging in some handheld gaming, Huang Kaiwen donned a sleep mask. With a 3-hour time difference between London and Abu Dhabi, the 8-hour flight back to London coincided perfectly with dawn. The championship title from the Club World Cup remained in transit while the world around spiraled into turmoil. Reports on the 7-time champions dominated Europe. The Times featured a photograph of the entire Chelsea squad raising their trophies and also included an interview with Rojo, who admitted, "I know I did not perform well. Kevin scored many goals past me, not due to my smoking habits, as other non-smoking players fared similarly before him. My point is that Kevin plays without needing to regard who the defenders are, effortlessly finding the net. Thus I do not believe I should bear any responsibility for our defeat. Even Ferdinand and Carragher could not contain him." The Daily Mail proclaimed, "The great 7-time champions. Chelsea has created a legend." The Sun reported, "The Chelsea squad luxuriated in a paradise-like treatment in Abu Dhabi before their departure." The hotel granted the entire team an hour to select items from their luxury stores, allowing them to take anything they desired, resembling a scene from a movie. However, due to a post-victory hangover, Chelsea players generally underperformed in this match. It was rumored that some Chelsea players inquired if they could take a few hotel waitresses with them, but the hotel declined the request. The Gazzetta dello Sport specifically interviewed Kaka, who stated, "I am not at all surprised by Kevin becoming a 7-time champion. It is simply because there are only 7 titles to contend for. Many say I am exceptional. But I understand one crucial truth. When Kevin and I were on the same team, I would seize every title, yet after Kevin's departure, I found myself unable to defeat his squad. Such experiences are universal in football. Only Kevin stands as the sole victor, the greatest player in history. Regardless of whether it be the Premier League or the Champions League, referees should strive to safeguard Kevin from harm. I have heard that Galas has not been faring well. Yet I must assert that he deserves his fate." According to a column by Buffon in the Tuttosport, congratulations to Kevin for becoming a 7-time champion. He has achieved everything in football. For Kevin, football championships are akin to a fertile field, where he sows seeds each summer and reaps a bountiful harvest at the end of every season. No unforeseen events can diminish his success. This tranquil existence, devoid of tumult, has become a source of vexation for Kevin, and I believe he has grown weary of such a life. The Marca reports, Florentino has ruined everything. He has parted ways with the greatest player in Real Madrid's history. The Mundo Deportivo states, Laporta continues to conceal his failures. Yet the fact that he signed Kevin's cousin instead of Kevin himself is arguably the greatest farce in football history. Bild notes, considering that Kevin opts for transfers every 2 years in search of new challenges, Bayern's upper management is contemplating the possibility of acquiring him. They are willing to shatter all of Bayern's rules and traditions to extend an unprecedented offer to Kevin. Lequipe remarks, Kevin's remarkable efficiency renders all forwards abashed. Amidst the accolades, some negative voices persist. The legendary Pelé, during an interview at his luxurious residence in New York, expressed to the New York Times, "I watched the live broadcast of the match, and to be honest, I was quite disappointed. Kevin is forsaking his talent, transforming into a monotonous goal-scoring machine. God bestowed upon him such inspiration not for it to be squandered in this manner. Kevin's current style of play is nothing short of a crime, and I cannot accept that he has become this kind of player. I hope Kevin remembers that his responsibility transcends mere goal scoring. Fans wish to see that dazzling samba dancer, not merely the top scorer." Domestically, Huang Kaiwen once again dominates all headlines, online media, print media, and broadcasts alike. Even storytelling sessions interject with, "Our player Huang Kaiwen has won the Club World Cup, becoming an unprecedented 7-time champion." Poor disconnected City and weakened Warriors have once again been silenced, allegedly due to the influence of the underground City operators. At around 5 in the morning, Chelsea's chartered flight landed at Heathrow Airport. It wasn't until 7:20 a.m., after Huang Kaiwen awoke, that the entire team disembarked. Upon exiting security, the Chelsea squad received a rapturous welcome from fans. Champions. 7-time champions. St. Kevin. The fans' cheers were a cacophony. Yet every face radiated with a brilliant smile. For Chelsea fans, this day was one of joy and madness. The team lingered at the airport for over an hour before boarding the bus, and by the time they returned home, it was nearly lunchtime. Huang Kaiwen finally turned on the television, only to see Mourinho berating the English Football Association. Upon returning home, Mourinho remarked, "We have earned respect in the Premier League." Yet some individuals refused to accommodate Chelsea to a certain extent within the schedule, although the match was postponed by a day. "Expecting my players to face West Ham tomorrow is simply ludicrous. Therefore, I have resolved to field the reserve and youth teams tomorrow. Ratings? What do they concern me? I cannot demand players who have just endured an 8-hour flight to compete the very next day. That is my stance." Huang Kaiwen expressed his support for Mourinho in this matter. In truth, the FA often hinders progress during international competitions. The Munich air disaster is a distant memory. But during Liverpool's reign and Manchester United's treble-winning season, the fixture schedule was exceedingly restrictive. Competing in the Premier League while aspiring for a treble is no simple feat thus. It is often said that Chelsea's 7 titles are nearly impossible to replicate. Even teams with 2 full squads face significant challenges when participating in the Club World Cup during the season. Recently, the frequent travel by plane and car, compounded by the stark climatic differences between Abu Dhabi and London, took a toll on Huang Kaiwen, who felt a heaviness in his head and soon realized he had caught a cold. The following day, his condition showed no signs of improvement, prompting him to call Mourinho to request a day off. Mourinho readily acquiesced. For the match against West Ham, Mourinho indeed deployed the reserve and substitute players. Chelsea ended the away game with a 1-1 draw against their opponents. As Huang Kaiwen's cold slightly improved, he returned to Milan. The next league match coincided with the World Footballer of the Year awards, allowing him to fly directly from Milan to Switzerland. Meanwhile, the young lady had triumphed over her elder sister, yet the competition for the Finningvest group remained fierce, evolving into a rivalry between Barbara and all her siblings except the youngest. Under such circumstances, she would not easily depart from Milan. Upon returning home that evening and encountering Huang Kaiwen, Barbara was pleasantly surprised. The two, along with Lily, embarked on an adventure reminiscent of a lone journey across miles. December 25th, a day of great significance in Europe, saw Lily rise early to unwrap gifts. "The scarf is beautiful, Kevin," she exclaimed excitedly upon revealing it. Her fondness for grape purple made Huang Kaiwen's choice particularly delightful to her. "I'm glad you like it," he replied, tousling his disheveled hair as he opened the refrigerator and downed a bottle of water, finally feeling revitalized. Excessive sweating had led to dehydration. The young lady, already bustling in the kitchen, teased, "You traitor, I gifted you a new car." "I like the car too," Lily retorted playfully. "When is Ricardo coming over?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Beatrice just called. Kaka is taking her to buy you a present," the young lady replied with a smile. "Sergio also called. He has arrived in Milan and will join you for Switzerland tomorrow." "Excellent," Huang Kaiwen said as he wrapped his arms around the young lady's waist in the kitchen. "With you by my side, I have nothing to worry about." "How cheesy," Lily exclaimed disapprovingly, rushing to embrace Barbara in the kitchen. Lily remarked, "Why not call the chef over? Preparing everything ourselves is rather cumbersome. Once a year, it feels much more festive to do it ourselves," the young lady said, pinching Lily's nose. Lily immediately opened her mouth. Huang Kaiwen commented, "His unique skill has been pilfered." After 10 in the morning, Ramos finally arrived. "Kaiwen, here is a gift for you," Ramos said with a smile. Huang Kaiwen unwrapped it to discover the newly released Final Fantasy XIII. He hadn't had the chance to purchase it during his previous visit. Ramos certainly knew well about the games in his household. Not long after, the Kaka couple arrived. After they had lunch, the doorbell rang again. Huang Kaiwen went to open the door and found Inzaghi standing there. "Little Kaiwen, are you surprised?" Inzaghi asked, holding a gift aloft. "Aren't you going home to celebrate with your family?" Huang Kaiwen inquired curiously. "I saw on television that you returned to Milan. So of course I'm celebrating with you. How does that make you feel?" Inzaghi exclaimed, waving his arms. "Touched, touched," Huang Kaiwen replied dismissively, feeling that Inzaghi's visit had ulterior motives. Once inside, Huang Kaiwen immediately tore open the gift that Inzaghi had brought. "A kitten fishing game?" Ramos glanced at Inzaghi. "What on earth, are you joking?" Kaka quipped. "Did you bring a gift meant for your nephew? How did you know?" Inzaghi quickly shut his mouth and chuckled. "I thought this would help Kaiwen reminisce about his childhood." "Filippo, your nephew is 8. Even if you give him this, it's rather childish," Huang Kaiwen retorted irritably. "This fellow truly lacks sincerity." "How could that be?" Inzaghi protested. "I tried it at the toy store, and it was great fun. Want to give it a try?" "No thanks, I have no interest in that." Huang Kaiwen shook his head. 10,000 for a fish," Inzaghi exclaimed. Huang Kaiwen quickly replied, "All right then. I primarily enjoy the whimsy of childhood." As snow began to fall over London at night, it added a touch of festivity to Christmas. In a house in Fulham, the English family was also preparing to welcome their Christmas celebration. This year, he had directed matches and served on the medical team for Huang Kaiwen during the World Championship. In terms of experience and finances, there had been significant improvements. The gifts for the children were notably more expensive than last year. His son was quite satisfied with the second-hand Volvo he received. Every member of the family wore a smile. The only regret for English was that he could not celebrate his birthday with friends once again. Such is the sorrow of being born on Christmas. He had never celebrated his birthday with friends. However, English had grown accustomed to it. As long as life was comfortable, birthdays seemed inconsequential. Given the current poor state of the British economy, he had a well-paying job with frequent bonuses. What more could he ask for? At around 8 in the evening, the doorbell rang. Brian English rose and walked to the door. Upon opening it, he looked at the visitor with a hint of confusion and inquired, "May I help you?" "Good day, Mr. English. I am Tony Tonnies from the event planning company. I have been commissioned by Chelsea player Kevin." After a brief conversation with your wife, we have invited your friends Lee Wait and the entire Jason family to the restaurant we have prepared. The staff will bring the food you have arranged. Are you ready to celebrate an unforgettable birthday? The weather is simply unbearable. I can hardly endure the heat at 29 degrees. I cannot fathom how those enduring temperatures above 30 manage through summer. In the festive spirit, Kevin invited friends to stay overnight. The ample space of his home certainly has its advantages. Huang Kaiwen also planned to discuss with his neighbor the possibility of purchasing their property for expansion. The housing authority likely would not trouble King Huang, who had previously acquired numerous properties sold by the Italian government. Nonetheless, he spent more time in Milan whenever he returned to Italy. After careful consideration, Kevin decided to consult with the young lady about this matter. Emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, Huang Kaiwen glanced at the television and remarked, "Why are you watching such an old film?" The colors of early film reels often appear yellowed, making it easy to discern their age. It's fascinating. The lead actor of this film currently resides in Rome. The young lady said mysteriously. Really? Lily responded, somewhat astonished. Films of this nature, akin to forced archaeology, are typically produced in Hollywood. Italians tend to emigrate to the land of the free, yet wealthy individuals from there seldom choose to settle in Italy. While drying his hair, Huang Kaiwen gazed at the television screen. He finally recognized the film and inquired, "Isn't this Tarzan directed by Lola?" "Indeed, Rosa Caracciolo. Some say she bears a resemblance to Audrey Hepburn." The young lady replied, nodding while applying a face mask. "Perhaps her profile is somewhat similar," Huang Kaiwen commented. "Have you seen it?" "Of course." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Initially, there were claims that Hepburn starred in it. I had a hard time finding a way to download it. I thought you hadn't seen it. Which is why I had them play it," the young lady replied, slightly displeased. Huang Kaiwen quipped, "They air adult films on Christmas at the television station, don't they? The attitude in Italy is quite different. I suppose they enjoy it immensely. In England, they would watch in secret, only to call in complaints the following day, pretending to be morally superior." Sitting on the bed, he took the young lady's hand and said, "In fact, revisiting it can be quite enjoyable." Turning to him with a smile, she asked, "Is that so? The man who speaks monkey?" Huang Kaiwen tapped his chest with his arms, playfully responding, Hey, what do you want to do?" Lily protested from the side. "There are children present." Huang Kaiwen glanced over and replied, "Indeed, still a child. I'll take you on," Lily exclaimed, lunging at Huang Kaiwen. The following day, Huang Kaiwen woke up early. Despite having traveled to Switzerland numerous times, it remains something worth contemplating. Sitting in the restaurant, Inzaghi remarked, "Your mattress is truly remarkable. When might I receive a set? Would you like it? I can have it delivered to you." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Having caught dozens of fish yesterday, the mattress can be a gift. Even the He family should offer some incentives to their clients," he added as he took a seat at the dining table, suddenly recalling something. "Who prepared breakfast?" "The household staff are on holiday." He mused that Inzaghi likely lacked impressive culinary skills. Meanwhile, Ricardo's wife was out for a stroll with him. Inzaghi leaned closer to Huang Kaiwen, whispering, "Last night, when I went downstairs for water, I heard Ricardo pleading for mercy. No wonder his performance has declined recently." "Is that so?" Huang Kaiwen replied incredulously. "He is, after all, in his 20s. "Indeed," Inzaghi assured. "Ricardo said he wanted to sleep, but that woman insisted he wait." "What time did you come down?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Around 4. Inzaghi responded. Just then, Kaka entered and asked, "What are you two discussing?" "Nothing much," Inzaghi quickly replied, resuming his meal. "Really?" Kaka said as he sat down at the table. "Deegan just called me, saying he wants to return to Brazil. There's no opportunity for him at Lecce." "Your brother is truly disappointing. My brother at least has the capability to play in Serie A," Inzaghi boasted. "You've never won a Ballon d'Or. Deegan's brother has." Huang Kaiwen countered. "Hey, we are from the same country." Inzaghi protested, dissatisfied. "How can you treat your best friend this way? I am actually Kevin's best friend." Kaka interjected swiftly. "My bond with Kevin is worth millions." Inzaghi insisted, waving his finger. "That's because you always drag Kevin into your games." Ramos chimed in as he descended the stairs. "Perfect timing. Come join us for a meal, Sergio," Huang Kaiwen beckoned. Ramos sat down with a bottle of juice, asking, "What were you discussing?" "Filippo said their brothers are impressive," Huang Kaiwen replied. "I feel the Charlton brothers are the strongest," Ramos remarked. "The De Boer brothers were quite formidable as well. They were key players for the Netherlands," Kaka added. "The Honus brothers also seemed to play quite well," Kaka supplemented. "You are all targeting me," Inzaghi complained. I am referring to brothers still active in football. The Inzaghi brothers are the strongest. Your brother has hardly played, hasn't he? Huang Kaiwen pointed out. The Neville brothers are still the captains of Manchester United and Everton, Kaka quickly interjected. Filippo has little opportunity to play either, he added. You lot are insufferable, Inzaghi declared, setting down his utensils. Even if we aren't the strongest players, once we retire and become coaches, we shall undoubtedly be the finest. Just wait until I demote all of you to the reserves. Sorry, but you will never have the chance to coach Milan, Huang Kaiwen laughed. He silently added in his heart that there was still a slight chance for your brother. Inzaghi's coaching skills were rather lacking. Shall we compete in shooting? Inzaghi suggested. Let us do it, Ramos replied. Although he was a defender, he had considerable confidence in his technique. Huang Kaiwen and Kaka could only accompany them to the field. We will take 14 shots on goal, competing to see who scores the most. I, Sergio, and Ricardo will compete, with Kaiwen as the goalkeeper. Taking turns to pass the ball, Inzaghi stated. He truly did not wish to compete with Huang Kaiwen in football. All right, I will guard the goal. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The rules set by Inzaghi were indeed advantageous for him. His first touch was quite impressive. Huang Kaiwen sensed that his good friend Ramos might lose, especially since Kaka's long-range shots were formidable. Inzaghi was the first to stand at the penalty mark, awaiting the ball. Kaka sent a precise pass with his right foot, and Inzaghi struck it fiercely with his right foot, but Huang Kaiwen leaped to deflect the ball out of bounds. Hey, how can we play if you dive like that? Inzaghi inquired. What do you expect me to do? Huang Kaiwen shrugged. Just pretend to try? Inzaghi replied. Fine. Kaka passed the ball again, and this time, Inzaghi adjusted swiftly, delivering a high-quality shot. Huang Kaiwen dove, but still failed to stop this strike from Inzaghi. As Inzaghi celebrated his goal by wiggling his fingers, he proclaimed, See, this is my skill. The match continued. As a forward, Inzaghi managed to hit the target 10 times out of 14 attempts, scoring 5 goals. Considering it was a non-competitive scenario, one could only say the efficiency was decent. When Ramos took his turn, he astonishingly scored 6 goals from 14 shots, surpassing Inzaghi, the forward. Inzaghi immediately protested. Kaiwen, did you let him score? No. Huang Kaiwen explained. Without defenders, he could adjust freely, and with better passing positions, scoring 6 isn't surprising. It was evident that Ramos had made significant progress in his skills, demonstrating his dedication. All right, it seems I am destined to lose again, Inzaghi remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he moved towards the left side of the penalty area. Pass the ball to me, Sergio, not you, Filippo? Kaka interjected. Do you think I would deliberately pass you a bad ball? Inzaghi pointed to his face and asked. Is that how you perceive me? Kaka nodded vigorously. Ramos made the first pass, but Kaka shot over the bar. Following that, he struck again. But although it was on target, the shot lacked power. Huang Kaiwen felt embarrassed to let that one in. Is Ricardo going to lose? Inzaghi said, somewhat hopefully. Though there were no stakes, he despised losing in any competition. It would be ideal if Kaka faltered. As Inzaghi had anticipated, Kaka continued to miss shot after shot. By the end, Kaka himself grew anxious, with every shot seemingly aimed at the crossbar. Upon taking his 10th shot, Kaka finally managed to score a goal. You have already lost, Ricardo, Inzaghi exclaimed, pointing at Kaka. Kaka had 4 opportunities remaining. Should he convert them all, he would level the score. Thus, Inzaghi deliberately sought to impose psychological pressure on Kaka. Impossible, Kaka muttered, pursing his lips. Ramos deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, delivering another pass. Kaka seized the moment, unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang! The quality of this shot was exceptional. Huang Kaiwen felt he could not reach it in time. Duong. The ball swiftly collided with the post and ricocheted away. Inzaghi dashed forward, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. Kaka, somewhat despondent, sank to the grass. Aware that for a long time, Inzaghi would relish in declaring his victory. Ricardo, you didn't rest enough. Your physical condition is poor, which is why you lost. Huang Kaiwen consoled him. Indeed, Kaka replied, looking up at Huang Kaiwen and asking, Kevin, how do you know this? Filippo mentioned it. He seemed to be lurking by your door yesterday, Huang Kaiwen quickly responded. The revelation of such a private matter left Kaka feeling quite embarrassed. He immediately sprang up, intent on confronting Inzaghi. I'm going to give that guy a piece of my mind. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he returned to the living room. Inzaghi was quite astute, having chosen to challenge Kaka precisely because he sensed his current state. Over 20 minutes later, Kaka, drenched in sweat, returned indoors. Did you catch him? Ramos inquired curiously. That rascal bolted out of your house. I simply didn't want to chase him any longer, Kaka replied, exasperated. Let us forget about it. Hurry home to change clothes. We're heading to Switzerland soon, Huang Kaiwen remarked as he glanced at the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon when the group boarded their flight to Switzerland. I didn't expect the Japanese market to be so vast, remarked the newly appointed club ambassador, Maldini. The Japanese are quite affluent and very polite, Kaka nodded in agreement, recalling his time as an international exchange student in Japan at the age of 11. It's a facade of politeness. The Japanese only bow when they've done something wrong, Ramos interjected, influenced by Huang Kaiwen's perspective, which painted a less favorable view of the Japanese. We should devise ways to expand our market there. For instance, Barbie dolls sell remarkably well, Maldini suggested. I've heard that Barbie was among the first American products to enter Japan. Not quite. The first product to enter Japan was designed by Oppenheimer, Huang Kaiwen interjected suddenly. Who is he, and which company did he design for? Maldini inquired. He was the leader of the Manhattan Project, with his notable works being Little Boy and Fat Man. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. After over an hour of flying, the group landed in Zurich. They found a hotel to rest briefly before departing for the Zurich Conference Center around 6 o'clock. This year's FIFA World Player of the Year awards ceremony was set to take place there. Upon arrival, Huang Kaiwen approached his Chelsea teammates, accompanied by their girlfriends. I thought you weren't coming. After Terry embraced Huang Kaiwen, he chuckled and remarked, this morning, I saw in the newspaper that you organized a birthday party for the team doctor. Are you some kind of deity responsible for celebrating birthdays? Perhaps. Huang Kaiwen shrugged in response. I am indeed here to look after you old boys. Perhaps I should request a higher salary from the club. Not a problem. Abramovich chimed in as he approached alongside Marina, grinning. Marina handed Huang Kaiwen a box, saying, This is your Christmas gift from Roman. As Huang Kaiwen opened the box, he discovered an array of car keys. Abramovich explained, I heard that Ramos and the others gifted you sports cars. So I thought I'd add a few to your collection. I wasn't sure which model you would prefer, so they prepared several options. Thank you, Huang Kaiwen replied. There's no need for such formality. Previously, Jose also received a sports car from me, Abramovich chuckled. Mourinho glanced at the more than 10 keys inside the box, pondering that he had only received one. Good evening, Sir Kevin. Ferguson approached with a smile. Please, no more teasing, Sir Alex, Huang Kaiwen replied, somewhat helplessly. He suspected this old man envied the rank of the medal he had received, as he always made light of it whenever they met. Are you interested in playing for Manchester United? It would be perfect for you to take over as coach after your retirement, Ferguson asked with a grin. Hey, what do you want? Mourinho feigned a threat, jokingly rebuking. Sir Alex, I previously gifted you champagne, Abramovich half-jokingly reminded him. You truly are stingy. I was merely jesting. Ferguson winked. I advise you not to believe his nonsense. He once suggested I should coach Manchester United. Capello, clad in a robe, interjected. Fabio, your attire is quite unique. Ferguson remarked with a laugh. Thank you. But even with your compliments, I won't allow any Manchester United players to be excluded from the national team, Capello asserted. Previously, the two had quarreled over Ferdinand's selection for the national team. Capello had always disliked national team calls during his club management. Knowing that players often sustained injuries during international matches, the players called up were usually key figures, and their injuries could severely affect the club's performance. Now, as the national team coach, he could empathize with the club managers, yet he also had to ensure his own success. Fabio is correct. He is a thief, Wenger interjected. Hey, you rascal, you stole that Welsh lad from us. Ferguson shouted, referring to Ramsey. Why did you focus on that Italian player? You arrogant fellow lack sincerity. Wenger shot back. At that time, Cardiff had already announced the news, yet he personally met with Ramsey and persuaded him to join Arsenal. Mourinho retorted, You dare call others arrogant, always acting as if you are above everyone else. Indeed, he is quite the pretender. Ferguson added with a grin, fanning the flames. Wenger shook his head and walked away. Disappointment washed over Huang Kaiwen. He had anticipated that the professor could handle a 2-on-1 discussion. This conversation encapsulated the current dynamics of the Premier League, where Ferguson and Mourinho are both adversaries and allies, while Ferguson shares a cordial rapport with Wenger, who, in stark contrast, finds himself at odds with Mourinho. In light of this, one cannot help but admire Sir Ferguson's deftness in transforming rivals into friends, culminating in post-match camaraderie over red wine in the office. As the clock struck 7 in Zurich, the two hosts emerged from backstage. The presenters for this edition remained the same, Charlotte Jackson from Sky Sports and her American counterpart. To build suspense, after showcasing the nominees, they returned to highlight the best goals, clearly intending to save the climax for the end. "Kevin, do you think you can win this award?" Kaka inquired from his seat beside him. "Not a chance. They had asked me if I wanted to present the award, which I declined," Huang Kaiwen replied. Despite the accolade being named after him and Puskas, and despite his own goal being nominated, FIFA would never allow him to retain the award merely for the sake of suspense. As presenter Ferguson took the stage, Huang Kaiwen knew who the recipient would be. Standing before the microphone, Ferguson opened the envelope, revealing the name within, and immediately smiled. He raised the card high, declaring, "The 2009 Puskas Award goes to Cristiano Ronaldo." The camera panned to Huang Kaiwen, who clapped with a smile. The large screen displayed a stunning long-range shot from him in the UEFA Cup, showcasing his brilliance. Upon ascending the stage, Ronaldo embraced his mentor Ferguson. At that moment, Ronaldo appeared rather youthful, hands clasped nervously in front of him, often bowing his head while speaking, his body swaying slightly, clearly exhibiting signs of tension. He expressed his joy at receiving the award, describing it as an honor. After a few brief words, he embraced Ferguson once more before hurriedly exiting. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Kaka beside him. It was indeed Huang, the king of the yellow ball, who had irrevocably altered the landscape of football. Now, the sport had transformed into a contest dominated by one powerhouse and three strong contenders. His dear friend Kaka could still shine for a few more years. However, due to his style of play, even without significant injuries, Kaka would eventually need to adapt as he aged. The days of long, ball-carrying sprints would not last forever. Next up was the announcement of the best 11 of the year. FIFA had opted to present only the silhouettes of the players, one after another illuminating the screen. Although the identities of all 11 players had not yet been fully revealed, astute fans could recognize most from their outlines. The silhouette of Petr Cech appeared for the goalkeeper position, followed by those of Ramos and Terry in defense. "That's quite amusing," Kaka remarked softly. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, feeling that this display resembled the sensationalist silhouettes often presented by the Sun newspaper whenever someone committed a misdeed. Typically, those featured were either involved in scandals or domestic issues, rarely associated with positive happenings. Huang Kaiwen had never imagined he would become the subject of such a silhouette, yet here he was, experiencing it firsthand. Soon, 11 avatars were revealed: goalkeeper, Cech; defenders, Ramos, Terry, Vidic, Lam; midfielders, Messi, Kaka, Huang Kaiwen, Cristiano Ronaldo; forwards, Drogba, Torres. Chelsea's reserve team. Astonishingly, the goalkeeper is not Casillas. Why should it be Casillas? Have you ever heard of a weak team featuring him? Casillas has already played in the UEFA Cup and is still regarded as the world's best. Isn't? Haha, you are quite the character. But this formation entirely lacks a defensive midfielder. If it cannot fit, it's not unplayable. Huang Kaiwen could potentially play as a holding midfielder. Come on, spare Huang Kaiwen. With 2 forwards and a single attacking midfielder, plus 2 wingers, wouldn't the holding midfielder be utterly exhausted? In truth, Ballack performed rather well. It's unfortunate he wasn't selected. Several Chelsea midfielders frequently rotate, yet their performances lack brilliance. Last season, Ballack nearly achieved double-digit statistics. Can he truly be compared to Kaka and the other two? Goodness, the World Footballer of the Year is once again Marta. I feel she might surpass Chelsea's Mata. This is a bit of a stretch. Marta possesses impressive skills, yet the intensity in women's football cannot be compared to that of men's. If she were to play in men's football, technically she might hold her own, but in terms of physicality and movement, she would struggle significantly. Goodness. Shakira is performing again. Last year, the one who sang was the girlfriend of Ninth Master, and this year it seems she has replaced Huang Kaiwen's girlfriend. She doesn't appear to be Huang Kaiwen's girlfriend. Didn't he say they are merely good friends? Seriously, do you actually believe what Huang Kaiwen says? Discussing lyrics at home late at night, right? Next comes the selection for the world's best coach. Although 3 candidates were presented on the big screen, Mourinho, Ancelotti, and Guardiola, since last year was not a major tournament year, it was a foregone conclusion that Mourinho would win. When the award presenter took the stage, Huang Kaiwen's eyes lit up. FIFA is stirring things up. The professor elegantly approached the podium, without creating suspense, opened the envelope, glanced at it, and immediately revealed the card stating, Jose Mourinho. Mourinho walked onto the stage, quickly embraced Wenger, seized the trophy, and made his way to the lectern. He placed the trophy aside, hands in pockets, surveying the entire opera house before bowing and stating, "Someone once told me to express more emotions. I suggested they watch a movie. Coaches do not need to be so sentimental. I am unsure if I am correct, but I have succeeded." The words of a successful figure in football are akin to the Bible. Some say my success is due to Kevin. I have never denied that. But you must understand one thing. I am the best coach, and the best coach attracts the best players. My meeting with Kevin was destined. Finally, I wish to say one more thing. F the FA? The audience erupted in cheers following Mourinho's remarks, with many fans whistling and applauding. Mourinho is a person of great charisma. At the height of his success, he radiates an aura that commands respect. Huang Kaiwen was not at all surprised by Mourinho's remarks. Mourinho possesses an inherently aggressive demeanor, and it is only natural for him to exhibit a degree of arrogance after securing 7 championships. He has voiced his discontent regarding the schedule of the Club World Cup. Even today, during the award ceremony, Chelsea had a match to contend with, leaving Villas-Boas to manage the team from London. The following day, Chelsea faced yet another league match, a demanding schedule that is unique to the Premier League. Abramovich, rubbing his temples, inquired, "How long will he be suspended next?" "I don't know," Kung Yang replied, "but he will undoubtedly encounter trouble." With a sigh, Abramovich remarked, "This character of Jose is inherently troublesome. He is a significant burden. If it weren't for Kevin's desire to see him return to Chelsea, I would never have allowed it. At least he is remarkably talented." Kung Yang smiled and offered consolation. "I can't discern whether his achievements or his troubles are more abundant." Abramovich shook his head with a wry smile. He aspires for Chelsea to become the most beloved club in Europe, not merely among the fans, but also to foster close ties with the club, the FA, and UEFA, akin to traditional powerhouses like Real Madrid and Manchester United, where upper management can transition to prestigious roles after their departure. However, it seems Mourinho is intent on transforming Chelsea into a pariah across Europe. Following each slightly intense match, both the organizers and opponents find themselves subjected to his criticisms, which is the source of Abramovich's greatest concern. Upon stepping onto the stage, Manchester United legend Bobby Charlton opened the envelope with a somber tone, announcing, "The recipient of the Fair Play Award is our friend, Bobby Robson, who has been gone from us for 3 months. This should be his final accolade." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Sir Bobby Robson had been away from the coaching scene for several years, and the award was clearly of a consolatory nature. Mourinho, who had been so buoyant just moments ago, also lowered his head. The influence of Sir Bobby Robson on him was undeniably profound. After Paul Robson, Sir Bobby's eldest son, accepted the trophy, he stood and expressed, "Thank you, thank you." My father's love for football garnered him many accolades, and even in his final moments, he never forgot the game. Standing here today is a testament to the fact that he has not been forgotten, and apart from expressing my gratitude, I am at a loss for words. Sir Bobby Charlton embraced him and guided him off the stage. In this world, no matter one's excellence, one cannot escape the inevitabilities of life, aging, and death. A short film about Sir Bobby Robson played on the big screen, presented in reverse chronology, beginning with the twilight of his coaching career at Newcastle, gradually tracing back to Ronaldo and Mourinho, and finally showcasing images from his time as a player, culminating in photographs from his days with the Newcastle youth team. The venue was enveloped in darkness, and applause resonated throughout the hall. Robson is immortal, for he has left an indelible mark on everyone he encountered. He was not only a magnificent coach, but also a great man. We shall not forget his contributions, and we will steadfastly move forward, which is also his wish. After unsealing the envelope in his hands, Blatter turned to Huang Kaiwen and proclaimed, "The 2009 World Footballer of the Year is Kevin." Huang Kaiwen, with a smile, rose to embrace Kaka and his teammates before hastily ascending the stage. Blatter, holding the trophy, remarked, "I told you we would meet again soon." Indeed, it was quite soon, Huang Kaiwen responded as he shook Blatter's hand. Blatter then presented the trophy to Huang Kaiwen, who approached the podium and set the trophy aside. He began, "If you are a frequent moviegoer, you may have noticed that ardent fans often engage in excessive interpretation of a film, analyzing it to depths the director never intended. Such phenomena can also manifest in individuals, as exemplified by myself." His self-deprecating humor elicited warm laughter from the audience. He acknowledged his frequent appearances in newspapers and on television, stating, "I do not wish to boast of my excellence, for I am not as exceptional as they claim. Take my dear friend Cruyff. I swear I did not pay him to sing my praises during his commentary." The audience responded with even more enthusiastic applause, particularly the Italian players and coaches. Well aware of Cruyff's admiration for Huang Kaiwen, with a smile, Kako applauded vigorously. Huang Kaiwen's speech was once again interrupted. After nearly a minute, he resumed, "I know several outstanding coaches, though I shall refrain from naming them. I have noticed they all share a common trait. They emphasize the importance of mental strength, which I also firmly believe in. Each time I see in the newspapers what I am purported to be, I recognize that I am not as remarkable as they suggest. However, to avoid disappointing my fans and myself, I strive to become the person depicted in those articles. I will endeavor to win every match, pursue every championship, and secure every award, for this is what my fans desire, and it is also my own aspiration. Thank you all for your support. That is all I wish to say." The audience erupted into another round of fervent applause as Huang Kaiwen descended the stage with a smile. Mourinho approached him and said, "Congratulations, Kevin." Noticing the somber expression on Mourinho's face, Huang Kaiwen presumed it was due to Sir Robson's situation and offered, "Sir Robson would surely be pleased for you, coach." "We lost," Mourinho replied. "Lost the match?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Yes." Mourinho nodded. No wonder, Huang Kaiwen thought, as their deficit to Manchester United had widened, explaining Mourinho's grim demeanor. Upon learning that Mourinho had decided to return to London that very night, Huang Kaiwen took a few quick photographs before boarding the return flight with the entire team. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen awoke to find a news article in the Times. During an interview, Spurs chairman Levy vehemently denounced Mourinho, labeling him a deceiver and a thief. He accused Mourinho of clandestinely approaching his players, asserting that this was not the first instance of such behavior. In the summer, Mourinho had tasted success at Spurs and thus set his sights on them once more. Luka Modric's agent directly visited my office, informing me that his client no longer wished to represent Spurs and desired a transfer to Chelsea. What could I do? I apologize for the delay today. In a twist of fate, Buffon finally achieved his long-sought goal, as Modric's transfer fee soared to $30 million, despite having cost Spurs $22.5 million upon his initial acquisition. Such a transaction was evidently unwelcome by Spurs, yet with the player expressing his desire to leave, the club found itself with limited options. Rarely would a player of such high valuation be relegated to the stands to wither away. With the announcement made, we anticipated his presence post-transfer window. On December 28th, Chelsea secured a narrow 2-1 victory against Fulham, concluding their final match of 2009. Due to Mourinho's protests, the game against Hull City was postponed, granting the entire Chelsea squad a precious 3-day break, an elusive luxury amidst a demanding schedule. Abramovich organized a yacht party, inviting the entire team to partake in the festivities. Clearly exhilarated by the 7-time champion's achievements, this time, the grandeur of the event was notably elevated. On January 1st, Huang Kaiwen experienced a refreshing update in the shop, only to discover that the World Footballer of the Year had once again been snatched from under Messi's nose. The notification read, "Success. Successfully intercepted Barcelona player Messi's World Footballer title. Skill activated. Attributes replicated." It seemed that even Messi was at risk of being outshone. The characteristic, little flea Messi, Lionel Messi, bestowed enhancements to ball control and foot frequency, along with improved reaction speed and balance, significantly elevating the success rate of close-range dribbles. In disbelief, Huang Kaiwen marveled at the numerous successful interceptions of Messi's accolades, finally granting him an immediate and impactful characteristic. This attribute, when applied to an average player, could instantly transform them into a top-tier athlete. How remarkable! Indeed, Messi's prowess in close-quarter dribbling was formidable. After reveling in this excitement, Huang Kaiwen continued to peruse the details. Special template. Orochimaru, 1,000,000 destiny points. Templates. Sandor Cochise, 10,000 points. Puskas, 10,000 points. Zibber, 10,000 points. Skills. Heading timing mastery, 2,000 points. Badminton mastery, 100 points. Items. Injury immunity card, 20 points. Special item. Ashley Cole's wallet, 200 points. In astonishment, Huang Kaiwen recalled initially believing Orochimaru to be the ultimate antagonist. However, it became apparent that he was not the true villain, but rather a flawed character. Unexpectedly, he not only managed to redeem himself, but also returned to Konoha. Orochimaru's combat abilities were perplexing, with an alarmingly low resistance to Genjutsu, having been significantly influenced by his devoted disciple. Ultimately, Naruto embodies a narrative cloaked in the guise of a passionate manga, rooted in a doctrine of bloodlines. Orochimaru, inherently lacking, found that no amount of effort could alter his fate. In the subsequent ordinary template, the three individuals are all members of Hungary's golden generation. Under the national system of that era, the Hungarian national team was dubbed the unbeaten team. It seemed as if each player was a world-class athlete. However, since then, Hungary has been unable to replicate its former glory. The skill of timing headers was of little necessity for the King of Yellow. As for Ashley Cole's wallet, Huang Kaiwen was well aware of its contents. A few small umbrellas, several business cards, a handful of banknotes, and credit cards, all of which were hardly worth 200 points. Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire proficiency in badminton and immunity card. The skill of proficiency in badminton offers a slight enhancement in jumping ability and hand-eye coordination, elevating one's badminton prowess to a professional level. With two commendable upgrades, Huang Kaiwen was quite satisfied with this refresh. He lay in bed, drifting off to sleep early. "Good morning, Albert," Huang Kaiwen said. "Good morning, sir," the old butler replied while organizing the newspaper. He had not anticipated Huang Kaiwen would rise so early. Seated at the dining table, Huang Kaiwen sipped a glass of water and began his breakfast. The Times still carried Levy's accusations. In this day and age, players could not simply be persuaded to renew contracts on a whim. Clearly, Bale and Modric had not been sold at his psychological price. But Tottenham had been suffering losses in internal Premier League transfers for quite some time. Initially, he had negotiated a lucrative deal to sell Berbatov to Manchester City, only for Berbatov to take a private flight to undergo a medical with Manchester United. Not every player possessed the temper of a Kaiser. Flipping to the back, Huang Kaiwen nearly choked. An article read that AC Milan had successfully signed Bayern Munich player Toni Kroos. Damn, they've raided the midfield completely. Huang Kaiwen was unaware of such significant dealings on Milan's part. Although Coach Ku was known for his blunt speech and tendency to offend others, his prowess was undeniably formidable. Now, the successor to Pirlo had arrived. Toni Kroos, Ambrosini, Gattuso, Pirlo, Kaká, Ronaldinho. Huang Kaiwen contemplated crafting a graphic to inquire who could possibly defeat this midfield. If necessary, he could always rely on Gattuso to put in some extra effort. Milan had seemingly developed a penchant for German players, and Huang Kaiwen decided to inquire further. "What is the situation with Kroos?" he asked Galliani over the phone. "Due to the aging players, we are looking to find successors. Our scouts believe that German players are undervalued, yet highly practical. We are currently evaluating a pair of brothers," Galliani explained from the other end of the line. "All right. You handle it as you see fit," Huang Kaiwen replied before hanging up. The brothers from the Bundesliga, whether they were the Binders or the Boatings, were all promising talents who had yet to break through. Investing in them would surely yield benefits. Even if they weren't suited for Milan, they could be loaned out for development, and someone would surely take them on. Huang Kaiwen had always enjoyed utilizing the Binder brothers in FM. It was quite intriguing that a pair of siblings could both compete in top-tier leagues. After finishing his breakfast, Huang Kaiwen headed to the team with Ramos. Today marks the first day of Modric's arrival at the club. It is expected that, for the foreseeable future, Modric will become one of the favored playmakers of the Yellow King, as he finds himself in unfamiliar territory at Chelsea. It is only fitting that the Yellow King extends a gesture of goodwill. Is it truly necessary to place such significance on a player from Tottenham? Ramos, behind the wheel, inquired. "I find him quite impressive," replied Huang Kaiwen. "Has he attended university?" Ramos asked, gripping the steering wheel. "Perhaps not," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Ramos certainly holds his status as a university student in high regard. Perhaps before he graduates, we should find an opportunity to assist him in obtaining a postgraduate qualification." Upon arriving at Cobham, the two disregarded the journalists gathered at the entrance, accelerating directly into the parking lot. Huang Kaiwen took a moment to glance at the parked cars, all of which appeared to be in pristine condition. Although he knew it was unlikely that Higuain would target him, he still hesitated to drive the Ferrari bestowed upon him by Abramovich. If the wheels were indeed taken off, acquiring original replacements would not be an easy task. "Good morning, Gonzalo." As Huang Kaiwen entered the locker room, he spotted Higuain changing clothes. "Morning, Kevin." "Morning, Sergio," Higuain greeted with a smile. The captain and the newcomers have already hit the training pitch. Understood, Huang Kaiwen nodded. Terry has a particularly noticeable habit after a night out. He tends to arrive at training excessively early the following day. This may stem from a compensatory mindset, a desire to train diligently and redeem himself, though it seldom lasts more than a few days. Huang Kaiwen mused that perhaps Terry should consult a psychologist. There might be some underlying issues at play. After changing, Huang Kaiwen stepped onto the training field to commence a light warm-up. Terry waved and called out, "Hey, Kevin, let me introduce you to the newcomer. I already know him." Huang Kaiwen replied, turning to greet, "Good morning, Luca." "Hello, Kevin. I've been eager to play alongside you." Modric extended his hand. His decision to join Chelsea was largely influenced by Huang Kaiwen's presence here, a sentiment echoed by many. "You both arrived quite early," remarked Villas-Boas as he approached the training ground. "Didn't he sleep well last night, coach?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, noticing Villas-Boas's dark circles. Villas-Boas nodded, explaining, "I couldn't sleep after working late, so I went for a walk and returned home rather late. Do take care to rest. The work is never-ending, coach," Huang Kaiwen advised. Villas-Boas nodded and turned towards the office. After a while, teammates gradually arrived at the training ground. Mourinho summoned Modric to the front, stating, "This is our new addition, Luka Modric. His skills are commendable, but I will not place him in the starting lineup simply because the club spent 30 million euros on him. Each of you is equal. I will field the players who perform best during training." Deco's expression darkened. Even though Mourinho said this, he understood well the true purpose of Modric's arrival. British newspapers had long suggested that Mourinho acquire someone to fill Deco's position. At times, Mourinho would rather deploy Ballack as an attacking midfielder than grant him any playing time, which speaks volumes about his dissatisfaction with the player. With the arrival of a new midfielder, Ballack's future at Chelsea appeared bleak. During training, Deco further solidified his perspective. The new teammate was stronger than he had anticipated. At lunch, Modric found himself seated next to Bale. The two had previously been teammates at Tottenham, and it was a comfort to have a familiar face in this new environment. Modric reflected for a moment before continuing. The coach places great emphasis on Kevin. He struggled to find the appropriate adjectives. Of course, at Chelsea, as long as you can deliver good passes to Kevin, you can secure your position in the starting lineup. Bale nodded toward Huang Kaiwen's table, recalling, "Do you remember Huntelaar? We once discussed his transfer to Chelsea." Upon his arrival, the first thing he did was enhance his physical training, transforming from a Van Nistelrooy type forward into a new Drogba. "Is there any particular reasoning behind this?" Modric inquired, his mouth full, making his question somewhat indistinct. "The distinction is significant," Bale replied, shaking his head. "A forward like Van Nistelrooy only shoots and relies on teammates for passes. Drogba, on the other hand, often creates opportunities for his teammates. Just get the ball and look for a chance to pass to Kevin." "Didn't the coach say that Chelsea wouldn't overly depend on any single player?" Modric questioned, perplexed. Bale burst into laughter, nearly spewing his food. His teammates turned to him, and he gestured apologetically with one hand while clutching his stomach with the other. After a moment, he managed to suppress his amusement and said, "Let me tell you, the coach's words are merely for show. If you step onto the pitch and see Kevin open without passing to him, the coach will immediately reprimand you, and you might even be substituted." "Is it really that outrageous?" Modric asked. Such an extreme reliance on a star player is clearly at odds with modern football principles. Even Tottenham doesn't employ such tactics. "That's just how it is. You'll understand quickly once you play," Bale explained. "What about the other players? Do they have any objections?" Modric queried. "Objections? Why would there be any?" Bale replied, astonished. "Kevin's efficiency is remarkable, and his skill is exceptional. Isn't it advantageous to pass to a stronger teammate? He hasn't lost a match yet. It's truly impressive." "I see," Modric mused, nodding thoughtfully. Having been loaned to Bosnia at a young age, Modric grew up in an environment rife with conflict and organized crime. Unlike Bale, who was somewhat reserved except around familiar faces, Modric's upbringing taught him that shyness equated to vulnerability. He was not as dull as he appeared, in a competitive environment where everyone aspired to ascend. Successful individuals often grasp the intricacies of social interaction. Training at Chelsea felt quite positive. Although the outside world labeled it as Huang Kaiwen's team, Modric did not perceive Huang Kaiwen as particularly exceptional. He found him quite approachable, devoid of any sense of superiority. As the evening training session concluded, Modric was changing clothes in preparation for his journey home. Huang Kaiwen presented him with a gift box, stating, A token of our meeting, a memento from my 800-meter run. Modric stared blankly at the box in his hands. Bale nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Take it. Everyone has one. Kaiwen is quite generous. You'll understand soon enough." Upon unwrapping the box, Modric discovered a finely crafted wristwatch, its back engraved with the words "Champions from London." "By the way, if you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me," Huang Kaiwen added, recalling that Modric's agent was a source of complications. In South America and Eastern Europe, many similar agents dominate domestic transfers and matches. Numerous Brazilian players have been lured to Europe by agents seeking to profit from transfer fees and commissions, often signing players to long-term contracts at shockingly low rates, sacrificing their interests for personal gain. The future development of these players in Europe is of little concern to them. It was rumored that when Modric transferred to Tottenham, his agent pocketed over €10 million from the transfer fee, a sum that rivals illicit earnings and speed. Huang Kaiwen had not heard of any ownership issues surrounding Modric. The money his agent extracted was likely part of the transfer share designated for the player in the contract. Regardless of their relationship, it would be implausible for someone recently liberated from poverty to bestow over $10 million upon an agent. It seemed Modric endured this for the sake of his agent's influence, especially since his family still resided in Croatia, and he would eventually return to play for the national team. Thus, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "We are teammates. Let us assist each other. Don't spend your career merely working for others." Modric gazed pensively at the watch in his hand. On his first day at Chelsea, without having participated in a single match, he received gifts worth tens of thousands of pounds. On January 3rd, during the third round of the FA Cup, Chelsea faced Watford. Huang Kaiwen found himself on the substitutes bench. Shortly after the match commenced, Huntelaar and Quaresma scored 2 goals in quick succession. Ashley Cole, observing the field, asked, "Kaiwen, do you think the boss has an issue with me?" Huang Kaiwen replied, "You just realized? Mourinho's disdain for you is hardly concealed." However, he refrained from voicing this opinion. "Why do you say that?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Although I know Gareth was acquired to be my substitute, he has played far too many matches. I'm not fragile like you. I don't need a month's rest to play just one game," Ashley Cole expressed with concern. Huang Kaiwen shot a glance at Cole. "Damn it. It's only because of your good character that I'm even talking to you. Anyone else would be demanding the coach intensify his focus on you. What do you think about me mentioning this to the boss?" Ashley Cole continued. "What do you mean? What would you like to tell the coach?" Huang Kaiwen queried. "To ask when I can play again. After all, I am the world's best fullback," Ashley Cole asserted. "The best in the world?" Deco scoffed after listening for a while. "So tell me, will the team lose when you're not on the field?" "No." Ashley Cole shook his head and replied. "Then how can you claim to be the world's best? Where is the evidence of your significance?" Deco continued to inquire. "When you play, the team does not lose. When you do not play, the team still does not lose. So, why should you be on the field?" Ashley Cole was taken aback, feeling that Deco had a valid point. Huang Kaiwen, stifling a laugh, glanced at the pitch, recognizing Deco's mischievous intent. It was evident that he was frustrated over losing his position and was deliberately trying to unsettle Ashley Cole. The latter was momentarily bewildered by the exchange. Ultimately, Chelsea triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory, securing their advancement. Had it not been for Mourinho's instruction to temper their play, the scoreline could have easily reached double digits. "Let South celebrate at my place tonight. We have a new teammate joining us," Huang Kaiwen remarked while changing clothes. "Let us go," Terry nodded in agreement. "I could use a drink," Ashley Cole added. "As long as you can handle it." Huang Kaiwen shrugged nonchalantly. Modric, still trying to grasp the situation, followed his teammates as they departed. On the way, he made a point to call his girlfriend to inform her he wouldn't be home for dinner. Feeling somewhat out of place for his first visit to Huang Kaiwen's home, Modric was reassured by Bale, who urged him, "Don't be polite with Kaiwen. We often gather at his house. But with so many people, won't it be too much trouble?" Modric asked, gesturing toward their teammates. "It's nothing. Kaiwen will manage everything," Bale assured him with a smile. Terry, tending to the grill, called out, "Stop chatting over there. It's freezing. Come help out for a bit, and you'll warm up." "All right. Let us go roast some meat," Bale said. "Oh, okay." Modric followed Bale to assist. With many hands at work, the first batch was ready in no time. The Chelsea players wasted no time, each filling their plates. The meat on the grill quickly vanished. Terry, observing Modric as he continued to place meat on the grill, advised, "Don't just grill, make sure you eat some yourself." "I understand, Captain," Modric nodded. "Just call me John. There's no need for titles among friends." Those rascals don't treat me like a captain anyway. Terry chuckled while holding a skewer of grilled meat. That's because you're not suited for it. If it were up to me, I'd choose Kaiwen. Check, fiddling with the television, chimed in. I'd pick Kaiwen too. If he were captain, he might even give us gifts. Ashley Cole quickly concurred. See, those rascals, Terry laughed. Check finally managed to get the screen working, and everyone gathered around the television. It's surprising to see Juventus in third place in their group, heading to the Europa League, Drogba commented. It's been restructured. It's now called the Europa League. Ashley Cole clarified. Porto is impressive, surpassing Bayern and Juventus. Fool, that's Bordeaux, a French team. Czech retorted. Having previously played in Ligue 1 with Rennes and being well acquainted with French clubs, there is hardly a difference between Bordeaux and Porto, Ashley Cole muttered. Silence. The draw has commenced. Terry admonished. This year, Bayern and Inter Milan both secured the second position in their respective groups. Drawing such teams would undoubtedly lead to a battle for survival. I heard this year's Champions League will be held at the Bernabeu. What are your thoughts? Ashley Cole inquired. I have no particular sentiments. It is merely a change of venue for the championship, Huang Kaiwen replied. Milan's opponent was the first to be drawn. They were matched against Lyon. Shortly thereafter, Fiorentina drew Bayern. Arsenal faced Porto, while Barcelona encountered Stuttgart. Finally, it was Chelsea's turn. For second place teams remained CSKA Moscow, Olympiacos, Marseille, and Inter Milan. Among them, Inter possessed the strongest capabilities, and playing at CSKA's ground would be quite challenging, especially in February and March when temperatures in Russia plummet below -10 degrees. The other two teams were deemed acceptable. The players fixated intently on the television screen, hoping for a draw against either the Greek side or Marseille. The draw host extracted a ball inscribed with the black Inter. No way. Is there some foul play involved? Damn it. Once again we face an Italian team in the knockout stage. Inter Milan is not an easy opponent, the Chelsea players lamented. Why does Arsenal get to play against Porto? Damn, they simply do not wish for us to defend our title. The players voiced their grievances. This year, Inter was particularly formidable, and Deschamps' squad performed exceptionally well. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength of Barcelona in their group, they would surely have topped the standings. Facing two matches of championship caliber in the round of 16, it was understandable that the Chelsea players felt discontented. All right. We'll have to face them sooner or later, Terry clapped his hands. Indeed, the earlier we encounter them, the better. Perhaps our next opponent will be more manageable. After all, our goal is the championship, and we must confront strong teams. Huang Kaiwen concurred. It appears we have no choice, Czech nodded. More surprising to Huang Kaiwen than Inter's draw was Juventus' inconsistency. Their performance had been rather unstable in recent years. Since the phone-tapping scandal led to their relegation, they had struggled to recover. Although they had purchased numerous players, few had met expectations. Perhaps he should take a moment to call Buffon and Del Piero, and casually inquire if they had ever heard the adage, success in the casino, failure on the pitch. January 16th, outside the locker room at Stamford Bridge. Before Huang Kaiwen could enter, Mourinho called him over. Is there something you need, coach? Huang Kaiwen asked. Although Sunderland's coach was no longer keen, they had hired yet another former Manchester United captain. Mourinho rubbed his temples. Steve Bruce? Huang Kaiwen queried. Yes, precisely, Mourinho affirmed. These former Manchester United rascals will undoubtedly seek ways to undermine us. Even if they cannot claim victory, they will strive to create some troubles for us. What do you need me to do, coach? Huang Kaiwen asked. I wish for you to start today. Aim to secure a victory by halftime, so we can make some rotations, Mourinho instructed. All right, no problem, Huang Kaiwen nodded. What position will you be playing? Huang Kaiwen directly chose to participate in the lottery. With a chime, he obtained a 24-hour experience card for the match between Deportivo La Coruña and Sevilla in the 17th round of the 1999-2000 La Liga season, along with the attribute of Huang Kaiwen, steadfast will. Djamminha. He is indeed a Brazilian prodigy, albeit with a rather tempestuous temperament that has marred his professional career. Utilizing the experience card was successful, granting him the attribute of steadfast will, Huang Kaiwen. This characteristic significantly enhances one's stamina and determination, ensuring that one remains unfazed on the pitch. Huang Kaiwen remarked, I shall play as a winger then. Very well, go change your attire, Mourinho encouraged, patting Huang Kaiwen on the shoulder. Currently, Chelsea trails Manchester United by 6 points, making it imperative that they avoid any losses. Sunderland, while generally mediocre, possesses a few commendable players who could potentially spring a surprise against Chelsea. A draw, at the very least, would substantially bolster Manchester United's chances of clinching the title. Mourinho is certainly troubled by the coaches of Manchester United, lamenting that his coaching tenure began too late in life. Had he started earlier, the camaraderie with his players might have allowed them to assist him in thwarting title rivals after their own retirements. The players have commenced their warm-ups, with the cameras frequently capturing Luka Modric, whose transfer has incensed Tottenham. Modric performed admirably in the previous FA Cup match. Mourinho has had his sights set on Modric for quite some time, having pursued him during the summer. It is likely that upon seeing Chelsea secure 7 titles, Modric felt compelled to join, given the challenges of seeking glory at a mid-table team like Tottenham. Transferring to Chelsea in the winter could very well lead him to championship glory by season's end. However, today's match will not be an easy endeavor. Chelsea currently ranks second, 6 points behind Manchester United. Sunderland's coach, the former Manchester United captain Steve Bruce, undoubtedly harbors intentions to assist his mentor in undermining Chelsea. Mourinho is likely aware of this dynamic as well. Let us now examine the starting lineups. Chelsea, in a 4-3-3 formation, features goalkeeper Petr Cech, defenders Ashley Cole, Ricardo Carvalho, John Terry, and Sergio Ramos, midfielders Luka Modric, Belletti, and Michael Ballack, and forwards Huang Kaiwen, Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, and Gareth Bale. Sunderland, in a 4-4-2 formation, includes goalkeeper Martin Fulop, defenders McCartney, Paulo da Silva, Rock Carner, and Phil Bardsley, midfielders Joe Murphy, David Mailer, Jordan Henderson, and Mal Brank, and forwards Kenwyne Jones and Darren Bent. Sunderland's lineup boasts impressive speed, favoring quick counterattacks, a quality they share with Chelsea. Indeed, several players have shown great promise. Ferguson has previously expressed admiration for Henderson. Yet the competition in Manchester United's midfield is fierce. Today, Mourinho bestowed upon us quite a surprise. Without elaborating on the unconventional positioning of Belletti in a defensive midfield role, something he has previously undertaken, he astonishingly assigned the fullback Bale to the right-winger position, compelling Bale to play on his weaker foot. This abrupt transition from defender to winger raises questions about the young talent's adaptability. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, referee Chris Foy signaled the commencement of the match. It seemed that Terry had lost a coin toss. Chelsea would have to contend with the glaring sunshine. As Huang Kaiwen received the ball, he felt a momentary dazzle. Just as he lifted his hand, Mal Brank intervened, deftly nudging the ball behind him. Modric hurried to the flank to retrieve it. He noticed Huang Kaiwen making a forward run but hesitated, uncertain whether to pass. Having discussed numerous strategies with Bale regarding playing alongside Huang Kaiwen, today marked their inaugural appearance together, and Modric found himself momentarily indecisive. Glancing at Mal Brank, who was closely pursuing Huang Kaiwen, Modric resolved to bide his time. Bent made a swift advance towards Modric. In a deft maneuver, Modric turned and, with a flick of his toe, dispatched the ball to the advancing Ramos. As Ramos seized the ball on the right flank, Murphy, caught off guard, was left helpless as Ramos unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The resounding thud echoed as the ball soared towards the left side of the pitch. In motion, Huang Kaiwen angled his body slightly, allowing the ball to glide over and meet his chest before settling at his feet. Observing the multitude of defenders surrounding him, with an entire defensive line ahead, Modric could not help but shake his head. Such rudimentary attacking tactics seemed relics of a lower league. He recognized Huang Kaiwen's prowess. Yet faced with a formidable defensive line, the challenge loomed large. Jordan Henderson seized the opportunity to position himself in front of Huang Kaiwen as he controlled the ball. With so many defenders, how could they be overcome? Modric had no choice but to quicken his pace, striving to offer support. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Huang Kaiwen did not pivot. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the ball towards Sunderland's penalty area. Henderson, positioned a short distance from Huang Kaiwen, lowered his center of gravity, parting his legs in anticipation. Despite the presence of 4 defenders behind him, a sense of insecurity enveloped him. As Huang Kaiwen approached with measured steps, Henderson braced himself. He understood the futility of one-on-one defense and resolved to challenge Huang Kaiwen. Before Henderson could react, Huang Kaiwen lifted his left foot. Instinctively, alarm sounded in Henderson's mind. The coach had cautioned against allowing Huang Kaiwen to shoot near the penalty area. Yet, recalling Huang Kaiwen's shot velocity exceeding 200 km per hour, Henderson instinctively yielded ground, preparing merely to intercept the impending strike. However, The unfolding events defied Henderson's expectations. Huang Kaiwen's left foot rose high but descended gently, nudging the ball past Henderson's outstretched leg. A feint. Goodness, he had been deceived. As Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, he had already swung his left foot. And despite Lacana's desperate attempt to slide tackle, he was a heartbeat too late, allowing the ball to soar past him and head straight for the goal. Martin Fulop made a glaring misjudgment. He opted to dive sideways, yet the ball was directed towards the near post, bouncing in front of him before effortlessly slipping past his body and nestling into the net. The earlier display of Huang Kaiwen's prowess on television seemed exaggerated, but witnessing it live revealed an even greater spectacle. The initial moments of the match felt entirely different from the ongoing play, with the opposing formation remaining compact. Attempting to break through became significantly more challenging. He had anticipated Huang Kaiwen to employ some dazzling footwork, skillfully maintaining possession on the left flank to draw defensive attention before delivering a pass. However, to his surprise, Huang Kaiwen simply surged forward. He had stood directly behind Huang Kaiwen, observing his every maneuver. During a feigned shot, a subtle shoulder movement prompted Henderson to shift right and extend his leg. Upon entering the penalty area, he noticed Bardsley advancing. Huang Kaiwen, while still raising his shoulder and feigning to carry the ball left, delayed Bardsley's immediate approach, resulting in Lacana's sliding tackle being the first defensive action. In contrast to Huang Kaiwen's technical skills, Modric was more astonished by his awareness and reaction speed. Previously, while watching on television, he often felt that Huang Kaiwen's speed and explosiveness were remarkable, allowing him to stay a step ahead. Yet, observing closely as a teammate, Modric recognized Huang Kaiwen's intelligence on the field. No wonder Bale often spoke of finding opportunities to pass to Huang Kaiwen. Modric couldn't help but smile wryly. During his time at Spurs, he placed greater emphasis on timing in his passes, the so-called key passes. Although Spurs forwards were quick, their awareness and shooting skills were lacking, necessitating refined passing techniques to assist them. This habit of seeking the right moment to deliver a pass had been cultivated. However, it appeared that such an approach needed reevaluation at Chelsea, where seemingly any pass could yield an assist. Perhaps this could be termed a fortunate dilemma. At just 49 years of age, Steve Bruce, already graying, stood on the sidelines clapping and shouting, "Everyone, get your act together. Do not allow them to waltz into the penalty area. If we win, each of you will be a hero." A Manchester United captain who does not aspire to succeed Ferguson is not worthy of the title. Steve Bruce harbored ambitions of returning to manage Manchester United, yet his current performance seemed lacking. A few defenders exchanged incredulous glances, surprised that a coach with a defensive background could utter such words. Just days ago, he had commented on the inability of United players to defend against Cantona. Now he was challenging them to contend with players even more formidable. As both teams returned to the midfield, awaiting the kickoff, Henderson's gaze towards Huang Kaiwen was filled with complexity. Sunderland resumed play, quickly passing to the flanks. Joe Murphy surged forward, the ball slightly out of reach as he dribbled. Gareth Bale seized the opportunity and rushed in. His speed surpassed that of Murphy, allowing him to intercept the ball first. He deftly nudged it with his right foot, but failed to connect with his left, necessitating a quick pivot. Murphy had already closed in behind Bale, and the two became entangled in a struggle in the attacking zone. With no other option, Bale executed a back pass. It was evident that Bale felt somewhat awkward playing on the right flank. Indeed, Mourinho likely believed in Bale's speed and attacking prowess, envisioning a transformation into a winger. However, Chelsea's left side belonged to Kevin Huang, leaving Bale to contend with the right. In truth, playing on the right with his left foot could yield better results. As the tactic of crossing from the flanks waned, inverted wingers cutting inside became the preference of elite teams. Although Huang is left-footed, his right foot is equally proficient, making it challenging for Bale to compete with him. I must admit, I am skeptical about Bale's performance on the right. In his time at Real Madrid, Robin struggled to find synergy with Huang in the same position, only to showcase his true potential at Bayern. Ah, what a spectacle! Ramos launched a cross into the penalty area, and Huntelaar's header was blocked by Locarno, resulting in a corner for Chelsea. Modric instinctively moved towards the left corner flag. "Kevin, will you take it?" Ballack inquired. Modric halted his advance. Huang chuckled, shaking his head. "Let Luka handle it. He is the corner taker at Spurs." Without a word, Ballack made his way into the penalty area. Huang entered the box, only to be closely marked by Henderson, who, having been outmaneuvered by Huang previously, was determined not to give him another chance. Observing this, Huang led Henderson away from the 6-yard box, running all the way to the edge of the penalty area. Modric approached and delivered the ball into the center. Henderson promptly charged into the box. Ballack leaped to contest, but lost his balance, stumbling backward and inadvertently taking Locarno down with him. As the ball soared past them to the far post, Paulo da Silva seized the moment, powerfully heading the ball out of the penalty area. Both teams' players followed the ball's trajectory, retreating. Huang halted the ball with his foot. "Tackle him!" shouted Sunderland manager Steve Bruce from the sidelines, his voice piercing. Yet, contrary to Bruce's expectations, Huang did not unleash a long-range shot. He remained still, waiting for Henderson to advance. As both players approached the edge of the penalty area, Huang gently nudged the ball forward with his right foot. Suddenly, he exploded into action, his right foot striking the ball as his entire weight shifted forward. Sunderland defenders surrounded Huang from 3 directions. At that moment, Bruce released a sigh of relief. But in the next instant, the seasoned former Manchester United captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Huang, with his right heel planted, utilized his left foot for support. Leaping into the air while tucking his legs back, his left foot descended swiftly, while his right prepared for another powerful strike. A rainbow flick. Insanity ensued. The fans were ecstatic. Commentators worldwide were beside themselves. In a moment of extraordinary skill, Huang Kaiwen executed a rainbow flick while being encircled by 3 defenders, with several others looming in front of him. The ball soared from the left side of the penalty area, arching gracefully over the heads of multiple players, landing precisely at Huntelaar's feet. As he lifted his right foot, the ball struck his calf and fell directly before him. Was this a goal in the making? Even Mourinho couldn't suppress his anxiety. After a brief adjustment, Huntelaar swung his right foot, but Sunderland's McCartney lunged in desperation, deflecting the ball swiftly towards the sidelines. A crime. Huntelaar's actions could be deemed criminal. Cladelli shouted in fury. We had witnessed a moment in football history marked by imagination and brilliance. Yet it was all marred by the actions of a Dutchman. Mourinho should seize the opportunity before the transfer window closes to swap Huntelaar for Van Persie, along with an additional 30 million. The disparity between Huntelaar and Van Persie is as stark as that between Van Persie and Kevin, from his shooting stance. One might even mistake him for a Dutch defender. Had he been slightly taller, one could have easily imagined Stam taking the shot. Huntelaar squandered a pass laden with artistic flair, wasting a chance destined for the annals of history. Kevin's rainbow flick found him precisely amidst a throng of defenders. Yet he faltered in delivering the ball into the net under the pressure of a defender's tackle. If I may say, failing to score this time, Huntelaar should be sentenced to the electric chair. A collective sigh echoed throughout Stamford Bridge. Kneeling in the penalty area, Huntelaar buried his face in his hands. Had he shot a fraction quicker without adjusting, or perhaps feinted before firing, he may have evaded the defender's block. At that moment, he had not anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would deliver the ball to him. Overcome with excitement upon receiving the pass, he adjusted and shot hastily. Now, a twinge of regret washed over him for having squandered a beautiful assist. Get up, mate, Huang Kaiwen said, bending down and extending his hand. I'm sorry, Kevin, Huntelaar replied, lifting his gaze. Next time, just score the goal, Huang Kaiwen encouraged with a smile. But such a splendid assist may not come again. I wasted the opportunity, Huntelaar lamented, his tone tinged with disappointment. Even if Huang Kaiwen and the fans bore him no ill will, Huntelaar could not escape his own self-reproach. As a player born in the Netherlands, he fully understood the value of such a pass. He had squandered what could be termed a century-defining assist. Even the most exquisite play culminates in merely a goal. Huang Kaiwen grasped Huntelaar's arm, pulling him to his feet with determination. But Kevin, there's no buts here. Don't wear that long face, Huang Kaiwen chided, playfully ruffling Huntelaar's hair as he draped an arm around his neck, guiding him towards the sidelines. If you keep this up, the coach will send you to Real Madrid to play in the Europa League. Applause erupted at Stamford Bridge. Kevin. Although the missed opportunity was regrettable, Huang Kaiwen's subsequent performance brought joy to the Chelsea supporters. Perhaps it is only with such character that one can possess skills to match. The Sunderland players congregated on the right flank. Most of the players retreated to their own half for defense, with only Darren Bent remaining in Chelsea's half, poised to capitalize on a counterattack. Henderson once again positioned himself in front of Kevin Huang. McCartney approached the sideline but kept glancing over his shoulder, evidently waiting to guard against Huang. Kevin Huang gestured backwards, prompting Ramos to take a step back for a run-up. As Ramos made his move, Huang feigned a charge into the penalty area, only to pivot and retreat, while Ramos sent the ball soaring in the opposite direction of the opposing penalty area. Caught unawares, Henderson attempted to turn but stumbled, losing his footing on the grass. Bent, stationed near the center line, hastily sprinted back. His pace was commendable, yet Huang's speed surpassed his own. Having anticipated the ball's trajectory, Huang pretended to misjudge its landing, taking 2 steps backward to allow Bent to accelerate. He then swiftly turned to charge toward the ball, taking only a step before twisting his body, maneuvering from the left side of the ball to its right. Bent, in pursuit, was left bewildered by Huang's sequence of movements, rushing past him in a daze. At this moment, Huang had already circled behind the ball. Remarkable. Huang had deftly outplayed his opponent without touching the ball. On the field, Huang truly played with unparalleled freedom. He passed the ball to Modric, who took a couple of steps back before pivoting. Noticing Bent closing in, Modric deftly transferred the ball from his right foot to his left, but Bent, instead of retracting, applied extra force. Modric was struck, sending the ball ricocheting backward. The referee had already raised the whistle to his lips, but refrained from blowing it upon seeing Huang dash to the left to receive the ball. Malbranque charged toward Huang. With a swift motion, Huang brushed his right foot over the ball, executing a half bicycle kick before flicking it to the right with the outside of his foot. Malbranque kept pace, but Huang, with a deft touch, hooked the ball back and accelerated to the left, driving forward. Henderson seized the opportunity and quickly positioned himself in front of Huang. After 2 consecutive dribbling maneuvers, Huang's center of gravity shifted multiple times, leaving him unable to adjust for further tricks. Henderson, having discerned this, deliberately obstructed Huang's path. With a sudden stop of his left foot, Huang pivoted and delivered a pass with his right foot. Phil Bardsley quickly closed in on the advancing Ashley Cole. Without pausing the ball, Cole nudged it towards the center, where Huntelaar, arriving alongside Lacana, seized the opportunity to strike it toward the baseline. Completing a wall pass with Cole. As Cole pursued the ball, he noticed the rapidly advancing Huang. He darted to the left side of the ball, delivering a precise backward triangle pass. The ball rolled swiftly past the oncoming Kana toward the left side of the penalty arc. Danger. Move up, Bardsley shouted. Paul da Silva promptly abandoned Bale to rush toward Huang. However, after Huang Kaiwen expertly controlled the ball, he swiftly swung his left foot, delicately curling it towards the lower left side of the ball. With a resounding thud, the ball darted past da Silva, tracing an exaggerated arc as it soared toward the goal. The goalkeeper, Fulop, prepared to make a save, only to realize that the trajectory of the ball was entirely unexpected. The curve was too pronounced. Before he could reassess the situation, the ball had already soared over his head, spiraling fiercely into the right side of the net. Huntelaar and Bale immediately rushed towards Huang Kaiwen, only to discover that he was not even positioned for a shot. Some fans in the stands had already noticed that as soon as Huang Kaiwen swung his left foot, he had turned and sprinted back. A confident life of 200 years, capable of striking water 3,000 miles. Huang Kaiwen's self-assurance was undoubtedly proportional to his skill. Stamford Bridge erupted in fervor. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. Although Huang Kaiwen exhibited excellence daily, Chelsea fans particularly adored this flamboyant and confident version of him. Kevin. Kevin. The omnipotent Kevin. A hallmark Kevin goal. After Huntelaar squandered Kevin's magnificent pass, Kevin orchestrated the ensuing attack with a throw-in. He first directed Ramos to toss the ball back, then guided his teammates from the right flank to the left, and after a series of precise passes, Kevin found space to receive the ball just outside the penalty area. While Chelsea's intricate build-up play was commendable, the value of the final shot eclipsed all preceding efforts. The Sunderland goalkeeper was prepared to make a save, but soon realized that the ball's curve exceeded his expectations. By the time he adjusted his position for a save, he once again underestimated the arc of the ball. Such shots were utterly indefensible. Even Buffon would have faced the same fate. No one anticipated that Kevin would execute a strike from the intersection of the extended line of the left post in the penalty area, sending the ball into the right side of the net with such an extraordinary curve, surpassing even the arcs seen in Dindo Barris's films. Most astonishingly, after the shot, Kevin turned away immediately. In truth, Kevin could sense after every shot whether it would find the net, yet against Sunderland, he opted for this flamboyant yet unconventional display. Typically, he felt a sense of pity for such weaker opponents. Based on Kevin's performance today, Coupled with recent media narratives, I believe he was responding to Pelé, aiming to please him. Although I do not think Pelé has any grounds to critique Kevin, aside from being older and having been born earlier, he possesses no qualities that surpass Kevin. This is precisely what makes Kevin so admirable. Even the opinions of a weaker figure like Pelé are met with his willingness to extract the useful parts. This is the key to Kevin's success. Buffon, once again called out, could only chuckle in disbelief. Yet he acknowledged Cruyff's assertion. Even he would have been unable to save that goal. The exaggerated arc of the ball was evident even from the camera's viewpoint on the television screen. As the goalkeeper stood on the goal line, it was impossible to assess the situation until the ball had already crossed the line. He could only continually adjust his anticipated position. Even if he were in the same situation, he would react like the Sunderland goalkeeper, preparing to jump only to find himself helplessly watching the ball sail past. Such a strike is far more challenging than those aimed at the crossbar or the absolute corners of the goal. On a fortunate day, a goalkeeper might save a shot directed at the corners, but there would be no opportunity to stop this one. Huang Kaiwen's kick was a torment for the goalkeeper, rendering him almost foolish. Buffon sighed deeply, slumping back into the sofa, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceiling. He could not comprehend it. Bayern is undoubtedly one of the most prestigious clubs in football. Huang Kaiwen changes teams every 2 years. Why has Bayern not taken any concrete action? As the game resumed, Henderson sought out Huang Kaiwen again. "Jordan, how about coming to Chelsea to play?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Henderson was taken aback, staring at Huang Kaiwen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that someone of Huang Kaiwen's stature would extend an invitation to a player like him, who often went unnoticed. At that moment, Mourinho Fellaini passed the ball to Henderson, who was completely oblivious. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Kaiwen deftly intercepted the ball and surged forward. This action seemed to signal the start of a race. The Sunderland players sprinted back, while the Chelsea players charged ahead, instantly reversing the dynamics of the match. Steve Bruce observed his protégé Henderson with a complex expression. He had believed him to be one of the more astute English players, yet today's performance was profoundly disappointing. Henderson, having made a mistake, was desperately trying to recover, even as the distance between him and Huang Kaiwen widened. David Mailer abandoned his defensive zone, advancing toward the left flank. Bardsley, forsaking his position in defense, charged directly at Huang Kaiwen, accompanied by Mourinho Fellaini, who circled back from the center. The entire Sunderland defense swiftly converged on the left side. As Huang Kaiwen made his run, he deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, feigning a diagonal dash toward the penalty area. However, in the next moment, he pivoted and executed a long pass. The ball swiftly traversed the entire half, heading toward the vulnerable right side. Huang Kaiwen strolled casually toward the center, while the Sunderland players were startled, rushing frantically to the right. McCarthy dashed toward Ramos, while Joe Murphy sprinted towards Bale, who was positioned behind Ramos. Ramos turned and passed to Ballack, continuing his forward run. Joe Murphy turned to pursue Ballack. Ballack quickly spun and delivered a precise through ball. Huang Kaiwen suddenly half-turned, raising his right foot at the perfect moment, striking the ball with his heel. He then completed his turn, remaining stationary without any intention of advancing. The ball rolled past Paulo da Silva and into the penalty area, gliding past McCarthy and finding Ramos, who was making a forward run. Ramos, while in motion, delivered a low cross with the inside of his foot, sending the ball swiftly into the penalty area from the right side. Paulo da Silva was unable to return in time. Lock Connor realized it was too late, and he fell to the ground, attempting to intercept the ball. He soon discovered that he was mere inches away. As he lay on the ground, he endeavored to expand his defensive reach, yet the ball still rolled past him. Unable to thwart it, Huntelaar, who had sprinted from behind, seized the opportunity and effortlessly pushed the ball into the net with his right foot. Modric tugged at his hair in frustration. The earlier confrontation with Huang Kaiwen at Tottenham was already quite dramatic, yet witnessing Huang Kaiwen in action from behind was beyond his expectations. In terms of orchestrating the offense, as an astute player, he had come to appreciate Huang Kaiwen's organizational talent. However, Huang Kaiwen's technical prowess left him profoundly impressed. Exceptionally organized, technically gifted, composed, intelligent, and physically adept, Modric once believed that being teammates would allow him to uncover Huang Kaiwen's weaknesses. Yet now he found none. With less than 10 minutes into the match, Modric understood why Chelsea's atmosphere was so harmonious. The number 10, though privileged, faced no dissent from his teammates. With such a comrade by his side, playing the game was indeed a breeze. winning easily and frequently being invited to social gatherings. Receiving gifts during festive seasons, Modric felt fortunate to be on the same team as Huang Kaiwen. Did you see that? Did you see that? Buddy, tell me who the most talented player in the world is. Mourinho exclaimed, shaking Villas-Boas by the shoulders, his mouth agape. Calm down, Jose, calm down, Villas-Boas replied, casting a concerned glance at his tailored suit. Though his salary was considerable, his spending was equally high. With only a few suits to rotate for appearances, he had no budget for a replacement should one be ruined. Calm. How can I calm down? Mourinho continued, shaking Villas-Boas' shoulders. I'm about to call Jorge Mendes and see if Bayern is interested in me. Kevin is going to Bayern, right? Then we'll conquer Germany together. Villas-Boas responded. The season isn't over yet. You're thinking too far ahead. I need to ask Jorge if, when signing with other teams, we can include a clause that if my team fails to secure Kevin, they must pay a penalty. That would work. Mourinho murmured while gripping Villas-Boas' shoulders. Listening to the fabric of his suit lament, Villas-Boas felt his handsome features begin to contort. He vowed that if this suit were to be damaged, he would certainly take something from Mourinho's house to compensate for his loss. Before Mourinho could calm down, the game took another turn. Following a successful interception by Chelsea, Modric advanced the ball down the left flank. Spotting Huang Kaiwen making a run into the center, he immediately delivered a half-high pass. Under the watchful eyes of global football fans, Huang Kaiwen executed a half-turn, struck the ball with his left foot as he slightly leaped, and forcefully flicked it with his right foot. A stunning scorpion kick pass. With a swift strike, the ball shattered the opponent's defense, advancing to the left flank. The eager Ashley Cole sprinted forward, delivering a precise cross with the inside of his foot. The ball sailed past Rakirkana, landing in front of the goal, where Huntelaar executed a simple yet effective sliding shot. What a remarkable moment. Another goal. Huntelaar has scored twice, showcasing Chelsea's blistering counterattack. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's scorpion kick was nothing short of exquisite. He played with unrestrained joy today, displaying a sense of freedom on the pitch. His technical prowess is unquestionable. It primarily hinges on his intent to play. Huang Kaiwen appeared notably exhilarated today, frequently altering his pace, making it challenging for even defenders of Ferdinand and Nesta's caliber to contend with him. Truly a display of dominance over the Sunderland defenders. Haha indeed. However, Huang Kaiwen didn't venture much into the penalty area. The crux lay in his imaginative and beautiful passing. The Chelsea reserve team is something else. Wow. I find myself at a loss for words. Yes, it's utterly astonishing. Huang Kaiwen plays as he pleases. What should be a football match has turned into a showcase event. It's remarkable to witness such flair. Huang Kaiwen's ball control is exceptional, and he dares to take risks without fearing failure or ridicule. Had it been any other player, they would have faced the wrath of the coach for such antics. Ridicule? I've never seen a coach maintain their composure in front of Huang Kaiwen. Especially that fitness coach from Chelsea, who once knelt to tie Huang Kaiwen's shoelaces. What a disgrace. Rumor has it that Abramovich gifted Huang Kaiwen 100 sports cars. That's not accurate. I heard he gifted him a plane and a yacht. Come on. Why not mention that Abramovich purchased the Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier and an Antonov and Tu-25 for Huang Kaiwen? It may not be that exaggerated, but it's clear that Abramovich has generously compensated Huang Kaiwen. Otherwise, his weekly wage would not be so modest. Seriously, in the Premier League, aside from Terry's 140,000, Huang Kaiwen's salary, which is 3 times higher, hardly qualifies as low. His performances are exceptional. I would definitely want him on my gaming roster. Who knows? But it's unlikely to be that exaggerated. Chelsea truly seems to lack backbone, with only Mourinho maintaining a firm stance in front of Huang Kaiwen, refusing to indulge him. Conceding goals in rapid succession has devastated Sunderland. The Sunderland defenders sat with bowed heads in their penalty area, reluctant to rise. Following the excitement, Mourinho turned, extending his notorious right hand, beckoning with his index and middle fingers toward the substitutes bench. Higuain glanced at Mourinho, smiling as he pulled down his training jacket and approached the sidelines to warm up. Displaying negative emotions at this juncture would only hinder his development within the team. We shall see the truth in the parking lot. Mourinho nodded in satisfaction. He requires players who can contribute at any moment. Get up and play. The referee, Chris Foy, called out to the Sunderland players. Reluctantly, the Sunderland players rose from the grass. Darren Bent trotted over to Chris Foy, pointing at the opposing Huang Kaiwen, and stated, "His showboating is utterly disrespectful. Shouldn't you issue him a warning?" Chris Foy, casting a patronizing gaze at his compatriot Bent, replied, "If you wish. You could even execute a Thomas full spin within the penalty area to score, and I would not oppose it, provided you can achieve it." However, Bent protested. But this is the Premier League. He aspired to flaunt skill, but found himself unable to do so. Indeed, this is the Premier League. Chris Foy withdrew a yellow card from his pocket and raised his right hand high towards the England international Bent. "What the F?" Bent intended to continue his argument, but Henderson quickly embraced him from behind. "Still talking? Speak another word, and you're off, mate." Bent was left bewildered, having received a yellow card for reasons he could not comprehend. Sunderland's manager, Steve Bruce, charged to the sidelines, while Mourinho was not one to shy away either. A fierce confrontation erupted between the two managers, prompting the fourth official to alert the referee via headset. "Goodness, a red card. Each receives a red card." It was unsurprising for Steve Bruce to be sent off, but why did Mourinho also receive a red card? Was there something amiss in his remarks? Mourinho has always been audacious with his words. Thus, I was not the least bit astonished. However, the expulsion of both head coaches presented a significant advantage for Chelsea, given their coaching staff's vast experience. As Jean remarked, even the Chelsea medical staff could take charge of the game, a feat unmatched by other teams. Mourinho gestured 3 fingers, indicating that this was his 3rd red card of the season, a protest against the English FA, leaving one to wonder if further punishment would ensue. Persuaded by his colleagues, Mourinho retreated into the players' tunnel. On the sidelines, Gonzalo Higuain was taken aback. When Villas-Boas returned, Higuain rushed to inquire, "What am I to do?" Villas-Boas glanced at the pitch, noting Sunderland's ongoing attack, and waved his hand, saying, "You should sit tight for now." Higuain, head bowed and fists clenched, silently returned to the bench. Darren Bent received a pass from Malbranque, deftly nudging the ball forward with his right foot as he surged into Chelsea's penalty area. The long-absent Ashley Cole, in a reckless attempt to intercept, found himself completely outmaneuvered by Bent. Carvalho had no choice but to step up, carefully adjusting his weight to defend. As Bent advanced towards the Chelsea penalty area, Carvalho suddenly lunged, poking the ball away from him. Ashley Cole promptly seized the ball, turned, and delivered a precise through ball to Ballack, who then smoothly sent it forward to Modric. Modric deftly redirected the ball, then sprinted ahead. Ramos swiftly executed a diagonal pass, returning the ball to Modric. Now in the attacking third, Modric noticed Huang Kaiwen directly in front of him. He decided against advancing further and delivered a through pass with the inside of his foot. With his back to the goal, Huang Kaiwen once again showcased his mesmerizing footwork, pivoting slightly and unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball swiftly traversed between Paulo da Silva and Kana, reaching Huntelaar, who effortlessly found himself in a one-on-one situation within the penalty area. Magnificent. Huntelaar continued to advance down the left flank, skillfully deceiving the goalkeeper before taking a shot. The ball found the net, completing his hat trick. This goal by Huntelaar was indeed splendid, especially as he deliberately used his left foot this time. At times, Huntelaar lacks confidence, yet his striking ability is commendable. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's pass was truly exquisite. Today, he has elegantly turned and danced across the field like a samba dancer time and again. Chelsea is preparing to make a substitution. Higuain, who had just returned to the bench, was summoned by Villas-Boas. As anticipated, Huang Kaiwen is being replaced. The applause and cheers from Stamford Bridge crescendoed, and rightfully so. Huang Kaiwen deserves the adoration of the fans. Do not be deceived by my age. I too am a fan of Huang Kaiwen. After years of commentating on football matches, I cannot claim that Huang Kaiwen is the most skilled player, but I genuinely enjoy watching him play. Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines, exchanged a high five with Higuain, and exited the pitch. Villas-Boas handed him a water bottle and towel, embracing the perspiring Huang Kaiwen, advising him to take a shower to avoid catching a cold, as the weather in London is quite chilly. "All right, coach." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. "Encourage Jose." Villas-Boas patted Huang Kaiwen on the shoulder. Huang Kaiwen nodded and made his way into the tunnel. Upon returning to the locker room, he exchanged a few words with Mourinho before taking a shower and then called a taxi to the supermarket, as his home needed some supplies. With Mourinho's character, one cannot easily deter him from his intentions. Huang Kaiwen certainly does not wish to be bothersome. Barely a few minutes after returning home, Huang Kaiwen received a phone call. "Why are you calling me?" he asked, somewhat surprised. "Kevin, are you wearing Nike shin guards?" The shape seems to indicate so, the voice on the other end inquired. What are you implying? Do you wish to terminate the contract? Huang Kaiwen replied, somewhat irked. The audacity to interrogate the king of Huang. As if he possesses a gentle temperament. The king of Huang can unilaterally terminate his contract without any penalty. Such is his dominance. No, Kevin, we are merely inquiring. As our commentators have noticed, and this could cause us some trouble, the voice said after a brief silence. I will pay more attention next time. It might have been a mix-up by the equipment manager, Huang Kaiwen responded. All right, enjoy your dinner. I shall not disturb you further, Kevin. After returning home early, he went to the supermarket to purchase some items. Huang Kaiwen then prepared a meal for himself, as both Miss and Lily were absent. After dinner, Huang Kaiwen engaged in some recovery training at the gym before taking a shower and retiring for the night. The following day, news regarding the match flooded the media. The Times reported, the FA has finally found an opportunity to penalize Mourinho, although the punishment has yet to be announced. It is certain that Mourinho's suspension will not be brief. Kevin was spotted shopping at Marks & Spencer, creating quite a stir. According to assessments by the company, they anticipate substantial profits and are keen on signing Kevin as their spokesperson. Reliable sources from The Sun report that during yesterday's match, Kevin was supposedly wearing Nike shin guards, despite his personal sponsor being Adidas. This has infuriated Adidas, who are contemplating the possibility of terminating their contract with him. A spokesperson for Adidas has officially refuted these claims, stating that Kevin was indeed wearing their latest model of shin guards, and they reserve the right to pursue legal action against any media disseminating false information. The match yesterday has been lauded as one of the greatest of the 21st century. Just after 9 in the morning, Ramos excitedly rushed to Huang Kaiwen's residence. Is that so? It's a pity the opponents were a bit weak, Huang Kaiwen remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. Even after he left the field, Chelsea continued to score effortlessly, dominating Sunderland with players not putting up any resistance. If it weren't for the fear of provoking the opponents into committing malicious fouls, the score could have resembled a friendly match with Bayern, he mused. However, your passes and assists were truly splendid. The Dutch lad is in trouble, Ramos stated, retrieving a bottle of water from the fridge. Upon reviewing the match replay at home, he was also displeased, noting how Huntelaar squandered such a beautiful assist. Had that goal been scored, it would have undoubtedly been the best assist of the century, Ramos lamented. Well, it's just a league match, Huang Kaiwen replied, casually logging into his social media account to urge fans to remain rational. I am not Hamburg. I won't hold a grudge against Huntelaar for such a minor issue. After all, he is one of the good brothers of the King of Huang. After posting, Huang Kaiwen accessed the news. The Parisian reported that last night, Galas, who had recently parted ways with Arsenal, was attacked in his home in Paris. His wife, embroiled in a divorce lawsuit with him, also faced danger. The assailants assaulted Galas, resulting in 2 head injuries, before binding and threatening them. They subsequently stole jewelry, watches, and handbags, with losses estimated to exceed 350,000. Galas' situation is indeed unfortunate, Huang Kaiwen reflected, recalling a prior call from the professor. Once more, he called on fans to remain rational, uncertain if they were involved in the incident. Ramos pointed to a news article below and inquired, "Is that Janet Jackson?" "Not sure. Let's check," Huang Kaiwen replied. Upon clicking, it indeed was Janet Jackson, who had previously stirred controversy at the Super Bowl with Justin Timberlake, exposing herself. Gazing at the censored images, Ramos indignantly remarked, "Such an audacious person should not be censored. She must be exposed clearly. Do you find her attractive?" Huang Kaiwen curiously asked. "Certainly not. Moreover, her academic credentials are questionable. The United States is quite lenient regarding education for African Americans." Ramos spoke more angrily. Huang Kaiwen remarked, "I am at a loss for words." He sighed. "If you don't find her beautiful, then so be it." Huang Kaiwen advised, "It is precisely because of the pixelation that you are curious after viewing it. You might be sorely disappointed." "Perhaps," Ramos nodded in agreement. As they engaged in conversation, the alarm from the garage suddenly blared. "Damn it, there's a thief." Ramos swiftly grabbed a vase from the entrance and dashed outside, leaving Huang Kaiwen no time to interject. The King of Yellow has the Golden Prison Award. He shouldn't encounter such issues. It must be a misunderstanding, he thought, fearing that Ramos might make a mistake. Huang Kaiwen hurriedly followed him outside. Upon reaching the garage, they found Cassano lying on the ground, clutching his head, while the vase Ramos held remained intact, suggesting it was of decent quality. "What happened?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "I don't know. When I arrived, I discovered this fellow lurking in the garage, so I struck his head with the vase," Ramos indicated towards the fallen Cassano. Are you trying to kill me, you bastard? Have you ever seen someone suspicious carrying a DV camera? Cassano retorted from the ground. I just had an injury and wanted to check on Kaiwen. Upon entering the garage, I noticed many luxury cars and thought to film a video. And pretend it's your car to amaze those fans, right? Ramos replied irritably. Surprisingly, Cassano did not counter his remark. Huang Kaiwen extended his hand to help Cassano up, asking, Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? I should be fine. But it would be even better if I could get a chance to punch your son, Cassano grinned. Ramos raised the vase once more, weighing over 10 pounds. It was cumbersome to wield, yet Ramos managed to swing it impressively, reminiscent of a formidable warrior from ancient times. Why did you buy so many cars, including an Enzo? Cassano asked enviously. The Enzo is a hassle to acquire, and with a price tag of $600,000, the second-hand market is often pricier than new. I never mustered the resolve to buy it. After all, vehicles lose their novelty for me in just a few days, much like women, Ramos admitted. Keep your eyes wide open. That is the Ferrari gifted to the Pope. Ramos pointed to the Enzo. Previously, the Pope entrusted it to an auction house, and Mr. Abramovich specifically purchased it to present to Kaiwen. You should truly ponder whether he has an interest in your backside, Cassano quipped. Huang Kaiwen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Truly, Cassano was a representative of the new generation of Italian writers. By the way, since you are here today, let us go out and have some fun, Huang Kaiwen proposed. Previously, Cassano had spoken highly of him in the Manchester Evening News, claiming that in the Premier League, only the King of Yellow could rival him as a superstar. Since Cassano's transfer to Manchester United, he had performed commendably. Sir Ferguson was particularly adept at nurturing such troublesome talents. Last season, he achieved double-digit statistics, and this season, he had 711, seemingly on track to surpass his previous performance. Such statistics were indeed indicative of a top-tier winger. Where shall we go? Ramos inquired. Let us venture to Brighton Pier for a spot of fishing, Huang Kaiwen proposed. Having seen it on a television program the previous day. Then let us proceed, Cassano remarked, glancing at Ramos. Shall we challenge Uncle Antonio, Kevin too? I shall vanquish you. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, pulling out his phone to send a group invitation. Unfortunately, it was somewhat late, and most had already made other arrangements. By 11 in the morning, Huang Kaiwen, Cassano, Ramos, Huntelaar, and 2 players transferred from Tottenham had purchased their fishing gear and set off for Brighton. A mere 50 kilometers away, they arrived at their destination before noon. Brighton, a coastal city, now boasted only one remaining pier, having transformed from a commercial hub to an amusement pier. Upon noticing the amusement park, Cassano was tempted. Shall we go play there? He suggested. Perhaps we should refrain. Bale hesitated to say. Why not? It seems like great fun, Cassano replied, somewhat discontented. That area is a well-known gathering spot for the LGBTQ community. If we go there, we may be misinterpreted, Bale expressed with disdain. Such matters abound in England, yet the media often adopts such a stance. Let us then forego it. Huntelaar nodded in agreement. None of us brought our partners today. If we were to play there and be photographed, it would lead to misunderstandings. There are boats available for rent over there. I shall inquire about the rental process. Cassano redirected the conversation. The group rented a deep-sea fishing boat and commenced their day's entertainment. Let me make this clear. This is a competition, Cassano declared, hands on his hips. Each of us shall contribute 1,000, and the winner takes all. The boat rental lasts until 4 in the afternoon. And the losers must treat us to dinner. I have no objections. If you wish to treat, simply say so, Ramos shrugged. We shall see, Cassano huffed. Modric, disinclined to partake in a monetary contest, remained silent upon noticing Bale's reticence. Different upbringing shapes distinct personalities. He was neither excessively frugal nor prone to waste money on frivolities. His phone was still the Nokia gifted to him by Mamek. Huntelaar moved a stool closer to Ramos and, leaning across, asked, Kevin, do you often fish? Not frequently, but my clients particularly enjoy it. You must understand that sometimes one cannot rely solely on personal interests. Huang Kaiwen smiled as he looked up. Clients, as in sponsors? Bale interjected. One could interpret it that way. After all, he contributes significantly to my finances each year, Huang Kaiwen affirmed. Previously, I would fish alongside Inzaghi. The charitable gambling enthusiast has a particular fondness for fishing. I've heard there are numerous species here. Even sharks can be caught. Cassano scoffed, his eyes inadvertently darting to Ramos's fishing rod. Winning isn't the most crucial aspect. What matters is not losing to that fellow Ramos. As the group engaged in conversation, Modric's fishing rod suddenly stirred. Everyone quickly gathered around. Reel it in. It's a tiger shark, the boat owner approached to advise. Cassano spent 400 to rent his boat. Modric, holding a fishing rod, was at a loss. As it was his first attempt at shark fishing, the boat owner approached and began reeling in the line with no intention of playing the fish, utilizing sheer strength to pull it aboard. Impressive, Luca! Bale exclaimed, gesturing with his arm. The fish was over an arm's length, marking a significant catch. Modric scratched the back of his head and chuckled, politely stating, "You'll catch one too, just wait." This was indeed true, as the waters teemed with fish. The boat owner then inquired, "By the way, do you all have fishing licenses?" "Of course, my agent specifically arranged it for me," Huntelaar replied with a nod. Initially, he didn't care much about it, but after Inzaghi was caught fishing in the Thames and nearly missed the Champions League, his agent secured a fishing license for him, including a special one for the Thames, fearing that he might one day impulsively fish without a license and end up in the papers. "That's good, otherwise you would be in trouble. They frequently conduct inspections here, and there are animal rights activists looking for issues," the boat owner remarked. Making a living from the sea isn't easy. With the stagnant economy in the UK, few people are willing to spend money on expensive boat rentals. Typically, it's only tourists and international students who indulge in such activities. He hoped these affluent football stars would frequent his establishment to support his business. As time passed, apart from Cassano, who had yet to catch anything, the others began reeling in their catches. Huang Kaiwen even caught a European eel, which was a rare find in these waters. Cassano grew increasingly anxious, as his competitive spirit was fervent. He merely hoped not to end up last. "Come on, fish. Come on, fish. May God bless me not to treat. I would trade a lifetime of gigs singlehood for this," Cassano muttered. Unfortunately, it seemed that God did not heed his prayer. By 4 p.m., Cassano had still caught nothing, while the group of 6 had only him empty-handed. "Damn it. I shouldn't have come fishing today. I should have just played with my remote-controlled cars," Cassano grumbled upon returning to shore. He wasn't concerned about the cost of treating others. It was more about maintaining his pride. The Chelsea players had all caught fish, which irked him greatly. Everyone has their unlucky days. Perhaps tomorrow will bring you better fortune, Huang Kaiwen cheerfully advised. "Let us hope so. I dream of Monica Bellucci falling naked at my doorstep, clutching a black suitcase filled with $1 billion, Cassano mumbled. "Isn't she nearly 50? Bale queried. "That's not the point," Ramos interjected. "The key issue is that $1 billion cannot fit in a suitcase. That fool lacks common sense. It could be a check." Cassano protested indignantly. "Besides checks, there could be shares in major companies. Her true identity is that of a princess from a small European country, her entrepreneurial husband poisoned by a minister, and her parents similarly murdered. The minister stole her rightful throne, and I will help her reclaim everything. Thus, I shall become a prince, Prince Antonio. If you wish to curry favor with me, treat me to dinner tonight." Modric stared at Cassano in astonishment. Such a vivid imagination, indeed. "Help! Help!" A group of individuals approached the parking area, where they witnessed 2 adults gripping a struggling child. The young one cried out for assistance, declaring that they were not his parents. The couple noticed the onlookers and chuckled awkwardly, stating, "We are taking him to the dentist. That's why he's trying to escape." Huang Kaiwen hastened towards them, while Cassano scrutinized the child in their arms, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. He questioned, "Surely, he cannot be your child?" "Of course not. Billy is simply a bit unruly," the bespectacled man replied with an endearing smile. "No, they are not my parents." The child continued to struggle and shout. "This is absurd. You bear no resemblance to one another," Cassano asserted, pointing at the man. "The truth is evident. You are kidnappers." Ramos delivered a sharp slap to Cassano's head, rebuking him. "What truth are you spouting? The widow's peak is a dominant trait, present in both of them, yet absent in the child. This is fundamental knowledge." "Damn it. You only know middle school material," Cassano retorted. "Nonsense. I am a university student. That was your father's money that got you in there. Blasphemy. I will end you." As Ramos chased Cassano, the 2 attempted to reach their vehicle, only to be intercepted by Huang Kaiwen. "I advise you," the man began to threaten, but Hunter swiftly delivered a kick. The group quickly surged forward. Huang Kaiwen seized the child from the woman's grasp and pulled out his phone to call the police. Before the authorities arrived, reporters appeared on the scene. "Kaiwen, what transpired?" One inquired. "We heard that you stars assaulted 2 fans. Is this true?" Were you here at Brighton Amusement Park for leisure? Who is dating whom? Huang Kaiwen chose to remain silent. Ramos, however, interjected vehemently. You fools should choose your words wisely. We discovered someone kidnapping this child and rescued him. If you continue to spout nonsense, prepare for a lawyer's letter. The Chelsea players stood in stoic silence. The reporters approached Cassano for an interview. He raised his chin and stated, I noticed something amiss. These two claimed they were taking the child to see a doctor. However, I observed that both of them had widow's peaks, while the child did not. It was clear they were not a family. Thus, I remained vigilant and under my guidance. We apprehended the kidnappers. Ramos attempted to interject, but was restrained by Huang Kaiwen. Let Cassano relish the spotlight, they thought. By the time the police arrived and recorded statements, it was well past 9 in the evening. Huang Kaiwen led the group to a nearby Mexican eatery that was still open, where they had a simple meal. Look, they are talking about you, Kaiwen. Ramos pointed to the television. Turn it up, Hunter exclaimed. On the screen, Bailey was articulating his thoughts. Seated in the studio with a reporter, Kaiwen's performance in the last match was exceptional. His talent enables him to play in various styles, so he should focus more on utilizing his skills rather than merely playing for goals. Many actions can be performed by numerous individuals, yet success is not guaranteed, especially in the context of a competitive match. This is precisely what makes Kevin so formidable. He not only possesses the remarkable ability to wield his skills at will, but his consistency is equally astonishing. Should he ever grace Brazil with his presence, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most beloved star of the Brazilian league. I hope he will one day join Santos, as he could become yet another legend for the club. He certainly dares to make bold statements, Ramos remarked with a smirk. Actually, Pelé was quite impressive, Modric whispered. But it depends on whom you compare him to. Huntelaar interjected. Kevin has never lost a match in which he has participated, maintaining this record for nearly 6 seasons, an achievement no other player can surpass. I too believe Kevin is superior, Bale nodded in agreement. During training, he has defended against Huang Kaiwen without ever managing to dispossess him. If it were Pelé, I doubt he would have succeeded even once. In truth, comparisons hold little significance. Huang Kaiwen stated, the eras differ. If Pelé had undergone modern football training and nutrition, his prowess may have been even greater. The conditions in his time were far from optimal. That indeed seems plausible, Bale nodded. Suddenly, Cassano remarked, but you never received formal training since childhood. The atmosphere turned abruptly cold. Modric's gaze towards Huang Kaiwen grew increasingly complex. Most of the time, they overlooked a crucial point. Huang Kaiwen did not originate from a traditional youth training background. He began playing only after graduating from university. How formidable would he be had he undergone proper youth training? This question lingered in Modric's mind throughout dinner. After the meal, the group dispersed to their respective homes. Cassano and Ramos arrived at Huang Kaiwen's residence, whereupon Huang Kaiwen advised them to sleep early before heading upstairs. The impact of yesterday's match was more profound than he had anticipated. After freshening up, he discovered that the match was being rebroadcast by various television channels. After a long day, Huang Kaiwen fell asleep with the television still on. The next morning, he awoke to find Ramos and Cassano asleep on the floor. Sitting at the dining table, Huang Kaiwen said, if Sergio is awake, he can join the team in the afternoon. I'll arrange for him to take a half-day off. As for Antonio, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, that is sufficient. Understood, sir, Albert replied with a broad smile, placing the newspaper before Huang Kaiwen. The Times. Yesterday, Kevin and several players from Chelsea went sea fishing at Brighton Pier. On their return, they thwarted a kidnapping incident involving the son of the chairman of a renowned food company, as the two abductors intended to extort a hefty ransom. The Daily Mail. This season, Kevin has encountered danger twice, once in a car accident and once with kidnappers. Last season, he faced no such threats, since Bale's transfer. Kevin has only recently rejoined the team and has already experienced 2 such incidents, suggesting the Bale curse persists. Huang Kaiwen furrowed his brow. He was not fond of such reports, as they could easily incite certain fans against Bale. Upon arriving at the club, I communicated with Kenyon, urging him to caution the Daily Mail. While he may have had no authority during his tenure at Tottenham, it is pertinent to note that Bale is now a Chelsea player. The Sun has reported, based on reliable sources, that the renowned Welsh socialite Imogen Thomas is allegedly involved in an unusual relationship with a married player from England who is said to have won numerous championships. This report almost explicitly points fingers at players such as Terry and Giggs. However, Huang Kaiwen is well aware that the mention pertains to Giggs. The son's reluctance to name names suggests either insufficient evidence or that Giggs may have secured a gag order. Nevertheless, when the truth about his sister-in-law surfaces, no amount of money can shield him from exposure. Such matters are deemed grotesque, even by the English. Even more outrageous is the fact that Giggs's parents have severed ties with the victim, namely Giggs's brother. Indeed, wealth can embolden one to act with impunity. In the second edition, Huang Kaiwen came across news regarding Galas, who is reportedly contemplating a move to the Middle East for football. Subsequently, numerous reports extolled Huang, the king of the yellow ball, for his wit and bravery, portraying him as extraordinary. Yet Huang Kaiwen, fully aware of yesterday's events, recognized that he faced little substantial resistance. One could be misled into believing he single-handedly embarked on a mission to rescue someone from the battlefields of Afghanistan. Fleet Street excels at spinning tales. After dinner, I noticed Ramos was still asleep. Huang Kaiwen rose, took the keys at the door, and drove to Cobham around 9 o'clock, where everyone had gathered. Mourinho approached the sidelines with a smile, stating, "Sergio is unwell and has taken a leave of absence. I am pleased to hear that someone saved a child yesterday. But I must remind you that you are players, not police officers. Your first course of action in danger should be to alert the authorities." "Understood, boss," Ashley Cole replied. "I wasn't referring to you. Do you expect the police to arrest yourself?" Mourinho retorted sharply. "Coach, the Daily Mail's report is problematic. The club should address them." Huang Kaiwen interjected. "Is it the Bale curse?" "I concur with their assessment." Ashley Cole quickly added. Silence. Both Terry and Huang Kaiwen admonished simultaneously. Mourinho nodded, asserting, "I have never believed in such nonsense. We must indeed warn them not to meddle with my players." "But you sought a fortune teller on television," Ashley Cole blurted out. "Cole, report to the reserves." Mourinho glared, pointing towards the training ground for the reserves. With a mutter, Cole made his way to that training area. Once Mourinho finished, Villas-Boas approached, saying, "Recently, there have been several incidents of stolen wheels at Cobham, and I too have fallen victim today. If you have any information, please share it with me or Jose. Otherwise, should we catch you, it will not be easily overlooked." Villas-Boas's heart was heavy. He preferred racing to football. His prize vehicle had undergone modifications, and several wheels do not come cheaply. Higuain silently lowered his head, having meticulously planned this matter for many days. Boas threatened him, and he resolved to teach Boas a lesson when the opportunity arose. Ramos arrived at the team around 11 o'clock, informing Huang Kaiwen that Cassano had returned to Manchester. Sir Ferguson had seen the reports and believed that Cassano's injury no longer impeded his training, making several calls urging Cassano to return to Carrington. Huang Kaiwen silently prayed for Cassano, feeling the palpable fury emanating from Sir Ferguson just by listening. In the afternoon, Chelsea's official website released a statement accusing the Daily Mail of publishing false reports about Chelsea player Gareth Bale, demanding a public apology. Later, the FA announced its disciplinary decision concerning Mourinho. They stated on their website, during the match between Sunderland and Chelsea's head coach Mourinho had repeatedly engaged in provocative language. Given his history of such behavior, we have decided to impose a 6-match ban and a fine of 80,000. Additionally, Sunderland's head coach Steve Bruce received a 1-match ban and a 5,000 fine. Huang Kaiwen was not at all surprised upon reading this news. Mourinho had berated the FA when he received the title of world's best coach, and the FA had been waiting for an opportunity like this. This matter was far from over. The FA would likely impose further sanctions on Mourinho in due course. His aggressive demeanor made him a constant target for referees, and he faced scrutiny in every country he coached. Had he not achieved 7 championships, the FA would not have waited so long. They might have even suspended him immediately after the awards ceremony. Meanwhile, Boas was a guest at Mourinho's home, savoring a dinner prepared by Mourinho's wife, Matilda Faria. Although she shared a surname with the fitness coach Rui Faria, there was no familial connection. "Uncle Andre, do you think I can play professional football?" Young Jose Mourinho suddenly inquired. "Don't even think about it. Without your father, you wouldn't even make the youth team," Tita Mourinho replied. "How can you say that about your brother?" Matilda Faria interjected. "Let it be, Tammy. She is speaking the truth," Mourinho advised. Wishing to quell his wife's criticism of their daughter, Tita raised her eyebrows at her mother, resembling her mother, a psychologist, almost precisely. Yet her bond with her father was stronger. Boas remarked, "There's no need to discourage young Jose. There are always late bloomers in football." "Yes, Uncle Andre. I plan to finish university before pursuing football, just like Kevin," young Jose Mourinho asserted. Even Matilda could no longer remain silent. Lowering her head and focusing intently on the stew. Portuguese stew consists of beef, sausage, potatoes, vegetables, and rice, with each household adding its unique touch, resulting in a hearty hodgepodge. Her son lacked significant talent, yet he was contemplating playing football after graduating from university. After a noisy meal, Mourinho summoned Boas to the study. "What is the matter, Jose?" Observing the furrowed brow of Mourinho, Villas-Boas inquired, "What troubles you?" "I am contemplating what will become of us once the season concludes," Mourinho replied. "What do you mean?" Villas-Boas glanced around the study, silently appraising its contents. "Will Kevin depart from Chelsea? If he does, that controlling owner will not permit me to wield unilateral authority." Mourinho massaged his temples, articulating a more polished version of his concerns. The discord between him and Abramovich remained unresolved. Without Kevin, it was highly probable that Abramovich would seize any opportunity to dismiss him at the slightest fluctuation in the team's performance. This was not the future Mourinho envisioned. "What do you intend to do?" Villas-Boas pressed. "I am uncertain," Mourinho admitted, continuing to rub his temples. "Perhaps I shall seek Jorge's counsel. If I am to transition to another club at the season's end, what are your thoughts? Will you remain my assistant?" "I have not contemplated that," Villas-Boas candidly responded. "If another club were to offer me a managerial position, I might accept. Porto has expressed an interest in changing coaches and has reached out to me." His expenses had been mounting, and merely serving as an assistant coach was insufficient to sustain his lifestyle. "Very well, that is understandable," Mourinho nodded, losing interest in further discussion. The prospect of parting ways after years of collaboration without conflict left him despondent. However, he recognized that he had no grounds to persuade Villas-Boas to stay. Each individual harbored their own ambitions, and he himself had once departed from Sir Bobby Robson for similar reasons. "Consider your options, Jose," Villas-Boas advised, turning to exit the study. As he traversed the streets of London, Villas-Boas felt a poignant sense of loss, departing from familiar faces and places for a new role. Even one he had long aspired to as a head coach, filled him with both anticipation and uncertainty for the future. Upon returning to his apartment, Villas-Boas had regained his composure. Successful individuals share a common trait. They do not dwell incessantly on what lies ahead. Having toiled in football for many years, he believed he was more than capable of assuming the role of head coach. After perusing a book for a while, he retired to bed. The following morning, he switched to the sponsor's car. The team mandated that they must use this vehicle, though the coaching staff was not the focus of attention. Some players resented driving the sponsor's car, leading to protests from the sponsors, who were preoccupied with the coaching staff's lack of visibility. Upon arriving at the Cobham parking lot, Villas-Boas unfastened his seatbelt and alighted. Just as he was about to leave, a thought crossed his mind. He sought a discreet corner to conceal himself and observe. One by one, the players arrived at the facility, yet none showed any interest in his cherished vehicle, which left him somewhat disheartened. As time pressed on, Villas-Boas had no choice but to hasten to the training ground. Over the ensuing days, he repeated this ritual, his curiosity about the identity of the car thief growing. And he could not let the matter rest. January 26th, the day before the match in Birmingham, Villas-Boas found himself concealed in the parking lot. Today, he deliberately parked his car in a secluded corner. Upon spotting the Bentley, he immediately recognized it as Terry's. Whether it was indeed Terry, he could not be certain. After Terry exited the vehicle, he swiftly departed the parking area, prompting a sigh of relief from Villas-Boas. If it were the team captain, the matter would necessitate a discreet resolution, leaving no room for the damned thief to face consequences. Next, a Lamborghini approached. Upon seeing Bale emerge from the car, Villas-Boas resolved to persuade him later to focus more on football. Soon after, a Range Rover pulled up. The moment Higuain stepped out, Villas-Boas's eyes lit up. He sensed a familiar presence. Higuain's deliberate evasion of the cameras resembled reconnaissance. With an 80% certainty, he believed that the tire thief was indeed Higuain. As anticipated, Higuain retrieved a sports bag from the trunk, stealthily approached his vehicle, and began to set red bricks around it, readying himself for work. The speed at which the other party removed the wheels astonished the Formula One enthusiast Villas-Boas. Initially intending to inform Mourinho about this, he altered his decision and discreetly captured several photographs and a video on his phone before quietly leaving the parking lot. In the afternoon, after the team concluded their training, Higuain pondered where to indulge in a late-night meal. Upon opening his locker, he discovered a card. Once he discerned the message inscribed on it, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The card bore an Italian message. Gonzalo, you surely do not wish for your identity as a tire thief to be exposed, do you? Thanks to XDex for the reward. Seeking monthly tickets and recommendations. 0412 The Great Heist Team strikes. What do you truly desire? Not much. Have you ever considered taking your talent beyond the parking lot? Beyond the parking lot? Indeed, the world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Forget it. I merely want to play football and earn money. I haven't thought of doing anything else yet. You can always report me if you wish. I do not intend to threaten you. I merely hope you will contemplate this. With such skills, you could achieve greater things, and we could accomplish monumental tasks to save this world. Here is my personal number. Feel free to call me once you've come to a decision. Villas-Boas took a coin from his suit and handed it to Higuain before turning and stepping into a taxi. Higuain stood there, dumbfounded, watching as the taxi disappeared from sight. Saving the world, he mused, so eloquently put. It wasn't until he looked down that he noticed a black business card in his hand, inscribed with Guardian of the Magical Tides, Defender of the Earth. The last sorcerer Luis Andrade Pina Cabral, Evelas Villas-Boas. On January 27th, Huang Kaiwen sat on the bench, observing the team's resounding 5-0 victory over Birmingham. Although he did not participate in the match or the post-game press conference, reporters lay in wait in the parking lot. As the team prepared to board the bus, two journalists suddenly emerged, calling out, Kaiwen, could you share why you chose to save the people? Ramos was about to intervene, but was halted by Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen smiled and remarked, to kill, one requires a reason, but what reason is necessary to save a life? Did you never consider the possibility of getting hurt? The reporter pressed on. With one foot already poised on the bus step, Huang Kaiwen turned back and replied, I'm sorry, I never thought about it. The Chelsea bus slowly departed from the parking lot of Stamford Bridge. Ashley Cole scoffed, always seeking the limelight, that guy Kevin. If you wish, you could do the same. Petr Cech retorted. The newspapers report over 40,000 fires in London annually. Don't tell me you've never encountered one. Next time you do, rush in and save someone, and the next day you'll be heralded as a hero of Britain. I'm not ready to die yet. Ashley Cole replied awkwardly. He desired the attention to impress women, but did not wish to risk his life. He couldn't fathom how Huang Kaiwen dared to drive in front of a school bus. If such was the mindset of a super genius, Ashley Cole thought perhaps he, with his selfishness and lesser talent, would fare better. At least he would live longer. After returning home, Huang Kaiwen received a phone call. Dear, the gaming company you were interested in has been acquired, said the young lady on the other end. That is absolutely wonderful. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed. League of Legends has been live in North America for nearly 3 months, and we finally secured Riot Games. Make sure to sleep early tonight, the young lady advised. I understand. Huang Kaiwen replied. By the way, you should return at the end of the month. There's a beauty pageant inviting you to be a judge, she added. Let us skip that, Huang Kaiwen declined, not wanting to make a trip for such a trivial matter. It's on the way. I also need to visit the Vatican. The Pope has already discussed with me about bestowing an honor upon you. All right, I got it. After hanging up, he opened the client again, feeling an entirely different sensation. This was his own game. Among numerous competitive games, only the S tournament of LOL garnered the highest popularity. More importantly, it was a golden goose that laid golden eggs. Soon, Christian Martini would be participating in the competition. Just wait for Uncle Kevin to help you pull the plug on the big guy. The little tactics must be fully arranged for the little one. Coincidentally, Milan had just finished their match. Huang Kaiwen made a call to summon Kaka and Ramos to log on and dominate the game. Playing the North American server from the UK had slightly higher latency, but that was hardly an issue. Given Huang Kaiwen's understanding of the game, crushing opponents was exceedingly effortless. Upon logging in, the newly released champion Poppy was incredibly powerful. Yet Huang Kaiwen easily overwhelmed his opponents with Nidalee in the jungle, decimating his adversaries in the 212-point lane. The game was utterly addictive. The three played for several hours and only realized it was past 1 in the morning when they finally logged off to sleep. The next day, Huang Kaiwen discovered the newspapers were still discussing the previous match against Sunderland. This was rather unusual. Even more amusing was that the Times suggested he should be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Huang Kaiwen truly had no desire for such an accolade. It was laden with political implications. That was hardly a peace prize. It should be labeled as the best lapdog award from the lighthouse country. He, Huang, was certainly unworthy of such an honor. He continued to read on. According to reports from the Daily Mail, It appears that the British Museum may have experienced a theft yesterday, although museum officials assert that no exhibits have been lost. Insiders have disclosed that staff members were summoned by Scotland Yard from the latter part of the night, with specific details still awaiting further verification. Kevin Huang could not help but shake his head, reflecting on the dismal state of security in London. The Sun has yet to release any news regarding gigs, and currently, there is little of significance to report. The public has grown weary of stories concerning Rooney's infidelities, unless his next affair involves someone other than a call girl. After some contemplation, Kevin Huang decided to call in sick. With the match at the end of the month and a trip back to Italy also on the horizon, it seemed prudent to return sooner rather than later. This would provide an opportunity to inquire about why Lily had previously fled. Recently, his gaming APM had surged. It would be ideal to test it at her place. On January 29th, Kevin Huang served as a judge for a beauty pageant. The Italian contestants were indeed impressive. However, he found himself dissatisfied with the final selections, as they favored women with larger frames, and their faces did not align with his preferences for delicacy. Considering the substantial sum he received, he resigned himself to the outcome. A day later, absent from the substitutes bench, Chelsea triumphed over Burnley with a score of 2-0, concluding the final match of the month. On Sunday, January 31st, after spending the night in Rome, Kevin Huang and his companions set out early for the Vatican. "Let us take a stroll," remarked Pope Benedict XVI. "Upon our first meeting, I sensed you were no ordinary player, Kevin." Accompanied by his aides, the Pope continued, "You have played in Madrid. You must be aware that the Royal Museum there houses numerous treasures, including the hair of Saint Dorothea, the urn of Saint Polycarp, a shoe belonging to Saint Hedwig, and a golden honor medal." "Yes, I have visited," Kevin Huang replied casually, though in truth, he had never been to the Royal Museum in Madrid. The Golden Honor and the Order of St. Sylvester have become rarely awarded since their merger. Alongside the Order of the Knights Templar, which was primarily bestowed upon distinguished representatives of the Crusaders and was prohibited from being awarded in the 14th century. There is also the Supreme Order of Christ, a medal cherished by knights, which later evolved due to complex historical reasons to be awarded solely to clergy. And several decades ago, exclusively to heads of state from Christian nations. Pope Benedict XVI spoke somewhat vaguely about the history of these medals. Kevin Huang had familiarized himself with some details prior to his visit. The areas left unclear by the Pope were all related to the Vatican. For instance, the Supreme Order of Christ was held in such high regard by knights that each adhered strictly to the chivalric code, with the knights and their medals mutually reinforcing one another. Each knight awarded the Supreme Order of Christ represented the epitome of knighthood. However, due to the jealousy of urbanate, it was decreed that the medal would henceforth be conferred only upon clergymen. The Golden Honor Medal mentioned by the Pope is a subordinate accolade to the Supreme Order of Christ. Below it lies the Pius IX Medal, followed by the St. Sylvester Medal. Notably, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was once a recipient of the Golden Honor Medal. Among these distinctions, only the St. Sylvester Medal, the least prestigious, is further divided into ranks such as the Grand Cross and the Knight. Additionally, there exists the St. George Medal, specifically awarded to scientists, and the Knights Medal of the Holy Sepulchre, conferred upon members of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. The Vatican has issued a multitude of medals over the years, yet some have been retracted for various reasons. After all, bestowing medals is a costless endeavor that can easily win the favor of both great lords and formidable knights, proving far more practical than monetary rewards or land grants. Furthermore, there are sacred relics such as the Golden Rose, once awarded to heads of state, now conferred upon individuals or places of significant influence within the church. For over 20 minutes, I followed the Pope through St. Paul's Cathedral. Benedict XVI continued to engage Huang Kaiwen in a discourse about the history of these medals. Huang Kaiwen began to grasp his intent. After all, one could argue their worth, as they undeniably represent supreme honor, yet conversely, they could be dismissed as mere metal. As depicted in Kingdom of Heaven, when someone inquires of Saladin why Jerusalem holds such allure, he enigmatically states it signifies nothing. Yet, in a moment's reflection, he asserts it represents everything. Benedict XVI evidently hopes that Huang Kaiwen might appreciate his earnest intentions. Unfortunately, such medals hold little allure for one like Huang, who would prefer monetary gain. Were Huang to be entrusted with the distribution rights of indulgences, he might very well express overwhelming gratitude on the spot. After more than half an hour, Benedict XVI seemed to realize the passage of time, smiling as he remarked, "As one ages, words abound. I hope you harbor no ill feelings." "Of course not. Your words are quite enlightening," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Adept at uttering flattering phrases when no expense is incurred. That is splendid. Today being Sunday, I shall deliver a speech at St. Peter's Square shortly and bestow upon you a medal. Allow them to show you around while I take a moment to rest," Benedict XVI stated. "Very well, Your Holiness." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. "What medal will you receive?" Lily inquired eagerly as the Pope departed, her enthusiasm palpable. The young girl often harbored romantic fantasies of a world where her beloved was a grand hero. The Vatican guards swiftly notified tourists to clear the area and began erecting a platform for security. The Pope frequently addresses the public in St. Peter's Square. Yet such addresses typically occur from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica, utilizing amplifying equipment to reach the faithful. Rarely does he actually descend to the square itself. At 10 o'clock, the Vatican Guard Band commenced playing music. Accompanied by cardinals, the Pope ascended the platform step by step, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd at St. Peter's Square, whose fervor surpassed that of ardent sports fans. Pope Benedict XVI smiled gently, gesturing for silence as the square quickly fell quiet. He began to speak, to feel anger and frustration due to the loss of everything, and to face moral admonitions. It would be beneficial for us to enter his school to overcome the temptation of the latter. Do we remember the tale? Job lost all that he held dear, his wealth, his family, his sons, and even his health, left in agony, conversing with 3 friends, and later a 4th, who came to console him. When God finally spoke, he praised Job for discerning the tender mysteries hidden behind his silence. He reproached Job's friends, who presumed to understand everything about God and suffering. Their intentions to comfort Job were overshadowed by their rigid judgments formed from existing formulas. What I wish to convey is that rather than merely speaking, we ought to act, to physically engage in alleviating and improving the sufferings of others, rather than offering cold comfort. We must guard against a type of piety that is merely moralistic and adheres strictly to dogma, as it fosters a certain arrogance that leads us toward Phariseeism and hypocrisy. Such piety may explain everything, yet the heart remains cold. God does not favor this. Rather, he cherishes Job's protests or his silence. I am pleased to acknowledge one of our young friends who embodies this principle through action. He never proclaims what he wishes to do, nor how many he intends to help. Yet he has truly rescued many and influenced countless lives. You may know him, or perhaps you do not, but that is inconsequential. A noble soul endures, bearing more weight than mere flesh. In his selfless acts of saving others, he has become one of God's favored believers. Let us welcome our young friend, the great player, Kevin Huang. Kevin Huang ascended the stage slowly, standing before Pope Benedict XVI, surprised by the contents on the tray. The Pope retrieved a medal from the tray and adorned Kevin with it, saying, "Some may dictate that the supreme order of Christ is reserved for heads of state. But I believe that worldly status pales in comparison to the weight of the soul. I hope you continue to be an excellent and meaningful person, guiding those who admire you towards goodness." "I shall, Your Holiness," replied Kevin Huang. Subsequently, Pope Benedict XVI placed a golden rose into Kevin's hand, raising his left hand high. Thus, let no one dare to offend this apostolic letter, nor act rashly against it. Should anyone attempt such a thing, let them be aware that they will incur the wrath of Almighty God and the Holy Saint Catherine of Siena. The journalists who rushed in were eager to capture the moment. Today, as papal honors were directed towards heads of state. Although Kevin Huang had become a member of the Order of the Golden Fleece and the Order of the Garter as a non-political leader, this was the first time for the Vatican. The Pope has few peers, yet his influence far transcends that of the Spanish royal family. As for the British monarchy, that remains a matter of speculation. The last recipient of the Golden Rose bestowed by the Pope was the Grand Duchess Charlotte of Luxembourg, who had barely managed to retain her position, and this event dates back to the aftermath of World War II. The Vatican has not conferred the Golden Rose for over 60 years, marking this occasion as a significant event. It can be interpreted as an implicit recognition of Huang Kaiwen's status, placing him on par with national leaders. The only disappointment for the journalists was that Huang Kaiwen was not officially declared St. Kaiwen. Had that been the case, they would have had far more material for their reports. As the ceremony concluded, Huang Kaiwen departed with his companions. Given the Pope's advanced age, he took them on a tour of St. Paul's Cathedral, which proved to be quite taxing for him, necessitating a period of rest. However, the reverberations of the event were far from subsiding. Before the trio could reach the airport, they encountered a news broadcast vehicle. Huang Kaiwen turned to Barbara, who remarked, "That belongs to Sky Television. They were the ones who reported your heroic act last time." "It's nothing. Let us head home," Huang Kaiwen replied. On the plane, Lily was still animatedly fiddling with two items. The young lady had already grasped the heating rod, exemplifying the distinction between a mature woman and a young girl. It was only as they were about to disembark that Lily noticed the air around her was filled with the essence of spring. The group returned home just past 1 o'clock. Lily immediately urged her companions to ascend the stairs. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of Shenzhou, which is 6 hours ahead of Milan, Huang Kaiwen once again demonstrated his prowess by transitioning from the 5th to the 1st tier. The evening news broadcast featured clips of the ceremony at St. Peter's Square, with the enthusiastic host declaring, "Today, our nation's player Huang Kaiwen was honored by the Pope in the Vatican." Although Huang Kaiwen had appeared in the news several times before, it was the first time many were aware that the Vatican also issued medals. "Is the Pope being deceived?" someone exclaimed. "It's all over now." The news segment concluded with an untranslated portion. "But I can tell you that the Pope warned that anyone who dares challenge the bearer of the Golden Rose would face the wrath of the Vatican." Could it be that they flew all this way just to apprehend me because of Huang Kaiwen? One might ponder. What are you thinking? They do not wield such power. Besides, what would be the point of targeting you over such trivial matters? I've criticized Huang Kaiwen for 6 years. Is that really insignificant? My brother in 6 years. I've been dumped 7 times, and you still only denounce Huang Kaiwen. That shows remarkable loyalty. Huang Kaiwen's notoriety continues to grow. He previously delivered a performance against Sunderland that was hailed as the best match of the 21st century. That game was indeed exceptional. And Huang Kaiwen's display was nothing short of remarkable. There was truly little to criticize in his gameplay. It would have been even better if the opponents had been a more formidable team. To be candid, Huang Kaiwen's passing in that match was absolutely stunning. It felt as though the opposition was on an entirely different level, allowing him the freedom to play as he pleased. Remarkably, the usually proactive Lily quickly fell asleep, having even skipped dinner. Huang Kaiwen and the young lady engaged in a reenactment reminiscent of the 2nd season of the Borgia family saga. Once the young lady had drifted off, Huang Kaiwen recalled that it was already February. Upon accessing the system, he was astonished to discover that he had acquired 2,000 fortune points, elevating his total to 5,320 points. A closer inspection revealed that these points were awarded by Higuain and Villas-Boas. Huang Kaiwen resolved to defer his decision for the time being and first examine the store's refresh. The special template available was Hua Ling Lai Hua at 1,000,000 points, alongside templates such as Dalan Ko Lai Si at 7,500 points, Kai Ha Fu Si at 5,800 points, and FA by Ao Wei Ila at 4,000 points. Skills included Flower Kickmaster at 2,000 points and Jinzi Proficiency at 100 points, while items such as 24-hour immunity card were priced at 20 points, 30-day injury reduction card at 200 points, and a special item, Arteta's Tactical Manual at 1,500 points. Huang Kaiwen had seen the special template in his youth. It resembled a narrative akin to Yu Yu Hakusho. The combat prowess of Hua Ling Lai Hua paled in comparison to that of Kakarot and lacked the diverse skills possessed by the second pillar. Even with ample fate points, Huang Kaiwen deemed it impossible to purchase such a template solely for its pyrotechnic capabilities. The subsequent templates featured the 3 midfield maestros of Arsenal. Yet Huang Kaiwen found little interest in midfield templates. If he were to invest, it would lean more towards templates like Zidane. As for Arteta's Tactical Manual, he opted to forego it, as his fascination lay more with the strategies of Guardiola and Mourinho, as well as those of Ferguson and Wenger. The skill Flower Kickmaster appeared promising, yet upon reflection, Huang Kaiwen concluded it would serve little purpose. His existing technique was sufficiently robust to utilize the flower kick at opportune moments. What further enhancement could be gained? Ultimately, Huang Kaiwen expended 420 points to acquire the Immunity Card, Injury Reduction Card, and Jinzi Proficiency. Despite his youth, a wise individual learns to prepare for future contingencies. Even as he ages, he could still impress by playing Jinzi in the park. The skill, Jinzi Proficiency, significantly enhances agility, elevating one's Jinzi skills to a professional level. Such a substantial improvement is indeed commendable. He pondered when he might obtain yo-yo mastery. Perhaps then, Huang Kaiwen would finance a production titled The Fiery Huang Ball King. As he reached the conclusion, Huang Kaiwen recalled the fate transformation. Dramatically alter the fate of player Cassano, gaining 1,000 fate points. Dramatically alter the fate of player Higuain, gaining 500 fate points. Dramatically alter the fate of coach Villas-Boas, gaining 500 fate points. Only Cassano's option displayed a fate transformation. Clicking on the fate transformation revealed immediate visuals. In January 2010, Villas-Boas managed to recruit Higuain through strategic positioning. After careful consideration, Higuain agreed to Villas-Boas's proposal, and thus, the two formed a new alliance. With the addition of a partner, Villas-Boas's operational capacity significantly increased, allowing him to target more challenging objectives. Although they did not officially name their group, Interpol designated them as the Witch Thief Gang based on the 6-pointed star cards left by Villas-Boas. This incident incensed Villas-Boas. He was a sorcerer, not a witch. And his aspiration was to enhance his abilities to protect the world, not to engage in thievery. After several days of deliberation with Higuain, he ultimately resolved to name his group himself. During your team's visit to the Bernabeu for the Champions League final, he deliberately left a business card at the Royal Museum of Madrid, inscribed with the name of their group, the Great Thieves. Originally intending to return to Portugal to resume coaching, Villas-Boas abandoned this notion and, following Mourinho's departure, became the new head coach of Chelsea. Huntelaar was utterly perplexed as to why he suddenly found himself ranked behind Higuain in the team's hierarchy. In August 2010, while Chelsea participated in the UEFA Super Cup, a staggering heist occurred at the Monte Carlo casino, resulting in a loss exceeding €40 million. The following day, Higuain scored twice in the Super Cup. Unlike Villas-Boas, who indulged in extravagant hobbies, Higuain found himself unable to casually spend thousands of pounds on antiques. The increasing sum of money in his possession became a source of distress, leading to sleepless nights. He confided in his friend Cassano, who offered the sound advice to venture into filmmaking. The two quickly found common ground and established the Cassano and Higuain Film Company. Villas-Boas was quite displeased with Higuain for divulging this matter to Cassano, yet he felt he had no alternative. In the summer of 2011, he invested $60 million to bring Cassano to Stamford Bridge, thereby adding a new member to their crew. Villas-Boas took charge of identifying targets and mapping out plans, while Higuain was tasked with dismantling security systems, and the diminutive Cassano handled the execution, resulting in a clear division of labor that enhanced their efficiency. Simultaneously, the Cassano and Higuain Film Company flourished, producing exquisite films due to their ample funding. The casting choices for the female lead resonated with public taste, and the plot twists captivated audiences, swiftly establishing them as a rising star in European erotic cinema. As the Great Thieves traversed the continent with Chelsea, their exploits soon attracted attention, especially given the frequent thefts reported in the cities where Chelsea played away matches. In 2016, Chelsea was drawn into the same group as Fenerbahce, unaware that the trio was planning a significant heist targeting the heritage of Constantinople. However, this time Interpol was well prepared and had coordinated with local police to set a trap. Cassano detected the impending danger and promptly decided to retreat. A chase ensued through the streets of Istanbul, with thousands of police in pursuit. Fortunately, all three possessed exceptional skills, and with their modified vehicle, they managed to evade their pursuers and safely return to their hotel. Following this incident, the trio resolved to temporarily disband the Great Thieves, as they had amassed considerable wealth. They returned all remaining items in their possession to the countries of origin under the guise of the group, hoping to garner goodwill. After much contemplation, Cassano decided to retire at the season's end, shifting his focus entirely to film production. Higuain has grown weary of football, and with sufficient wealth at his disposal, he has resolved to establish an automotive modification factory. Meanwhile, Villas-Boas has also resigned from his position as head coach, as his prominence as a public figure had become increasingly conspicuous. In 2017, the film produced by Cassano and Higuain's film company, titled The Merry Band of Thieves, garnered recognition across America, even winning an Oscar. That same year, the film's leading actress received the International Vitality Award at the Japanese Adult Broadcasting Awards. Although Cassano openly associated himself with the Merry Band of Thieves, he remained impervious to any repercussions due to the lack of evidence against him. This audacious act captured the admiration of teenagers in Europe and America, thereby boosting the film's sales. In 2022, Cassano and Higuain's film company released their 500th film. To commemorate this significant milestone, Cassano selected his favorite script, Bishop Antonio. This film stirred considerable controversy, and Cassano found himself in an unexpected predicament, receiving bullets in the mail from zealous followers. In a state of panic, Cassano sought your counsel, and you escorted him to the Vatican to negotiate. Subsequently, he donated $10 million to the Vatican, which honored him with a commendation, allowing the matter to be put to rest. Having reflected deeply, Cassano resolved to distance his creative endeavors from eroticism and embrace history instead, compared to the shoddy historical films often produced. The works of Cassano and Higuain's film company meticulously restored factual accuracy, earning commendations from historians. Numerous university history professors began recommending their historical films to students, leading to the expansion of Cassano and Higuain's film company. However, Cassano was not content with this growth. He aspired to undertake a grander project. Initially, he contemplated producing an adult version of Oppenheimer, but faced vehement opposition from Higuain, as the market for such films was crucial to their company, leading to heated arguments between the two. At that moment, Cassano had a brilliant idea, having studied your position closely. He recognized your intelligence and decided to collaborate with you to address the issue at hand. After formulating his plan, Cassano swiftly began the creative process, naming his new film The True Pot. The narrative centers around a Korean woman who, during wartime, exchanges her body for scraps, ultimately rising to become a food magnate. The film concludes with a satirical commentary on how the Korean narrative manipulates history, transforming a symbol of humiliation into something glorified. Following this incident, Cassano and Higuain's film company faced a boycott from the Korean community, resulting in both major stakeholders being placed on the petition list for the Blue House. However, they are not the cosmic nation. This film not only avoided failure, but also garnered widespread acclaim, becoming a notable entry on the U.S. military's procurement list. The Cassano and Higuain company collaborated with Lighthouse Nation, airlifting their adult films across the globe, wherever the U.S. military was present. There too were Cassano and Higuain. In 2030, Cassano and Higuain's film company embarked on the acquisition of Woodpecker, successfully assimilating the company. Subsequently, they acquired numerous firms, establishing filming bases in both the Czech Republic and Ukraine, ultimately evolving into the largest film company in the world, with Cassano hailed as the Emperor of Erotica. By 2062, at the age of 80, Cassano unexpectedly announced his departure from adult films to create a serious cinematic work. This declaration sparked considerable uproar, prompting Higuain to call and persuade him. Yet Cassano remained resolute, isolating himself from his family, forbidding anyone from entering his room. After days of relentless creativity, Cassano completed his final piece, collapsing onto the table without awakening. Days later, his concerned grandson ventured into the room, discovering the lifeless Cassano, with a script beside him. The cover inscribed with the first king of balls, Kevin. Kevin has amassed considerable accolades, undeniably a collector of honors. The recent conferral at St. Peter's Square represents a milestone for him. As an athlete, his skills, character, and influence have reached a magnitude that the Vatican can no longer overlook, rendering the naming of the new stadium, St. Kevin Stadium, a foregone conclusion. The Pope has articulated clearly that Kevin should utilize his influence to inspire others to better themselves, rather than confining his gaze solely to Europe. Once, a temporary truce was called for Pelé to play. I believe Kevin can achieve similar feats. There remain many whose hometowns are engulfed in conflict. Even a brief cessation of hostilities can save countless lives, illustrating how football transcends the boundaries of life and death. Florentino has shamed Real Madrid. What should have been their honor has devolved into victories for other teams. His misstep continues to cost Real Madrid dearly. Following Kevin's departure from La Liga, the league has endured significant losses, reminding us of that summer when Barcelona signed Kevin's cousin. The Times featured a photograph of the Pope raising Kevin's left hand, remarking that we may soon witness pilgrims journeying to Kevin's doorstep. Though this notion may seem absurd, it reflects the reality. Premier League players ought to exercise caution. Should there be any more Gallic-style fouls, they might jeopardize their lives. The Pope's assertion rings true. The worth of individuals is not dictated by their worldly status, and Kevin has undoubtedly shattered this divide. Following the conferral of honors at St. Peter's Square, a multitude of Brazilian citizens took to the streets in celebration. If Kevin so desires, He could effortlessly triumph in a bid for the presidency of Brazil upon his retirement. The Sun reported that a parrot was discovered, adorned with a diamond-studded tag, revealing its owner to be Manchester United player Cassano. From the parrot's beak, we gleaned astonishing revelations, some concerning Manchester United, others about Kevin, and even snippets about Cassano's private life. In the coming days, we shall interpret the parrot's utterances. In an interview with the Manchester Evening News, Joe Hart remarked that it is challenging to comprehend Kevin's prowess without sharing the pitch with him. Indeed, I underwent a period of psychological therapy, but I have since recuperated. I previously claimed to have deciphered Kevin's shooting technique, a statement grounded in truth. However, I never asserted that this understanding would enable me to save his shots. What I meant was that I could anticipate his strike and react accordingly, yet I made no guarantees of success. When we meet again, I shall earnestly attempt to succeed, though I cannot promise anything. Naturally, the Manchester Evening News would not publish Hart's words verbatim. Upon their publication, Hart's sentiments had transformed entirely. The Manchester Evening News reported that after competing against Kevin, Hart gained profound insight into his abilities. Initially, he could analyze Kevin's shooting trajectory from recordings, and now, with increased experience, he is more equipped. His psychological treatment was not prompted by Kevin, but stemmed from Hart's own mental health struggles. Kevin does not instill fear in him. When they next meet, he intends to show Kevin a different side. Wenger, too, became aware of the news and found himself engulfed in deep concern. The first match of February for Chelsea is against Arsenal. In their previous encounter, Arsenal was compelled to part ways with Galas, their former captain, a player of considerable talent and stature within the locker room. Although Galas's market value was modest, acquiring a defender of similar caliber for the same financial outlay is quite challenging. Since his transfer to Arsenal this season, Vermaelen has performed admirably, yet another position remains troubling. During the winter transfer window, they hastily signed young defender Varane from the Lens youth team. But one cannot expect a 16-year-old to step directly into the Premier League, even if he possesses the brilliance akin to Fabregas. The defensive role demands experience and mental fortitude, as evidenced by the cautionary tale of his former protégé, Senderos. Therefore, Sylvester or Galas must fill the void. After losing a defender, Wenger is resolute in avoiding further losses. Prior to the match, he must engage the players in earnest discussions, urging them to refrain from malicious fouls against Kevin, should another key player be lost. Arsenal will face severe challenges in securing reinforcements next summer. As for the match against Chelsea, Wenger remained undecided about the tactical approach. Time would not pause for his indecision. With only a few days before the match, Wenger ultimately resolved to convene the players in the tactical room. Gazing upon the youthful faces before him, a sense of accomplishment welled up within. Under his guidance, he had nurtured one star after another. This sensation far surpassed the thrill of playing Football Manager. Boro Primoratz and Patras stood at the side, accompanied by several coaches and the head of youth training, all sharing in this moment. Wenger opened a PowerPoint presentation prepared by others. The first slide showcasing the Chelsea team triumphantly lifting their trophy. Noticing the somber expressions on his disciples' faces, Wenger nodded slightly. It was concerning if the players were indifferent. The fact that the sight of Chelsea celebrating their victory unsettled them indicated that there was still hope for the upcoming match. As you can see, this is our London neighbor, the 7-time champions, Chelsea, Wenger remarked, gesturing towards the screen. Unfortunately, our next match is against Chelsea. They are a formidable opponent, a team with very few weaknesses. What do you want us to do, boss? Fabregas inquired. Wenger took his time to respond, transitioning to the second slide, which illustrated the primary activity zones of Chelsea's players. Chelsea's attack heavily relies on the left flank. They will do everything possible to direct the ball there. If we can neutralize their left side, we will have effectively secured our victory. Do you have confidence in this? Wenger scanned the defensive players, who predictably lowered their heads. Thus, a solely defensive approach would be futile. While we would not abandon our defense, we must not invest all our efforts solely into the left flank. Wenger switched the image once more, revealing a photo of Kevin Huang. You should all be familiar with Chelsea's number 10, Kevin Huang, Wenger said, pointing at him. His ambidextrous abilities make it difficult to discern his dominant foot. His technical skills are exceptional, and his physical prowess is top-notch. He possesses numerous techniques for free kicks, altering his style of play in every match, as if each game showcases a different player. Indeed, he is quite challenging to contend with, Vermaelen remarked instinctively, having faced Huang once and already sensing his formidable nature. Therefore, even if we adopt an offensive strategy in the upcoming match. We cannot afford to relax our defense against Huang. Wenger turned to Alexander Song, stating, Diaby will be matched up against Huang. I need you to assist in covering the left side, ensuring that Ramos and the other Chelsea players do not provide too much support for Huang on the right. Do you understand? Song breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I understand, boss. As long as I don't have to directly confront Huang, I should be fine. He had long aspired to transfer to a larger club, and facing Huang repeatedly would not make securing favorable treatment any easier. Cesc, you need to push forward more. So Chelsea's midfielders cannot devote as much energy to supporting Huang. We must execute a swift and efficient offense. Understood, boss. Fabregas nodded in agreement. Finally, one last point. If Huang is positioned in the front line, no more than 40 meters from the penalty area, do not hesitate. Press him immediately and deny him any opportunity for long-range shots, Wenger instructed. The defensive players exchanged wry smiles. The distance to the penalty area does not exceed 40 meters, which is just beyond the halfway line. A direct press is easily circumvented. Yet, they are aware of Huang Kaiwen's capabilities. Remarked admonished. Do not lose confidence before the match has even begun. Chelsea, no matter how formidable, consists of merely 11 players. Enough, disband, Wenger interjected. As the players departed, Remarked expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, You are too lenient with them. We never had such favorable conditions when we played. They earn tens of thousands a week. They can afford cars or houses, and a year of football could make those dreams a reality. What reason do they have not to give their all? Times have changed. Remarked, Wenger replied with a smile. These youngsters did not endure the same hardships we did in our youth. Expecting them to think as we did is rather unreasonable. I simply cannot abide their timidity, Remarked huffed. Mate, Arsene is right. The times have changed, Patlais remarked. They grew up with television and have access to a variety of interests. Football is not their sole source of entertainment. The youth are enamored with video games. And we cannot treat them as you suggest. You all can figure it out. I am amenable to any approach. Remarked stormed out of the tactics room, feeling that Wenger's patience with the players was excessive. In his youth, a locker room culture prevailed, where regardless of talent, one first had to shine the shoes of the veterans before ascending to the first team. A young man like Fabregas, lacking in leadership, would never ascend to captaincy. Do not blame him. He simply has that temperament, Patlais noted. I certainly will not. Wenger shook his head. Everyone desires the best for the team. Indeed. But Chelsea is overwhelmingly strong, Lays sighed. Back when we toppled Ferguson's Manchester United together, it felt exhilarating. However, Chelsea's dominance is suffocating. Alas, I once had the opportunity to sign Kevin. Had I secured him, everything would be different. Wenger sighed in response. Lays refrained from exposing Wenger's falsehood. Arsenal's most significant issue in recent years has been financial constraints. Dreaming of signing Huang Kaiwen under such circumstances is futile. Arsene, should we consider alternative strategies? Patlais inquired. What strategies? Wenger asked, puzzled. For instance, bringing in some foreign players, Lays suggested. You know, Manchester United once sought the counsel of a wizard. You've seen the photos of those Vikings. Perhaps we could explore this avenue. It might yield results. Perhaps it might, Wenger said with self-deprecation. As a head coach, I find myself contemplating seeking assistance from a wizard to secure victory. Such occurrences are not uncommon, Lays counseled. The coach of the French team selects players based on their astrological signs. As the coach of France, you should have some acceptance of such matters. Very well then. It may at least provide some psychological comfort, Wenger nodded. If it requires excessive funds, just give me a call. No need. Patrice remarked. I heard from my neighbor that there is a remarkably effective sorcerer, and he charges less than £100 each time. Is that so? How splendid. You should go and consult him, Wenger replied, rubbing his temples. He still needed to devise more specific tactics for the players. A match encompasses numerous intricacies. It is not merely a matter of adopting a 4-4-2 or 4-3-3 formation. Observing his ailing old comrade, Patrice turned and exited the tactical room. February 7th, match day. The home dressing room at Stamford Bridge. I think that singer named Taylor is quite impressive, Ashley Cole exclaimed with excitement. Which one? Terry inquired, curiosity piqued. I believe it's Taylor Lethscott, Ashley Cole responded. Swift? Kevin Huang interjected. Yes, exactly, Swift, Ashley Cole nodded enthusiastically. What would King Huang say about that? Kevin Huang asked. Since when did you develop a liking for girls with less than stellar figures? I just feel that one should dare to explore new experiences. I happened to notice her while passing by a music store and thought she seemed quite good, Ashley Cole explained. Well, I wish you good luck, Kevin Huang replied. That lady certainly changes boyfriends at a rapid pace. If I hadn't heard it from Cole, I wouldn't have known Swift had debuted. Typically, Kevin Huang did not pay much attention to entertainment news unless a song was playing in every street and alley. Kevin, how about playing in midfield today? Mourinho approached Kevin Huang and asked. Sure, coach, Kevin Huang responded promptly. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, we might have to use Bailey in midfield. That sounds good. Our midfielders have been plagued with injuries lately, Mourinho sighed. I understand, coach, Kevin Huang smiled, indicating that Mourinho need not elaborate. These coaches certainly keep you on your toes, Ramos commented once Mourinho departed. Having played as a goalkeeper for both Real Madrid and Milan, Kevin Huang noted that typically only less renowned players fill numerous positions as substitutes. It's nothing. Everyone is a part of the team, Kevin Huang said with a grin. With an anticipation level reaching 100, he opted to draw a lottery. Ding. You have received a 24-hour experience pass for the 25th round of the 2009 to 2010 Premier League, Chelsea vs Arsenal, featuring Cesc Fabregas. Obtained, Wang Yifu, wait for the opportunity. Wow. Fabregas. How fitting to use him against Arsenal. Coincidentally, he had drawn Fabregas for today's match. It would be a shame not to utilize him. Kevin Huang promptly activated the pass. Ding. You have acquired a 24-hour experience card for Fabregas. Gaining the trait. Wait for the opportunity, Wang Yifu. Trait. Wait for the opportunity, Wang Yifu. When you are on the field, your mind remains exceptionally calm, allowing you to effortlessly discern the optimal moment. This trait is indeed commendable. Remaining composed on the field is crucial for any athlete. Had Zinedine Zidane possessed such a trait back in 2006, the outcome of the World Cup might have been quite different. Let's go, it's time to warm up, Terry said as he stood up. The moment had arrived. Huang Kaiwen followed him out of the tunnel. Recently, Huang Kaiwen's name has been frequently in the news. As an athlete, his fame is indeed remarkable. The match between Chelsea and Arsenal has always been a focal point. During their last encounter, tensions ran high, and many fans eagerly anticipate how both teams will perform this time. Huang Kaiwen has certainly faced his share of fouls on the pitch, so his injuries are understandable. What is particularly impressive is that despite his injuries, he maintains his form. Each time he recovers, he returns to the field with great prowess, a feat not easily achieved. Especially since many renowned players have retired due to injuries, such as the former German prodigy, Dyer. Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, is still serving his suspension. So today the match will be directed by assistant coach Villas-Boas. We are all quite familiar with this assistant coach, whose background closely mirrors that of Mourinho, and it is said that he is preparing to take on a head coach position. Today, Stamford Bridge unveiled a new banner. The rectangular banner in the east stand depicts Huang Kaiwen holding a long sword in one hand and a golden rose in the other, with a Latin inscription below. Glancing at the prompter, Director Jean continued, the meaning of the Latin phrase is to submit or to be conquered, which reflects the affection Huang Kaiwen has garnered from Chelsea fans. As the warm-up concluded, let us take a look at the starting lineups. Chelsea's 4-3-3 formation features two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Czech, defenders, Ashley Cole, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos, midfielders, Ballack, Huang Kaiwen, Modric, forwards, Bale, Drogba, Huntelaar. Arsenal's 4-3-3 formation also includes two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Almunia, defenders, Clichy, Vermaelen, Silvestre, Sagna, midfielders, Alexander Song, Fabregas, Diaby, forwards, Nasri, Arshavin, Walcott. Today's tactical arrangements from both teams have surprised us significantly. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen appears in the attacking midfield position, while Bale is positioned as a left winger, indicating Mourinho's considerable expectations for this young talent. Since Galas' departure, Silvestre has seen more playtime, and the bench also includes the veteran Campbell. However, the abilities of these two players have diminished from their prime. Arsenal's most pressing issue now is the lack of a solid defender. The coaching staff followed the players onto the field. Wenger and Villas-Boas exchanged friendly greetings, devoid of the tense atmosphere typically present between Wenger and Mourinho. Wenger placed a hand on Villas-Boas' arm and said, I hope today will be a splendid match. I share that hope, Villas-Boas nodded with a smile, having always held a favorable impression of Wenger. As he watched Wenger return to the coaching area, he noticed Wenger's assistant pulling out a black bag. Damn it. Villas-Boas cursed under his breath, surprised that the elegant Wenger had resorted to such measures. Wenger took the bag from Rees and inquired, "What is this?" "It is said that this is wish-granting magical powder. Simply take a handful and slowly pour it into a kettle while articulating your desire for it to come true." As Patlys remarked, "Have you ever tried praying for 1 billion?" Wenger chuckled in response. "Of course, I did, and the results were quite satisfactory." Patlys instinctively glanced down between his legs before looking up again. "Anyway, it only cost 82.5, so whether it works or not is inconsequential. It feels rather dubious," Wenger said, shaking the bag in his hand. "What Les said is accurate. It's inexpensive, so consider it a purchase for peace of mind. If this substance were truly so miraculous, it would not be sold." Terry lost the coin toss, and Chelsea kicked off first. Drogba initiated the play, swiftly passing to Huntelaar, who immediately turned to return the ball. Huang Kaiwen, upon receiving the ball, did not hastily advance. Fabregas is not one to control the rhythm of the game. His technical abilities are indisputable. Both long and short passes are exceptionally executed, and he is formidable when advancing to shoot. However, his positioning and playing habits have determined that Fabregas is not the midfield orchestrator of the team. Huang Kaiwen does not possess the same instinct as Fabregas to attack upon gaining possession. He patiently awaited Arshavin's advance before executing a backheel pass. Arshavin surged toward Ballack, who subsequently passed sideways to Walcott, who pressed Modric. Modric deftly evaded Walcott's foot and quickly delivered a diagonal pass to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen, having already observed the play, dispatched a swift lob with his right foot. The ball zipped past Diaby, reaching the forward, Bale. Bale's touch was slightly heavy, causing the ball to strike his instep and bounce forward. Sagna, taken by surprise, was also a tad late in his attempt to intercept, resulting in the ball ricocheting back between the two players. In a confined space, both players lunged for the ball. The tall and long-legged Bale managed to extend his foot just in time, while Sagna, though slightly delayed, successfully poked the ball away from Bale's grasp. As Bale withdrew his left foot, Sagna charged forward, tugging at Sagna's shirt, and the two raced toward the center. After a few strides, Sagna lost his balance and fell to the grass. Bale halted, realizing the referee had not blown the whistle. He quickly hooked the ball back to himself and subsequently lofted it into the penalty area. This delivery was somewhat excessive and was successfully claimed by Almunia, who had rushed out. Wenger protested from the sidelines. Indeed, Bale had committed a foul, and while a card was not warranted, the possession should have been awarded to Arsenal. Yes, Bale, the young player, exhibited great tenacity on the field, which perhaps Mourinho valued, even moving Huang Kaiwen to a more advanced position. However, after gaining possession, Bale should have been aware of his foul, fearing the referee's imminent call, which led to a hasty pass. Indeed, McDean is one of the referees Arsenal holds in disdain. Previously, during the Chelsea-Tottenham match, he was suspected of celebrating a Tottenham goal. It is perplexing why he has been assigned to officiate this match today. Arsenal swiftly organized an offensive play following a goal kick. Their forward passes exhibited remarkable speed. Vermaelen delivered a diagonal ball to Critch, who, after engaging in a 1-2 with Alexander Song, surged past the halfway line. At that moment, Modric prepared to defend as Ramos advanced. Critch showed no intent to dribble past defenders and promptly made a lateral pass. Fabregas, upon receiving the ball, executed a piercing through pass that caught Ballack off guard, the ball rolling past him before he could react. Fortunately, Terry intervened, extending his leg to intercept the ball and clearing it decisively into the opponent's half. "Apologies, mate," Ballack remarked. "No worries, just be cautious. That lad is quite cunning." Terry pointed towards Fabregas. Despite his youth, Fabregas had indeed caused Chelsea considerable trouble. Ballack nodded and moved forward. Alexander Song retrieved the ball in the defensive area and immediately launched a long pass aimed towards the right flank. As Kevin Huang sprinted towards the landing point, he noticed two Arsenal players positioned there. Walcott was close to the sideline, while Diaby was more centrally located. The ball landed near Diaby, causing Huang to hesitate. He was well aware of Diaby's fragility. Although Huang, the king of yellow, often faced injuries, his recovery periods were relatively brief. Diaby, on the other hand, had become a source of concern for Arsenal fans, who were often left wondering if he was injured or had transferred. Huang feared that a physical challenge could lead to an unfortunate incident. Just then, Modric covered the ground, prompting Huang to retreat towards the penalty area to bolster the defense. Diaby leaped to contest a header with Modric, both players directing the ball towards the halfway line. Huang once again sprinted from the penalty area to the midfield. Sagna, making an advancing run, seized the ball and swiftly turned to locate Fabregas. Huang, sensing he was still a distance away, lowered his center of gravity and executed a sliding tackle. Fabregas, however, released his pass just in time, resulting in Huang bringing him down. Walcott received the ball again on the right flank, deftly nudging it inward with his right foot. Ashley Cole, aware of his foul, quickly raised his hands to indicate it was unintentional. Terry and Carvalho, seeing the unattended ball, charged forward. At that moment, the fallen Walcott was rising. With a deft touch, he flicked the ball from his right foot to his left, slipping it past Terry and through the gap between Chelsea's two defenders. Walcott surged into the penalty area and unleashed a right-footed shot, the ball finding its way into the net through the narrow space between Cech and the post. The away fans in the stands erupted with joy. It had been a long time since they had scored against Chelsea so early. Young Tiger Walcott. What a splendid goal. He single-handedly navigated through Chelsea's defense. Indeed, his final strike was decisive. Arsenal's youngsters were proving to be remarkably mature, showcasing exceptional performances in such a crucial match at a tender age. Walcott, at the tender age of 19, had already represented the England national team in the World Cup 3 years prior. Such performances truly befit his burgeoning reputation. He surged towards the corner flag, as Chelsea had cemented their status as Arsenal's foremost adversary. The haunting memories of being thoroughly defeated by Chelsea on several occasions lingered painfully in the hearts of the Arsenal players. To score in such a significant match filled Walcott with elation. However, after a brief celebration, Wenger furrowed his brow, for there was an issue with the goal. Typically, Ashley Cole's foul would have warranted a whistle from the referee, yet the official remained silent. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a well-positioned free kick. It was precisely because he withheld the free kick from Arsenal that Walcott's subsequent goal materialized. The professor cast a glance at the bald referee. Regarding the claims that Mike Dean was a Tottenham supporter, he remained skeptical. Yet today's match made him suspect that the referee might indeed be a patron of their North London rivals. With such an official officiating the match, it seemed an ominous sign for Arsenal. World's best centre-back duo? Cech exclaimed as he retrieved the ball from the net, casting a sardonic glance at his two defenders. We also intended to press forward, yet somehow we all ended up in the same place, Carvalho explained, touching the back of his head. Cech remained unresponsive, retorting, "You lot, earning such hefty wages and basking in fame. Yet you allowed a mere 19-year-old to penetrate your defenses with a few simple maneuvers. Are you deliberately sabotaging me? How could this happen?" Terry chuckled, approaching to say, "It was merely a mistake. Such an error won't recur." Cech rolled his eyes, replying, "The clean sheet bonus is gone. Do as you please." Damn it. Just when he thought the reckless Bale was absent from the defense, Cole returned to deliver an unexpected surprise. At this rate, he would become the goalkeeper with the fewest clean sheets in the Premier League. Cech, brimming with frustration, hurled the ball towards the midfield. After Drogba took the kickoff, he passed to Bale, who opted to carry the ball forward. His speed was indeed remarkable. Before Diaby could provide support, Bale had already advanced near the penalty area. Mourinho in the stands couldn't help but shake his head, believing Bale was ill-suited for the left-winger position. Running forward alone, how will you manage to score? Sure enough, as Bale charged into the box from the edge of the penalty area, he faced pressure from Silvestre. Under duress, Bale unleashed a rather absurd shot with his left foot, which Clichy intercepted outside the penalty area, swiftly turning to initiate a counterattack. I thought Bale might score this time," one spectator remarked. "Indeed, I thought so too. Sometimes." Huang Kaiwen carries the ball straight through to score. However, Bale's shot was rather off the mark. Due to his advance, with Chelsea's formation pressing forward, Arsenal found themselves in a precarious position on the counter. Realizing his mistake, Bale sprinted back, but even his speed could not outpace the ball. Fabregas once again received the ball in midfield and immediately delivered a delicate pass, aiming to send it directly into the penalty area. Chelsea's defenders were quick to respond, yet the ball effortlessly sailed beyond their line. Terry sprinted back desperately, but Arshavin surged past him, leaving Terry a full step behind. Cech had already advanced towards the goal, but still had some distance to cover. At that moment, Terry collided with Arshavin. A gentle yet timely nudge that caused the unsuspecting Arshavin to lose his balance and tumble to the ground in the penalty area. Cech glared fiercely at Terry, who merely offered an awkward smile. By this time, Chelsea's defense had just returned to the front of the penalty area, yet the referee's whistle remained silent. Pass. With Ramos's prompt, Cech finally delivered the ball to Terry. Terry turned to see Huang Kaiwen and, without a moment's hesitation, sent a pass with his right foot. Huang Kaiwen received the ball and sprinted forward, while McDyeen nearby quickly cleared a path. Arshavin turned to locate McDyeen, who then dashed off. After taking only a couple of strides, Huang Kaiwen realized Arsenal's backline was surprisingly vulnerable. He promptly bent down and executed a deft touch with the side of his right foot. The incisive pass found its way between the trailing Sagna and Silvestre, bouncing before reaching Drogba on the left flank. Splendid. Huang Kaiwen's pass was perfectly timed, keeping Drogba onside. Drogba charged toward Arsenal's penalty area. As both sets of fans held their breath in anticipation, he nudged the ball a few meters ahead and accelerated once more. Upon entering the box, he slowed his pace as Silvestre attempted to close in. However, Drogba had already adjusted, striking the ball with the inside of his right foot, which sped past the misjudging Almunia and nestled into the net between the left post. Pat Rice rushed to the sidelines to voice his grievances to the fourth official, insisting that Terry's earlier foul warranted a penalty. Meanwhile, the camera focused on Arsenal's manager, Wenger, seated on the bench, holding a water bottle and pouring a black powder into it while murmuring incantations. Let McDyeen be injured and unable to officiate this match. End of chapter. 0414 by 1 red card, get 1 free. Boas applauded with a smile. Modric's arrival at Chelsea significantly bolstered their midfield strength. Huang Kaiwen's assist was undoubtedly commendable. However, during the initial phase of the match, Modric excelled at both ends of the pitch. Even if Huang Kaiwen were not stationed in midfield, Chelsea's lineup was still quite luxurious, second only to AC Milan's midfield combination. Yet, placing Huang Kaiwen in midfield left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. It was not that Huang Kaiwen was inadequate in that position. Rather, Bale's performance on the left flank was lacking. What was once Chelsea's strongest asset had suddenly diminished. Bale, with his remarkable speed and explosive impact, would pose a headache for any opposing team. Today, Arsenal's defensive prowess on the right flank has noticeably eased, primarily due to the disparity between Bale and Kevin Huang. Bale struggles with a particular flaw in his ball handling. He refrains from passing backward. When he cannot advance further and lacks nearby teammates, he tends to force his way through, which often results in conceding possession. Villas-Boas decided to observe further and subsequently counseled Bale, although the score was equalized shortly thereafter. Wenger's confidence in today's match had significantly surged. He clapped his hands to disperse the black dust, stepping to the sidelines and gesturing for attention. Alexander Song jogged over, inquiring, "Boss, what directives do you have?" Wenger responded, "From the 3 of you, select one to fall back, while the others press forward, compelling Chelsea's midfield to retreat." He placed an arm around Alexander Song's shoulder, explaining, "Kevin has been consistently tracking back. If we apply pressure, he will need to devote more energy to defense. Understand?" "I got it, boss." Alexander Song nodded affirmatively. During the opening phase, Kevin Huang indeed failed to exhibit his previous aggression, which bolstered his confidence. The teams reconvened in midfield. Arshavin initiated the play, with Nasri immediately returning the ball. Upon receiving Wenger's instruction, Fabregas surged forward, preferring to penetrate the attack rather than control the rhythm of midfield. As Chelsea's formation remained compact, Fabregas crossed the halfway line and confronted Kevin Huang. He decelerated, awaiting his teammates' advance. As Kevin rushed towards Fabregas, he extended his left foot, prompting Fabregas to swiftly retract with his right foot. It was perilously close. Defending with the right foot against a right-footed opponent, especially face-to-face, posed its challenges. But the opposite was even more daunting. Fabregas was compelled to turn and maneuver the ball with greater amplitude than usual. Kevin Huang, whose weight had not shifted, slightly retracted his left foot, attempting to poke the ball between Fabregas's legs. Recognizing the imminent danger, Fabregas leaned into Kevin, deftly nudging the ball away. Christian, making an advance, intended to carry the ball forward until he spotted Ramos charging in. He quickly laid the ball off. Alexander Song, unhurried, recognized his role as Arsenal's orchestrator of possession. Noticing Fabregas's forward run, he promptly delivered a pass. Kevin Huang, realizing too late, extended his foot but was still a step behind. Fabregas received the ball, swiftly nudging it forward. As the ball reached the final third, Arsenal's attacking tempo escalated. Ballack surged toward Fabregas, who feigned a leftward breakthrough with his left foot. then pulled back, twisting his body to pass to Walcott on the right flank. Ashley Cole, firmly securing his position inside, restricted Walcott from cutting in. The two raced toward the goal line, and as Walcott made a sudden stop to feint, he could not deceive Ashley Cole. Consequently, he was forced to attempt a cross, which was thwarted by Cole's raised foot, sending the ball out for a corner. This is the essence of experience. The young Tiger's subtle tactics were swiftly discerned in the presence of a defender of Cole's caliber. Indeed, the previous moment of inspiration led to a splendid goal. However, one cannot rely solely on fleeting brilliance in football. Walcott's most pressing challenge now lies in his inability to surpass Ashley Cole on the flanks. Next comes Arsenal's corner kick. Yet Chelsea's aerial prowess ranks among the best in the Premier League. Let us observe this opportunity. Fabregas stands directly at the corner flag, while the penalty area is crowded with players. The distinction between the two teams is palpable. Arsenal emphasizes technical finesse, with players like Arshavin and Nasri becoming engulfed in Chelsea's iron fortress within the box. Kevin Huang and Bale position themselves just outside the penalty area, but even then, Chelsea's height proves to be a significant advantage. After Sagna's support, Fabregas executes a quick short pass. It is a tactical corner. Sagna forcefully directs the ball into the box towards Terry, who heads it away. The ball falls perfectly to Bale on the left flank, with Fabregas emerging from the corner flag to occupy the same space. Should Chelsea launch a counterattack now, they might very well score. Fabregas swiftly makes a decision, extending his foot to kick the ball onto Bale's foot, causing him to tumble harshly onto the grass. The ball rolls from beneath Bale towards the center, allowing Arsenal players to retrace their steps. Ramos and Song surge towards the ball, with Ramos managing to intercept it first. Seizing the moment, Kevin Huang dashes forward, deftly nudging the ball with his right foot and racing towards the left flank. Stop him, don't let him counter. Wenger, still away from the touchline, can hardly contain himself. Kevin Huang is lethal on the counterattack. He initially intended to shout for a tackle, but the word stuck in his throat. Losing a match is one thing. Losing two more players could mean selling off the Emirates Stadium. Fabregas may not possess blistering speed, but his youth ensures he is no slouch on the ball. With the advantage of Huang's innate talent, he exhibits a pace rivaling that of Owen. Diaby, lurking in the backline, charges towards Kevin Huang. Huang nearly curses under his breath, suspecting that the professor has intentionally sent Diaby to provoke him. Faced with such a fragile opponent, Huang hesitates to engage closely. As Diaby lunges forward, Huang deftly prods the ball through his legs, and it swiftly travels past him to the opposing side. Huang twists his body, sidling along the touchline without any physical contact. The sense of impending loss intensifies. Wenger instinctively reaches for his suit pocket, retrieving a pouch of powder and inserting it into a bottle whose cap he is yet to twist, murmuring to himself, "Do not let Kevin score, do not let Kevin score." Kevin Huang has now approached the vicinity of the penalty area. Sagna, just outside the box, lowers his center of gravity and spreads his legs, poised to seize the moment to tackle. As Huang Kaiwen's speed diminished, he abruptly lifted his right foot, swiftly gliding over the ball, followed closely by his left. A bicycle kick. Just as his left foot descended, he nudged the ball forward and surged ahead. Sagna, attempting to pivot, was a step behind, gritting his teeth to pursue. Yet, Huang Kaiwen had barely dashed 2 steps towards the byline when he executed a deft backheel flick with his left heel, sending the ball rolling rapidly into the penalty area behind his right foot. Although Sagna aimed to follow Huang Kaiwen's direction, he lost his balance and fell hard onto the side of the penalty area. As Huang Kaiwen approached the byline, Sylvester was still at a considerable distance. Vermaelen had already decisively lunged towards Huang Kaiwen. With a sharp crack, Huang Kaiwen did not linger on the ball. While in motion, he executed a backward triangular pass with his left foot. The Arsenal players were fixated on Drogba positioned in front of the goal, yet the ball rolled behind him. Modric, standing centrally, turned and shot, scoring from close range. Ecstatic, Modric raced towards Huang Kaiwen. Wenger gazed blankly at the field, realizing he had made a mistake. Next time he indulged in the dark powder, he would have to add a note to prevent Kaiwen from assisting. Chelsea led 2-1. The rapid transition from trailing to leading was astonishing. Chelsea's counterattack speed was arguably the best in Europe. New signing Modric netted his first goal for Chelsea. Although the angle was tight, Huang Kaiwen opted to pass to a teammate in a better position. Indeed, today Huang Kaiwen played as an attacking midfielder, demonstrating a tendency to orchestrate the offense. Frankly, I have always felt that Coach Zhang was right. Huang Kaiwen attracted a significant amount of defensive attention, enabling his teammates to find opportunities with ease. It is not just Modric. Even I could score if given the chance. Perhaps not, as professional players sometimes shoot erratically, and fans should not overestimate their own abilities. Our school team has suffered tremendously against several sports schools. They claim that playing half a match against the substitutes of QX left them demoralized. Professional players possess undeniable skill. Even the less talented ones undergo rigorous training. Listening to you all, it increasingly feels as though Huang Kaiwen's prowess resembles that of a professional contrasting with amateurs. As for his footballing ability, it is indeed superior. Yet he is not without his shortcomings. Really? Are there aspects in which Huang Kaiwen falls short of you? Certainly. I can play video games for over 10 hours a day. No matter how much Huang Kaiwen earns, he cannot enjoy life as comfortably as I do. By the way, did you know that Huang Kaiwen just bought a gaming company? So what if he did? Even if he releases the most entertaining games, I still want to play them. Right? Even if I did, I wouldn't spend a single penny on Huang Kaiwen. Villas-Boas hurried towards the substitutes bench and said to Higuain, "If we score again, get up to warm up, be prepared to come on." Higuain nodded. To his surprise, after agreeing with Villas-Boas, his treatment improved significantly. At least he was no longer simply gestured to warm up with 2 fingers. This represents a significant enhancement compared to his time at Real Madrid. The prospect of what may unfold if this continues is almost too daunting to contemplate. Higuain perceives this as a promising beginning. Fabregas observes everything transpiring before the Chelsea bench. Caught between laughter and tears. Merely 20 minutes into the match, Chelsea is already poised to substitute a key player. How has Arsenal fallen to such depths? He once collaborated with his elder teammates to forge an unbeaten season. Reflecting upon the triumphant Barcelona, he contrasts it with Arsenal, now disregarded by their opponents. The stark disparity overwhelms Fabregas, rekindling his nostalgia for his homeland. It is said that Barcelona has discovered a new footballing prodigy in Boyan. Yet he wonders if he will secure a starting position upon his return. With a heavy heart, Fabregas repositions himself in midfield. Following the restart, Nasri, under pressure on the left flank, promptly returns the ball. Fabregas instinctively directs it to the right, where Walcott hesitates to advance, opting instead to pass to Arshavin in the center. Arshavin is closely marked by Ballack and Modric. Attempting to break through, he finds Ballack resolutely denying him any opportunity. Their physicality is worlds apart. As soon as Ballack closes in, Arshavin loses control of the ball, allowing Modric to seize the moment, swiftly intercepting and returning the ball. Carvalho yields position, and upon receiving the ball, Cech seizes the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball sails from the backfield directly towards the left flank. Bale springs into action, showcasing remarkable explosiveness. After a lackluster performance on the right side previously, he is determined today. Diaby rushes towards Bale, who deftly nudges the ball behind him. Diaby spins around, but by the time he turns, Bale has already gained a 3-meter advantage. Frustration envelopes Diaby as he grapples with the pace of Chelsea's players. Perhaps they should host an internal sprint competition. Bale advances with his left foot, propelling the ball forward as he races toward Arsenal's penalty area. Drogba in the center and Huntelaar on the right join the attack. Huang Kaiwen maintains a steady pace, lingering just behind Bale. Pass it, Boas growls, almost wishing to join Bale in delivering the ball. However, Bale does not heed his thoughts. This time, as he cuts in from the left side of the penalty area, he is closely marked by Sylvester. Finding no opportunity, he opts to pass to the center. His pass is too conspicuous, intercepted by Vermaelen, who swiftly clears it out of bounds. It is Chelsea's turn to take a corner kick, and their aerial prowess is formidable. Arsenal must exercise caution. Huang Kaiwen approaches the corner flag, and the atmosphere at Stamford Bridge erupts in fervent cheers. His corner kicks are notoriously unpredictable, prompting Wenger to rush to the sidelines to remind his players. Positioned at the right corner flag, Huang Kaiwen surveys the situation within the penalty area. He promptly raised his left hand, extending his finger. Observing his demeanor, the Arsenal players grew increasingly anxious. Vermaelen fixed his gaze directly on Terry, while Sylvester seized Ramos by the jersey. However, Chelsea boasted an abundance of players adept at seizing opportunities, rendering it arduous for the Arsenal players to pinpoint a target. Ballack, Drogba, and Huntelaar all possessed commendable abilities in this regard, along with Carvalho, who remained stationed in his own half. With such a multitude of threats, Arsenal's two central defenders found themselves overwhelmed. Alexander Song took it upon himself to mark Chelsea's two forwards. Even Diaby was poised for action within the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen found himself somewhat impressed by this individual, who, after a lengthy hiatus, still dared to charge into the box. It was reminiscent of the time when the King of Yellow had his debuff lifted but was notably cautious to avoid physical contact. After some contemplation, Huang Kaiwen resolved to direct the ball towards the two forwards. After a brief run-up, he swiftly swung his left foot, striking the ball on its lower left side. The ball soared with a considerable arc but lacked much spin. Terry and Vermaelen, entangled in their jump at the near post, were a step slow, allowing the ball to zip through the center towards the far post. Drogba seized the moment, leaping to deliver a header. But the ball ricocheted off Diaby and out of the penalty area. Ashley Cole dashed to the sideline, only to find his path blocked by Sagna, prompting him to quickly flick the ball with his heel. As Bale raised his foot in the center, he was abruptly knocked to the ground by the charging Diaby. The whistle of Mike Dean pierced the air, and he promptly brandished a yellow card at Diaby. This decision left the Arsenal players quite dissatisfied, leading them to confront the referee. Terry, somewhat reflective, mused that perhaps it was because Arsenal were bitter rivals of Tottenham. Huang Kaiwen remarked, uncertain of Dean's specific fan allegiances, yet attributing many of his actions to a bias towards Tottenham. When Chelsea faced Tottenham, the latter often received favorable treatment. Conversely, when Arsenal clashed with Chelsea, Dean appeared to target Arsenal, the North London adversaries of Tottenham. It seemed the professor had his own challenges, with two of the four blind referees particularly scrutinizing Arsenal, leaving one to wonder what transgressions they had committed. Modric followed Ballack towards the foul spot. Noticing Huang Kaiwen already stationed there, Ballack inquired, "What's the plan, Kevin?" Huang Kaiwen gestured for Ramos to approach. As Ramos jogged over, Ballack assumed Huang Kaiwen sought Ramos's assistance for a cover, preparing to advance towards the penalty area when Huang Kaiwen halted him. With a hand over his mouth, Huang Kaiwen whispered, "Today, we shall employ a tactical free kick." "Is it because too many direct free kicks have become tedious?" "I can understand," Ramos inquired earnestly. Huang Kaiwen remained silent, continuing with his hushed instructions. "In a moment, I will make my run down the left. Sergio, you dash to the right and head into the box to seize the opportunity. Misha, you will deliver the ball to me, understood?" "What about me?" Modric asked. In this configuration of four individuals, three possessed specific roles. Luka, position yourself to the right of the ball, as this spot may easily be misconstrued as that of the primary kicker, providing an element of intimidation, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Since a teammate had inquired, he felt compelled not to disappoint. Modric nodded in agreement. Regardless of the task, being included was paramount. After deliberating on their strategy, Huang Kaiwen took his place behind the ball, positioned furthest back. Ramos stood slightly ahead on the left side of the ball, while Ballack positioned himself directly to the left, facing the ball sideways. Modric stood a bit further back on the right side. This arrangement left not only the Arsenal players, but also Villas-Boas and Mourinho in the stands utterly perplexed. Commentary from around the globe reflected the curiosity of fans regarding how Chelsea would approach this free kick. Just after discussing Milan's match against Bologna, Krudel expressed his belief that Kaiwen was likely planning a tactical free kick, as he rarely allowed for a shield when taking direct free kicks, let alone having three teammates beside him. Perhaps he had grown weary of the routine of running up and shooting directly at the goal, seeking to involve more teammates in the scoring process. In the case of other players, such a scenario might not arise, but with Kaiwen, anything was possible. As he began his run, Kaiwen indeed surged towards the left flank, and Ballack deftly passed the ball to him. Kaiwen delivered a cross from the left, and Ramos leaped high in the penalty area to head the ball into the net. Goal! 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 I had anticipated this. Kaiwen had indeed orchestrated a tactical free kick, a masterstroke of ingenuity, leading his teammates to execute a breathtaking combination play. Though Ballack appeared to be in the least likely position to take the shot, it was he who provided the pass to Kaiwen. The subsequent sequence was straightforward. Kaiwen's cross, akin to a guided missile, effortlessly located Ramos, who had surged into the penalty area from the foul spot. The goal was that simple. While others marveled at Kaiwen's superior talent, they failed to recognize his exceptional intellect. When he chooses not to rely on his technical skills to score, he utilizes his intelligence instead. This tactical free kick was far more ruthless than an unanswerable curling shot with the outside of the foot, under the spotlight of Chelsea's collaboration. Arsenal players resembled marionettes with severed strings, their movements rigid and reactive. Vermaelen, a remarkably cost-effective defender, has been a classic signing for the Premier League this season. Yet found himself questioning his existence after 2 encounters with Chelsea. If he were before me, I would offer him a word of encouragement. Do not lose heart. You are already exceptional, but you face an adversary you can never conquer. Achieving success in the Premier League is straightforward. Modric and Bale exemplify this best. Transforming from Kaiwen's opponents into his teammates is the key. Ramos rushed to Huang Kaiwen's side, embracing him and raising his arm in triumph towards the stands. One by one, Chelsea players surged forward to celebrate, and cheers erupted once more from the crowd. The sensation of never having to worry about a defeat has increasingly become a source of enjoyment for them. Even if their support for the players stems from their athletic prowess, no one wishes to back athletes of questionable character. Presently, Chelsea evidently embodies their fantasy of an aristocratic club. If this continues, they could easily become the second coming of Real Madrid. Merely contemplating this is exhilarating. The only concern lies with that world-renowned left-back who frequently graces the front page of The Sun. Some fans feel compelled to write to the club, advocating for the replacement of a starting player. As Villas-Boas turned around, he found Higuain warming up on the sidelines and could only feign urgency to call for Faria. Rui Faria bent over as he approached the sideline, somewhat disdainfully inquiring, "What do you need? Are you looking for the restroom?" "No. I merely wish to discuss the tactics for the second half," Villas-Boas replied, searching for an excuse. "You should speak with more decisiveness. After all, you are the head coach," Faria remarked, still bent over. "And you have the audacity to run to the substitutes bench to explain your substitutions, bringing disgrace upon the face of the head coach." "Yes, you are right," Villas-Boas conceded distractedly, glancing at Higuain, who seemed to be observing their exchange. He then asked, what should be said regarding the treatment of substitute players? Naturally, as Jose would do, a mere beckon with the finger. If one's abilities are lacking, one must face reality. If they desire better treatment, they must strive to become a first-team player. This serves as motivation for the players to aspire for improvement. One cannot extend courtesy to everyone. It is essential for them to comprehend that hierarchy is omnipresent. To ascend to the ruling class, one must labor diligently. Only those who possess intellect and strength can shape the lives of others. Observing Faria speak so eloquently, Villas-Boas could not suppress a smirk of derision. "Fool, you might as well walk home every day from now on." Wenger noted the sentiments of his disciples, but felt powerless to intervene. Despite Huang Kaiwen not wreaking havoc on the flanks today, Arsenal still found themselves 2 goals down early on, even though the Arsenal players appeared somewhat fragile. Conceding 2 goals was not insurmountable. Opportunities to equalize or even overturn the score often presented themselves. However, the greatest issue seemed to be their loss of confidence, a lack of belief in their ability to confront Chelsea, as the entire team exuded an air of resignation. Wenger's gaze fell upon Fabregas. For the sake of this cherished pupil, he had stripped Galas of the captain's armband. Now, Wenger hoped Fabregas could galvanize the team. As Arsenal resumed play, they opted for a deeper backward pass. Fabregas immediately executed a backheel flick upon receiving the ball. Alexander Song swiftly relayed it to the left flank, where Clichy was stationed. Upon noticing Walcott making a forward run, Clichy unleashed a powerful left-footed cross. However, the delivery lacked precision, landing directly at Balak's feet. Balak turned and passed to Ashley Cole, who, upon receiving the ball, was swiftly brought down by the advancing Walcott. Just as Balak attempted to pass to the forward, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The red card issued by McDean was decisive. Walcott's action was indeed a stamp, leaving no room for debate regarding the card. Today, aside from the early goal, the young Tiger has been stifled by Ashley Cole's defense, leading to evident frustration for Walcott. This highlights a prevalent issue among young players, often lacking the composure of their more seasoned counterparts. A lack of performance can quickly lead to anxiety, creating a vicious cycle. During a Chelsea free kick in their defensive third, a fan hurled an object, a coin, that struck Cole. In response, Ashley Cole turned, picked it up, and tossed it back into the stands. This action did not escape the referee's gaze, resulting in another red card. This was truly an unwarranted situation for Cole. The camera panned to Mourinho. Even from the stands, this tactically disciplined coach couldn't refrain from shouting instructions. Just as Cole returned to the starting lineup, he now faced the prospect of losing his position once again. Higuain glanced at Villas-Boas, uncertain if he would be called upon. Based on past experiences, When a teammate receives a red card, he often finds himself back on the bench. Villas-Boas noticed Higuain's gaze and turned to the substitutes, calling out, "Joe, get warmed up." Joe Cole removed his training jacket, while Villas-Boas brought Higuain to the fourth official, instructing, "Substitute Ballack. Bale will play as a fullback, and you will take the left flank." "All right, boss," Higuain replied, surprised at the unexpected opportunity to enter the game. It seemed that being noticed by Villas-Boas was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Chelsea made a substitution. It wasn't Kevin Huang, but Higuain replaced Ballack, with Bale presumably shifting back to fullback. Meanwhile, Arsenal showed no signs of making a substitution. Wenger's approach to substitutions is typically conservative, contrasting sharply with Chelsea's more extreme tendencies. Joe Cole was warming up on the sidelines, likely to replace Huang. Huang seemed resigned to the coach's decisions. It was quite remarkable to see three forwards arranged in one formation. Although Higuain and Huntelaar playing on the wing may not compare to Bayern's rivalry, they still possessed superior dribbling and ball control compared to the likes of Saka and Sancho, demonstrating a significant advantage. Bale initiated play from the back, with Modric receiving the ball and promptly passing to Huang. Huang hesitated to advance, hampered by Ballack's absence, which constrained his forward movement. Modric, fearing potential pitfalls, awaited the arrival of Arshavin and Fabregas before making his move. Huang, upon receiving the ball, deftly maneuvered forward, executing a wall pass with Modric. He controlled the ball with his left foot, showcasing his superior skills in a duel against the genuine threat posed by Fabregas. Huang leaned into Fabregas with his body, maintaining possession with his left foot and denying Fabregas any opportunity to challenge for the ball. Observing the unfolding play, Alexander Song rushed forward to assist. As Huang Kaiwen sprinted, his ankle twisted slightly, and he deftly redirected the ball with the outside of his foot. Higuain seized the opportunity, swiftly passing to Drogba, who faced a crowd of defenders but managed to send the ball to the left before making a run forward. Once again receiving the ball, Higuain noticed Huang Kaiwen's advance and decisively executed a long-range lateral pass. Vermaelen hurried towards Huang Kaiwen, who, upon receiving the ball, made a slight adjustment before unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. Vermaelen, unable to close the distance in time, quickly turned and leapt to block the long-range shot. Yet his positioning inadvertently allowed the ball to slip past him. The ball soared past Vermaelen, hurtling into the penalty area towards the left side of the goal. Almunia, in a desperate dive, was unable to thwart the strike. The ball found the net goal. Kaiwen scores. After providing 3 assists to his teammates, Kaiwen finally netted a goal himself. Perhaps the departure of Ashley Cole instilled a sense of urgency in Kaiwen, prompting him to take the shot from 35 meters out, a stunning strike beyond comprehension. In this realm, the only pressure Kaiwen feels does not stem from his opponents, but rather from his teammates. Fortunately, Kaiwen is no longer playing in La Liga, where it is rumored that third-party bonuses exist. I believe that in situations where certain teams find it impossible to defeat Kaiwen, they might consider offering third-party bonuses to his teammates to help secure a victory over him. Chelsea opted for substitutions, and while their schedule did not appear overly congested, Kaiwen's reduced injuries since transferring to Chelsea may be attributed to the coaching staff's cautious approach in utilizing him. Conversely, Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, has faced his fair share of injuries. I once heard a humorous theory in a fan pub that suggested Kaiwen's injuries had somehow transferred to Mourinho. Quite amusing indeed. Upon noticing the referee raise the substitution board, Huang Kaiwen proactively approached the sidelines. "Keep it up, mate," he said, embracing Joe Cole before walking off the pitch. Villas-Boas offered him a towel and a water bottle, inquiring, "Do you want to head back early?" "No, coach," Huang Kaiwen declined. "Once in a while is fine, but if I leave early every time, that would be rather peculiar." The uniqueness of the Yellow King primarily reflects in his salary. In other aspects, it is unnecessary. Seeing Huang Kaiwen's response, Villas-Boas patted him on the shoulder and directed him back to the bench. "Out for a night on the town?" Deco asked, leaning in. "Forget it," Callow interjected. "You have no control when it comes to drinking. Last time, you got so drunk that I had to take you home. And you threw up on my mom's Gucci bag." Deco sheepishly replied, "I'll buy her a new bag sometime." Huang Kaiwen sensed that this narrative was veering off course and quickly changed his position. Hopefully, the Yellow King was merely overthinking. Otherwise, discussions would become quite contentious. After Ballack's substitution, Chelsea's midfield noticeably weakened. The final score settled at 5-4. Post-match press conference. Wenger maintained a smile as he addressed the reporters, stating, "Although we were unable to secure victory in today's match, the score reflects the disparity between the two teams. We shall strive to improve in the next game." When a journalist inquired if he believed Arsenal's strength was merely a goal shy of Chelsea, Wenger sidestepped the question, responding with a smile, "The score is 5-4. Do you truly think there is a greater gap between us? Football must be played, not merely contemplated." "I concur with Mr. Wenger's sentiments," added Villas-Boas. "Arsene, today we observed you several times pouring a black powder into the water bottle. What is its purpose, and could it potentially affect the players' urine tests?" Wenger's expression shifted slightly. However, he quickly composed himself, remarking, "It is said that this substance is a wish powder. When placed in water, it grants wishes. My desire is to win. Yet as you can see, it evidently failed to deliver." The reporters then turned their attention to Villas-Boas. "Mr. Villas-Boas, why did you substitute Kevin so early?" He replied, "Kevin's situation is rather unique. I once heard it said that the duration a player spends on the pitch is not the issue. Rather, it is what he accomplishes during that time that matters. Kevin has already brought us victory, so his time on the field is not a concern." Is this the perspective of Mr. Mourinho or your own? Who was the most significant contributor to today's win? Villas-Boas continued, "The tactics were devised in consultation with Jose. And undoubtedly, Kevin is the standout contributor, though the rest of the team also performed admirably." That concludes today's press conference. After shaking hands with Wenger, Villas-Boas departed the venue. Huang Kaiwen declined the celebratory gestures from his teammates, eager to return home to play video games. Upon arriving home, he received a call from a sponsor. "Kevin, have you seen that advertisement from the West?" inquired the voice on the other end. "What West advertisement?" "I recall there being several," Huang Kaiwen responded. "It features Cafu riding a horse to steal a barrel of Pepsi, only for Carlos to kick him off." "Oh, I believe I have seen that one," Huang Kaiwen replied. "The previous advertisements had some excellent concepts. We would like you to film a similar ad with Cassano, where he attempts to steal something, and you catch him." The caller outlined their intention. "Forget it. I find it rather tedious. They're all similar ideas." Huang Kaiwen flatly rejected the proposal. Primarily, he was somewhat disinclined to engage in advertising. These major companies were not as easy to deal with as others. They demanded a high standard in acting, sets, and dialogue. Even though Huang was a skilled performer, they would still find faults. Filming an advertisement was quite exhausting, and given that it was still the season, he had little time to spare for their prolonged whims. "Your remuneration is 50 million, the caller insisted. Huang Kaiwen immediately replied, "All right, I accept, not for the money, but primarily because stealing is wrong, and I want the fans to understand the importance of integrity." The chapter concludes. Huang Kaiwen, adorned with a baseball cap and a backpack, clutches a travel manual on London in one hand and hangs a camera around his neck. This is the quintessential tourist attire. However, instead of capturing the cultural essence of London, he is focused on photographing his good friend Ramos. For several days now, every time he calls, Ramos is at home surfing the internet, occasionally chuckling foolishly during training. After a match against Arsenal, when Huang Kaiwen invites him out for some leisure, Ramos deftly declines, claiming he is otherwise occupied. From Huang Kaiwen's perspective, it is highly likely that his friend has embarked on a romantic escapade, and to make matters more intriguing, it appears to be an online romance. Given Ramos's illustrious track record, Huang Kaiwen feels compelled to intervene before his friend finds himself utterly ensnared. Thus, he resolves to uncover the identity of the woman with whom Ramos is rendezvousing. This leads to his current ensemble, accompanying Ramos into the hotel. Huang Kaiwen senses that his friend is making significant progress. To his surprise, they arrive at the restaurant, Dinner by Heston Blumenthal. Renowned for its Michelin 2-star status and its affiliation with the 3-star Fat Duck, both helmed by the same chef. This establishment offers views of Hyde Park and is quite popular due to its reasonable pricing. Huang Kaiwen retrieves his phone and calls Kenyang, requesting a reservation for a secluded table. 5 minutes later, Kenyang calls back to confirm the arrangement. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen has procured a formal outfit from the hotel shop, folding his jeans, t-shirt, and jacket neatly into his backpack. Everything is in order. "Do you have a reservation?" the waiter inquires. Huang Kaiwen tips his cap and replies, "Yes. I'm under the name Huntelaar." "Certainly, Mr. Huntelaar, please follow me," the waiter responds, glancing down before leading the way. Upon sitting down, Huang Kaiwen swiftly orders several dishes and begins to survey his surroundings, utterly astonished. As it is not yet lunchtime, the restaurant is only sparsely populated. His gaze quickly lands on Ramos, who is engaged in light-hearted banter with a woman. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that Huang Kaiwen recognizes the woman. She is Lydia Hearst, the granddaughter of a publishing magnate, who had previously invited her to watch Huang Kaiwen's matches. Rumor has it that she stands to inherit a fortune exceeding 20 billion, though some speculate it to be around 2 billion. Regardless of the veracity of either claim, it is evident that she is exceptionally affluent. While Huang Kaiwen is not overly concerned about his friend being financially duped, matters of the heart are another story entirely. A quick search on his phone reveals that Lydia Hearst is 2 years senior to Ramos. Excellent. Huang Kaiwen's suspicions are confirmed. His friend indeed has a penchant for older women. Lydia and her cousin's notoriety rivals that of the Hilton sisters, albeit with a somewhat improved reputation. It is said that she is not particularly fond of attending parties, marking her as an anomaly among the second-generation elite. Huang Kaiwen resolves to observe the situation further. He continues to fixate on the pair, yet the distance renders it impossible to discern the content of their conversation. It appears that the two individuals are enjoying each other's company, which is quite pleasant. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen's phone rang. He stood up and walked towards the restroom. Answering the call, "What's the matter, Gareth? I have some matters to attend to. You've signed up for a golf class? Good, then give it your all. Let us go play golf together when we have the time." That's that. After hanging up, Huang Kaiwen hurried back to his seat, resuming his observation of the two. Ramos suddenly turned around, and instead of immediately averting his gaze, Huang Kaiwen raised his coffee cup and gave it a gentle shake towards Ramos. "What is going on?" Lydia Hearst inquired. "Nothing, perhaps just a fan," Ramos replied. Having imitated Huang Kaiwen by cutting his hair short and shaving clean, he appeared remarkably rejuvenated. "All right then. Shall we go see an opera later? Do you like it?" Lydia Hearst asked, tossing her hair. "I do, of course," Ramos nodded in agreement. Seeing the two engage in conversation once more, Huang Kaiwen let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. He nearly got discovered. Fortunately, his makeup skills had been honed well enough that even his close friend failed to recognize him. After approximately 20 minutes, the two prepared to leave. Huang Kaiwen promptly summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Upon exiting, he discovered that the two had entered a taxi. "Follow that cab," Huang Kaiwen called out. Attempting to hail a taxi, but someone else had already slipped inside. He joined them in the back seat. "Sir, he got in first," the driver awkwardly reminded him. Huang Kaiwen pulled out his wallet, retrieving a bundle of pounds, and handed it over, saying, "How about now?" "Indeed, he did enter first," the driver replied, turning his head. "Please exit." "No, I wish to have a word with him." Huang Kaiwen waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, I hope you enjoy your conversation," the driver said as he started the taxi. The person who had taken the back seat then spoke up. "I noticed you long ago. You were also watching Ramos. Which publication do you represent? You should introduce yourself before inquiring about others," Huang Kaiwen retorted, somewhat irked. "Richard Moriarty from The Sun," the other replied. "Ah, The Sun. How unremarkable. But are you perhaps using a pseudonym to deceive me?" Huang Kaiwen skeptically questioned. A surname like Moriarty is indeed rare, and Huang Kaiwen quickly sensed that the other was using a name derived from Sherlock Holmes. "It's genuine. You can call to verify," the paparazzo defended. "I shall do so." Huang Kaiwen nodded. "Hey, you Haven T told me which publication you're with. Just so you know, I was the one who had my eye on Ramos first." The paparazzo expressed his dissatisfaction. "The Daily Mail, who says that being the first to notice him grants you ownership. Besides, I've been following him for quite some time." Huang Kaiwen stated. "Impossible. It was I who wrote about Ramos' possible preference for men," the other countered. "Well, perhaps you were earlier," Huang Kaiwen conceded. "What do you want then? Once you get out, just scram and don't disturb me," the paparazzo said impatiently, having kept an eye on Ramos for a while. "All right." Huang Kaiwen nodded. At that moment, the car came to a halt. Huang Kaiwen looked up and noticed it was the Novello Theatre. Ramos, whose activities were primarily in West London, was being watched by paparazzi who, upon seeing Huang Kaiwen disembark, regarded him warily and said, "Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. Paying the driver such a sum and then tailing Ramos, you must be up to no good. It's not too late to scram." Huang Kaiwen approached, wrapped his arms around the individual's neck, and swiftly landed a punch to their abdomen, pulling them into the alley beside the theater. A few minutes later, Huang Kaiwen left the alley with a few banknotes and the individual's storage card in hand. Damn it. Not only did they slander Ramos by suggesting he had an inclination towards men, but they also claimed he fancied Huang, the King of Yellow. Huang Kaiwen felt that delivering a punch was too lenient. Upon entering the theater and checking the schedule, Huang Kaiwen realized that Ramos and his companion were attending Mamma Mia. After purchasing a ticket, he entered the auditorium where the performance had already commenced. As it was a weekday, the theater was sparsely populated, allowing Huang Kaiwen to easily spot the two and quietly take a seat behind Ramos. Typically a fan of rock music, Ramos appeared out of place in this setting, awkwardly handling the situation with a series of hums and chuckles. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but smile. If he had recorded it on a DV camera, it would have been a priceless moment. He never anticipated that Ramos would behave this way in the presence of a lady. He waited patiently for the performance to conclude, then changed his attire and followed the two. Unexpectedly, after escorting the lady back to her hotel, Ramos returned home alone. What kind of game was this? Is this how foreign university students engage in romance? Upon returning home to tidy up, Huang Kaiwen changed his clothes and headed to Ramos's residence. When Ramos opened the door, he appeared surprised and asked, "Kaiwen, what brings you here? Don't speak. I have a few questions for you." Huang Kaiwen said as he entered and took a seat on the sofa. "Sure, what would you like to ask?" Ramos replied, fetching a glass water jug and pouring juice and mineral water from the refrigerator, adding ice before placing a glass on the coffee table for Huang Kaiwen. "What did you do today?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Nothing much, just napped at home," Ramos answered, his gaze evasive. "That's not true. When I used the spare key to enter your home, I found it empty," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Maybe I was out," Ramos said, rubbing his right cheek with the back of his hand. "I saw you with Lydia Hurst today," Huang Kaiwen stated directly. "Kaiwen, I didn't mean to deceive you," Ramos replied, somewhat embarrassed. "We've only just met. How did you come to know her?" Huang Kaiwen asked, intrigued. "She's a model, you know," Ramos explained. "I felt I had seen her in one of your past competition videos, and I happened to come across her social media account, so we chatted and got acquainted." "Don't you only date university students?" Huang Kaiwen questioned. "I asked, and she graduated from Boston University," Ramos replied quickly. "All right then," Huang Kaiwen conceded. "A good brother truly embodies the essence of remaining true to oneself. I must admit, I feel somewhat ashamed. In this regard, even the illustrious Huang Qiuwang falls short of Ramos. As long as he is content, that is all that matters." "Kevin, do you think she is suitable?" Ramos inquired. Huang Kaiwen nearly spat out his juice. "You asked me about your romantic relationship's suitability? The truth is, I have no idea." After a moment of reflection, Huang Kaiwen replied, "This is something you must feel for yourself. Having common interests is crucial, as well as aligning perspectives on various matters." "All right," Ramos sighed. "This is my first time dating a woman from such a wealthy background. I find it hard to relax when we go out, fearing I might make a fool of myself. There is no need for such anxiety. After all, you are the youngest player to have won the Champions League the most times, surpassing many clubs in terms of titles. When you retire, you will undoubtedly be regarded as one of the greatest players in history, so you should not worry about these matters. Be confident," Huang Kaiwen encouraged. "Confident? Yes, confident," Huang Kaiwen asserted. "You are one of the finest fullbacks, and you possess handsome looks. You are no less than she is." "All right, I will think it over," Ramos nodded. "I shall take my leave now," Huang Kaiwen remarked. In this light, it seems Ramos's mindset is somewhat inferior to that of Huang. His thoughts are rather antiquated, exhibiting a form of male chauvinism. In this day and age, gender equality is paramount. Men can certainly pursue women who are wealthier than themselves. Huang Qiuwang never felt inferior when spending the wealth of the esteemed Miss Dai. In matters of love, one should not be overly concerned. What does it matter if a woman comes from a wealthy family? Isn't it still money spent on you? Huang Kaiwen felt compelled to give his good brother a proper lesson. What era are we in, to still feel ashamed for seeking a girlfriend with greater financial means? February 10th. In the away dressing room, Mourinho was diligently outlining strategies for the players. The English Football Association was keeping a close watch on him. Once you are in the stands, you cannot relay any messages. Kevin would not be starting today. Your task is to secure an early victory. As we enter February, we are in the final sprint. We absolutely cannot afford to lose in the league now, Mourinho emphasized while tapping on the tactical board. Presently, Manchester United maintained a 6-point lead, which posed a significant threat to Chelsea. Understood, boss. Terry nodded. Czech silently rolled his eyes. He found himself at a loss with Terry. This fellow is quicker to admit his mistakes than anyone else, yet he still manages to err. Czech maliciously mused. Is Terry's attitude always this nonchalant when his indiscretions make the headlines? Mourinho nodded in satisfaction and exited the dressing room. Villas-Boas took a seat beside Huang Kaiwen and asked, "How is your physical condition? You may be brought on in the second half." "No issues at all," Huang Kaiwen replied with a nod. "Sir Alex's team possesses considerable prowess. And what is more, this fellow has quite a vision. Last time, he had his players provoke Huang Qiuwang." Huang Kaiwen still remembered this incident vividly. Had it not been for the depletion of the immunity card, Huang Kaiwen would undoubtedly have demanded to start, and it would have been inconceivable for him to allow Sir Mo to be benched without consequence. Today, Huang Kaiwen was unable to take the field from the outset, as merely 3 days prior, he had participated in a match against Arsenal. Indeed, the schedule of the Premier League has always been notoriously congested, with elite teams engaged in multiple competitions, necessitating strategic rotations. As for Chelsea's U18 squad, one might scoff at the notion of rotation during the match against Arsenal. Huang Kaiwen barely played for half an hour. It seems somewhat excessive, considering that previously he managed to participate in 2 to 3 matches a month, accumulating over 200 minutes of playtime. Yet, since transferring to Chelsea, it appears that he is fortunate to play more than a mere 100 minutes in a month. Alas, such is the paradox of Huang Kaiwen's efficiency. Indeed, his presence on the pitch proves to be quite effective. Astonishingly, Chelsea scored early in the match. Huang Kaiwen dashed to the sidelines, joining his teammates in celebration. Merely minutes into the game, Chelsea had taken the lead. Ramos delivered a cross from the right flank that was blocked by Baines, causing the ball to deflect centrally. Modric, under pressure from Arteta, directed the ball forward, and Bollock's header sent it into the penalty area, where Huntelaar turned and struck decisively. This singular goal exemplified the tenacity of Chelsea's midfield, having successfully contested 2 aerial duels before delivering the ball to the edge of the box. Huntelaar's final shot was executed brilliantly, showcasing his instinctive goal-scoring prowess. "Perhaps you won't need to come on today," Paul Ferreira remarked, having languished on the bench for an extended period without stirring any controversy regarding his position. "If I don't play, then so be it," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Not playing doesn't equate to a lack of salary. He had heard that Ashley was seated in the stands alongside the manager, and he wondered about his condition. Deco, with a hint of mischief, commented on Ashley Cole's suspension from the match against Arsenal, which had resulted in him resting at home, though Mourinho insisted on the importance of team spirit. The Chelsea players speculated that the sight of Ashley Cole sitting with Mourinho would be quite captivating. "Can you speak English?" Huang Kaiwen inquired of Matic, who had joined Chelsea the previous summer but had only made 1 appearance for the first team thus far. "A little," Matic responded, somewhat sheepishly. The club had arranged for him to have an English tutor, but progress was slow. "No worries, just practice speaking," Huang Kaiwen encouraged, eliciting a nod from Matic. In the first half, Chelsea's offensive efforts were vigorous, yet they consistently fell short of the final touch, taking 14 shots but entering halftime with a score of just 1-0. At the beginning of the second half, Villas-Boas substituted Kalu into the match. Within minutes, former Manchester United player Zaha equalized for Everton. Noticing that Moyes had no intention of making substitutions, Huang Kaiwen remained unperturbed. However, in the 80th minute, Zaha received a long pass from Distin and once again breached Chelsea's defense, flipping the score in Everton's favor. Goodison Park erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration as the Everton fans sang their team anthem from the stands. Huang Kaiwen, brimming with anticipation as his expectations reached 100, chose to enter the lottery. Ding! Obtained a 24-hour experience card for Ward-Prowse from the 14th round of the 2014 to 2015 Premier League season, Southampton vs West Brom, and received Donovan Bailey, acceleration again. Splendid. At this moment, acquiring a free kick specialist is the optimal choice. Use it directly. Ding! Obtained a 24-hour experience card for Ward-Prowse. Received acceleration again, Donovan Bailey. Characteristic. Acceleration again, Donovan Bailey. Allows for a more judicious allocation of speed, enabling a second burst of acceleration when the opponent least expects it. Another trait suited for short sprints. Had this been drawn earlier, would Huang, the king of balls, not have outpaced Bolt? Huang Kaiwen shed his training attire and commenced warming up at the sidelines. Boas gazed at Huang Kaiwen with surprise and inquired, "Kevin, isn't it rather late for this?" "It's all right. I'll just give it a shot," Huang Kaiwen replied while jogging. "No, I mean, if you take the field and we lose, the record will be shattered." Boas expressed his concern. The Chelsea coaching staff was indeed quite invested in Huang Kaiwen's record. "No worries, coach. Primarily, I am a player. And breaking records as a player is merely a bonus of the match. It pales in comparison to the game itself, Huang Kaiwen smiled. Boas nodded. Since Huang Kaiwen had expressed his thoughts, he naturally had no objections. Chelsea could ill afford another defeat. Another loss would jeopardize their league championship. A few minutes later, Bale was brought down in the front line by Rodwell, prompting Boas and Huang Kaiwen to approach the sidelines. Chelsea was making a substitution in the final moments. Huang Kaiwen replaced Mata on the right flank. This was a free kick, and Huang Kaiwen had previously taken numerous free kicks directly. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's free kick success rate was extraordinarily high, with a goal rate that was astonishingly more than double that of Lyon's Juninho, making him the player with the highest free kick conversion rate in all of Europe. After a high five with Mata, Huang Kaiwen entered the field. A cacophony of boos erupted from Goodison Park. Fans of any team would be disinclined to witness Huang Kaiwen take the field when Chelsea was awarded a free kick. Highlights of Arsenal's entire team being outmaneuvered by tactical free kicks were still being aired on television. Chelsea posed a significant threat, whether through direct or indirect free kicks. As Huang Kaiwen approached the foul spot, Ballack immediately inquired, "Are we still executing tactical free kicks? Have you become addicted to it?" Huang Kaiwen shook his head, "No need. This position is excellent. I will shoot directly at the goal." Hearing this, Ballack retreated to the side. Tim Howard, positioned in front of the goal, sensed impending doom. He struggled to recall the characteristics of Huang Kaiwen's free kicks from the match footage he had reviewed. Damn that Joe Hart. That guy claimed to have deciphered Huang Kaiwen's shooting trajectory. Howard had watched it several times. After viewing, Howard felt it would have been better not to watch at all. Had he not seen Huang Kaiwen's goal highlights, he might have been a bit more relaxed. Yet, after witnessing those bizarre and unpredictable shooting techniques, his head was reeling. Huang Kaiwen stood behind the ball on its left side. Howard began to deliberate, pondering whether it would be the left foot or the right. When a penalty taker possesses the ability to strike a free kick with both feet and utilize both the inner and outer insteps, it poses an immense challenge for the goalkeeper. Were it another player, Howard could likely ascertain the opponent's approach to the free kick. However, with Huang Kaiwen, he found himself at a loss. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Huang Kaiwen commenced his run. After stepping forward with his left foot, he swiftly swung his right foot to strike the ball. The ball soared rapidly, arching over the heads of the players in the wall. Rodwell instinctively turned his head, sensing that the ball might sail over the crossbar. Yet, he soon realized the predicament. Observing the goalkeeper dive, he finally exhaled in relief. However, in the next moment, he discovered that Howard's judgment was flawed. The Everton goalkeeper had lunged toward the left post, while the ball deftly slipped beneath the crossbar and nestled into the net. Following the goal, Huang Kaiwen raised his arms in triumph, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In truth, he felt a twinge of psychological pressure. After all, maintaining the record for so long was no small feat now. Having scored, he could finally ensure an unbeaten streak. Kaiwen, I adore you. Kaiwen, you brilliant fellow. I knew you could do it." Huang Kaiwen was enveloped by his teammates, the excitement of the Chelsea players palpable. The exhilaration of entering the game and scoring immediately was simply unparalleled. Huang Kaiwen, through his repeated performances, instilled unwavering belief in them. As long as Huang Kaiwen was on the field, Chelsea would not taste defeat. The atmosphere at Goodison Park was rife with resounding jeers, save for the jubilant celebrations of over 2,000 visiting fans. Instant impact. After Huang Kaiwen's entry, Chelsea swiftly equalized. Huang Kaiwen, as previously mentioned, Huang Kaiwen's free kick conversion rate was unparalleled in Europe. No matter how many times one watched it, the strike was undeniably exquisite, cleanly grazing the underside of the crossbar before finding the net. The current situation was rather unfriendly for Everton. Indeed, with only 2 minutes remaining in stoppage time, the 3 points that seemed within grasp had slipped away, delivering a significant blow to the Everton players. Their best course of action now was to defend. For Everton, securing a point against Chelsea would constitute a victory. This was precisely what Boas contemplated. He beckoned Osman to his side and instructed, "Tell them to retreat to their half. I do not require any more goals, but ensure we do not concede." Osman nodded and jogged back onto the pitch. Moyes let out a sigh, feeling as though the universe was profoundly unjust. He was undeniably talented and had come so close to defeating Chelsea today. Yet, Chelsea possessed a player capable of singularly altering the dynamics of the match. Had he and Boas exchanged positions, Chelsea would not have appeared so beleaguered. Now, he could only hope for his team to secure a draw against Chelsea, clinging to a single point at home. After the restart, Cahill promptly passed back. The two-goal hero Saha had already been substituted for Danguslin. After taking the lead, Moyes intended to maintain the score. However, he did not anticipate the impact of Huang Kaiwen's entrance, which would soon alter the game's outcome. Presently, Everton was devoid of a forward, fielding 4 defenders and 6 midfielders. Capitalizing on their numerical superiority in midfield, Everton persistently exchanged passes behind the center line. Their intentions were transparently clear: to waste time. Indeed, Rodwell seized the ball and dashed towards the flanks, prompting Bale to react hastily, leading to a foul from behind. The referee issued a warning to Bale for this infringement. Everton's defenders delayed the free kick, causing Huang Kaiwen to approach the referee, stating, "Sir, if this continues, we may struggle to play properly." Referee Alan Wiley then approached Phil Neville, urging him to take the kick promptly or risk a yellow card. Neville, with a slight grimace, executed a sideways pass to release the ball. Heitinga received it and quickly passed it to Distin. As Huntelaar pressed forward, Distin returned the ball to Howard. Attempting to waste time by controlling the ball, Howard was startled when Bale surged into the penalty area. In a moment of panic, Howard diverted the ball to the side, where Baines launched it with a powerful kick into Chelsea's half. Baines' long pass was remarkably accurate, finding Tim Cahill. Huang Kaiwen, along with his teammates, frantically retreated. Cahill charged forward with the ball. Bale, who had failed to return to his position, attempted to cut in with the ball. However, after 2 unsuccessful attempts to deceive Carvalho, Cahill maneuvered towards the corner flag with a deft touch. "Step aside, let me through." Upon hearing Huang Kaiwen's call, Carvalho, who was preparing to defend on the flank, hesitated. Huang Kaiwen sprinted to the side, closely shadowing the ball-carrying Cahill, effectively stifling Cahill's advance. Quickly adjusting his stance, Huang Kaiwen extended his left foot, compelling Cahill to pivot. This played directly into Huang Kaiwen's strategy, as he swiftly adjusted his weight and executed a sliding tackle with his right foot, sending the ball out of play. "Retreat, don't all push forward." As Everton players sought to join the throw-in offense, Moyes promptly instructed them to fall back. Huang Kaiwen shook his head in mild regret, having deliberately kicked the ball out to lure the opponent into a trap and prevent Cahill from stalling the game any further. To his surprise, the resolute Moyes forbade his players from advancing. Donovan approached to take the throw-in, with only Cahill standing alone at the sideline. The Chelsea players hesitated to disturb the situation, well aware that obstructing Cahill would provide Everton with a reason to delay the throw-in. Donovan, reluctant to throw, left the Chelsea players with no recourse. Terry raised his hands in exasperation towards the referee, who, in turn, had to issue another warning. Only then did Donovan begrudgingly throw the ball towards Cahill. Cahill promptly returned it, but Kalu intercepted the pass. At such a critical moment, Donovan could not afford to let Chelsea counterattack. At the moment when Kalu was brought down, he still managed to pass the ball. Ballack received it and immediately made a horizontal pass, while Huang Kaiwen surged forward, shouting, "Counterattack!" Bale, waiting at the halfway line, turned and sprinted, embodying the essence of a winger even more than Kalu. Huntelaar, noticing Huang Kaiwen breaking through the center, quickly pulled himself to the right flank. Rodwell charged directly towards Huang Kaiwen, but this young English star had no intention of attempting a tackle. It was merely a sliding challenge. Unfortunately, his movement was too conspicuous. Huang Kaiwen deftly sidestepped Rodwell's foot with a simple touch of his left foot. "Get up and defend." Moyes' expression was a mask of fury. He simply could not accept defeat. Everton had played so well. Osman hesitated to press forward, instead retreating with a half-turn, keenly watching for any pass between Huang Kaiwen and Huntelaar. Just then, Huang Kaiwen suddenly halted, his left foot planted as he pivoted, flicking the ball with his right foot. Bang! This swift long pass landed precisely at Bale's feet, requiring no touch from him. Bale was taken aback by the turn of events, for Huang Kaiwen had not even glanced his way throughout the play. Huang Kaiwen's pass was brilliantly subtle and unexpected. After drawing the opponent's defensive focus to the right flank, he swiftly transitioned to the left. Bale was caught off guard. Such a move was utterly unpredictable. Even teammates were baffled by how the opponents would defend against it. Huang Kaiwen displayed remarkable intelligence on the field. I suspect he had planned from the outset to send the ball left, deliberately executing the play in this manner. Indeed, Bale's speed was astonishing, and poor Heitinga had no choice but to commit a foul. After all, with Huntelaar and Huang Kaiwen advancing towards the penalty area, A 4-on-3 situation offered no clear advantage. However, this also granted Chelsea a free kick, which could easily lead to trouble. It's not worth watching anymore. It's truly mundane. Following this was Huang Kaiwen's spectacular game winner. It felt as if Chelsea's opponents were intentionally conceding points. How could that be? The crucial point was that Huang Kaiwen had already positioned himself ahead of the defensive line, with only one defender nearby. If Bale managed to pass the ball, a goal was certain. A free kick had less likelihood of success. While the reasoning holds, I cannot place faith in a single punctuation mark of what you say. Huang Kaiwen is undoubtedly putting on a show, once again executing a game winner against the opponents. Huang Kaiwen stood once more at the foul spot. After Bale stood up, he attempted to leave, but Huang Kaiwen gestured for him to stay. Excitedly, Bale inquired, "Kaiwen, are we executing a tactical free kick?" "One could say that." Huang Kaiwen replied with a chuckle. "You say it, and I will surely cooperate," Bale stated, feeling quite confident from the last tactical free kick he had witnessed. The only downside being that he hadn't participated. Huang Kaiwen covered his mouth and said, "Wait, you stand directly behind the ball, run up," and then cut to the side, creating space. "And then?" Bale nodded, questioning. "And then that's all." Huang Kaiwen patted Bale on the shoulder and said, "Gareth, your support in this moment is crucial. We are running out of time, which is why I chose you for this task. I believe you can excel." "Really, Kevin?" Bale grinned, his faith in Huang's words evident, especially since Huang had not summoned Ramos, who also possessed a formidable free kick. "Absolutely." Huang nodded affirmatively. "Then leave it to me. I will ensure your protection," Bale declared earnestly. The two positioned themselves on either side of the ball. As the whistle blew, Bale sprinted forward, maneuvering around the ball, closely followed by Huang's own run. With a left foot step forward, his right foot swiftly followed suit. This time, Huang exerted considerable force, propelling himself into the air as he struck the ball. The powerful impact resonated, and the ball soared over the wall, curving sharply into the junction of the left post and crossbar. As Huang executed a somersault in celebration near the corner flag, the referee signaled the end of the match. The Chelsea coaching staff and substitutes rushed onto the pitch. In the stands of Goodison Park, home supporters began to rise one by one, unwilling to witness their rivals celebrate on their turf. An exuberant Mourinho embraced Ashley Cole, exclaiming, "We've won. Did you see? We've triumphed." "Indeed, we have." Ashley jumped in excitement, adding, "Even with your suspension, we still emerged victorious." After a warm-up match, it seemed Havertz had yet to find his rhythm since the purchase was made. Perhaps employing a 4-4-2 formation would allow him to play as a false nine. Without someone pressing the defense, Havertz struggled significantly. A plea for votes and recommendations. The chapter concludes. 0416 The conspiracy of the midfield machinist post-match press conference. Moyes and Neville sat down early. When Villas-Boas arrived with Terry, Moyes didn't even acknowledge them. To him, the coaches were not on the same level. He measured himself against Ferguson and Wenger, believing even Mourinho fell slightly short. Villas-Boas was merely Mourinho's assistant. Once everyone was seated, the journalists promptly began to ask questions. "Mr. Moyes, what do you believe was the cause of today's defeat?" "Phil, Gary mentioned you had the capability to defeat Chelsea. Is that true?" "Mr. Villas-Boas, could you share your thoughts on Kevin's decisive goal?" "John, who do you consider the key player in Chelsea's comeback?" The inquiries varied, yet one name was inescapable when discussing Chelsea: Huang Kaiwen. Moyes rapped the table to quiet the reporters, but he evidently lacked the intimidating presence of his Scottish compatriot Ferguson, as the atmosphere remained tumultuous, displeasing Moyes. Neville sensed impending trouble. This man was rather petty. If he faced humiliation at the conference, returning to the team would certainly spell disaster for everyone. Philip Neville promptly interjected. The coach devised an exceptional strategy. We triumphed over Chelsea on a tactical level. Our defeat was solely attributable to Kevin's extraordinary prowess. Moyes' expression softened considerably. "So, you're suggesting that without Kevin, victory would have been within your grasp?" Moyes took the microphone and replied, "The question you pose is inherently paradoxical. When Kevin was absent, we were still in the lead. Had we maintained that advantage, victory would have naturally followed. Thus, Everton's loss can be attributed to Kevin?" A journalist pressed. Moyes nodded, stating, "Such is football. There are always players like Maradona, Pelé, and Kevin who can alter the course of a match. Our tactics were well executed, as my captain has attested. We achieved success on that front. However, we are powerless against a player earning 500,000 a week, an amount surpassing the combined salaries of our starting 11. While weekly wages do not wholly reflect ability, for top-tier stars, they serve as a reasonable gauge of their prowess. Had our squad been marginally stronger, the outcome of today's match may have been entirely different. Terry and Villas-Boas exchanged glances, astonished by the confidence of this Everton coach. Did he truly believe that the quality of the elite team's lineups was lacking, or that their coaches were inferior? Did they not also succumb to Chelsea? A coach who had never secured a significant trophy appeared to think himself superior to renowned managers. Terry, unabashed, interrupted Moyes, saying, "During our unbeaten season across multiple competitions, this Mr. Moyes failed to conquer Chelsea, and other esteemed coaches have also fallen short. I fail to comprehend why Mr. Moyes believes that his supposedly superior players could prevail over Chelsea. Does he consider himself more adept than those esteemed coaches? Indeed. And I also find it perplexing that a coach would disdain his players," Villas-Boas quickly added. Moyes' countenance paled. Preoccupied with his own bravado and attributing the loss to a lack of quality in his squad, he seemed to overlook the existence of the players. "I have nothing more to say. I have already expressed everything," Moyes declared, rising to leave. Young Neville reluctantly followed him out of the press conference. In the forthcoming days, they would have to endure the torment of this petty individual. Moyes possessed commendable qualities and capabilities, yet his arrogance and aversion to the truth proved to be a considerable burden. Observing Moyes' hasty retreat, Terry remarked with a smile, "See, I knew this was the headline you desired." However, in the face of Chelsea with Kevin, anyone can only speak boldly after experiencing defeat. But John, according to our sources, Kevin opts for a transfer every 2 years. He previously lamented the weather in England. This may very well be his final half-season, a journalist cautioned. Terry's smile faltered at the thought of a Chelsea without Kevin. He felt that his career as a player would lack significance. Although Chelsea had existed prior to Kevin, transitioning from scarcity to abundance is easier than the reverse. The joy of playing daily and engaging in harmonious team building was at risk. Let him return to organize a small group. He may strive with all his might, yet fail to reach even the finals. Each season, he can secure at most a single championship prize. Terry is reluctant to accept this. Villas-Boas rose and remarked, "All right, that will suffice for today. The team's performance was rather lackluster, but that can be attributed to the schedule. I must return to confer with the players about today's experiences." Terry stood and followed Villas-Boas as they departed. As they walked through the players' tunnel, Villas-Boas pondered for a moment before advising, "John, everyone has their own choices. You may feel a strong connection with Kevin, yet he is highly sought after by both Milan and Real Madrid. It is not merely a matter of you wanting him to stay or not wanting him to leave. Whether Kevin remains at Chelsea will ultimately depend on his own decision at the end of the season." "I understand, Andre." Terry nodded in acknowledgement. He comprehended the reasoning, albeit with reluctance. However, there are still a few months until the season concludes. He would deal with it then. In the away locker room, Huang Kaiwen asked Ramos, "Would you like to come over to my place tonight for some gaming? We could play golf together tomorrow." "I have other commitments, Kevin," Ramos replied, somewhat awkwardly. "All right then. Just remember to stay safe." Huang Kaiwen patted Ramos on the shoulder. After being transported home by the team bus, Huang Kaiwen promptly messaged Kaka. Milan's schedule is certainly not as demanding. Once Kaka logged in, the two embarked on a journey of effortless victories, easily overwhelming their opponents with a well-played deck of cards. At this juncture, global flow remains remarkably potent. As long as teammates refrain from giving away unnecessary deaths, it becomes quite simple to gain the upper hand. After playing several matches, Huang Kaiwen checked his inbox and discovered yet another invitation from Barry Hearn. This old chap truly does not relent. From snooker to darts, from bull riding to amateur tennis tournaments, he is determined to find a project that would entice Huang the King to participate. Huang the King refrains from these events, especially the amateur ones, as a means of protecting amateur competitors. In most competitions, he, Huang, would struggle against seasoned professionals but would easily dominate amateur players, given his innate talent and physical prowess. Such contests lack excitement and visual appeal. Feeling a wave of drowsiness, Huang Kaiwen retired to bed. Upon rising the next morning, he found the newspapers inundated with scorn directed at Moyes. The anticipated clash between him and Villas-Boas had already lost some of its intrigue. Moyes had misspoken, and Fleet Street was not about to let him off the hook. The Times exclaimed, "Is it arrogance or mere presumption? Moyes has achieved commendable results at Everton. He may find success leading a top club in the future, yet he must maintain humility before achieving such success. The Daily Mail stated, "Rumors have long circulated that Ferguson favors Moyes to succeed him, but appointing a coach without experience at a top club is a perilous gamble." According to unnamed Everton players, discontent has arisen within the Everton dressing room regarding Moyes' remarks. Despite their utmost efforts, they feel undervalued by their coach, leading to concerns about his grip on the team. The Manchester Evening News even published a piece reminiscent of the time Wenger first arrived in England, altering the headline from "Who is Wenger?" to "Who is Moyes?" They asserted that Moyes has evidently misjudged his standing. Even Wenger had to prove his worth to earn respect. While Wenger transformed Arsenal into a championship team within 2 years, Moyes is yet to secure even a League Cup for Everton. Yet he carries himself as if he were Mourinho. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he set down the newspaper, recognizing that Moyes was in a predicament. He held little opinion about Moyes, as there had been minimal interaction. However, he would certainly not agree to work alongside him. Moyes' capabilities fell short of his ambitions, and his lack of charisma could not sustain his temperament. When results faltered at a big club, he appeared almost comical. Huang Kaiwen had no desire to join the circus. Just after finishing a meal, Ramos burst into the living room, carrying a set of golf clubs. Huang Kaiwen, surprised, inquired, "Sergio, weren't you going out on a date?" Ramos replied with a smile, "I cancelled. I said my sponsor had an event." Huang Kaiwen remarked, "That's a rather flimsy excuse. Chelsea's sponsor event is something any regular fan could look up." He shrugged it off, deciding that since the date was already declined, whatever happened next was inconsequential. He then called Bale, Higuain, Terry, and Huntelaar, omitting Modric, who seemingly did not enjoy such activities. He planned to invite him to a family gathering next time. Terry proposed that the loser should pay in cash, to which Huang Kaiwen had no objections. In England, one quickly notices the populace's fondness for gambling, often wagering money at any opportunity, which Huang Kaiwen found rather agreeable. If his teammates were as tight-fisted as Raul, his life would certainly lose its vibrancy. During the draw, Huntelaar and Higuain, both strikers, became Huang Kaiwen's teammates. Even with Huang Kaiwen easing the competition, they still triumphed over Terry's team. Competing against amateurs was indeed a breeze. On February 13th, Chelsea achieved a resounding 4-1 victory against Cardiff City at home, successfully progressing to the next round of the FA Cup. Before Huang Kaiwen's return, Chelsea had been eliminated from the League Cup, which was the most disappointing outcome. Nevertheless, Chelsea still had 3 significant trophies to pursue: the Champions League, the League, and the FA Cup. Manchester United's recent defeat further illuminated a path to victory for Chelsea. The city had come alive once more, with tall, slender women frequently seen wheeling their suitcases toward hotels. London Fashion Week was once again underway, with Fleet Street bustling as it cast its net wide. The affairs between supermodels and football stars, as well as the intrigues involving lesser-known players who occasionally face rejection from these glamorous figures, have become a topic of light-hearted conversation among the British populace. On February 20th, Chelsea's substitute lineup effortlessly triumphed over Wolverhampton. In the forthcoming period, the team's schedule promises to be increasingly demanding, interspersed with 2 Champions League knockout matches and the FA Cup. Even though they have been eliminated from the League Cup, the team is still faced with a grueling 3 matches a week. While aboard the flight to Milan, Ashley Cole sighed despondently, lamenting the irony of Fashion Week occurring in London as they were compelled to leave. "This is truly the greatest sorrow," he expressed. "I find Milan quite appealing," Terry retorted, seemingly indifferent as he harbored no particular fondness for supermodels. His past indiscretions have predominantly involved fans and barmaids rather than high-profile figures. Cole emphasized the significance of fame, stating, "Once you realize that women often blend into a common mold of beauty and physique, their notoriety imparts a unique allure, much like how these women are drawn to famous players." He even noted that some models have been known to gamble with Kaiwen, showcasing the advantages of celebrity status. "Even if Kaiwen lacks immense fame, he remains more sought after than you," Joe Cole added. Since his marriage, Joe has distanced himself from the party scene, now standing in moral high ground to critique old friends without a tinge of remorse. "Are you truly swayed by a few watches and social gatherings?" Ashley exclaimed in exasperation. Each time he broached the subject of Kaiwen's escapades, teammates would invariably rise to defend him, much to Ashley's annoyance. "You speak so easily," Czech remarked, turning back with a hint of irritation. "You've never even taken me out for a meal." "I did invite you to the pub," Ashley countered, raising 3 fingers. "That was only because you lost a bet," Terry interjected, promptly exposing the absurdity. To consider a lost wager as an invitation, what audacity. At least I honored my commitments after losing, Ashley proclaimed, taking pride in his integrity. Terry simply responded with a middle finger. In the front row, Rue Faria turned to observe. They are indeed lively. These fortunate souls possess talent and can enjoy a life of comfort before even reaching 20. Indeed, Mourinho nodded, reflecting on his own experiences as a lesser-known player. Even his father, a coach, was reluctant to field him in crucial matches, relegated to the Portuguese second division. Now, Chelsea's players, even those like Paulo Ferreira, who have had limited appearances this season, possess the kind of talent that he deeply envied in his youth. Had he enjoyed the opportunity to play in the top leagues, his personality might not have been so sensitive or competitive. Shall we prepare some special tactics? Faria inquired. Inter Milan is currently formidable. They could even contend with AC Milan this season. Many assert that Maicon is the world's premier fullback, renowned for his exceptional assist capabilities. Before us on the left flank, no so-called top fullback would dare to venture forward for an assist, Mourinho disdainfully remarked. As the group disembarked from the plane, they were met with a fervent welcome from the Milanese fans. Upon boarding the bus, Ashley Cole regaled Modric and Bale with tales of Huang Kaiwen. He showed no trace of the disparaging remarks he had made about Huang Kaiwen during the flight. Huang Kaiwen opted not to return home, but chose to remain with his teammates at the hotel. He merely called upon Lily and the young lady to partake in a brief pre-match training session. By day, they utilized the Milanello training ground, and by night, they catered to the Milan president. Huang Kaiwen had sacrificed so much for the team. On February 24th, before 4 o'clock, the entire squad departed from the hotel. The early departure, more than 3 hours ahead of schedule, elicited some grumbling from the team. Yet, upon witnessing the throngs of fans lining the streets like zombies, Chelsea's players fell silent. How terrifying. I never anticipated such a crowd, Modric exclaimed. Previously, he had thought the scene upon disembarking the plane was already quite extraordinary, but today, Milan was teeming with people. Many fans had traveled from afar specifically to witness Kaiwen's match, while attendance in the Italian league was generally low. The San Siro was perpetually packed when Kaiwen played in Serie A. Ramos spoke with pride. But they can't all enter the stadium, can they? Bale queried. They might be watching the match in the square or at bars, Ramos replied. The bus moved slowly, the air filled with chants of Huang Kaiwen's name from all directions. Mourinho stood at the front of the bus, clapping his hands. Today's opponent presents a challenge for us. I have watched numerous videos of Inter Milan. Their strength is comparable to that of the previous Champions League semi-finalists, which means they have a chance to claim the title. Against such a team, we must be even more vigilant. What should we do? Terry raised his hand to ask. Excellent. It's good to see you thinking, Mourinho replied with a smile. As I have previously mentioned, Deschamps' team excels at pressing. Their double pivot will advance, and the wingers will create space for the fullbacks to surge forward. This is a mature tactical system. They may not necessarily pass to the advancing players, but such a multitude of players pushing forward will undoubtedly draw our defensive attention. At that moment, you must utilize your experience to discern your actions and decisions. If I have to make all the judgments myself, what is the point of having a coach? Ashley Cole interjected casually. Mourinho's smile broadened as he looked at Cole. Clearly, some among you disagree with my words. But I have always considered myself a very democratic person. I said you should make your own judgments. If you disagree, please raise your hand. No one raised a hand. Even Ashley Cole refrained from provoking Mourinho at that moment. Very well. Mourinho gently applauded and remarked, since you all concur with my perspective, I shall pose a question regarding the starting lineup. Those in favor of Ashley Cole starting today, please raise your hands. Although Mourinho was inquiring, his keen eyes continuously scanned the players. Within the confines of the bus, aside from Cole and the goalkeeping coach Silvino Loro, no one raised their hand. Loro, what is your opinion? Mourinho inquired kindly. Loro awkwardly responded, I merely raised my hand out of pity, seeing that he was the only one doing so. The starting lineup is no jest. It is not the time to showcase your sympathy for kittens and puppies. Mourinho retorted, somewhat irked. Loro promptly pressed his arm against the bus window, feigning that nothing had transpired. Now it appears that, apart from Mr. Cole, no one believes he should start. Therefore, adhering to the principle of the majority ruling, I cannot include Mr. Cole in the starting lineup. The roster will remain unchanged. Gareth Bale. Remember to pass frequently and alleviate the pressure on Kevin, Mourinho stated. Understood, boss. Bale nodded vigorously. Having been with the team for over 6 months, he had come to comprehend Mourinho's temperament. Although Ashley Cole often provoked Mourinho, should his performance falter significantly, Mourinho would undoubtedly reinstate him in the starting lineup. Upon disembarking, Huang Kaiwen did not linger, swiftly entering the stadium alongside his teammates. Listening to the cheers from behind, Modric increasingly felt the considerable disparity among the players. Upon returning to the Apennines, Huang Kaiwen intentionally purchased a scratch card. While changing his clothes, he used a coin to reveal the hidden layer. Upon seeing the grand prize illustration, a smile spread across his face. It had been a long time since he had won such a substantial reward. Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen decided to enter the draw. Ding! You have obtained a 24-hour experience card for the match Barcelona vs. Real Madrid in the 7th round of La Liga during the 1994-1995 season, featuring Gheorghe Hagi, scoring expert. Wow, it's Hagi. Huang Kaiwen thought the quality of the prize was somewhat questionable. While Hagi possessed commendable skills and awareness, his performances were often less than stellar. Due to Romania's societal structure at the time, Hagi found himself unable to play abroad early in his career and could only serve Bucharest Stoa. Following the Eastern European upheaval and the fall of the Berlin Wall, Hagi finally seized the opportunity to venture overseas. After joining Real Madrid, his style was incompatible with his teammates, leading to awkward gameplay. Subsequently, he moved to Serie A, playing alongside many expatriate internationals at Brescia, a team that included nearly half of the Romanian national squad, yet they faced relegation. Although Hagi performed decently at Barcelona, conflicts with teammates hindered his comfort on the pitch. Throughout Hagi's club career, there was a persistent sense of incompleteness. However, during the 1994 World Cup, his performance was remarkably brilliant. He was a player of undeniable talent. Yet his brilliance lacked the consistency that would define a star. Just like the illustrious stars drawn previously, such as Zidane and Beckenbauer, who consistently delivered remarkable performances for both their national teams and clubs, the opportunity has now arisen to utilize them. Ding! The Hagi experience card has been successfully activated, granting the scoring maestro, Wasim Jaffer, trait. This trait, belonging to the athlete who amassed the highest runs in India's domestic Ranji Trophy, enhances one's scoring ability in athletic endeavors. It is indeed surprising that such an outstanding trait could emerge from the subcontinent. Although Huang Kaiwen is unfamiliar with this individual, he has heard of the Ranji Trophy, which appears to be a cricket competition, a sport immensely popular in India. Overall, today's acquisitions have proven to be quite fruitful. As Mourinho observed Huang Kaiwen donning his new gear, he approached him and inquired, "Kevin, are you attending the press conference?" "Certainly, coach," Huang Kaiwen responded with a nod. Back in Milan, there was no escaping the responsibilities that awaited him. At the Meazza Stadium's press conference hall, Deschamps and Zanetti were already seated. Upon noticing Huang Kaiwen, Zanetti raised his hand in greeting. Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded, then took a seat alongside Mourinho. The reporters, eager and impatient, were ready for the proceedings to commence. Without waiting for the journalists to speak, Deschamps took the initiative and proclaimed, "Chelsea's lineup is truly remarkable. While we aspire to win the match, it will undoubtedly be a challenging endeavor. My team and I shall strive for victory. Yet if Chelsea fails to secure every title, it is deemed a failure." The animosity between Deschamps and Mourinho can be traced back to the 2003-2004 season, when Mourinho managed Porto and Deschamps led Monaco. The two teams clashed in the Champions League final, and Mourinho's arrogant display as the victor has long irked Deschamps. His remarks sparked the journalists' interest. Chelsea had already been eliminated from the League Cup, a fact easily discernible. Deschamps' assertion that Chelsea's failure to win every title equates to failure was a clear jab at Mourinho, labeling him a loser. They sought to stoke the flames, yet Mourinho offered no opportunity for retaliation. He pulled the microphone closer and countered, "For anyone. The words they utter are often laced with their own agendas. I will engage in a dispute with Wenger because he has won the Premier League. I will argue with Sir Ferguson as we are both European champions. However, I will not argue with a vagrant. I harbor no disdain for the vagrant. But we lack common ground." Huang Kaiwen silently gave Mourinho a thumbs up. The aggression was palpable. He immediately mocked Deschamps for lacking titles. Deschamps, known for his short temper, quickly retorted, "As a player, I have won the World Cup and the European Championship, as well as the Champions League and numerous league titles. During that time, I never heard of anyone named Mourinho, for I have never paid attention to the Portuguese amateur leagues. That was the Portuguese second division. Mourinho momentarily lost his composure but quickly regained his demeanor. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "I have heard that as one ages, they tend to reminisce about past glories, as they can no longer replicate their former achievements. When one ascends to the role of a coach, it becomes unnecessary to dwell on the accolades of one's playing career, for such reflections may only evoke the impression of failure. In the past year, I have secured 7 championships, thus I reserve the right to decline discourse with inept coaches." With that, the press conference concluded. Mourinho rose abruptly, while Zanetti cast a wry smile towards Huang Kaiwen, who shrugged helplessly and followed Mourinho's lead. Mourinho's pride was formidable. The memories of his playing days lingered as a source of anguish. Whenever someone dared to mention his past as a player, he would typically storm out in a fit of rage. As they traversed the corridor, although Mourinho remained silent, Huang Kaiwen could sense the simmering fury emanating from him through his ragged breaths. With a forceful kick, Mourinho flung open the door to the locker room, startling the jovial players inside. "I have repeatedly emphasized the significance of this match, yet evidently, it has not sufficed," Mourinho declared. Terry glanced at Huang Kaiwen, curious about the coach's sudden outburst. Huang Kaiwen quickly gestured for Terry to discern the situation on his own. "I have changed my mind. Today, Kaiwen will start." After surveying the entire locker room, Mourinho raised a finger and proclaimed, "For today's match, I have but one demand. We must secure victory by at least 4 goals. Should we fail to achieve this margin, your holidays will be rescinded for the next match and the one following, with the exception of Kaiwen." With that, Mourinho stormed out of the locker room. Huang Kaiwen's expression mirrored his discontent. The coach's preferential treatment often felt ill-timed. The Chelsea players exchanged glances, bemused. Just moments ago, they had heard Mourinho assert that Inter Milan was capable of triumph, only to turn around and demand they obliterate them. Surely, the coach's issues had not transferred to his psyche. "What on earth is happening?" Terry urgently inquired of Huang Kaiwen. "It's nothing serious. It's not our fault." The coach had an unpleasant exchange with Deschamps during the press conference. Huang Kaiwen replied vaguely, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate further. "I see," Terry sighed with relief. Mourinho had indeed been rather intimidating moments earlier. He turned to the team and said, "Prepare to warm up. You have all heard the boss's demands. Regardless of our capability, we must strive to comply. We are all aware of the boss's temperament. He will certainly follow through on his words. Thus, once we step onto the pitch, let us endeavor with determination. Understood?" "Yes," the Chelsea players responded with a lackluster tone, still reeling from Mourinho's earlier fury. Huang Kaiwen clapped his hands to draw their attention and said, "In truth, the coach's demands are not insurmountable. We have scored numerous goals against Arsenal and Manchester United. What is Inter Milan in comparison? The only difference may be our unfamiliarity due to the different league. Surely, you have all reviewed ample information on Inter Milan, including player characteristics and common tactics. They occasionally employ a 3-defender formation, which is also somewhat unfamiliar to us. Indeed, it has been quite some time since anyone utilized a 3-defender setup." Carvalho nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen decisively brought forth the tactical board, swiftly inscribing 11 names with a flourish of his pen. In the end, he circled Maicon's name and, casting aside the pen, remarked, "Lucio and Maicon possess formidable attacking prowess down the right flank. Lucio frequently makes forward runs, while Maicon is lauded as the world's premier right back, excelling in both fullback and wingback roles." However, after a brief pause, Huang added, "No matter how exceptional, a player is still but one individual, including myself. When compared to the physically adept and defensively balanced duo of Zanetti and Samuel on the left, regardless of whether we employ a 3 or 4-man defense today, we shall focus our efforts on the right side. Gareth will make numerous forward incursions to exploit the right wing. Our right winger can also venture over to the left for breakthroughs. By persistently attacking this side, we are bound to reap rewards. Indeed, let us target their right flank." Terry nodded emphatically. A visibly irate Ramos leapt up, exclaiming, "Let us obliterate their right side. What nonsense about the world's best right back. He may have 3 Champions League titles, but he is not that formidable. Come on, it's been a while since we've engaged in this." Terry extended his right hand. One by one, Chelsea players placed their hands atop his. Modric found the experience intriguing. It was his first time participating in such a display. He hadn't anticipated that Chelsea, often associated with effortless victories, could also exhibit seriousness. Terry called out loudly, 1, 2, 3, Chelsea. Let us go, let us go." Let us go. The players from both sides had already begun their warm-ups, and facing a formidable opponent like Inter Milan. The Chelsea players bore a serious demeanor during their preparations. This season, Inter Milan has excelled across multiple fronts, presenting a more stable performance compared to AC Milan, whose aging defense has faltered, placing considerable pressure on them. Indeed, Deschamps' team has emerged as one of Serie A's most surprising contenders this season. The former Real Madrid players Sneijder and Robben have become pivotal figures at their new club, alongside Arsenal's Van Persie and Chelsea's Huntelaar. This cohort of Dutch players is gradually establishing themselves within elite clubs, potentially breaking the jinx of being the uncrowned kings. Currently, the camera shifts to Inter Milan's president, Moratti, who is holding a bubble tea cup. It is said that he is a significant customer of Kevin's tea, frequently treating Inter fans to bubble tea, reportedly having recharged tens of thousands of euros in one go. The league is finally set to commence, and during the warm-up, Bellingham appeared quite impressive. Real Madrid's young midfielders are indeed a luxurious asset. The players from both teams have now returned to the tunnel, and the most anticipated clash in the Champions League is about to unfold. Although Deschamps has yet to claim a title, his tactical acumen is remarkably evident, and Inter Milan stands as a strong contender in this season's Champions League, second only to Chelsea and a few other teams. Let us first review the starting lineups for both sides. Inter Milan will deploy a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Caesar, defenders, Zanetti, Samuel, Lucio, Maicon. Midfielders, Sully Montari, Sneijder, Cambiasso, forwards, Eto'o, Milito, Stankovic. Chelsea's formation of 4-3-3 features a formidable lineup. Goalkeeper, Cech. Defenders, Bale, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos. Midfielders, Ballack, Modric, Mikel. Forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Drogba, Huntelaar. Eto'o was sold to Inter Milan due to his discord with Guardiola, exchanged for Balotelli alongside a cash deal. In interviews, it was evident that Eto'o harbored no fondness for Guardiola. After all, Eto'o, a seasoned star, found it unacceptable to be traded for a younger forward like Balotelli, believing his value was not to be equated with that of a prodigious talent. During his time at Barcelona, he sought vengeance against Real Madrid, and upon joining Inter, he aimed to take revenge on Barcelona, consistently embodying the role of an avenger. Maicon, upon his arrival in Europe, once faced Huang Kaiwen, and now it remains to be seen if he can contain him. Diavara, brought from League One by Deschamps, has emerged as one of Serie A's standout defensive midfielders this season, showcasing expansive defensive coverage and remarkable positional awareness. Huang Kaiwen surveyed Inter's lineup, noting the absence of Ibrahimovic, yet marveling at their acquisitions, seemingly unperturbed by financial fair play regulations. In due time, the true nature of UEFA's stringent measures would become apparent. Fortunately, AC Milan has also risen as a wealthy contender, sparing them from the penalties faced by Inter. As Huang Kaiwen stepped onto the pitch alongside his teammates, he was met with an enthusiastic reception from the crowd, chanting his name, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. After waving to the fans, he took his place beside his teammates near the referee. The Champions League anthem resonated through the stadium. Coaches Mourinho and Deschamps exchanged glances without a word and returned to their respective benches. Commentators, aware of the pre-match press conference events, elaborated to the audience. Following an exchange of team flags between Terry and Zanetti, they proceeded to conduct a coin toss. "We want heads," Terry stated decisively. Playing at night, without sunlight, posed little impact. Should they win, they would choose the half of the pitch favored by Inter. Various teams often share superstitions regarding which half yields a higher winning probability. Winning the coin toss to seize the opponent's half also serves as a psychological strategy. Zanetti nodded as the referee tossed the coin. Inter Milan emerged victorious, as declared by the Spanish referee Miguel Gonzalez. Terry shook his head in disappointment. Players on both sides prepared for the match in their respective halves. Huang Kaiwen waved to his old friend Sneijder. At 7:45 p.m., the referee blew the whistle to commence the game. Drogba flicked the ball, and Huntelaar promptly directed it to the left flank. Stankovic charged towards Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen entered the scene just 6 months after Stankovic's transfer to Inter, making them familiar rivals. Stankovic was wary of allowing Huang Kaiwen to gain possession and break through. Huang Kaiwen maintained a series of quick, light steps while dribbling, showing no signs of acceleration. However, Stankovic had already spread his legs and lowered his center of gravity. Waiting for the opportune moment, Huang Kaiwen cast a fleeting glance at Inter Milan's formation before opting to turn and return the ball. He recalled a fragment of Deschamps' tactics. Fundamentally, both he and Mourinho favored counterattacks. However, Mourinho's approach demanded greater speed and quality, placing significant expectations on individual player capabilities. In contrast, Deschamps' counterattacks flourished through multiple avenues, urging nearly half the team to surge forward. While the configurations of Inter Milan and the French national team diverged, Mourinho embodied the role of Giroud, and Sneijder assumed that of Pogba, with the left flank's Eto'o paralleling Griezmann. To contend against a similarly counterattacking team, it was essential for them to press forward. Modric received the ball and immediately played it back. The Inter players pressed forward relentlessly. Their pressure was quite fierce. Mikel had barely gained possession when Eto'o was already upon him, his hand gesturing aggressively. Mikel pivoted and returned the pass. Seizing the moment, Mourinho surged forward. Terry hastily approached to meet the ball, attempting to pass it back to Ramos, only to discover he was absent, consequently sending the ball into the penalty area. With a resounding thud, Cech launched a long kick toward the forward line. Deschamps, witnessing the scene with incredulity, shouted from the sidelines, "Get back. For heaven's sake, get back." The backline of Inter Milan was vulnerable, and Huang Kaiwen had audaciously charged into the attacking zone. Positioning himself, Huang Kaiwen lifted his right foot, effortlessly stopping the ball behind him, then drawing it forward with the tip of his foot. Cambiasso and Maicon rushed towards him. With a deft touch of his left foot, Huang feigned a lateral dribble, while in reality, he had already dispatched the ball. Cambiasso quickly moved toward the center, while Maicon retreated to the backline. The advancing Modric was obstructed by Diawara, who turned and distributed the ball once more. The sphere traversed nearly the entire field, finding Huang Kaiwen on the left flank. With the outside of his foot, he deftly redirected the ball forward. Before Maicon could close in, he unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. The Chelsea players were momentarily caught off guard. The Inter players, having not faced Huang Kaiwen in quite some time, had forgotten his propensity to shoot from midfield. With a resounding crack, echoing Deschamps' furious shout, the ball soared with intense spin. Lucio, positioned near the edge of the penalty area, slightly bent his knees, preparing to leap and block the shot. Yet in the next instant, the ball swiftly whizzed past the upper right of his head, heading straight for the goal. Caesar, stationed on the goal line, leapt to his side, but as he reached out, he realized the ball was positioned higher than he anticipated. The sound of the ball hitting the net resonated. Even before it had touched the ground, Caesar understood. The ball had found its way in. Mourinho, who had high hopes for this match, was visibly thrilled, though he kept his hands tucked within his trousers. His shoulders, however, betrayed his agitation. Meanwhile, Materazzi, who had specifically purchased an ice cream cone from Kevin's tea shop at San Siro, stood transfixed on the pitch, his two hands clutching the cone glaringly. Previously, Deschamps had remarked that his absence would adversely affect the team's aerial defense. Materazzi is acutely aware that, despite his towering height of 193 meters, he cannot thwart a shot that soars nearly 3 meters into the air within the penalty area. Kevin, goal, 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 goal. Barely a minute into the match, Kevin unleashed a stunning strike from 42 meters on the left flank, a veritable masterpiece. I find myself increasingly concerned for the Milan players in the stands. The Milanese rivals rarely commence their matches simultaneously due to scheduling conflicts, a situation that, in hindsight, appears far from advantageous. After witnessing such a remarkable goal from Kevin, Kaká may begin to doubt his long-range shooting prowess, and Neuer would certainly dread facing Chelsea. By the end of the match, the entire Milan squad would likely feel profoundly disheartened. Poor Inter Milan. In their misguided belief that performing well in Serie A would grant them a chance at the Champions League, are woefully naive. The Champions League title rightfully belongs to Kevin, while the runners-up spot is reserved for those fortunate enough not to encounter Chelsea prematurely. Kevin did not celebrate excessively, mindful that the Inter fans had welcomed him at the outset. Yet, despite this, the players of Inter experienced a significant psychological blow. With a mere oversight, an opponent scores from over 40 meters. Which team can confidently assert that their defense can contain such a distance? Mourinho glanced at Sneijder and inquired, "Has he always been this outrageous?" Sneijder, rubbing his bald head, replied, "I truly do not know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Cambiasso interjected. "When Kevin plays, his true capabilities are utterly inscrutable," Sneijder explained. "Is it because his skills are lacking?" Mourinho instinctively questioned, immediately covering his face, realizing the absurdity of such a query. Sneijder shook his head, declaring, "His abilities are formidable. You cannot fathom his intentions. To defend against Kevin, it would be prudent to assign someone to closely mark him. I could give it a try. Would I be able to contain him?" Stankovic asked. Sneijder shook his head, responding, "At the very least. It would appear that you are making a concerted effort." Following their discussion, the Inter players positioned themselves at midfield. Milito returned the pass, and Sneijder deftly redirected it with his right foot. Before he could assess his teammates' positions, Drogba surged forward. Pressing the opponent can be exhilarating, yet facing their relentless pursuit can lead to disarray. Sneijder swiftly turned to shield the ball, sending a backward pass to Cambiasso. Cambiasso delivered a diagonal pass to the left flank, where Ramos, arriving just in time, intercepted the ball. Eto'o promptly grabbed Ramos's arm from behind, prompting Ramos to return the pass to Huntelaar. Indeed, Ramos often positions himself further up the field than many wingers, driven by a strong desire to attack. It should be noted that Ramos is among the more accomplished right-backs in contemporary football, yet he still pales in comparison to the playmaking abilities of Maicon. Huntelaar advanced, but was dispossessed. The ball was passed to Zanetti, who threaded a forward ball to Milito. Milito, receiving the ball on the left, played a lateral pass to Sneijder, who then executed a precise through ball, and the ball found the net. Javier Zanetti, the captain of Inter Milan, scored a crucial goal in his 114th Champions League appearance, significantly aiding his team. The ball was initiated by Zanetti in the center, who then surged forward into the penalty area to shoot. Ramos, out of position, inadvertently provided him with an opportunity to score. Chelsea's two fullbacks possess remarkable assisting capabilities. Yet they indeed exhibit a certain recklessness. Employing two such proficient assist makers does not quite align with Mourinho's tactical philosophy. A resounding cheer erupted at the Meazza Stadium as the equalizer was struck shortly after conceding. The goal came from one of their beloved captains, Javier. 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 The home supporters joyfully bounced, chanting the name of their hero. Mourinho, standing anxiously at the sidelines, repeatedly struck his left palm with the back of his right hand. Czech, expressionless, retrieved the ball from behind him, having long abandoned any hope of keeping a clean sheet against formidable opponents. With no expectations, disappointment was naturally mitigated. Conversely, several defenders breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Czech had not expressed his frustration. The situation where the goalkeeper frequently had to bail out the defenders outweighed instances of defenders rescuing the goalkeeper, thus creating a naturally dominant dynamic in favor of the keeper. As the game resumed, Stankovic once again sought out Huang Kaiwen. Huang swiftly executed a bicycle kick, nudging the ball forward with his right foot, and then maneuvered past Stankovic. To his surprise, the opponent did not relent. Maicon charged forward, closely followed by Cambiasso, who pressed towards the flank. In motion, Huang deftly flicked the ball back to a teammate, casting a knowing glance at Bale. Since Inter was so intent on targeting the King of Yellow, it would be prudent to let the Monkey King challenge Inter's defense, allowing Huang to re-enter the fray once they had exhausted their energy. Capello had favored such tactics during Huang's tenure at Real Madrid, and Huang found this reasoning quite sound. Naturally, Bale would not recklessly charge into a crowd. Upon noticing the opposition clustering on the left, he adjusted his pace in 2 steps, persistently angling towards the penalty area. Lucio seized the opportunity to charge forward. Bale collided directly with Lucio, causing the ball to ricochet behind him. Sensing the moment, Maicon swiftly extended his foot. Enraged, Bale turned to pursue, but Maicon, wary of Bale's speed, hastily dispatched the ball with his right foot. Cambiasso received it and promptly advanced. Sneijder, having turned, delivered the ball into Huang Kaiwen's embrace. Stankovic, unsteady on his feet, stumbled and used his thigh to block the ball, prompting the referee to issue a warning and award possession to Chelsea. Both teams displayed rapid counterattacks, with Inter's captain Zanetti particularly outstanding in his performance. It was evident that considerable effort was expended by Inter in defending against Huang Kaiwen, as he served as the engine of Chelsea's offense. Alas, Drogba sat on the sidelines. Was he injured? The Chelsea medical staff entered the field for an examination and promptly signaled for a substitution. Mourinho called upon Higuain, and within just 10 minutes of the match's commencement, Chelsea had already lost one substitution opportunity, a significant blow to their strategy. Indeed, Drogba had been plagued by injuries since the previous season. This season has seen little injury. Yet Mourinho's excessive reliance on Drogba is concerning, as he even played him in the League Cup, making an injury for Drogba a plausible outcome. Frustrated, Mourinho kicked the water bottle rack at the sideline. Unbeknownst to him, the ground was slick with water that players had spat out after warming up, and he slipped, falling hard onto the grass. English, who was examining Drogba, hurried over and crouched beside Mourinho, asking, "Jose, how are you?" "I'm fine." Mourinho gritted his teeth in response. "You need not be shy. Is it the ball again?" English inquired with concern. "This keeps breaking. I hope it doesn't become unusable." "No," Mourinho snapped, his face flushed. "What now?" Seeing Mourinho's insistence, English felt helpless. "Help me to the coaching seat," Mourinho articulated slowly. English quickly extended his hand and carefully helped Mourinho to his feet. A sharp intake of breath escaped Mourinho as he felt a painful sensation radiating from his spine. With English's support, Mourinho moved slowly towards the coaching seat, resembling a frail old woman. Chelsea players noticed this scene at the sideline. Terry instinctively tightened his legs. This match truly has been fraught with misfortune for the coach. Terry admired Mourinho's resilience. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed by now, yet Mourinho continued to command despite his injury. He could sense Mourinho's unwavering determination to win. If not for the substantial victory over Inter Milan today, the upcoming days would likely be challenging for everyone. Terry clapped his hands and strode forward, exclaiming, "Let us all stay focused. Do not forget the coach's words." The faces of the Chelsea players shifted. No one wished to sacrifice their upcoming holiday. A fierce spirit ignited throughout Chelsea's half. The midfield restart was directed to the left, where Huang Kaiwen surged forward, only to find three defenders approaching. Without an immunity card, Huang hesitated to exploit his speed. After such an extended period in the match, he knew his body could not withstand constant sprinting. As Bale approached, Huang executed a precise through ball, urging Bale to challenge Inter's defense. Bale, with long strides and a rapid foot cadence, ranked amongst the elite in football. In a one-on-one encounter, Maicon felt considerable pressure. He sprinted back. Yet Bale had already surged ahead, no amount of effort allowing him to catch up. The two raced towards the left corner of the penalty area, when suddenly Bale executed a sharp stop, catching Maicon off guard as he charged into the box. Lucio was preparing to engage Bale, but Bale swiftly turned and struck the ball towards the left. With a deft flick of his outside foot, Huang Kaiwen redirected Bale's powerful pass, sending it soaring into the penalty area. Higuain's attempt to seize the moment in front of the goal was slightly late. On the right flank, Huntelaar prepared to leap for a header, only to be thwarted by Samuel, who deftly extended his foot to deflect the ball out of play. What a remarkable pass that was from Huang Kaiwen, truly subtle. Indeed, it was unfortunate that Higuain was a fraction too slow. Had he been a tad quicker, that opportunity would have been his, as there were no defenders in sight. However, Chelsea now had a corner kick, which posed a significant threat. Huang Kaiwen made his way directly to the right corner flag, this time without any intentions of a tactical corner. The defensive marking from Inter Milan was tight, making a direct cross into the penalty area a gamble worth taking. Both teams boasted numerous tall players. It would be a contest of who could claim the crucial touch. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen approached and struck the ball with his left foot, curling it towards the left side. The ball zipped along the sideline and into the box. Astonishingly, both Samuel and Terry at the near post failed to react in time. As players in the center attempted to surge forward, Inter's goalkeeper, Caesar, had already secured the ball firmly in his hands, subsequently lying down to rest it against his chest. On the sidelines, Mourinho inhaled sharply, trying to alleviate the pain, suspecting he might have fractured a bone, a common occurrence in such falls. Even if he was reluctant to concede defeat, he was nearing 50. Beyond the physical discomfort, he was more preoccupied with the dynamics on the pitch. It was evident that Inter had invested significant effort into defending against Chelsea's left flank and were equally potent in their left-sided attacks. Chelsea's Huntelaar on the right was not exerting much pressure, allowing Inter's left side to advance freely. Deschamps' 4-3-3 formation was indeed intriguing, with players surging forward in unison during attacks, maintaining clarity in their play. A remarkable feat, although Mourinho held reservations about Deschamps. He acknowledged the latter's tactical acumen. Yet, even if their tactical levels were comparable, what difference would it make? Mourinho watched the field with a wry smile. Huang Kaiwen, clad in the number 10 jersey, might not stand out conspicuously. Yet Mourinho sensed an ethereal glow about him. Scoring a world-class goal was merely a warm-up for Kevin. When my number 10 unleashes his prowess, how will you respond? As the match progressed, Inzaghi, growing impatient, inquired, "Why hasn't little Kevin scored yet? Is Muratti's milk tea card having an effect? Is he holding back? Yet you frequently lose to Kevin. I haven't seen him ease off when playing against Milan," remarked Maldini. "Who says I lose to Kevin? I win more than I lose when I play against him. You wouldn't believe how much I've won," Inzaghi retorted defiantly. Kaka interjected, "You just left Kevin's place last time. He's now eyeing yacht brochures. At this rate, he might just purchase a battleship." "Who knew Filippo was so wealthy?" Maldini advised. "Even if you have money, moderation is key, mate. I've only seen those who run casinos get rich, not the gamblers." Got it, Mom," Inzaghi replied sarcastically. Inzaghi, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "I occasionally play with Kevin. It's merely a normal interaction among friends." Kaka retorted mercilessly, "You wagered 30 million on Kevin during the World Championship." The nearby Milan players were taken aback. Many of them would not amass 30 million euros over a lifetime of playing. It was astonishing that Inzaghi could casually produce such a sum for amusement. Delighted by his teammates' expressions, Inzaghi waved dismissively and said, "It's all a matter of perspective. I've made quite a profit from my investments over the years. Filippo, could you teach me a thing or two about investing?" Ibrahimovic inquired, expressing a desire to save more, despite his current affluence. "I was terrified of poverty in my youth." Coughing emphatically, Inzaghi swiftly pointed towards the field and shouted, "Look, Kevin has the ball again." Modric, receiving the ball in midfield, advanced a few meters before distributing it to the left flank. Cambiasso was retreating, awaiting his teammates' support. Unexpectedly, after a few steps, Huang Kaiwen unleashed a powerful left-footed shot, striking directly from the left side despite the presence of Cambiasso, Maicon, and the approaching Diawara. This attempt was not as distant as the previous one, yet it bore greater force. As he took the shot from the left, the ball ascended with minimal spin, soaring into the penalty area and descending rapidly within the 6-yard box, where the positioned Cesar could only watch helplessly as the ball found its way into the net. "Truly, Huang Kaiwen is remarkable," Inzaghi exclaimed excitedly, embracing Ibrahimovic. "This young man's shooting technique is something I taught him. I never imagined his current striking ability would surpass mine." "What audacity!" Gattuso interjected. "Don't heed his nonsense," Kaka quickly clarified. Kevin's prowess upon joining Milan was never lacking. Even during his adaptation phase, he scored numerous goals. "I am aware," Ibrahimovic replied coolly, recalling that during his time at Juventus, his greatest ambition was to surpass Huang Kaiwen. Now, that desire had faded. Maldini glanced up at the scoreboard, noting the 2-1 scoreline with just 2 minutes remaining in the first half. It appeared that Chelsea would lead into halftime. After retirement, the pressure on him had significantly eased, yet he still hoped for Milan to clinch the championship. However, could AC Milan triumph against such a Chelsea? Huang Kaiwen sensed it was nearly time. He beckoned Bale over and said, "Gareth, hold back for now. Let us maintain our advantage until halftime." "Understood, Kevin," Bale nodded, feeling fatigued after such a lengthy run, and welcomed a moment's respite in the backfield. "All of you, stand tall like men," Deschamps shouted from the sidelines. Though his words had little impact, Huang Kaiwen's 2 spectacular goals had dealt a considerable blow to the Inter Milan players. Despite their close marking, with Huang Kaiwen holding back, the other players advanced. Could they really ignore Bale's offensive movements to solely defend against Huang Kaiwen? As they diverted their attention to Bale, Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity to receive the ball in the attacking third. Chelsea's left flank had truly been a source of considerable strife for them. Zanetti discerned the despondency enveloping his teammates. Unlike Deschamps, he opted for a different approach, seeking out 2 compatriots. Zanetti urged Milito and Cambiasso, "We must strive to score, otherwise the second half will be exceedingly challenging." Milito nodded in acknowledgement, while Cambiasso remained silent, well acquainted with Zanetti's intent. He understood that if the team's morale persisted in its current state into the halftime break, it would adversely affect the second half. Although he felt that scoring in the final minutes was a daunting task, he was still willing to take the chance. Milito initiated the play, passing back to Sneijder, who advanced down the wing with determination. Mikel pressed forward, but Sneijder deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, executing a half-bicycle kick before nudging it forward with his right foot and sprinting ahead. Just as Eto'o received the ball, Ramos expertly intercepted it, sliding in to dispossess him. Quickly recovering from the ground, Ramos and Eto'o tussled as they both charged toward the ball. Ramos surged ahead while Eto'o clung to his jersey from behind. Sensing his balance falter, Ramos opted to fall, using his calf to nudge the ball away. Huntelaar, retreating to collect the ball, turned only to be thwarted by Diawara, who poked it away. Modric seized the opportunity, snatching the ball just ahead of Zanetti at the edge of the arc, and promptly delivered a precise through ball. The ball curved past Cambiasso, finding Huang Kaiwen, who immediately surged forward with the ball. Maicon turned swiftly to chase him down, realizing within seconds that he could not match Huang Kaiwen's pace. Frustrated, he pondered the remarkable speed of Chelsea's left flank, each player seemingly faster than the last. Thinking quickly, Maicon closed the distance to Huang Kaiwen, knowing, as a Brazilian, he dared not commit a malicious foul. However, subtle fouls were inevitable. Noticing Huang Kaiwen was still reluctant to pass as they approached the goal line, Maicon felt a surge of impulse to shove him out of bounds, yet his remaining sense of reason held him back. With a deft turn, Huang Kaiwen reached the goal line but kept the ball in play. Maicon raised his hand towards the linesman, who remained unresponsive. Seeing Huang Kaiwen poised behind the ball again, Maicon steeled himself, hesitant to extend his foot, hoping fervently for Lucio's timely support. Huang Kaiwen, aware of the numerical disadvantage, skillfully nudged the ball, causing it to leap into the air. The fans near the corner flag watched with bated breath as Huang Kaiwen executed a right-footed flick mid-air, prompting Maicon to shift his position. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen pulled the ball back with his right foot, then switched to his left, delivering a stunning backheel pass. Magnificent! Huang Kaiwen performed an aerial flick that left even the Brazilian Maicon in awe. Subsequently, he successfully passed the ball back to Modric, who distributed it to the flank, where Bale slipped, but Cambiasso seized the ball, propelling it forward to Eto'o. Eto'o surged into the penalty area only to be brought down by Cech, resulting in a red card and a penalty awarded by the referee. The promising young player Bale, who had performed admirably today, made a grievous error at a crucial juncture. He not only failed to maintain his position in defense, but also surrendered possession of the ball. This young winger was now overwhelmed with regret, tears streaming down his face. For he knew that given another chance, he would never hand the ball over to an Inter Milan player again. Bale sat paralyzed on the ground, utterly astonished. In such a pivotal Champions League round of 16 match, his mistake not only granted the opponent a penalty, but also led to the expulsion of the starting goalkeeper. This was a monumental setback for any team. Barely past his teenage years, Bale understood that shedding tears in front of the world was humiliating. Yet he could not stem the flow. Mourinho rose to instruct the substitute goalkeeper to warm up, his frustrations palpable as he grappled with the unfolding calamity. Nearly losing his composure. "Let Kaiwen take the goal," suggested Villas-Boas. "Kaiwen is excellent at saving penalties, and we need to conserve our substitution slots." Villas-Boas's words brought a measure of calm to Mourinho, who realized that substituting a goalkeeper might not yield the same prowess that Kaiwen possessed in penalty saves. With a nod, Mourinho acquiesced. Villas-Boas promptly turned and called out, Peter, give your gloves to Kaiwen. Let him take the goal." Cech paused momentarily before moving forward. It seemed he had forgotten that Kaiwen had once performed miracles as a goalkeeper, as the coach had indicated. Cech handed the gloves to Kaiwen, saying, "Go on, mate." Kaiwen smiled and waved Cech off hastily. In truth, he felt uncertain himself. Bravo's penalty saves were merely adequate. At such a moment, Kaiwen would not falter. Even if he failed to save, the worst outcome would be merely conceding an equalizer. With a one-man disadvantage, Mourinho's team might struggle to win, but it would not be an easy feat to lose either. Kaiwen approached Bale and gently nudged him with his foot. Bale lifted his head from his arms, his eyes swollen and red from crying. "Get up," Kaiwen urged. "Stand up, Bale." Reluctantly, Bale rose, resembling a chastised child. Kaiwen wrapped his arm around Bale's neck and pressed his forehead against his, saying, "Do you know? Each year, numerous young players in the Premier League youth teams are released without contracts for the senior team. They become construction workers, truck drivers, pizza shop employees, or tragically, some end their lives on the railway tracks, cursing God for their misfortune in their final moments. Everything you have is what they could only dream of. So stop acting like a coward. I've also scored own goals, but I knew I had to redeem myself with a goal, and I did. Today, you caused Peter to receive a red card. He bears you no grudge, yet you seem intent on wallowing in despair. What kind of behavior is that?" "But, Kaiwen..." Bale began to protest, but Kaiwen interrupted him with a light slap on his face, saying, "No more excuses. Watch me save this penalty, and then go out there and take on that so-called world's best fullback." Terry approached and wrapped his arm around Bale's shoulders, offering a comforting smile. "Don't worry. Perhaps Kevin will execute a magnificent solo performance as a goalkeeper. This fellow has never known the meaning of adversity. I'm sorry, Captain, Bale said, his head bowed. What is there to apologize for? Terry replied, guiding Bale back towards their half. In 2003, shortly after I had been promoted to the first team, I scored an own goal at Highbury, leading to our defeat. The aftermath was unbearable. I faced severe criticism from the press and ridicule from passers-by. It was a bitter experience. Kevin is right. You are luckier than I was. At least you possess remarkable attacking talent, and your teammate is Kevin. He won't let you lose because of this. Bale numbly followed Terry back to their half, his gaze fixed on Kevin Huang, who stood before the goal, gloved and poised. Yet, he could not suppress the guilt swelling within him. He fervently prayed that Kevin would save the impending penalty, hoping it might alleviate his troubled heart. As both teams took their positions, Sneijder stood before Huang, feeling the weight of expectation. However, Deschamps insisted that this familiar former teammate confront Huang directly. Sneijder took a deep breath and began to retreat, stepping back until he was positioned beside the ball. Though both he and Huang were adept with both feet, he preferred to strike with his right foot during set pieces. This time, he resolved to use his left foot, with the referee's whistle signaling the start. Sneijder's initial small steps transformed into a powerful run, his left foot connecting with the ball. As Huang dove to his left, a smile broke across Sneijder's face. But it quickly froze in disbelief. Huang had blocked his shot, and the referee's whistle signaled halftime. Rising, Huang jogged over to Bale, wrapping his arms around his neck as they both celebrated triumphantly towards the away fans. Seeking monthly votes, begging for monthly votes at the end of the month. Huang had indeed saved the penalty, which was as we had anticipated. Yes, was it wise for Deschamps to let a Dutch player take the penalty? Dutch players have a rather notorious history at the 12-yard mark. Indeed, but perhaps he thought Sneijder would be more familiar with his former teammate. They chuckled. Yet it proved that familiarity was of little consequence. Chelsea entered halftime at 2-1, though Cech had received a red card, leaving the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. At the Chelsea U18 level, the suspense is palpable. Huang seems to perform better as a goalkeeper than as a player. Perhaps not. They left the second goalkeeper warming up on the sidelines, indicating they do not intend for him to remain in goal for long. Isn't that just further diminishing the suspense? Having one less player only serves to elevate Huang's bravado. I can't see any other benefit. To be fair, Inter played with considerable passion today, yet Chelsea's flanks were relentless. Yes, Bale made some impressive runs early on. It's a pity to waste his talents as a fullback. The combination of Huang and Bale on the left side seems unstoppable by any team in Europe. That seems rather redundant. Huang Kaiwen has the ability to dominate. With no European team capable of countering him, placing him up front suffices. Thus, there is little to deliberate upon. We might as well discuss the game instead. Indeed, it is rumored that Huang Kaiwen's gaming company is negotiating with Tencent regarding the rights for the domestic server. Even if there is a domestic server, I wouldn't partake. Is it that my Terrastone cannon has become ineffective, or is my AK failing to hit its target? Fool. It is said that there will be a closed beta test first, and you won't even be able to play without an activation code. I don't fancy Ferraris either, as my means of transport are limited to light rail and buses. Frankly, considering our relationship, Huang Kaiwen ought to provide us with thousands of activation codes. You truly are oblivious. Huang Kaiwen would consider it a stroke of luck if he didn't T-report us. We should ask Brother Ma, as he surely has some. We might as well ask Juan Dog. He occasionally visits the forum. Mourinho, seated on the sidelines, made Kadiki uncomfortable as he warmed up nearby. He didn't dare glance at Mourinho, who knows how sensitive a troublesome man can be. In the away dressing room, Jose is injured, as you must have noticed. However, he shall not lower his demands for the established objectives, remarked Villas-Boas elegantly. Clad in a newly tailored suit, he felt a surge of confidence. All thanks to the fine items displayed in Mourinho's study. Asking them to win against Inter Milan by 4 goals with just 10 players? That would be more feasible than spending the night at Monica Bellucci's. Ashley Cole scoffed. To clarify, it's you 10, not them 10. Villas-Boas replied with a charming smile. Laughter erupted in the dressing room, as everyone relished Cole's predicament. Andre, you can't do this. Ashley Cole exclaimed. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How can you expect me to go on the field at a time like this? If I fail to meet the boss's expectations, he'll surely send me back to the reserves. Apologies, but that's the way it is, Villas-Boas chuckled. In the second half, we'll substitute the goalkeeper, and then Ashley will replace Gareth. Mid-sentence, Huang Kaiwen raised his hand. Kevin, do you have a question? With Ashley and Gareth playing on the left, once the goalkeeper is on, I'll move to midfield as a free man. And we'll need to substitute a forward for a midfielder. I believe Gareth will surely shine, Huang Kaiwen stated. All right, then we shall substitute a forward for a midfielder. Luka Modric will rest and continue as a starter in the second leg, Villas-Boas agreed. Modric nodded, having no objections regarding this matter. Villas-Boas looked troubled as he surveyed the front line. Higuain and Huntelaar needed to be replaced, while Huntelaar had better synergy with Huang Kaiwen. Higuain was a substitute who had barely played half a match before being replaced, which was somewhat disheartening. More critically, Higuain and Huang Kaiwen shared a collaborative relationship, and he had to be mindful of his partner. If Higuain were to become upset, his wheels might mysteriously disappear again. Sweat began to bead on Villas-Boas's handsome face, as he couldn't help but curse Mourinho for the unfortunate timing of the injury. If it were not for Mourinho's injury, he would not have to face such a difficult decision. Let Yang take a break. He can start in the next round, Huang Kaiwen suggested. I have no objections. Huntelaar shrugged. All right then, let us substitute Huntelaar and Modric, Villas-Boas sighed in relief. Being a head coach truly is a challenging endeavor, often requiring one to confront such dilemmas. As Villas-Boas exited the locker room, Ashley Cole remarked, playing football is an incredibly stressful job, especially with a coach like this. If I can't spend the night with a lovely lady, I wouldn't know how to relieve my emotions. To articulate such complex words is quite the achievement for you, Czech quipped. Hey, Iron Man, if it weren't for your red card, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Ashley Cole retorted. Czech glanced at Bale, but remained silent. When he resorted to insults, he typically directed them at Terry and Carvalho, occasionally including Ramos. However, he sensed that Bale was burdened with thoughts, and he did not wish to exacerbate the situation. Huang Kaiwen sat with his legs apart, observing the scene. Do you have high hopes for that kid, Kevin? Ramos inquired. Who? Gareth? Huang Kaiwen asked, puzzled. Yes, him, Ramos replied, his tone displeased. I wouldn't say I have high hopes. I merely believe he has the potential to become an excellent player, much like Arjen Robben, Huang Kaiwen stated. Terry glanced at the time and stood up, saying, It's about time, lads. We need to head back onto the pitch and strive to score. All right, old man. Ashley Cole replied wearily, feeling that a 4-goal lead seemed far-fetched. Exiting the locker room, they happened upon the Inter Milan players. Kevin, long time no see, Sneijder smiled. I couldn't find an opportunity to speak with you earlier. Good to see you, Wesley. If you have any concerns, feel free to share with me. Try to drink less, and definitely stay away from drugs, Huang Kaiwen said, patting Sneijder on the shoulder. Huang Kaiwen had previously seen news of Sneijder's divorce. He had started a relationship with Jolanthe. It was said that she treated him well, even sacrificing her career for him. However, since his later days at Real Madrid, Sneijder had succumbed to alcohol, and he would soon experience a rapid decline. The downer on the field led to a vicious cycle, with his decline occurring even faster than that of Ronaldinho. Sneijder's expression stiffened as he forced a smile and said, Don't worry, I'm doing fine. That's good to hear, Huang Kaiwen nodded, departing the players' tunnel. The players had returned to the pitch, and Chelsea had 2 players warming up on the sidelines. Yet only Ashley Cole had taken the field. This was understandable. After all, using one substitution means one less for later, and it was wise to wait a bit longer in case of unforeseen circumstances. Huang Kaiwen remained stationed in front of the goal, pondering whether he had misjudged the penalty earlier, leading him to block the ball with his foot, a mystery known only to him. Inter Milan may attempt to increase their offensive efforts before Kudasini takes the field, gauging Huang Kaiwen's current form in front of the goal. Milito initiates the play with a back pass. Sneijder's positioning is evidently deeper than in the first half. Higuain presses forward, and Sneijder deftly passes to the advancing Cambiasso. Chelsea, now a man down, has noticeably diminished their pressing intensity, allowing Inter's midfielders to exchange passes comfortably in the backfield. Following a series of passes, Sneijder delivers a diagonal ball to the forward Maicon. Upon receiving the ball, Maicon deftly nudges it past Bale with his right foot. His physique is evidently more robust compared to Bale. Bale relentlessly pursues Maicon, making the situation appear less effortless than it seems. He cannot afford to pause. The moment he does, Bale is poised to intercept with his left foot. The 2 players entwine as they drift towards the center, with Ballack approaching quickly. Maicon realizes he cannot maintain possession any longer, glancing at his teammates for support, and he quickly formulates a plan. Instead of turning to pass, Maicon boldly advances against Bale. Ballack collides into him, while Bale also crashes into Maicon from the side. The referee cautions Bale, awarding a free kick. Maicon seems to have intentionally sought the free kick after being closely marked on the left flank, where Ramos shows no mercy against his longtime rival Eto'o. Sneijder positions himself to take the free kick. Despite having missed a penalty in the waning moments of the first half, he is evidently a player with a steely nerve. Huang Kaiwen stands ready at the goal. The foul occurred slightly to the right, where a left-footed strike would be preferable. Nevertheless, Sneijder favors his right foot for free kicks, leaving Huang Kaiwen uncertain. Sergio, Huang Kaiwen calls out. "What's up, Kevin?" Ramos inquires, concerned that Sneijder might take the free kick quickly. Huang Kaiwen hesitates to leave his position and swiftly instructs in Spanish, after his run-up. "You should position yourself behind the wall." "Ah, understood." Ramos nods in agreement. Huang Kaiwen follows suit with an approving nod, preferring to strike with his right foot from a slightly rightward position. Huang Kaiwen contemplates the options. Aside from a right-footed strike or a small angle shot, a low ball through the wall's gap could also be quite effective, a tactic Sneijder often employs. Thus, he advises Ramos to be on guard. The whistle blows. Sneijder begins his run. Suddenly, Ramos positions himself with his back to the wall. As anticipated, the interwall parts, allowing the ball to glide swiftly along the grass towards the gap, striking Ramos' back and rebounding upward. Huang Kaiwen rushes out from the goal, leaping with his right foot and extending his arms to secure the ball. "All good?" Huang Kaiwen asks while cradling the ball. Ramos, rising and grimacing, replies, "No problem." Observing Ramos clutching his back as he dashes forward, Huang Kaiwen shakes his head and smiles. This guy truly enjoys showing off. Placing the ball on the ground, Huang Kaiwen finally takes note of the positions of his inter-teammates. He took a step back, advanced his left foot, and swung his right leg with force. Bang! The players were still concentrated in Chelsea's half when the ball swiftly traversed the center circle and breached Inter Milan's defense. Gonzalo Higuain, the first to react, surged towards the Inter defense. Noticing the assistant referee did not raise his flag, Cesar decisively darted out of the penalty area. After bouncing, the ball continued its forward trajectory, and as Higuain approached the edge of the box, Cesar stood before him. At the moment Higuain aimed for the descending ball with the instep of his foot, Cesar, in a moment of urgency, had forgotten he had exited the penalty area. He stretched out his foot and arms to widen his defensive reach, but failed to block Higuain's shot, which sailed past him and into the net. The goal scorer, Higuain, spread his arms wide and sprinted back. By the time he reached his own penalty area, there was no ground left for him to stand upon. 31. Kevin Huang provided a direct assist from the back, taking advantage of Inter Milan's overly aggressive positioning. Huang seized the moment to strike. As Zhang, the coach, noted, Cesar's positioning was rather deep. Otherwise, Huang could have easily taken a long-range shot from within his own penalty area. It's hard to say, but the current situation evidently favored Chelsea. Although Cech had received a red card, Chelsea had scored 3 vital away goals. If they could maintain this scoreline until the end, they would effectively eliminate Inter Milan. Indeed, away goals are of paramount importance, and Deschamps must make adjustments promptly. Mourinho sat on the bench, casting a cold smirk at Deschamps, who occupied the home coach's seat. "Are you anxious? Does your anxiety serve any purpose? A coach can boast of how many championships they have won while playing. But let us see if you can secure another title for me." "Andre," Mourinho called out. "What is it, Jose?" asked Villas-Boas, standing in front. "Substitute Kevin to bolster the attack." Mourinho waved his hand decisively, inhaling sharply. Villas-Boas approached the sidelines to communicate with Cudicini about entering the pitch. Cudicini exhaled in relief. He had been warming up since halftime and had been on the sidelines for about 10 minutes in the second half without being called to play. He felt a bit uncertain, as Chelsea's coach had recently been fixated on having players warm up without bringing them onto the field, seemingly to derive amusement from their predicament. Kevin Huang ran to the sidelines, tossing his gloves to the manager, and as he jogged back, he did not forget to give a thumbs up to the administrator. With a regent guarding the goal, he felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that one day, a goalkeeper might showcase what it means to be the best goalkeeper in the Champions League. Inter Milan also prepared to make a substitution, bringing on Pandev, surprisingly replacing Eto'o. Eto'o had performed admirably today, having earned a penalty in the latter stages of the first half and executed various runs. It was he who drew some of the defense away, allowing Zanetti to assist in the first goal. Indeed, Deschamps surely had his own strategy in mind. Melito initiated the play with a backward pass. Sneijder quickly relayed the ball to the newly introduced Pandev. Pandev had previously been linked with Chelsea and Tottenham and felt that his departure was imminent, beginning to criticize his former club. Beginning from the 2009 to 2010 season, he was sidelined by Lazio due to his prolonged absence from matches. Pandev filed a lawsuit with the Professional League Arbitration Court. In December of last year, Pandev emerged victorious, terminating his contract with Lazio and transferring to Inter Milan on a free transfer. This season Serie A player had not played for half a season, resulting in inconsistent form. In an unexpected turn of events, he lost possession of the ball without any challenge. Ramos quickly intervened to regain the ball and made a lateral pass. Ballack received it and advanced a couple of steps, and as Diawara approached, he promptly delivered a right-footed pass. Remarkably, he found Huang Kaiwen from 30 meters away. Huang Kaiwen surged toward the Inter Milan penalty area, and despite the presence of 4 defenders, they failed to apply any pressure as he passed it to Bale. The ball found the net. In the 68th minute of the second half, Huang Kaiwen assisted Bale in changing the score to 4-1, effectively securing their advancement. It is worth reiterating a common notion. Huang Kaiwen exerts immense pressure on the defense, easily causing opponents to overlook his teammates. Maicon, while tracking back, wavered between marking Huang Kaiwen and Bale, thus granting Bale a remarkably easy opportunity to shoot. Indeed, prior to the pass, Maicon's movements were indecisive. This is the intimidation factor that Huang Kaiwen possesses. Caesar raised his hands in exasperation, casting a glance at his teammates. If it were Huang Kaiwen, I wouldn't say a word if you couldn't stop him, but allowing others to just stand there waiting for the ball and shoot. Surely that is a bit excessive? Zanetti bit his lower lip, sensing the difficulty of today's match. This season, Inter Milan has placed considerable pressure on Milan, and he had hoped to contend with Chelsea. Yet now, it appeared they could barely compete against a 10-man Chelsea. What a predicament. He glanced at the captain's armband on his arm and sighed. Guys, we need to focus on counterattacks. There will surely be opportunities if we do. I'm with you on that. Samuel nodded in agreement. Lucio followed suit with a nod. Observing his old teammate Ballack embracing Huang Kaiwen, he felt an unexpected pang of envy. They were all champions of Sonia, later moving to Bayern, while Ballack, upon his return to Chelsea, won 7 titles. Even though Lucio had secured a World Cup, he still had a long way to go at the club level. His closest brush with the Champions League title dated back to his time at Bayer Leverkusen, where he was dismissed by Zidane's stunning strike. This season at Inter, he had performed commendably, yet it now appeared that their Champions League journey might come to an abrupt end. Zanetti's words were something he could only nod in agreement with. At least it sounded as though there was a glimmer of hope. Deschamps, the former captain of France, nearly pulled his hair out in frustration. It should have been Inter Milan with the advantage, yet they could not manifest it. Huang Kaiwen was not particularly active today, and Inter Milan continued to struggle. Observing the lively young player, Deschamps resolved to increase the intensity. He turned to the bench and finally pointed at Montari, saying, "Get up and warm up. Prepare to come on." The players returned to the midfield once more. The morale of Inter Milan remained relatively intact. Most of their players possess remarkable resilience, with several serving as captains for the national team. Without the need for reminders from Zanetti, they managed to regulate their emotions independently. As the game resumed, Sneijder continued to dictate the pace, displaying no urgency to launch an offensive. De Boer's Inter Milan has never favored a direct assault and structured play. After exchanging passes with Cambiasso, Sneijder finally delivered the ball to the right flank. Reluctant to pass to Pandev again, having been rattled by a previous error, he opted for caution. Maicon, too, refrained from hastily organizing an attack. Chelsea, with fewer players, became vulnerable to exploitation during their pressing attempts. When Bale surged forward on the left, Maicon delivered a precise lateral pass to Lucio. The Brazilian defender, originally a forward, advanced the ball with a strong offensive intent, demonstrating commendable technical skill. Standing at over 6 feet, Lucio, even while slightly bent over the ball, resembled a tank on the move. Maicon hovered nearby, ready to assist, while Bale pursued diligently in reverse. Following a swift 1-2 exchange between Lucio and Maicon, the ball was redirected to the right. Observing Bale's advancement, Ashley Cole was compelled to intervene. Cole's defensive prowess evidently surpassed that of Bale, leaving Maicon unable to find an opportunity, resulting in a back pass to Lucio near the center line. Lucio then laid the ball off to Diawara, who promptly returned it. This midfielder lacked any organizational ability, his only commendable trait being his defensive skills. Lucio turned once more, attempting to locate Maicon with another pass. Meanwhile, Bale, having rested in the backfield, seized an opportunity and surged forward, catching Maicon unaware as he half-turned to receive the pass, resulting in Bale snatching the ball away. Realizing the imminent danger, Lucio rushed to intervene. The Brazilian defender confronted Bale, who collided directly into Lucio's feet, causing the ball to ricochet away. Huang Kaiwen explosively darted towards the loose ball, deftly nudging it back to Bale. What an exhilarating counterattack. Bale's speed was astonishing, almost as if possessed by Huang Kaiwen's spirit. With only Samuel and Zanetti left to defend for Inter, it was uncertain whether they could thwart Bale. As Bale entered the penalty area, he took his shot. Samuel's tackle came just a moment too late, otherwise, it would have resulted in a penalty. Gareth Bale, this young talent, withstood the pressure following a first-half blunder that led to Cech's dismissal, and in the second half, he promptly redeemed himself with a stellar performance. Scoring twice, Bale extended the lead, and though the first leg of the match was not yet over, it appeared exceedingly difficult for Inter Milan to overcome such a deficit. Mourinho truly exemplifies the brilliance of a seven-time champion coach. His team as counterattacks are perpetually swift. The transformation of Bale under his guidance showcases Mourinho's exceptional eye for talent. After scoring, Bale turned and pointed at Huang Kaiwen, sprinting back with even greater speed. Had it not been for Huang Kaiwen's encouragement, Bale would have lacked the confidence to continue competing against Inter. If Huang Kaiwen had not persuaded Villas-Boas, Bale would have been substituted long ago. Bale felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Huang Kaiwen. However, as he rushed into the center circle, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed Ramos, Ballack, and Terry, his teammates, one after another surging forward. Once again, he found himself on the outside looking in. Damn it! Perhaps the most challenging aspect of football is not securing a championship, but rather celebrating a goal with Kevin. Gareth Bale stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in frustration, his breath coming in heavy gasps. For heaven's sake, why bother with golf? He should hire a personal sprint coach upon returning home. He couldn't fathom why the celebrations always seemed to elude him. Jose, how are you doing? English inquired anxiously, crouching in front of the coaching bench. I'm fine, Mourinho replied, his face pale. Yet his words betrayed no defeat. I think you should get to the hospital for a checkup. If you delay, you might end up with just one goal left. English urged. A sharp pain radiated from Mourinho's tailbone, causing him to inhale sharply. What vexed him further was that the team doctor seemed to believe his injury was merely a minor inconvenience. Mourinho silently added English to his mental list of grievances, alongside the two bastards who had dropped him on the stretcher previously. Looking at it this way, none of the medical staff appeared to be trustworthy. He vowed that next season, only one of them would remain at Chelsea. English waved, calling for a stretcher. The physiotherapist quickly prepared and came to place Mourinho onto it. Several individuals swiftly escorted him towards the tunnel. Upon descending the first step, Mourinho jolted, nearly tumbling off the stretcher. The psychological trauma from the last incident loomed large, as he feared the medical staff might once again mishandle him. Fortunately, his apprehensions did not materialize, and he was safely transported out of the Miazza Stadium. Rui Faria bent slightly, approaching the coaching bench, and remarked, "Is Jose all right? What if he gets cut? What will happen to his marriage?" He had a close relationship with Mourinho and did not wish to see any issues arise in his family. Villas-Boas glanced at Faria, but remained silent. Faria continued, "Jose is quite unfortunate. Although God endowed him with considerable endowment, it will soon be like a gun without bullets. Who knows if it will be of any use?" Noticing Villas-Boas's lack of response, Faria chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I shouldn't be sharing these matters with you, especially since your prostate is already problematic. You should consider visiting the hospital sooner rather than later." Villas-Boas clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Had he not feared dismissal and the loss of his livelihood, he would have been tempted to draw his wand and shatter that fool's skull. Inter Milan had been thoroughly recuperating during this period. Their current approach to the game was notably defensive, unwilling to concede any goals. Chelsea, on the other hand, was reluctant to give Inter any opportunities to attack with a man down, resulting in a lack of notable action from both teams in the final stages of the match. This scoreline seemed destined to be the final result, probably, as it appeared that neither side intended to press forward any further. Today, the young talent Bale delivered an impressive performance. Whether playing as a fullback or a winger on the left flank, he shone brilliantly in attack. Indeed, Mourinho may have recognized his offensive prowess and is considering bringing him to Chelsea to transform him into a winger. Maicon certainly faced considerable challenges against Bale today. By the end of this match, Bale's market value is bound to rise significantly. Upon Montari's entry, Inter Milan's defense was once again fortified, yet it proved futile. With a scoreline of 5-1, there was hardly a need for a second leg. Deschamps might opt to field substitutes in the return match, focusing entirely on the league competition against AC Milan. This scenario is quite plausible. In the 93rd minute, Inter Milan was awarded a throw-in in the attacking zone. Maicon threw the ball, and Zanetti swiftly passed it across the middle. Cambiasso, unable to find an opportunity, turned with the ball only to have it intercepted by Carvalho, who slid in from behind. Huang Kaiwen received the ball and immediately passed it to the advancing Bale. Bale, wide-eyed in surprise at such a promising counterattack, was taken aback when Huang Kaiwen passed it to him again. Despite his astonishment, Bale did not hesitate. He turned and surged forward with the ball. Zanetti rushed to cover Bale, while Maicon, waiting at the halfway line, reached out but was deftly evaded by Bale's skillful touch. Zanetti, with a swift maneuver, chased after Bale fervently. Mikel positioned himself ahead, shadowing Bale, ready to support, yet Bale exhibited no intention of passing. Even as stoppage time was upon them, Bale, the most active player on the pitch, kept Zanetti firmly behind him. Chelsea fans gleefully observed as Inter players frantically pressed towards the left flank, a sight typically reserved for Huang Kaiwen's ball control. Lucio, trailing behind, continually adjusted his position, attempting to draw nearer to Bale. However, Bale's speed placed immense pressure on him, and in his effort to catch up, Lucio found himself lagging behind. Zanetti remained steadfastly in pursuit of Bale, with their proximity to the penalty area diminishing. Lucio, positioned further back, made an early entry into the box. Before he could close in on Bale, the latter swiftly executed a left-footed poke shot from within the area. The ball rolled past the sliding Lucio and into the net, with Caesar unable to halt its course. 61. The Nerazzurri in the stands stifled their cries, trying to contain their emotions. The San Siro stadium echoed solely with the cheers of Chelsea supporters. This hallowed ground, known as San Siro, has but one sovereign. Neither Milan nor Inter, but the owner of the iconic number 10 jersey. Whosoever possesses the finest number 10 shall emerge victorious here. Having scored his third goal of the match, Bale, moving at a breakneck speed, was the first to reach Huang Kaiwen, who had been diligently following the counterattack. A smile finally graced Bale's face. Kaiwen. Once again, Kaiwen has led to a victory in Milan, with 2 unanswerable long-range strikes and 3 assists. There is no doubt that Kaiwen will be crowned today's best player, although Kevin's recent attack was merely a routine pass, lacking the visual impact of his prior assist to Higuain while standing on the goal line. This pass bore an unimaginable significance. Following the young player Bale's error, Kaiwen was the first to offer him encouragement. Bale's inaugural goal also stemmed from Kaiwen drawing the defenders away before delivering the ball, allowing for an effortless shot. In that moment, Bale created a classic, utterly dismantling our neighbor's world-renowned fullback. However, had Kaiwen opted to carry the ball himself on the counterattack, he could have elegantly maneuvered past the entire Inter Milan team twice before scoring. Yet, he chose not to do so, instead granting the opportunity to Bale. This exemplifies the essence of football, where 11 players take to the field. Regardless of a teammate's skill level, one must believe in and encourage them. Look, even Bale can achieve miracles. Kaiwen possesses the ability not only to win matches single-handedly, but also to inspire his teammates to become pivotal players. Following this hat trick, Bale will undoubtedly gain more confidence. Perhaps this marks the dawn of a new star. Thus, I dub Kaiwen's brief pass as the assist of the century. As Zanetti's frustrated long-range shots soared high, the referee signaled the end of the match. The speed at which the Inter fans departed was swifter than Chelsea's goals. Only the traveling Chelsea supporters and a few Rossoneri remained. Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen, with one arm around Ramos and the other around Bale, made his way towards the away supporters' stance. It seems that Huang, the king of yellow, does not fancy playing as a center forward. Otherwise, with these 2 fullbacks, he could have easily shattered Sir Alex Ferguson's record of 81 crosses in a single match. Buffon, adorned in a white headscarf, sat before his television, lamenting the decline of Serie A, which deeply troubled him. Even though Juventus was eliminated from the Champions League this season, their qualification for next season remained secure. He pondered what teams like Lazio and Fiorentina were doing. He had already begun to acclimate to life in the desert, though he had yet to determine his future direction. Kevin, will you attend the press conference? Villas-Boas inquired. Forget it. I'd rather head straight home, Huang Kaiwen replied. John. Villas-Boas glanced at Terry. Terry nudged Bale playfully, saying, let the young ones bask in the limelight. After a hat trick, he must face the press. All right, let us go, Gareth. Villas-Boas waved, his new suit being quite expensive. He couldn't allow himself to embrace a player drenched in sweat. At the post-match press conference, Deschamps appeared as though someone owed him a few million euros. Villas-Boas chuckled, taking a seat on stage alongside Bale. Didier, could you enlighten us on why Inter Milan suffered such a catastrophic defeat? Mr. Deschamps, prior to the match, you stated that Inter Milan had the capacity to triumph over any team. Does that include Chelsea? Mr. Villas-Boas, has Mr. Mourinho sustained another injury? If so, where? Bale, could you share with us how you managed to achieve a hat-trick? Are you a winger or a fullback? Boas expressed his discontent, stating, I recall mentioning more than once that while you may call someone by their first name, addressing others by their surname necessitates the addition of Mr. Surely, just because he is yet to reach the age of 20, you do not dismiss his significance? This young lad is poised to become a grand football star, earning in a week what you collectively earned in half a year. Deschamps cast a glance at Boas, surprised that he would take the initiative to defend a player. This fellow possesses a certain charm. Very well, my apologies, Mr. Bale. Let us turn our attention to you, the reporter remarked. Bale looked at Boas in bewilderment, to which Boas smiled and gestured for Bale to speak. Grasping the microphone, Bale stated, whether I play as a fullback or a winger depends entirely on the coach. If the coach assigns me to the fullback position, I shall fulfill that role. If I am to be a winger, then I will embrace that as well. The reporter pressed on, which position do you prefer? They seem to relish players with little experience. The moment a player expresses a preference, Mourinho might position Bale in a role he dislikes. Subsequently, they could capture an image of Bale frowning during a match, crafting a narrative around a supposed rift between him and Mourinho. After a moment's contemplation, Bale replied, ultimately, my preference is inconsequential. What matters is where the team requires me. Kevin is arguably the best player in the world, yet when the team needs him, he can play as a goalkeeper or in midfield. I too will adapt. For Kevin serves as my role model. What did Kevin say to you today? Bale smiled. Responding, Kevin advised that when one makes a mistake, it is imperative to rectify it. He believes in my ability to do so. You know, I was taken aback because I was merely a substitute at Spurs. Tottenham is a smaller club, and Kevin is one of the greatest players in history. His belief in me felt akin to a superhero from a comic book telling me I can succeed. One of the greatest players in history? Better than Bobby Charlton or Duncan Edwards? An English journalist inquired. I mean no disrespect to others, but that is Kevin. Bale stammered, raising his hands in a gesture of modesty, one high, one low. I stand in stark contrast to those legendary figures, just as they differ greatly from Kevin. If football regulations did not necessitate 11 players on the pitch, Chelsea could perhaps field only 5 and still triumph under Kevin's guidance. Wow. Signing Chukwueze for $28 million is truly impressive, someone remarked. Please support us with votes, seeking monthly support at month's end. End of chapter 0419. I'm sorry. I'm undercover. The following day, Huang Kaiwen returned to London with his teammates. The hour-long flight felt no different from a bus ride. Upon exiting security, the Chelsea squad appeared invigorated. Such short journeys bear minimal impact on both body and mind. Kevin, do you have any plans for today? Ramos inquired, carrying the luggage of 2 individuals. Nothing in particular at the moment, Huang Kaiwen replied, curiously asking Ramos, aren't you going out on a date? I saw on television that she is still in London and even looking at properties. Forget it. We are simply not suited for one another. Ramos cast a glance at the approaching Bale and remarked, at this rate, he might lose the position of his second-best friend. Where would be the time for romance? Kevin, how about a round of golf? Bale inquired, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Forget it, it's almost 10 o'clock. Golf is better suited for a long holiday. Huang Kaiwen replied, let us find a place for breakfast first. The group stepped out and casually sought a nearby eatery named the Breakfast Club, which boasts several branches across London. Huang Kaiwen ordered 2 whole-grain sandwiches and a cup of coffee, while the others opted for pancakes drenched in syrup or dishes featuring ingredients like avocado, a food Huang Kaiwen particularly despised. The selection of newspapers in the cafe was not as extensive as at home, so he perused them idly. Most articles lauded Bale's previous performances. Although the Welsh are not particularly favored by the English, when the Welsh excel, the Union Jack can tolerate the notion of unity. On the third page of the Times, Huang Kaiwen stumbled upon news regarding last year's collision between American and Russian satellites. The analysis suggested that Russia had deliberately orchestrated the incident, claiming that the satellites collided over Siberia, with Russians hoping to bring down the American satellite for research purposes. Damn, quite the thinker, he mused, considering that a satellite returning to Earth after such damage would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Ramos then handed Huang Kaiwen a copy of the Manchester Evening News, stating, "Hart says he wants to join Chelsea." Upon glancing at the paper, Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but smile. Chelsea's next league opponent was Manchester City. Hart, in an interview with the Manchester Evening News, expressed, "I know many are concerned about me. My mental health issues have been resolved. I apologize for my previous statements. I once thought all players were similar, but I now realize I was mistaken." Kaiwen's prowess cannot simply be encapsulated by describing him as just another player. If possible, I would love to play alongside Kaiwen on the same team, even if it means being a substitute at Chelsea. I haven't forgotten the nurturing I received from Manchester City, but I also wish to win championships. It was unexpected to see Hart soften his stance. Huang Kaiwen recalled that he hadn't really bullied Hart. In their first encounter this season, Huang Kaiwen had missed the match. With that in mind, he resolved to exercise restraint during their next meeting. As Huang Kaiwen continued to flip through the pages, aside from the tabloid gossip about Manchester United players, he encountered comments from Tevez' agent. Horobchan, Tevez' representative, stated in an interview, "Carlos is a special player, adored in Argentina. His stature is akin to Kaiwen's in Brazil. He possesses the same level of talent, yet Ferguson has not afforded him the same treatment as Kaiwen." Although Carlos is currently with Manchester City, the caliber of his teammates has somewhat hampered his performance. However, City is strengthening, and Mancini is an excellent coach. I believe Carlos will soon reveal his true abilities. Huang Kaiwen remarked, "His agent might not be quite right in the head. I share that sentiment." Ramos responded. Seated opposite Huang Kaiwen, Bale craned his neck to read the content on the news. He was taken aback by the words of Tevez' agent. While agents are known to extol their players, one must at least choose a suitable reference point. The three of them lingered in the restaurant for a while, unsure how to pass the time. Huang Kaiwen decided to return home to play video games. Upon arriving at his residence, Ramos, noticing Bale's presence, asked with disdain, "Do you enjoy playing computer games? Is that why you tagged along?" "It's fine. I used to play on the PS. I should be able to pick up computer games as well." Bale replied with a grin. Ramos rolled his eyes, realizing he could not shake off this fellow. He sat beside Huang Kaiwen and opened his laptop. Bale joined him at the side. After watching 2 games, Huang Kaiwen handed the notebook to Bale, inviting him to play along. Once Bale completed the beginner's tutorial, they launched into a match together. Choosing the striking character, Angel, Bale hid with the others in the grass at the bottom lane. "Are we in stealth mode?" Bale cautiously inquired as he maneuvered the mouse, beginning to grasp the game's objective of destroying the opposing team's crystal. However, he remained uncertain if there were other strategies involved, such as raiding the enemy's base, akin to Commandos or Delta Force. Huang Kaiwen, controlling Annie, kept a vigilant eye on the screen and absent-mindedly replied, "Yes." "What should we do?" No sooner had Bale finished speaking than Huang Kaiwen's Annie blinked forward and stunned the opposing Ash, while Ramos, controlling the cannon, leaped onto Ash's face, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Amidst the chaos, the ice archer hastily blinked back to the tower but was still slain by Ramos, who succumbed to the tower's assault, yielding a tower kill. Bale, bewildered, asked, "Wasn't this supposed to be stealth?" "Indeed, but a successful stealth operation has no witnesses," Ramos retorted dismissively. If Bale had followed closely, he wouldn't have needed to use his blink. After gaining an advantage in the bottom lane, Huang Kaiwen directed Annie toward the mid lane. Without his blink, he played rather cautiously. Many players in the American server had previous Dota experience, and there was always the possibility of a sudden gank. In the bottom lane, Ramos, Bale, and their opponents were locked in a fierce struggle. Almost every time players emerged, the screen displayed notifications. At the 10-minute mark, Huang Kaiwen had accumulated 90 minions, and upon pressing Tab, he discovered both adversaries in the bottom lane had slightly over 10. Ramos's temperament did not suit the ADC role. Fortunately, the top lane's weapon was performing admirably, easily overpowering the opposition. In the next match, Bale switched to AD while Ramos took on the role of Alistar. resulting in a vibrant performance. Huang Kaiwen, controlling the jungle scarecrow, bewildered the opposing team. The group continued to play until after 8 p.m., when they finally had dinner at Albert's insistence. After dinner, Bale returned home. He still lived with his parents and had a girlfriend, Emma, who was 2 years younger. They had not yet moved in together, as she would only graduate from high school at the end of the season. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos engaged in several rounds of play. The synergy between their positions saw Huang Kaiwen decisively eliminate the opposing mid-laner from the game. It was not until 11 p.m. that Huang Kaiwen ascended to his quarters for the night. The following day, Ramos drove Huang Kaiwen to Cobham. Upon changing into their training attire, they were surprised to find Andre Villas-Boas standing at the sidelines. With a smile, Villas-Boas waved, beckoning Huang Kaiwen to come over. As they entered the training ground, Villas-Boas, with his hands in his pockets, addressed them. "I need to inform you that Jose will require ample rest for the time being due to a fracture. Consequently, I will be temporarily assuming the role of head coach for the first team. After evening training, please stay behind, as I will announce the starting lineup for tomorrow's match against Manchester City." As Villas-Boas turned to leave, Ashley Cole immediately spoke up. "Is the boss's leg not healed yet? Should we go check on him? If you wish to go, then by all means." "I have no intention of visiting," Terry replied, suspecting that Ashley Cole was merely seeking to mock Mourinho in person. Terry preferred to remain out of the spotlight at such a time. "You truly lack compassion. The boss has guided us for so long," Ashley Cole urged. He was indeed eager to witness Mourinho's misfortune. "Regardless, I will not go," Terry firmly stated. "Kevin?" Ashley Cole inquired with a grin. "I too shall refrain from visiting." Huang Kaiwen shook his head in response. "You heartless lot, the boss is an integral part of our team," Ashley Cole exclaimed, exasperated. "Just wait a little while longer. Mourinho will be discharged soon. Would you like me to accompany you?" Maddock asked, albeit in broken English. "You? Perfect. You're a decent chap." Ashley Cole nodded with a smile. He preferred to persuade either Huang Kaiwen or Terry to join him for safety. Yet bringing Maddock along could serve to shift any blame onto him should the situation arise. The thought of Maddock being discovered as the mastermind never crossed Ashley Cole's mind. He simply didn't care. Could Mourinho truly demote him to the youth team? Huang Kaiwen wished to find an opportunity to warn Maddock against associating with Cole, given Mourinho's temperament. Visiting him during a moment of humiliation would likely yield no positive outcome. Although there were rumors about his injury, the team doctor confirmed it as a fracture, and Villas-Boas echoed this sentiment. After the match, Huang Kaiwen watched several replays of Mourinho's fall and believed it was indeed a fracture. However, the comical nature of the incident made it clear that the prideful Mourinho would prefer the entire team to forget about his injury. A visit to the hospital at this juncture would certainly be remembered. Unfortunately, Cole had a firm grip on Maddock, and Huang Kaiwen found no opportunity to intervene. After training, when he saw Cole taking Maddock to the hospital, he could only silently wish Maddock good luck. At Queen Mary University Hospital in London, Mourinho lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Ever since he had taken up divination, he had begun to suffer frequent injuries. Mourinho felt that this was the price one must pay for peering into fate. Mourinho, surprisingly indifferent to his predicament, was accustomed to injuries from his playing days. His greater concern lay in devising ways to prevent further harm to his players. As he pondered deeply, the door to his hospital room swung open unexpectedly. Upon seeing Ashley Cole accompanied by Maddock, Mourinho's smile vanished, as he initially assumed his wife had arrived. "Boss, the newcomer is quite worried about your injury, so he asked me to bring him along," Ashley Cole announced, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Maddock, whose grasp of English was limited, nodded vigorously in agreement. Mourinho's gaze fell upon the lilies in Ashley Cole's hands, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. In Britain, these flowers symbolize purity but are also associated with funerals, signifying a wish for the deceased to rest in peace and return to their most innocent form. What had started as a mere suspicion now solidified into certainty. Ashley Cole was indeed here to revel in his misfortune. With a piercing stare, Mourinho fixed his eyes on Ashley Cole, who instinctively considered fleeing. However, he quickly reminded himself that Mourinho was no longer the head coach, and thus had no reason to fear. Ashley Cole, forcing a smile, perched himself on the edge of the bed and said, "Boss, take good care of yourself. There's no need to worry about the team. We will perform admirably." "Right," Maddock chimed in, albeit without fully comprehending Ashley's words. He could only make out fragments about football and the team. Mourinho turned his attention to Maddock. a player he had personally requested. He had not anticipated that within just half a season, Ashley Cole would lead Matic astray. With a sardonic smile, Mourinho replied, "Thank you for coming, but I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Perhaps you should return for now." "Boss, I see no one is looking after you. Do you need to use the restroom?" "I've never seen an injured person. What I mean is, it must be inconvenient for you," Ashley Cole awkwardly suggested. He was curious about how many players Mourinho still had left. "No need. Just leave," Mourinho retorted sternly, cursing under his breath. He realized that this rascal was truly here to mock him. "Get out," Mourinho exclaimed, hurling a pillow in their direction. Ashley Cole and Matic hurriedly fled the room. "Coach, are you upset?" Matic inquired, enunciating each word carefully. "Rest assured, all is well," Ashley Cole reassured him, patting his chest. "That's just how the boss is. It signifies our good rapport. You see, he doesn't speak so casually with others while he is in charge." "Then why did the coach throw the pillow?" Matic asked. "Primarily out of embarrassment. After all, the injury site is quite significant for a man," Ashley Cole replied, placing a comforting hand on Matic's shoulder. "Don't let his current attitude fool you. Soon enough, you will find yourself in the starting lineup." "That would be absolutely fantastic," Matic exclaimed, grinning widely. In the hospital room, Mourinho grasped his phone, his fingers pressing firmly against the keyboard. The recipient was none other than Villas-Boas. The message he edited reads, "Ashley Cole and Matic have been relegated to the reserves, as long as someone can temporarily play as a left back. Do not allow him to return to the first team." On February 27th, at Stamford Bridge, the entire team skipped the training ground at Cobham in the morning and went directly to the stadium. There was no need to travel to the training base for the afternoon match. Some even had their breakfast at the stadium. "Kevin, have you got new boots again?" Belletti inquired curiously. Tying his shoelaces, Huang Kaiwen looked up and smiled. "Yes, the sponsor provided them. They claim this model is better suited for explosive players. Star players are truly remarkable. Even their boots are customized," Ashley Cole remarked with a hint of envy. "Who told you that your playing is subpar?" Czech retorted. "Me. A poor player?" Ashley Cole pointed to his own face, declaring, "I am the best fullback in the world. Even German newspapers acknowledge this." "Indeed. But I recall that during that report, Manchester United's number 7 was still that Portuguese lad," Terry interjected. "Back then, Ronaldo was performing exceptionally well, and Ashley Cole managed to contain him one-on-one. Many newspapers praised Ashley Cole's performance. Now, however, he harbored doubts about Ashley Cole's ability to defend against Ronaldo, considering Ashley had not played competitively for some time. After changing into his gear, Huang Kaiwen glanced at his full anticipation meter and opted for a lottery draw. "Ding! You have obtained a 24-hour experience card for Wesley Sneijder from the second round of Serie A 2009 to 2010, Inter Milan vs AC Milan. Acquiring Tion Leong, steady control. Isn't that Sneijder? Just finished with Inter Milan, and he drew Sneijder, still in peak form. In that case, I shall utilize Sneijder. Ding! Successfully used the Sneijder experience card. Acquiring steady control, Tion Leong. Trait, steady control, Tion Leong, does not pursue extremes. His movement frequency and leaping arc are moderate, with a high safety factor, demonstrating strong stability and control. Possessing this trait significantly enhances stability on the pitch. It is also an exceptional trait for many unpredictable players. Having such a trait can easily secure their baseline performance." In the Stamford Bridge press room, both Villas-Boas and Mancini took their seats on stage with a sense of anticipation. The journalists eagerly began to pose their questions. "Mr. Mancini, will Hart start today? It is said he has lost his position." "Andre, when will Mr. Mourinho return?" "Robert, tell us your secret. How did you maintain stability in the team after taking over Manchester City midway?" "Robert, do you believe you are superior to Mark Hughes?" Last December, Mark Hughes was dismissed by Manchester City, and the idle Mancini took the helm. Currently, his performance as Manchester City's manager appears commendable. Both Mancini and Villas-Boas presented themselves impeccably, with both coaches being quite handsome. Villas-Boas gestured for Mancini to speak first. Mancini had long begun to learn English. He spoke. "In England, I encountered numerous challenges. Some have claimed that certain players are loyal to the previous coach. However, I do not perceive it that way. Players undoubtedly have their preferred coaches, and coaches have their favored players, yet I harbor no issues with the British players. As for whether Hart will start today, I must clearly inform you that he will not due to anything he has said, but because Given is in better form. However, it was reported that Given and Bellamy were not welcoming of your taking over at Manchester City, A journalist reminded him. You mentioned it as merely a rumor. Mancini replied with a smile. The media often tends to exaggerate issues. In reality, most professional players possess commendable ethics. So the identity of the coach is not a concern for them. Mancini was not entirely truthful. Several individuals were already on his list for dismissal. In truth, many coaches would act similarly. No one would retain a troublesome player who opposes them. Yet, such matters are seldom openly discussed. There are coaches who would simply text players to leave. What are your thoughts on Kevin, in the words of Tevez' agent? The reporter pressed. Mancini rubbed his temples and said, I encountered Kevin during my time in Serie A. He is an exceptionally talented and challenging player. He frequently executed match-winning goals and occasionally scored 2 or 3. Later, he often netted 5 goals in a single match. Such a winger is truly unparalleled in history. I believe Tevez' agent merely wishes to praise his player rather than draw comparisons to Kevin. I have also devised specific tactics, though I cannot guarantee their effectiveness. Just as we are still uncertain of Kevin's playing style today. With that, Mancini pushed the microphone forward, no longer wishing to elaborate further. In Italy, journalists would also inquire about sensational news, but not every detail was questioned. British journalists, however, have a penchant for prying into personal matters, seemingly eager to uncover even the minutiae of one's physical appearance. Boas interjected, I understand your concerns regarding Jose's condition. He is in good health. The waterlogged sidelines during the last match caused him to fall, resulting in a fracture. Thus, Jose requires some time to rest. When you see him again, it will indicate that he is ready to return. That is all I wish to convey. The players from both sides had begun their warm-ups, and today, Chelsea's lineup had undergone significant changes. Indeed, Chelsea must compete in the Champions League, while Manchester City has a much lighter load, only needing to focus on domestic matches. Before the match, 2 Manchester City players made comments regarding Chelsea or Huang Kaiwen. Well, that is not entirely accurate. That was Tevez' agent, someone remarked. Tevez. What a disgraceful comparison to Huang Kaiwen. Tevez' abilities are commendable, yet his attempts to belittle Huang Kaiwen are excessive. Even Beckenbauer hesitated to claim Tevez is superior to Huang Kaiwen in the role of a free player. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen plays with undeniable prowess. I am acquainted with Tevez' agent, a mere businessman, who is rumored to possess ownership rights over players. His prior dealings to transfer Tevez and Mascherano to the Premier League required considerable effort. What this implies is that a portion of the player's rights belongs to him. One can comprehend this by observing the Serie A. For instance, when West Ham sought to acquire Tevez, his agent was reluctant to relinquish his share, resulting in a payment to Corinthians that was only sufficient to purchase 50% of Tevez's rights. The arrangement did not entail splitting the player, but rather either satisfying the agent's demands or utilizing the 50% ownership to play. While any future transfers would necessitate negotiations involving both West Ham and the agent, requiring mutual consent for the transfer to proceed. I recall reports indicating that West Ham was fined over £20 million due to ownership issues. Such a sum could have easily secured Nani. Although Tevez possesses commendable skills, it hardly justifies such expenditure. Mark my words, Kevin Huang is rather parsimonious. Today, Manchester City is likely to suffer defeat, and Tevez might even face a beating. It seems Kevin Huang has seldom engaged in physical altercations, has he? Indeed, but can you guarantee that Ramos and Pepe's fouls weren't instigated by Huang's directives? He embodies the most formidable underworld influence in football. The players have returned to the tunnel. Tevez is casting a scrutinizing gaze at Kevin Huang. He does not consider himself comparable to Huang, yet during his time at Manchester United, he had frequently heard Ferguson and Rooney extolling Huang's virtues. Tevez has always felt wrong during his tenure at United, thus harboring a less than favorable opinion of Huang. Today, he aims to lead Manchester City to victory over Chelsea, delivering Huang his first professional defeat. How have you been, mate? Kevin Huang turned to greet De Jong. Not too bad. Though the weather in Merseyside and Manchester leaves much to be desired, De Jong quipped. Previously, he had envisioned making a name for himself in England. Yet the weather here surpassed his grim expectations. You'll eventually acclimate, or perhaps you could consider playing in Milan, Kevin Huang replied with a smile. Gattuso is aging, and Milan genuinely requires a new defensive midfielder. De Jong remained silent. He was not like Hart, a naive youth. Even if he had thoughts, he would not admit them in front of his teammates. Kevin Huang glanced around and noticed Joe Hart was absent from the starting lineup. It was surprising that Hart had been dropped from the first team, considering Given was a close ally of Mark Hughes, who always favored starting Hart against Chelsea. Huang suspected that the old man might have intentionally set Hart up for failure, fearing Given would suffer a psychological setback. However, Mancini had benched Hart, evidently incensed by his previous remarks. The players have now exited the tunnel. Let us review the starting lineups. Chelsea fields a 4-3-3 formation with a sole defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Kudasini, defenders, Bale, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos, midfielders, Modric, Mikel, Ballack, forwards, Kevin Huang, Huntelaar, Joe Cole. Manchester City deployed a 4-3-3 formation with a lone defensive midfielder. The lineup featured goalkeeper Given, defenders Bridge, Lescott, Kompany, and Micah Richards, midfielders Zabaleta, Nigel de Jong, and Gareth Barry, and forwards Bellamy, Tevez, and Adam Johnson. Both teams made significant adjustments to their rosters today. Veteran Given returned to the starting lineup, perhaps in response to Hart's recent remarks. The most noteworthy news during the winter break was de Jong's $30 million transfer to Manchester City. A former teammate of Kevin Huang at Real Madrid, who publicly wished de Jong success at his new club. Indeed, Joe Cole had not started an important match for a considerable time, and his return today was quite a delightful surprise. Additionally, with Kudasini in goal, Chelsea's coaching staff likely aimed to give him ample opportunities to regain form after Czech's red card in the Champions League, preparing for the crucial second leg against Inter Milan. Interestingly, the match was officiated by Mike Dean, a referee known for his distinctive presence. His celebration-like gesture following a Spurs goal drew media attention, and his controversial decisions in previous matches contributed to his notoriety. At 12:45 p.m., Dean blew the whistle to commence the match. Huntelaar initiated play, passing swiftly to the left, seemingly disregarding Cole's presence. Upon receiving the ball, Huang was immediately challenged by Adam Johnson. Huang quickly returned the ball to Modric, who advanced with it. Following Modric's acquisition, Chelsea's midfield trio exhibited virtually no weaknesses, as each player possessed sufficient defensive skills while contributing to offensive transitions. Adam Johnson turned towards Modric, who deftly flicked the ball back to the left. As Huang crossed the halfway line, Barry and Zabaleta surged forward, closely followed by de Jong. Huang felt a twinge of discomfort during his run, inadvertently nudging the ball back with his left foot, which rolled towards Bale, who charged towards Manchester City's midfield. Before he could accelerate, he was tugged back by Barry. Seizing the opportunity, de Jong sprinted to the sideline, deftly nudging the ball out of play. Both Barry and Bale called out to Gareth, with one acting as a defensive midfielder and the other as a fullback. Bale promptly requested the ball from the ball boy, turning swiftly to throw it back into play at the center circle. Huang lifted his foot to receive the ball, only to be violently knocked down by Tevez before he could turn. Indeed, Bale and Ramos, both towering figures, appeared to bully Tevez, resembling adults harassing a high school student. However, Tevez, known for his fiery temperament, had previously been forced to transfer from Corinthians after a dispute with fans, and even as his teammates restrained him, he still sought to advance. Huang rose to block Bale and Ramos, seemingly unscathed, but Tevez's actions were clearly directed towards his opponent. As he opted not to extend his leg in the encounter, McDean opted for a muddled approach, issuing neither a yellow card to Tevez nor to several Chelsea players who had resorted to physicality. While this outcome undoubtedly favored Chelsea, the players were left dissatisfied, pursuing McDean in an attempt to compel him to penalize Tevez. De Jong observed the commotion from a distance, refraining from joining the fray. Despite his brief tenure as Tevez's teammate, de Jong had effortlessly discerned the complexities of Tevez's character, recognizing the psychological struggles that were undoubtedly tied to his upbringing. However, de Jong had no desire to play the role of a psychologist. His interactions with Tevez had been minimal. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to impart a memorable lesson to Tevez, as it was Huang Kaiwen who had initially granted him the opportunity to represent Real Madrid, a chance that had led to numerous accolades. Beyond the realm of competition, Huang Kaiwen had also facilitated several endorsements for him, creating a considerable debt of gratitude. De Jong did not believe that a few tackles on Puyol or Xavi in La Liga would suffice to repay such a significant favor. Thus, today, he was determined to teach Tevez an unforgettable lesson. Modric initiated the play from midfield, directing the ball to the left flank. Tevez immediately surged towards Huang Kaiwen, who promptly returned the ball. Bale advanced with the ball, delivering a precise pass to Huang Kaiwen. The duo effortlessly toyed with Tevez on the left. Adam Johnson, though not particularly fond of Tevez's arrogant demeanor, could not stand idly by while his teammate was bullied. Huang Kaiwen exchanged a knowing glance with Bale, signaling him to make a forward run. With a swift series of step-overs, Huang Kaiwen suddenly flicked the ball with his left foot, sending it across to Modric. Without breaking stride, Modric played the ball directly forward, setting it perfectly in front of Bale. Barry attempted to intervene, but before he could reach the flank, Bale had already pushed the ball several meters ahead of him, sprinting past Barry in pursuit. Richards, sensing the impending danger, reacted quickly as Bale approached, instinctively sticking out his foot to divert the ball out of play. Today, Tevez had seemingly taken a stand against Huang Kaiwen, retreating to his half to thwart any opportunity for Huang Kaiwen to receive a throw-in. Bale responded by tossing the ball back, and Huang Kaiwen effortlessly evaded Tevez with his speed. Observing Tevez left behind, Adam Johnson and Barry converged once more. Huang Kaiwen took a step forward with his left foot, suddenly pivoting to execute a delicate touch, employing a Cruyff turn to guide the ball behind Adam Johnson. The latter hastily turned to chase after it, but barely had he taken 2 steps when Huang Kaiwen executed a sudden stop and turned the ball back towards Manchester City's half. In his haste to follow, Johnson found his cleats digging into the turf, leaving long marks as he ultimately tumbled to the ground. Gareth Barry, sensing the gravity of the situation, hesitated to extend his foot. Fortunately, Tevez arrived just in time, and together, they cornered Huang Kaiwen towards the left flank. Tevez even spread his arms wide, preventing Huang Kaiwen from pivoting with the ball and employing feints to outmaneuver them. "I'm coming," De Jong suddenly bellowed, charging at full speed towards the left side and launching himself into a flying tackle. As the scene unfolded, one could observe the unsettling contact between De Jong's foot and Tevez's ankle, resulting in a grotesque distortion of the latter's joint. The palpable sound of a bone fracture sent shivers through the crowd, leaving many spectators with expressions of sympathy for the fallen Tevez. Writhing in pain, he clutched his ankle, while the Manchester City medical team hesitated to enter the field. Referee McDean rushed forth, momentarily uncertain of how to adjudicate the situation. After a brief contemplation, he jogged over to converse with the assistant referee, glancing up at the stands in search of some inexplicable force. Arsenal's past endeavour to enlist Vikings to conquer Stamford Bridge had long become a source of amusement in the UK, frequently cited in history lessons. Yet, what if Chelsea had indeed secured a formidable figure? Having detected no anomalies in the stands, McDean continued his dialogue with the assistant referee. After repeated confirmations, he turned to reach into his pocket. De Jong, wearing a remorseful expression, bent forward to shield McDean from view, his hands clasped in a gesture of supplication. "Referee, I assure you, it was unintentional. He is my teammate. My intent was merely to execute a tackle, but my execution was flawed, leading to this unfortunate incident. I never meant to expose my studs." "Alas, exposing your studs is precisely what you did," McDean replied, shaking his head as he brandished a red card. "But, sir, it was truly an accident," De Jong implored, his face etched with regret. McDean, however, remained resolute. De Jong followed closely behind, with Barry and Zabaleta joining in to plead for leniency, but McDean firmly gestured towards the sidelines. De Jong, unable to suppress a laugh, covered his face as he trudged off the pitch. As a distinguished figure in the footballing world, De Jong had never regarded a foul as merely a means to incapacitate an opponent. The true challenge lay in evading punishment afterward. During his time at Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwen had recounted tales of players who had managed to rescind red cards through tears, a lesson De Jong had internalized. Since then, regardless of intent, he had resolved to adopt the humblest demeanor in the face of any infraction. Observing his contrite attitude, even opposing fans refrained from excessive criticism. Noticing the displeasure on Coach Mancini's face, De Jong swiftly suppressed the urge to gag, his eyes glistening with tears as he approached Mancini, his voice trembling. "Boss, it was an accident. I truly didn't mean it. It's terrifying." Mancini shook his head, struggling to contain his anger. Having already lost a key player, he wished to spare De Jong further distress. He patted De Jong's shoulder, saying, "Go take a shower and head home. I will handle the rest." "Boss, I want to see Carlos." "Which hospital is he in?" De Jong inquired, his head bowed. Mancini replied, "If Tevez sees you, he may not be pleased." Mancini sighed and said, "It's all right, just head home. Today's incident was unforeseen, and it is not your fault." "Then I shall take my leave, boss," De Jong replied as he took a step forward, only to turn back and ask. Mancini nodded, forcing a strained smile. De Jong felt a sense of relief as he proceeded into the tunnel. Once inside the player's tunnel, he exhaled deeply. Every movement was under the scrutiny of the world. He could not afford any carelessness. Should his true feelings be exposed, his standing at Manchester City would become precarious. In truth, Tevez' foul was not excessively harsh. However, De Jong perceived Tevez' temperament. Had he not sent him off, he certainly would have retaliated against Kevin today. His decision to dismiss Tevez was a precautionary measure. Tevez' mere leg injury had potentially spared Kevin from harm, and De Jong deemed it a worthwhile trade-off. Returning to the locker room, he took a refreshing cold shower. After changing, De Jong adopted an expression of guilt to avoid attracting the attention of reporters who might stir up further trouble. Mancini replaced the injured Tevez with Santa Cruz, opting to maintain a 3-forward formation. In his view, it was futile to focus solely on defense. Engaging in an attacking duel with Chelsea seemed a better strategy. Even in defeat, it would reflect a certain courage. Fortunately, the situation appeared stable, as Manchester City had not conceded a goal after 10 minutes of play. Finally, Mancini could breathe a sigh of relief. Modric, in possession of the ball, found himself pressured by Santa Cruz. He hesitated to pass and was swiftly ensnared by Santa Cruz. South American players are notorious for their cunning, the difference lying merely in their penchant for such tactics. In a moment of urgency, the handsome Santa Cruz resorted to physicality. Modric had no choice but to turn and shield the ball, executing a back pass. Carvalho seized the opportunity, charging forward and swinging his right foot, only to miss entirely. Bent over and grimacing, he felt the sting of his own ineptitude. "Damn it!" Terry exclaimed upon seeing Adam Johnson rush toward the ball, and he dashed forward. Bale, straying from his defensive zone, had made Carvalho's blunder all the more consequential. Realizing that the opponent was a step ahead, Terry acted without hesitation, sliding in for a tackle. The ball was sent skidding toward midfield. Mikel surged forward to block, shielding Zabaleta behind him. Just then, Bale retraced his steps, and Mikel swiftly passed the ball sideways. What a sight! Bale was off again. His speed seemed only a fraction slower than Kevin, as he dribbled with long strides, leaving his opponents trailing in his wake, a spectacle of sheer visual impact. Barry, initially focused on Kevin, was forced to redirect his attention to the similarly named Bale. Noticing Bale had already positioned himself, Barry showed no signs of retreat. Bale propelled the ball forward with vigor. Barry, a moment too late, turned just in time to see Bale maneuver past him from outside the penalty area. Covering a greater distance, he still outpaced his rival. Such a display elicited waves of cheers from Stamford Bridge, as Chelsea fans could hardly contain their excitement, eager to challenge any elite team. Who could withstand Chelsea's left flank? With a swift motion, Bale refrained from continuing his dribble and immediately released the ball with a deft touch of his left foot. Kevin De Bruyne, closing in from the center, stepped forward with his left foot, lightly nudging the ball with his heel, which then gently settled before him after striking the inside of his right foot. Without hesitation, De Bruyne feigned with his shoulder, deftly maneuvering past Zabaleta, who had just returned to his half. Richards and company positioned themselves in front of De Bruyne, while Huntelaar stood ready for a potential pass in the middle. And Joe Cole surged boldly into the penalty area. With precision, De Bruyne pushed the ball toward the center using the inside of his right foot. In a moment of panic, Huntelaar attempted to receive the pass, but misjudged it, inadvertently flicking the ball up and nearly losing his balance. Richards, turning around, felt a surge of satisfaction, believing Huntelaar had squandered the opportunity. However, in the next instant, De Bruyne surged forward without pausing to adjust, raising his left arm and swinging his right leg to strike the ball with a powerful kick. The penalty area was devoid of defenders, with only Joe Cole positioned for a follow-up attack. Not wanting to interfere with the goalkeeper, he hesitated to move too far forward upon realizing De Bruyne was preparing to shoot. The force behind De Bruyne's strike was remarkable. In the center, Given anticipated the shot immediately, leaping to extend one arm high. Yet, despite his effort, he could not thwart De Bruyne's attempt, as the ball struck the underside of the crossbar and forcefully rebounded behind the goal line. The scene was breathtaking, akin to the poetic imagery of a flying sword amidst falling peach blossoms, and the tides of the azure sea rising with the sound of a jade flute. Even those aware of De Bruyne's exceptional talent could not help but marvel at such a world-class strike. Indeed, few players in football can match the ability to shoot with such immediacy. Only Arsenal's Van Persie comes close in this regard. In many players, one can observe fragments of De Bruyne's exceptional qualities, yet he embodies them all, making it exceedingly difficult to surpass him. As Coach Zhang aptly noted, few players can rival De Bruyne's balance and agility. Standing at 187 meters tall, he has grown a few centimeters since his early playing days. Yet his height does not hinder his nimbleness. Zlatan, as a tall forward, also exhibits remarkable skill with his feet, but his movements are evidently constrained by his physique, resulting in a certain rigidity. This is a flaw conspicuously absent in De Bruyne's game. Indeed, it seems Manchester City faces a daunting challenge in securing victory today. Recently, De Bruyne has favored a tactical approach that involves striking later in the match, preferring to let Bale press forward initially to wear down the opponent. This strategy reflects his astute approach to the game. De Bruyne has always been a cerebral player. After scoring, he advanced only a few steps before his teammates surged forward one after another. Recently recovered Joe Cole, wary of potential collisions, quickly made way. Mancini, however, displayed no visible emotional reaction. During his early coaching days at Inter Milan, he had coincidentally witnessed De Bruyne signing with Milan. He has endured all the trials that this experience entails. He has faced the humiliation of Inter Milan's defense being effortlessly breached. A mere stunning volley no longer stirs any tumult in Mancini's heart. Regardless, the unexpected has transpired. He has words to share post-match, while the game itself can be disregarded. How did Mourinho phrase it? Today, Mancini is poised to pay homage to the classics. Manchester City resumes play. Santa Cruz swiftly directs the ball to the left flank. Bellamy, a player of considerable dribbling prowess, stands slightly shorter than Joe Cole, yet his physique is as robust as that of an ox. Bellamy, utilizing his strength, bulldozes forward, easily bypassing Cole. Just as Ballack prepares to defend, Ramos lunges in with a sliding tackle. Bellamy swiftly halts to evade Ramos's foot, then deftly adjusts with his left foot. At this juncture, his footwork falters slightly. By the time he reorients, Ballack has already closed in, with no room to maneuver. Bellamy refrains from attempting to dribble past, and instead executes a back pass. Zabaleta, arriving promptly, swiftly distributes the ball wide, allowing Bridge to surge forward. Ramos, recovering, confronts him. As Bridge intends to launch a long pass, Ramos instinctively intervenes with a leg block. Left with no choice, Bridge resorts to dribbling further. Yet, he cannot surpass Ramos, who is not the typical Spanish player. His physicality surpasses that of most English players. As a right-footed player, Bridge must first adjust before passing on the left flank. But Ramos grants him no such opportunity. He is compelled to shield the ball while awaiting support from his teammates. Ramos persistently challenges from behind, prompting Bridge to resolutely extend his leg toward Ramos's foot. The moment he is struck, Bridge theatrically collapses to the ground. Referee Mike Dean remains unresponsive. Mancini, visibly displeased, gestures emphatically to his eyes, exclaiming, "He fouled my player. Did you not see that? This is a disgrace. I have nothing more to say." After the match, "You ought to visit a hospital for your eyes, or perhaps your mind." This foul occurred right beside the coaching area. Without needing a prompt from the fourth official, Dean could hear clearly. He strides up to Mancini, stating, "I stood right beside you." It's evident that Bridge, unable to dribble past, deliberately extended his leg. Do not treat others as fools. Is that so? Perhaps you are indeed one. You officiated a match where Chelsea triumphed entirely. Mancini continues to shout. Dean, uninterested in further discourse, brandishes a red card. Though he often behaves like a jester, he remains fiercely protective of his authority. The applause from Stamford Bridge resonates warmly. Chelsea fans have never found Dean so agreeable. Damn it, scoundrel, villain, mafioso. Mancini rages vehemently. Brian Kidd quickly embraces Mancini from behind. This assistant coach, hailing from Manchester United, possesses a wealth of experience. Prior to Mancini's appointment, he was the head coach of Manchester City's youth team, elevated to the first team under Mancini's guidance. He can certainly be regarded as Mancini's confidant. Unlike Keane and Hughes, he decisively chose to step back and serve as an assistant coach after experiencing poor coaching results. "Calm down, mate, calm down," Brian Kidd signaled to the others to quickly come forward and restrain Mancini. If this fellow continues, he might find himself alongside Mourinho, languishing in the stands for an extended period. The Manchester City coaching staff hurriedly pulled Mancini into the players' tunnel. Mancini soon regained his composure, shaking off his colleagues' hands and stating, "I will return to the locker room to cool down. You all go and reassure the players," encouraging them to give their utmost effort. Robert Kidd wished to offer further counsel, especially since Mancini had provided him with the opportunity to work at the first-team level. I'm fine, you go ahead. Mancini replied with a smile, completely devoid of the anger he had displayed moments earlier. Kidd could only walk back with the coaching staff, filled with concern. Mancini then turned towards the away dressing room. Upon returning, he noticed De Jong was absent and suddenly remembered he had sent De Jong home. With no players present in the locker room, Mancini felt considerably relieved. Pushing open the restroom door, he was met with luxurious decor that elicited an odd smile from him. He had heard tales about the Chelsea dressing room. This was a display of grandeur, a testament that Chelsea did not need to undermine their opponents with a dismal environment. Each stall was exquisitely adorned, with not a single smudge on the mirrors. Mancini turned on the faucet, tousling his hair haphazardly, rendering himself rather disheveled. Then, he faced the mirror to practice. He flexed the muscles in his face, striving to adopt an expression of anger. Finding it overly exaggerated, he made adjustments. After several attempts, he finally achieved a satisfactory visage before rehearsing his lines. Damn it, I do not wish to discuss the referee, but we indeed received 2 red cards. I have devised a way to communicate with the players, yet had no opportunity to adjust. I have just arrived in England. And then we lost to Chelsea with 10 men. Mourinho once said he has never lost to Real Madrid while fielding 11 players. And that is precisely what I wish to convey. I am uncertain how long my suspension will last, but I am not one to conceal my issues. I told the referee that Chelsea consistently wins while he officiates, which is true. Many do not relish the sight of Manchester City triumphing. If you wish to deny this, I can produce past newspapers for you. The Manchester City team, which had been performing well moments ago, transformed entirely after Mancini left the field. The influence of the head coach, whether present or absent, significantly impacts the team, except for Chelsea. Bale, once again, surged down the left flank, passing the ball to Huang Kaiwen. Yielding his position, Huang Kaiwen, stationed just outside the penalty area, deftly delivered the ball to the advancing Modric. Modric, with his back to company, skillfully nudged the ball back to Bale. In motion, Bale swiftly pivoted, using the inside of his left foot to execute a back pass. Once more locating Huang Kaiwen at the edge of the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen maneuvered along the edge of the penalty area, and after 2 swift steps, he found the perfect angle. He immediately pivoted and struck the ball with his right foot, sending it on a beautifully arced trajectory that effortlessly nestled into the junction of the right post and crossbar. Jiwang once again became a mere backdrop. The exuberant Chelsea supporters erupted in cheers, chanting, "St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin," rather than witnessing Bale's solitary efforts. They longed to see a harmonious collaboration between Bale and Huang Kaiwen. Previously, it was Huang Kaiwen who set up opportunities for Bale, who would only pass when he could no longer advance. However, today, Bale clearly demonstrated newfound understanding, igniting their hopes for the left flank. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, goal, goal, goal. With 2 consecutive world-class goals, I must say that this might be the simplest way for Kaiwen to score. He could dazzle defenders with bicycle kicks, Marseille roulettes, and an array of dribbling skills to bypass 7 or 8 players, even doing so twice before finally finding the net. Alternatively, he could weave through the penalty area with intricate footwork to outsmart his opponents and create a clear shot. Yet, Kaiwen opted for the most straightforward approach, lingering just outside the box, making a single incisive run before sending the ball into the goal. I believe Kaiwen aims to convey to Tevez' agent that the goal-scoring methods your player prides himself on are, for me, as effortless as eating or drinking. Do not attempt to challenge my limits with your player's potential. Tevez is decent, yet he aspires to catch up to the likes of Rooney, Van Persie, and Drogba. When he reaches their caliber, he will sadly realize that he has yet to earn the right to challenge Kaiwen. Victor Hugo once said, "One must have ideals to speak of life." However, pursuing an unattainable goal is not idealism, but mere fantasy. Although Tevez possesses a visage akin to Quasimodo, he lacks the profound soul of that character. In my view, among Argentine players today, only Messi from Barcelona stands as the sole figure capable of gazing from afar at the silhouette of Kaiwen. On the sidelines, Joe Hart gazed enviously at the spectacle. Although Chelsea's defense may have relaxed due to their formidable offensive capabilities, their championship pedigree is undeniable. Hart is heralded as the hope of England's goalkeeping. Yet he is acutely aware that even the illustrious Ronaldo never secured a Champions League title throughout his career. Now that Ronaldo has returned to Brazil, the prospect of him winning the Champions League seems even more distant. To aspire for that trophy, one must join Kaiwen on the pitch sooner rather than later. Hart contemplated enrolling in a German language class. Is it time for a substitution? Faria inquired as he approached the touchline. Today, the emotions of the Manchester City players may spiral out of control. I am aware, replied Villas-Boas coolly. Faria's assessment of the situation on the field was quite astute. Manchester City remained a group of capable hotheads. While it is true that committing malicious fouls against Huang Kaiwen could lead to severe repercussions, it is impossible to predict the thoughts of every player. In his years as an assistant coach, he has encountered too many erratic players. Faria was quite dissatisfied with Villas-Boas's demeanor. He bent down and remarked, "Since you are aware, let the players warm up early." Though Boas felt impatient within, a smile graced his face. He turned his head and instructed, "Have Gonzalo get up and warm up." Faria nodded, then turned and extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers beckoning towards the substitutes bench. Higuain, smiling, unzipped his training suit and made his way to the sidelines. "Everyone, get your spirits up," Brian Kidd shouted to the players on the field. He certainly did not wish for Mancini to be dismissed due to a poor performance, losing his position as assistant coach. However, his admonition had little effect. The signings during the Mark Hughes era had left many with a negative impression of Manchester City. Essentially, those willing to join the club had mentally prepared themselves for a lack of accolades. Even with a few commendable players, the overall atmosphere remained disheartening. Today's situation was particularly bleak. Most players were devoid of motivation, seemingly ready to clock out. Adam Johnson passed back. Barry casually controlled the ball, sending it directly to Modric. Noticing an opportunity in the center, Modric took a couple of steps before delivering a precise through ball. The back-turned Huntelaar deflected the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it high once more. The already sprinting Huang Kaiwen lifted his left leg, deftly hooking the ball back, and immediately with his left foot, he deftly maneuvered past the approaching Zabaleta. Huang Kaiwen pushed the ball forward with his right foot, his path flanked by 4 Manchester City players running laterally. As he continued his run, Huang Kaiwen nudged the ball ahead once more, and upon reaching it, he quickly turned and struck again. Bang! Given dove to the side, but was still slightly below the height of the ball. While this shot was not an absolute dead corner, it was close enough that Given, back in his starting position, could only lament at the sight of the ball. The despair was evident on the face of the Manchester City goalkeeper, mirrored by the defeated expressions of the defenders behind Huang Kaiwen. Chelsea players joyfully surged forward to celebrate. These images intertwined, representing a clash between the affluent and the newly risen. As the 7-time champions were realized, Chelsea had transformed from nouveau riche to a footballing power. Manchester City still had a long road ahead. Another one for Huang Kaiwen. Truly, he can do no wrong. After De Jong's departure today, Manchester City's midfield intensity had notably diminished. When Tevez was on the pitch, he often pressed Huang Kaiwen. But one could only say that the recent incident had significantly reduced Manchester City's fighting spirit. Yes, Manchester City's combativeness had indeed declined due to that incident. However, one must consider that without such an occurrence, it would have been difficult for Manchester City to contend with Chelsea. Just on the left flank with Bale and Huang Kaiwen, few teams in Europe could effectively defend against them. In the last 2 years, Maicon, hailed as the world's best fullback, was overwhelmed by Bale, without Huang Kaiwen exerting much effort. Young Bale possesses remarkable potential. I sense his future lies as a winger rather than a fullback. Chelsea U18? Indeed. Bale is impressive. In terms of speed, he could rival Huang Kaiwen. Yet I can only say you are mistaken. Aside from Bolt, no one can surpass him. But who knows? Some players do not maintain their pace on grass. The impact of the turf is significant, yet Huang Kaiwen remains the fastest in the entire football realm. Finding another who can sprint under 10 seconds is quite a challenge. Is that true? I always believed that players like Owen could also achieve sub-10-second sprints. Of course it is true. Owen's time hovers around 2 to 10 for seconds, according to various accounts, making him nearly the only contender for speed alongside Huang Kaiwen. Bale's pace is likely comparable to Owen's. Perhaps I was mistaken. Bale does appear exceptionally swift when dribbling. That perception may stem from relative comparisons, and additionally, Huang tends to play conservatively. He likely fears injury, which is why we seldom witness him relying solely on raw explosive speed. His physique cannot withstand such extraordinary velocity. It feels as though you are being paid to sing Huang Kaiwen's praises. Why didn't we see him exhibit fear during the World Championships? My friend, even in criticism, one must adhere to facts. How brief is a sprint, and what is the time involved? under 10 seconds for a distance of 100 meters, followed by extensive recovery. A football match, however, spans over 10,000 meters. Even Bolt would struggle to maintain that pace. Shouldn't we be discussing goals instead of Huang Kaiwen's speed? What is there to discuss regarding goals? We have grown accustomed to them. Hart in the stands displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. At that moment, he certainly did not anticipate the consequences of his words. He never imagined that such commentary would yield benefits. In the first leg of this season, Huang Kaiwen had just returned and could not participate. Today marks their second encounter, yet he hasn't even made it to the squad list. He has managed to evade both league matches. This evening, he plans to celebrate with friends. Huang concluded his celebrations at the corner flag, sharing laughter with teammates as they walked back. During his peak, Sneijder's long-range shot was truly comparable to that of Kaká. The skills of these Dutch players are indeed commendable. Even the formidable Spanish attacking line may not surpass that of the Netherlands. The Dutch vulnerability lies in their defense. De Ligt and Stam did not coincide with the Netherlands' prime. Manchester City finally made a substitution, with Abdisalam Ibrahim replacing Adam Johnson, a Norwegian player whose name is the longest among today's participants. His surname bears a resemblance to Ibrahimovic, yet Ibrahim is a defensive midfielder. And this young talent is only 18 years old. Villas-Boas glanced at Faria and inquired loudly, "When shall we make a substitution? Kevin is in fine form today. We must wait for him to score again." Faria responded with some puzzlement. Normally, Villas-Boas would express such sentiments. Why the urgency to substitute Huang Kaiwen today? Villas-Boas disdainfully nodded, as he was not directing his question at Faria, but rather speaking for Higuaín's benefit. He wanted Higuaín to understand that it was not his reluctance to substitute, but rather the interference of others. Bellamy once again advanced down the left flank. Ramos attempted a flying tackle, which Bellamy evaded, and Ballack swiftly intercepted the ball. Immediately, Ballack turned and made a backward pass. Mikel swiftly turned and delivered a diagonal pass to Modric, who surged forward with the ball. After a period of adaptation, he had seamlessly integrated into Chelsea's midfield. Although all three key players possessed the ability to advance with the ball, Ballack's advancing age necessitated that Mikel shield the defense, thereby often entrusting Modric with the task of linking the midfield and attack. Manchester City's players maintained a stringent defense on the left flank, leaving Modric unable to find an opportunity to pass, compelling him to carry the ball forward himself. Barry could not afford to ignore Modric, but the arrival of Ibrahim eased his burden. Barry darted towards Modric. Opportunity. With Barry absent, only two players remained near Kevin, prompting Modric to decisively flick the ball with his right foot, creating an angle. He deftly nudged the ball forward with his toes. Kompany, sensing the danger, abandoned Huntelaar and surged ahead, executing a sliding tackle. Without an immunity card, Kevin had no choice but to concede ground and evade Kompany's foot. Modric pressed forward once more. Kevin feigned a run into the box, with Richards and Ibrahim trailing him towards the left. Unexpectedly, Kevin twisted his ankle, turning back towards the center. Seizing the moment, Modric delivered a precise through ball. Kevin, timing his run perfectly, lifted his right foot to let the ball strike the inside of his left foot, then took a step forward, returning the pass in motion. Sabolita, originally closing in on Kevin, was now forced to pursue Ramos instead. Ramos received the ball without hesitation, pushing it forward effortlessly. As anticipated, Kevin raced into the right flank to receive the ball. Bridge was compelled to position himself defensively, awaiting the arrival of his teammates for support. Joe Cole, having surged forward too aggressively, found himself in an offside position, leaving Kevin to continue his advance. Sabolita was quick to close the gap, while Bridge wisely vacated his position to defend Joe Cole near the baseline. Despite their brief time as teammates, Kevin's prowess left a profound impression on Bridge. He was reluctant to jeopardize his lucrative salary at Manchester City, opting to avoid confronting Kevin directly whenever possible. Sabolita maintained focus, cautious not to engage too hastily. Suddenly, Kevin deftly flicked the ball with his right foot and charged forward, while Sabolita kept a close watch on the distance between them, showing no intention of closing in. In a moment of brilliance, Kevin executed a sudden stop, deftly turning with the ball. Sabolita exhaled, thinking Kevin would return the pass. Yet, his eyes widened in disbelief. Positioned on the flank, Kevin swung his left foot and struck the ball fiercely. With a resounding thud, Given darted off his line, leaping high as the ball soared above him and Ballack. Unable to react in time, Given felt the ball brush against him. instinctively turning to glance back. In despair, he realized there were no teammates guarding the left post, and the ball deflected off him, finding its way into the net. The goal was scored. Kevin had done it again. In the dying moments of first-half stoppage time, Kevin netted a goal. Villas-Boas opted to make a substitution, bringing on Higuain, perhaps believing the outcome was secure, allowing Kevin to rest. After Huang Kaiwen and Higuain exchanged a high five, they descended from the pitch. Villas-Boas swiftly handed over a towel and a water bottle, then affectionately draped his arm around Huang Kaiwen's neck, inquiring, "Kevin, shall we head home directly?" Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Oh, come on, coach. To leave before the match concludes is hardly the conduct of a professional player." "Very well, we shall await the end of the match." Villas-Boas nodded in agreement, entirely oblivious to Huang Kaiwen's prior request to return home after the last Champions League match. As Higuain entered the field, Manchester City resumed play, and McDean blew the whistle for halftime. The players began to retreat, with Huang Kaiwen standing at the sidelines, awaiting his teammates. Ashley Cole approached Bridge, casually asking, "Hey mate, is that flamboyant gym manager of ours your girlfriend?" "I'll kill you," Bridge retaliated with a swift punch, catching the unsuspecting Ashley Cole off guard, who promptly fell to the ground. Chelsea players rushed in to restrain Bridge, with Terry attempting to pacify his national teammate. Cole was ushered into the players' tunnel by Cech, who, with a hand covering his face, expressed his grievance. "I merely inquired if she was his girlfriend. Why did he have to resort to violence? Had it been me, I would have struck you too." Cech replied tersely, "I was merely trying to advise him to steer clear of such individuals, and besides, her figure isn't as impressive as it seems." Cole continued to grumble as they walked back. Bridge, following Terry into the tunnel, nearly broke free from Terry's grip. Huang Kaiwen lingered behind, observing the spectacle, beginning to suspect that Cole's actions were intentional. A substitute deliberately provoking an opponent during halftime had led to another red card for Manchester City. Perhaps he should mention it to Mourinho. This could indeed be the proper utilization of Ashley Cole. In the second half, Manchester City, reduced to 9 men, was utterly overwhelmed by Chelsea. Had it not been for Villas-Boas's concern over potential deliberate fouls, the scoreline would not have merely been 7-0. In the post-match press conference, Mancini sat there in advance, his expression marred by fury, devoid of any players by his side. Huang Kaiwen chose to attend the press conference alongside Villas-Boas. As soon as they took their seats, the journalists eagerly began their inquiries. "Roberto, was De Jong's tackle on Tevez intentional? There seems to be some discord between them, correct? This marks your first red card in the Premier League. What did you discuss with the referee? What did Ashley Cole say to Bridge during halftime?" "Mr. Villas-Boas, was Ashley Cole's provocation of Bridge orchestrated by you, or perhaps by Mr. Mourinho?" "Kevin, could you share your thoughts on Given? How does his prowess compare to Hart's?" Mancini slammed his hand on the table, seething with indignation. This was a filthy match. De Jong's tackle was never aimed at the man. However, the poor condition of Stamford Bridge's pitch caused him to misjudge. "The natural grass here severely restricts our technical abilities, and what disappoints me further is the referee's decisions. Nigel De Jong is an exceptionally talented player who has faced unjust treatment. Today he feels a profound sense of guilt and even volunteered to present Tevez with a wheelchair." Huang Kaiwen nearly stifled his laughter. De Jong's actions are even more audacious than those of Wei Shihao. He is offering a wheelchair to a rival, while De Jong is extending such gestures to his teammates. Huang Kaiwen opines that a tough character like De Jong should certainly be considered for endorsements. When it comes to advertisements, one must also be mindful of reality. It cannot solely feature technical midfielders, and there should be discussions with beverage sponsors at some point. "Why did you receive a red card?" a journalist pressed. "Why? Obviously due to that damn foul," Mancini exclaimed angrily. "Bridge was fouled right in front of me. Yet the referee not only failed to react, but also told my players to get up quickly. Such officiating is unacceptable to me. Furthermore, during halftime, my players faced provocation, and only my players received red cards. I prefer not to dwell too much on the refereeing issues. But what I witnessed was my players being sent off one after another. He ruined everything." "Are you implying that if Manchester City players do not receive red cards, they could win against Chelsea?" the reporter continued to inquire. "I did not say that, but the fact remains that prior to my players being sent off, the score was still 0-0. Mancini replied. Coughing, Villas-Boas nearly choked on his own saliva. De Jong was sent off merely minutes into the match. This style of sophistry reminded Villas-Boas of a certain villain. "Please answer my question directly. A reporter from the Times interjected, "Are you suggesting that Manchester City can win?" "Whether they can win, I do not know, but since I arrived in the Premier League, my team has yet to lose to Chelsea when playing 11 against 11. Mancini asserted before rising to leave. However, the flashes of cameras continued to illuminate the room. If the earlier atmosphere felt somewhat tentative, it has now solidified. For these are the words of Mourinho. Does Mancini's statement constitute a provocation towards Mourinho? If not, they might consider refining it. Fleet Street is eager to help Mourinho forge a new rivalry. Wenger, unwilling to concede, has long anticipated a coach capable of matching Mourinho's verbal sparring. Manchester City has demonstrated a clear upward trajectory this season, and Mancini's stature is commendable, certainly superior to that of coaches like Steve Bruce. He is perfectly suited to be Mourinho's adversary. Villas-Boas and Huang Kaiwen exchanged wry smiles, surprised that Chelsea could also lose during a press conference. Andre discussed the match. Mancini's prowess compelled the reporters to redirect their inquiries towards Villas-Boas. Grabbing the microphone, Villas-Boas stated, "I have nothing to say. Chelsea has the capability to defeat any team. And I see no issue with the referee's decisions." "And what about Ashley Cole? What did he say?" Villas-Boas shook his head. "I did not hear. I am unaware of what he said. This matter is beyond my and José's understanding. If you wish to know, you may ask the individual concerned." Of course, Villas-Boas had heard what Ashley Cole had said, but his upbringing instilled in him a distaste for jesting about such matters. Although he encountered that woman while running in the gym. "Kevin, did you hear that?" the reporter inquired. Huang Kaiwen shook his head and replied, "At that time, I was preoccupied with greeting my teammates. By the time I noticed, Ashley had already been knocked down, so I was unaware of what transpired. Now, let us discuss De Jong's foul." Huang Kaiwen's eyes brightened. He had come to the press conference precisely for this. He immediately spoke up. "I believe that foul was a misunderstanding. Nigel is an exceptionally skilled player. He is Dutch, akin to Cruyff, Robben, and Van Persie. And Dutch players are renowned for their technical prowess. That tackle was merely a routine challenge. Nigel is not a malicious person, and I trust he would never deliberately harm anyone, especially not a teammate. If you know him, you would recognize that he has never been in conflict with anyone and is quite compassionate. During our time at Real Madrid, everyone adored him. Manchester United is indeed affluent, with over 70 million in lottery winnings. There are far too few genuine forwards nowadays. I seek monthly tickets." This chapter concludes. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen encountered Cassano again. Curiously, he asked, "Injured again?" "There are issues in England." Cassano, reclining on the sofa with his hands behind his head, remarked, "I never used to get injured this easily. I cannot find another explanation besides the issues in England. Perhaps it is due to some problems in your life." Huang Kaiwen took a bottle of water from the refrigerator, took a sip, and replied, "Life?" Cassano sprang up from the sofa like a startled cat, pointing at his face, and exclaimed, "What problems could my life possibly have? The Jazz would love to install surveillance cameras in my home. I suspect he would personally watch me during those moments. This is beneficial for you. At Manchester United, you have performed at your peak," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. Cassano remained silent. Although he found Ferguson's demands challenging, the statistics do not lie. As Baggio's successor, he had only approached Baggio's level while at Manchester United. "Albert, have them send over some lamb chops," Huang Kaiwen instructed the old steward. "Certainly, sir. Would you like dessert?" Albert inquired. "It is for a banquet. The match ended early today, and they have gone home to change," Huang Kaiwen explained. The old steward misunderstood, thinking he had requested takeout from the restaurant. "Understood, sir. I shall prepare it now." Albert hurriedly left the living room. Cassano scoffed. "The wealthy can easily invite a multitude of people over for dinner. It hardly costs anything." Huang Kaiwen chuckled and remarked, "If it weren't for the king of yellow organizing gatherings, Tevez would not have been carried off today." Thus, seizing the opportunity to bond with teammates is indeed wise. You never know when they might lend you a hand. I wonder how De Jong is faring. Has he found a place to buy a wheelchair? Before long, Ramos arrived. Seated at the table, indulging in ice cream, Cassano remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Going straight home after school, truly a good son to his father." Ramos cast a sidelong glance at Cassano, boasting, "I'm planning to purchase another property in London at an estimated cost of 20 million. Is it money borrowed from Kevin?" Cassano retorted, "Having a wealthy father is quite advantageous." Ramos, suppressing the urge to retaliate, continued, "The earnings from last year, the bonuses from winning 7 championships, alongside my salary and various endorsement deals, Allow me to spend 20 million while still retaining a significant amount. I'm even contemplating acquiring a property in Milan. Cassano exclaimed. Goodness. The highest salary at Manchester United is Ferdinand's 1.25 million, followed by his and Rooney's 1.05 million. The renewal at the season's end is bound to yield an increase. After all, Manchester City offers substantial wages to Robinho and Tevez, making other Premier League stars envious. Even if Manchester United is reluctant, they must raise salaries, especially given the likelihood of Manchester City securing a Champions League spot next season. It's not unimaginable for players to depart from money. After all, they can play in the Champions League with City, yet still not clinch the title. Initially, Cassano was somewhat content with his income, as Manchester United's commercial ventures were commendable. However, in light of these comparisons, he felt his earnings were rather meager. His salary amounted to approximately 6.3 million, and when all sources of income were considered, it barely exceeded 10 million. This was still due to his status as a player for the world-renowned Manchester United. Otherwise, as just an Italian player, he wouldn't have secured as many endorsement contracts, given the multitude of more popular Italian players. Now, comparing his earnings to Ramos's, Cassano felt disheartened. He calculated that Ramos's income was nearly 3 times his own. How could this fool earn so much? Cassano asked, somewhat enviously. You're not deceiving me, are you? Of course not, Ramos replied, teasingly adding. I haven't even accounted for my expenditures. Cassano fixed his gaze intently on Ramos. Even if Ramos was doing well, it seemed absurd for him to earn in 1 year what Cassano would in 3. Ramos deliberately removed his shirt, flexing his biceps at Cassano, saying, Are you envious? It's all hard-earned. You don't even have a tattoo. No wonder the Sun claims you fancy men. Cassano quickly devised a counterattack against Ramos. Ramos disdainfully remarked, Idiot. Tattoos don't make one a public servant. Huang Kaiwen interjected, Good brother, your Mandarin is truly commendable. He promptly stood up, urging, Let us not quarrel. Who wants to argue with him? It's mainly this fellow looking for trouble, pointing at Cassano. Cassano huffed, turning his head away. He regretted coming to London today. He had always believed that Huang Kaiwen earned significantly more due to his ties to the Asian market, but he never anticipated that Ramos would surpass him in earnings. This realization began to instill doubt in Cassano, who had always considered himself more intelligent and talented than Ramos. Was having a good father truly that crucial? As Chelsea players arrived one by one with their families at Huang Kaiwen's residence, Cassano had yet to regain his previous vivacity. Ashley Cole approached and invited Cassano to join him for an evening gathering, but Cassano displayed a lack of enthusiasm. What is troubling him? Terry inquired, holding a glass of red wine. Approaching 30, he sensed changes in his physical condition and began to bid farewell to spirits. It's nothing. Just feeling disheartened by how much we earn, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Chelsea's championship bonus is quite substantial, which explains Ramos' impressive income. With 7 titles under his belt, his earnings naturally soared. Success on the field attracts sponsorship, a reality too complex to articulate. Otherwise, Ramos' weekly wage would be comparable to Cassano's. Chelsea has long moved past the era of extravagantly investing in star players. Uncle Kevin, come join us, George Terry called out as he ran over. Summertime playfully knocked little George down. Terry set down his wine glass and picked up the 2 children, preparing to impart some wisdom. Huang Kaiwen jested. It seems Summer might make a fine defender. He has already learned some moves. Not every defender's child will become a defender. Your winger's son isn't necessarily a wing-back, Cassano interjected suddenly. You fool, are you courting death? Ramos, busy arranging lamb chops, tossed his plate in Cassano's direction. Cassano deftly ducked to evade the attack. What is there to be ashamed of? Cassano remarked, peering over Ashley Cole's shoulder. This wretched world has stagnated. Children of players become players. Children of bankers become bankers. There are so few like me who can succeed without a powerful backing. Huang Kaiwen commented, after feeling disheartened. Why is Cassano waxing poetic? With just these 2 sentences, if the old thief hears, he'll surely craft 2 more episodes of Conan for you. You idiot. Spend more time learning. Very few children of players become players, Ramos retorted dismissively. I'm only making a comparison, you know? Cassano countered. Wealthy children receive quality education from a young age. They grow up to be affluent. Mate, we are wealthy too. Ashley Cole interjected. Cassano thought to himself. Amidst a gathering of Chelsea players, he felt out of place. Yet Cole was right. Many companies' annual net profits do not surpass his income. Bale. Observing the escalating tension between Ramos and Cassano, chose to sit beside Cassano, saying, "Sergio just has a bit of a temper. He's not a bad person." Cassano ignored Bale, pointing at him while shouting at Ramos, "Is this your brother?" Even his speech is identical to Kevin's. Damn it, even catchphrases can be inherited. I'll jot this down in my new script, titled The Two Sons of Sir Kevin. Bale clenched his plate tightly, fearing he might involuntarily hurl it at Cassano's face. No wonder he saw Ramos confronting Cassano earlier. That man's tongue is far too sharp. Huang Kaiwen, uninterested in Cassano's antics, rose and headed toward the football field. Terry had been educating the children for quite a while and had yet to return. Upon reaching the field, Huang Kaiwen spotted Terry skillfully dribbling the ball with his children. Huang Kaiwen expressed his deep skepticism regarding Terry's intentions, suspecting that he was merely seeking some amusement at their expense. Young George and Summer chased after Terry, yet failed to make contact with the ball. Huang Kaiwen shouted, "Ronaldinho, surely you wouldn't bully 3-year-olds, would you?" Terry pretended not to hear, skillfully maneuvering the ball with his feet. His cycling speed resembled that of Robinho after consuming 2 bottles of counterfeit liquor. Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen executed a sliding tackle, toppling both Terry and the ball. George and Summer cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, exclaiming, "Uncle Kevin is amazing. Uncle Kevin is incredible." Terry, sitting on the grass, grumbled, "Damn it, they're yours now. From this point forward, they're your kids. I no longer want them." Huang Kaiwen bent down and pulled Terry up, teasing, "You're nearing 30 and still getting upset with 5-year-olds. Perhaps you should start calling George Dad." Terry replied, "I'm just savoring the joy of fatherhood before they grow up." He lamented, "Having children so late. By the time they reach 20, I'll be nearing 50. What if they outmatch me?" "You truly are a wonderful father," Huang Kaiwen retorted, passing the ball to Terry with a deft touch. Terry dribbled toward his young ones, turned to shield the ball, and then passed it back to Huang Kaiwen. The scene on the pitch transformed from Terry bullying 2 5-year-olds to a lively exchange where he and Huang Kaiwen playfully tormented the children together. They continued their antics until past 10 o'clock, when an exasperated Tony Pearl finally approached to call everyone back. "Aren't you all a bit too grown up for this endless play?" Tony remarked, irritation evident in his tone. Terry chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen boldly stated, "John has been tormenting the kids, and I have come to dispense justice." "You scoundrel, you were clearly in cahoots with me." Terry quickly retorted, "That's only because I dare not offend you, the captain." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Tony Pearl observed their banter, feeling somewhat pleased. At least her husband was no longer out mingling with rowdy fans. After another hour, they finally managed to send their teammates home. Ramos looked at the inebriated Cassano and asked, "What should we do with this fellow? Should we strip him and leave him on the street?" "That wouldn't be wise. He could be in danger," Bale interjected. "Encountering a female thug might not be so bad, but there are plenty of male ruffians in England as well. By morning, Cassano might just end up in a precarious situation." "I was merely jesting," Ramos rolled his eyes. He was taken aback that Bale had not yet left. This young man still lived with his parents and hadn't quite matured. The group carried Cassano to the guest room, and Ramos opted to stay the night, while Bale finally called a taxi to return home. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Huang Kaiwen awoke and ventured downstairs. Ramos and Cassano were already seated in front of the television, engrossed in a game of FIFA. "What time did you rise?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Around 7. The old butler replied as he set out a breakfast tray and newspaper for Huang Kaiwen. "I actually woke up earlier. I was awake by 7:05. Cassano chimed in. "Childish," Ramos scoffed. "Those who have never attended university often exhibit such tedium, relentlessly striving for supremacy in all matters." Huang Kaiwen chuckled softly, shaking his head as he picked up the newspaper. The Times had featured a photograph of Mancini, boldly dubbing him the new Mourinho. The article remarked that during the post-match press conference, we heard familiar phrases that echoed Mourinho's own words, now uttered by another coach. Perhaps Mancini believed himself clever. Yet his remarks undoubtedly offended many, especially considering that neither Ferguson nor Wenger had triumphed over Chelsea without player ejections. Moreover, he might be oblivious to the fact that such statements would likely be perceived as provocation by the sensitive Mourinho. And soon he would discover the torment of being Mourinho's adversary. According to the Manchester Evening News, it was reported that De Jong visited Tevez in a wheelchair bearing flowers. And in the hospital room, De Jong wept profusely, only to be escorted out by Tevez. The Daily Mail stated that we intentionally visited the hospital to gather Mourinho's thoughts on Mancini, To which Mourinho responded that he did not even recognize Mancini. Inquiring about his accolades, The Sun revealed that, according to an anonymous Manchester City player, many within the team expressed relief over Tevez' injury. Tevez was not particularly well liked in the locker room, and his exorbitant salary had bred discontent. We even captured Robinho in Ireland reveling in a London nightclub the previous night, leaving us to wonder if they were celebrating Tevez' misfortune. After glancing at the third page, Huang Kaiwen tossed the newspaper aside, concluding that De Jong must be fine, as the article did not emphasize his role in injuring Tevez. He contemplated submitting an article himself, though he had not anticipated the prevailing atmosphere on Fleet Street. It was evident that Tevez' character was not particularly endearing. Previously, while watching Tevez highlights online, he had often encountered titles criticizing his character while praising his technical prowess. As Huang Kaiwen dined, Cassano hurriedly inquired, "Kevin, do you have any plans for today?" "Hey, you rascal," Ramos interjected irritably. "Are you trying to escape after your defeat?" "I merely believe that video games are detrimental to one's eyesight. I am not like you, a gaming enthusiast," Cassano retorted. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, admitting he had not yet decided on his plans. "Then let us attend Fashion Week," Cassano proposed. "Forget it, it sounds rather dull," Huang Kaiwen declined. Undeterred, Cassano urged, "Even if you're disinterested, think of your son. He is in his 20s and still a virgin, and the newspapers claim he has psychological issues. I'll kill you." Huang Kaiwen quickly sidestepped, watching as Ramos pursued Cassano from a distance. Cassano was undeniably infuriating, capable of provoking Ramos into action with just a few words. After approximately 10 minutes, having exhausted himself, Ramos found himself atop Cassano, who looked up and asked, "So, at least find this brute a girlfriend?" "Forget it. Models aren't particularly scholarly," Ramos rejected before Huang Kaiwen could respond. Huang Kaiwen sighed with a wry smile, pondering how a good friend currently pursuing an undergraduate degree had such lofty expectations. What would happen once he pursued further studies? At around 11 o'clock, Bell made his appearance at Huang Kaiwen's residence. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, he wondered what else there was to do. "Time to play some games." Cassano, feeling a sense of ennui, reluctantly returned to Manchester. Despite Cassano's absence, Manchester United triumphed over Villa in the League Cup, securing their first trophy of the season. On March 1st, Huang Kaiwen found himself once again perusing the store's refresh. The special template included Fei Duan with 1,000,000 fate points. Templates such as Onana with 7, 200 points, Hodgland with 6, 500 points, Mount with 6, 500 points, skills, powerful long shot mastery with 1, 500 points, bullfighting mastery with 100 points, items, 24-hour immunity card with 20 points, and special items, Ten Hag's hair conditioner with 20 points. To his astonishment, Fei Duan was indeed one of the more sinister figures within the Akatsuki, possessing a rather peculiar method of inflicting damage by redirecting it towards the enemy. And what was most formidable was his resilience. However, the subsequent templates seemed rather lackluster in comparison. Who would purchase these ordinary templates when exceptional ones were available? As for the skills, powerful long shot mastery was worth considering. As for Ten Hag's hair conditioner, Huang Kaiwen even questioned its existence. Ultimately, he spent 120 points to obtain the immunity card and bullfighting mastery. The skill of bullfighting mastery elevated his agility to a professional level, providing him with a chance to evade potentially injurious attacks during critical moments. To his surprise, Huang Kaiwen initially thought it was just a routine purchase for a skill. Yet this skill proved to be remarkably useful. It allowed him to avoid fouls on the field, especially when coupled with injury mastery. Consequently, the likelihood of Huang, the King of Yellow, sustaining injuries diminished considerably. Wait, Huang Kaiwen suddenly realized that if this continued, he might end up playing 50 matches in a single season. How could that be? Regardless, it was undeniably a commendable skill. During his time in Spain, Huang Kaiwen had attended a bullfighting event, but he hadn't found much joy in it. Nevertheless, bullfighters are held in high regard in Spain. This sport heavily relies on physical prowess, which suited Huang Kaiwen's exceptional athleticism perfectly. If the opportunity arose, perhaps he could participate in a match. Such talent can be a double-edged sword. While others ponder how to secure victory in matches, Huang, frets over participating in various events. Such is the lament of a versatile athlete. Upon rising in the morning, Huang Kaiwen came across news of Manchester United's players reveling in a bar, leading him to believe that Sir Ferguson might not be particularly pleased. Although Mourinho's suspension had ended, he was still unable to return to Cobham, leaving it to Villas-Boas to oversee the training. After changing into his training attire and stepping onto the field, Huang Kaiwen noticed that Faria had already taken his place on the sidelines. He wondered what the fitness coach had in mind. Speaking of fitness coaches, Huang Kaiwen immediately thought of Pintus. After training concluded that evening, he planned to send a message to the young lady, suggesting she recruit him to Milan. As he observed that the players had nearly assembled, Faria stepped forward, visibly agitated, and exclaimed, "You all should know that Cobham frequently loses wheels. This matter is of utmost seriousness. Regardless of who is responsible, I hope they will take the initiative to confess. Should I uncover the culprit, I shall not hesitate to escort them to the police station." Huang Kaiwen cast a glance at Higuain, for there was no one else but him. A cold smirk adorned Boas's face as he observed Faria's performance. He had been seeking an opportunity to teach Faria a lesson, and with Higuain's intervention, he need not sully his own hands. Given Higuain's level of professionalism, it would indeed be remarkable if Faria managed to apprehend anyone. Noticing the silence of admissions, Faria, incensed, turned and marched towards the office building. Only then did Boas retract his sardonic expression and state, "In the coming month, we have 2 Champions League matches ahead. Even in Jose's absence, you all must train diligently." "Understood, Andre," Ashley Cole replied with impatience. Boas then recalled a message from Mourinho, announcing, "Ashley Cole, our primary fullback, is to report to the reserve team. The rest of you prepare for training. Come on." Ashley Cole lamented, his face drawn in despair. "Andre, this is personal vendetta. I merely spoke a single sentence, and now I'm sent to the reserves." "Apologies, it was Jose's directive. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it." Boas replied with an amiable smile. Though he found Ashley Cole's demeanor distasteful, he refrained from provoking him. Today's players often have side ventures. Who knows what talents Ashley Cole may possess? "But I accompanied the newcomers to visit the sick. How can the boss treat me this way?" Ashley Cole wailed. He bore no aversion to the reserve team, where his influence was significantly greater than in the first team, often leading to more opportunities for escapades. However, being frequently relegated to the reserves was a blow to his pride. Boas gestured towards Matic, stating, "You shall accompany him as well. Return before the next match." "Will we be able to return before the next match, Andre?" Ashley Cole inquired. "Apologies, but you cannot." Boas quickly added, "This is also Jose's command." Once Boas departed, the training ground erupted with excitement. Czech, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, "I told you that visiting the sick with him would lead to no good." Indeed, Terry nodded in agreement, sensing that Ashley Cole had become somewhat of a liability. Recently, their lack of camaraderie had resulted in Ashley Cole's absence from the tabloids, leading Terry to suspect that Ashley had intentionally leaked news of their outings to the Sun newspaper to subsidize his escapades. After all, if he hadn't gone out with Terry, he wouldn't have been photographed. Amidst the jeers of his peers, Ashley Cole made his way to the reserve team training ground, followed by a conflicted Matic, who turned back with each step. If only time could rewind, he would have chosen not to accompany Ashley Cole to the hospital. On March 7th, Chelsea secured a narrow 2-0 victory over Stoke City, advancing to the FA Cup semi-finals, with Huang Kaiwen netting a goal during the match. Following this, Chelsea's next opponents were Aston Villa, who had recently lost their championship title to Manchester United, an adversary not particularly formidable, suggesting Chelsea was well on the brink of the final. March 13th, Huang Kaiwen spent 90 minutes on the bench as Chelsea triumphed over West Ham United with a resounding 5-1 victory. This match, however, failed to generate much excitement, overshadowed by the impending resurgence of the Champions League. While Chelsea's advancement seems almost assured, British media have shifted their focus to other English teams. In the first leg, Arsenal suffered a disheartening 2-1 defeat to Porto, necessitating a home victory to secure progression. Javier Zanetti, the captain of Inter Milan, expressed in an interview with Gazzetta dello Sport that their initial loss was devastating, leaving them with only a theoretical chance of advancement. Nevertheless, they would not abandon the fight. "As players, we will give our all in the match to honor our supporters," he stated. Similarly, Moratti encouraged the team on television, remarking, "Chelsea's strength is evident, but Inter Milan will choose to battle. In times like these, I stand with the team, hoping our fans will continue to support us." As a dedicated fan, witnessing Inter's struggles was profoundly painful for Moratti. Fortunately, His frequent encounters with Huang Kaiwen in recent years had accustomed him to such disappointments. As the program neared its conclusion, Marathi playfully waved his cup of milk tea at the camera. On March 16th, at Stamford Bridge, the absence of Ashley Cole rendered the locker room considerably quieter. Huang Kaiwen removed his jacket, retrieved a scratch card and coin from his pocket, and swiftly resolved the task at hand. Upon revealing the symbol of a grand prize, a smile spread across his face, astonished that the first prize pertained to Inter Milan. With anticipation at its peak, Huang Kaiwen opted to proceed with the lottery. Ding! You've won a 24-hour experience card for the 1963 to 1964 Champions League final. Inter Milan vs Real Madrid, featuring Jacinto Facchetti and the character Manuel Rodriguez Sanchez, deadly calm. To his surprise, it was a connection to a legendary figure. Facchetti was among the first to be hailed as a great left-back in Italy, achieving remarkable success with both Inter Milan and the national team, scoring 60 goals throughout his illustrious career and winning Italy's sole European Cup alongside his teammates. He is revered as one of Inter Milan's greatest players, making him an ideal choice for the upcoming match. Moreover, the subsequent trait pleased Huang Kaiwen immensely. After drawing master of bullfighting, he delved into related materials, discovering that Manuel Rodriguez Sanchez, nicknamed Manolete, was a Spanish bullfighting legend, regarded as a national hero. Tragically, in 1947, he met his demise at the horns of an enraged bull, prompting Franco to decree that broadcasts would only air funeral lamentations for days thereafter. Such was his status in Spain. With this in mind, he decided to utilize it. Ding! Successfully used the Facchetti experience card, gaining deadly calm, Manolete. Trait: deadly calm, Manolete. In the bull ring, every misstep is fatal. Possessing this trait allows one to maintain composure in any situation on the field, significantly enhancing physical agility. Quite impressive indeed. Indeed, the attributes of elite athletes are remarkably exceptional. Psychological resilience is of paramount importance in competitive sports, particularly in individual events where it is especially pronounced. Many athletes possess the requisite skills but falter under pressure during critical moments, often leading to mistakes. Successful athletes invariably exhibit commendable mental fortitude. A lack thereof may only yield fortunate results by chance. Huang Kaiwen has consistently demonstrated exemplary psychological strength. After all, he initially aspired for a modest improvement in his circumstances, and everything he has achieved now feels like a well-deserved reward. Upon concluding the press conference, Villas-Boas returned to the locker room and, observing Bale, advised, "Gareth, strive to minimize errors, otherwise, our defense will remain precarious." Bale, head bowed, remained silent, as his defensive abilities had long been subject to criticism. Indeed, his defensive prowess is not particularly remarkable. "Coach, may I play left-back today?" Huang Kaiwen raised his hand to propose. Bale widened his eyes in surprise and replied, "Kevin, that's unnecessary. It's fine. I'll handle it." Huang Kaiwen reassured him with a smile. "Very well," Villas-Boas nodded. "Today, Kevin will play left-back, and Gareth will take the wing. I want to emphasize to all of you that a significant lead does not warrant complacency. This is only the round of 16. Today, our goal is not only to eliminate Inter Milan, but also to serve as a rehearsal for the upcoming matches. You must approach this with utmost seriousness. Do you understand?" "Understood," the team replied in unison. As Villas-Boas finished, Carvalho eagerly approached Huang Kaiwen, exclaiming, "Finally, I have a reliable teammate on my left. Fewer mistakes from you would be preferable." Czech interjected tersely. Terry nodded in agreement, recalling Carvalho's previous blunder that nearly cost them dearly. It occurred right in front of the penalty area. Had the opponents seized the ball, they could have stormed into the box for a shot on goal. Carvalho sheepishly scratched the back of his head, saying, an accident. It won't happen today. You better ensure it doesn't." Czech responded with irritation, knowing he would have to ascend to the stands shortly. Should Carvalho avoid mistakes today, it would be blatantly unfair to Czech. Bale's defensive skills are indeed lacking, but Terry and Carvalho's errors are sometimes inexcusable. Czech contemplated hiring a detective to investigate whether those two miscreants were intentionally sabotaging him. "Let us go? Time to warm up," Terry gestured. "We need to get the Tin Man up to the stands quickly." Czech responded with an obscene gesture. As Huang Kaiwen stepped out, he noticed that Bale still had no intention of rising. He approached and gently pulled Bale up, draping an arm around his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. Once on the pitch, give a stellar performance. Didn't you dominate Maicon last match?" Show him some flair today as well. Bale looked up, hesitating before saying, Kevin, let us go, don't be such a girl. Huang Kaiwen playfully nudged Bale's shoulder. The players began their warm-up. And with Chelsea having triumphed 6-1 over Inter Milan in the first leg, they were already a foot into the quarterfinals. Indeed, from the starting lineup we received, it is evident that Inter Milan has not relinquished their aspirations in the Champions League. This is also a testament to the responsibility of a prestigious club. Although they face a formidable challenge and are likely to be eliminated, it is precisely due to their difficult circumstances that they owe their devoted supporters an explanation. Indeed, today's starting lineup has provided us with some delightful surprises. We can reveal in advance that Huang Kaiwen will be positioned as the left back. A heartfelt thank you to Dongdong88 for the generous donation. The weather is unbearably hot. Everyone must take good care of themselves. Old Ye's air conditioner has broken down, and enduring the heat with just a fan is truly torturous, leaving him drenched in sweat daily. Our readers in the capital should also take good care of themselves. The weather is exceedingly extreme. Now, let us examine the starting lineups for both teams. Chelsea employs a 4-3-3 formation with dual holding midfielders, goalkeeper, Kudasini, defenders, Huang Kaiwen, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos, midfielders, Ballack, Modric, Mikel, forwards, Bale, Huntelaar, Mata. Inter Milan also fields a 4-3-3 with dual holding midfielders, goalkeeper, Caesar, defenders, Zanetti, Samuel, Lucio, Maicon, midfielders, Thiago Motta, Sneijder, Cambiasso, forwards, Melito, Eto'o, Pandev. The most unexpected turn today is Huang Kaiwen and Bale switching positions. Huang Kaiwen's defensive prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of Bale, indicating Mourinho's desire for a more secure approach. Interestingly, Huang Kaiwen's offensive capabilities also exceed those of Bale, suggesting that while Chelsea's defense may be bolstered, their attacking potential could be somewhat diminished. Indeed, the red card suspension of Cech has resulted in his absence from the starting lineup. The camera pans to Cech in the stands, seated beside Ashley Cole, flanking Mourinho, which clearly illustrates Mourinho's reliance on these two players. Ashley Cole did not even make the squad. One wonders if he is injured. Inter Milan's lineup has undergone some alterations, yet remains fundamentally similar. Deschamps is heavily reliant on the defensive partnership of Argentinians and Brazilians. Lucio's transfer fee was merely €8 million, yet his performance this season has been remarkably outstanding. The changes in the midfield also reflect Deschamps' evolving mindset. Mata, though slightly less adept defensively than Diawara, displays exceptional organizational talent, having been born in Brazil. In the previous match, Diawara failed to contain Chelsea's offense, prompting Deschamps to revert to his favored combination, with Mata orchestrating the midfield and Sneijder delivering incisive passes. At 7:45 p.m., the German referee Wolfgang Stark signaled the commencement of the match. Eto'o initiated the play with a backward pass, and Sneijder quickly returned the ball, with Mata on the field. Inter Milan's operations are noticeably more fluid compared to the last match. He and Cambiasso exchanged passes at the back, and once Huntelaar surged forward, Mata delivered the ball to the left flank. The young Zanetti, showing no signs of his 37 years, maintained a commendable pace, skillfully controlling the ball as he advanced. Mata's attempt to pressure was thwarted by Zanetti, prompting Mourinho in the stands to shake his head in disapproval. Even if the flanks do not reach the level of Huang Kaiwen, a wingback with the attacking prowess of Bale certainly aligns with his aesthetic preferences. Mourinho believes that Maicon should be acquired by Chelsea to play as a winger. Mikel swiftly rushed to provide defensive cover, while Zanetti immediately passed the ball laterally to Mata. Mata deftly controlled the ball with his left foot and executed a rapid through pass. As Sneijder received the ball, he was forcefully knocked down from behind by Ballack. Eto'o surged forward to push Ballack, while Huang Kaiwen and Terry hurriedly positioned themselves in front. Right from the start, the atmosphere among the players was intensely charged, indicating that the Inter Milan players were truly agitated. Indeed, Sneijder raised his hands in exasperation. However, the referee Wolfgang Stark showed no intention of awarding a free kick. Believing that Ballack had made contact with the ball first, Stark officiated at the 2008 Olympics, and intriguingly, Inter Milan has never won a match he has officiated against Barcelona. One wonders if Eto'o and Mata, both former Barcelona players now at Inter Milan, can help break this curse. Huang Kaiwen bent down to lift Sneijder, giving his shoulder a couple of encouraging pats. On this occasion, Ballack had not committed a foul, as Huang, the king of yellow, observed the play clearly from the back. Terry moved up to clear the ball, and Bollock struck it powerfully with his right foot, aiming for the left flank, where Bale awaited. Cambiasso quickly intercepted the ball near the halfway line, deftly adjusting it from his left foot to his right, before delivering a precise pass to Pandev. Upon receiving the ball, Pandev attempted to push forward, leaving Huang Kaiwen momentarily stunned. Was he truly going to challenge the King of Yellow in a race? Bale particularly enjoys flicking the ball a few meters ahead, using his speed to outpace defenders. However, did Pandev underestimate the situation? Huang Kaiwen, with his towering stature and long strides, closed the gap to Pandev in just 2 steps. In a desperate attempt, Pandev exerted force with his left hand to shove Huang Kaiwen aside, but Huang's balance was remarkably steady. No matter how hard Pandev tried, Huang remained firmly beside him. Just as the two approached the sideline, Pandev lost his footing and stumbled to the ground. Huang Kaiwen jogged to the sideline, extending his foot to intercept the ball, quickly delivering a direct pass to Modric ahead. Chelsea launched another counterattack. Bale, carrying the ball down the left flank, faced pressure from both Cambiasso and Maicon, prompting him to make a hasty lateral pass with his left foot. The advancing Modric received the ball and turned to push forward himself, although his pace was not rapid. Each step was taken with keen awareness of his teammates' positions. Suddenly, Modric passed the ball, and Huntelaar, with his back to the goal, deftly flicked it back to the left. Maicon seized the opportunity to corner Bale near the sideline, prompting Bale to sprint laterally at high speed. The Stamford Bridge crowd was buzzing with anticipation, ready to celebrate a goal. However, Bale's final shot lacked precision, skimming past the goal and out of bounds along the right flank. Oh, Bale! Chelsea's offensive tempo remained brisk. Yet Bale's execution in the final moments left much to be desired. Indeed, while Huang Kaiwen may not be known for scoring from acute angles, he undoubtedly had the capability to deliver a pass. Within the penalty area stood the likes of Huntelaar, Modric, and Mata, all Chelsea players. And it was ill-advised for Bale to attempt a shot himself. His impatience was evident. Many players falter in front of the goal. And when the net is so tantalizingly close, the instinct is to strike rather than risk letting the opportunity slip away. This mindset is all too common. Modric turned to Bale, exasperated, hands raised in disbelief at the failure to pass. Bale offered no explanation, merely lowering his head as he retreated. Fortunately, Modric had grown accustomed to Bale's temperament during their time at Tottenham. Inter Milan launched yet another offensive, this time keenly targeting Chelsea's right flank. Mata displayed commendable tenacity in defense, yet his physicality left much to be desired. Zanetti maneuvered past him effortlessly, employing sheer strength without any overt action. The Inter captain possessed far more physicality, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. As they tussled forward, Mata stumbled and fell upon the grass. The referee remained silent, his whistle unblown. Ramos, having restrained his urge to surge forward for far too long, finally succumbed, launching a sliding tackle at Zanetti. Mikel, who had been pressing forward, quickly stepped aside to allow Ramos room. Zanetti executed a sudden stop, evading Ramos's feet with ease. Mikel hastily positioned himself to cover, inadvertently playing into Zanetti's hands, who swiftly delivered a direct pass. The ball rolled past Mikel and found its way to Sneijder. Sneijder extended his left foot to nudge the ball forward, and without changing his footing, deftly flicked it with his toe. The ball sped towards Terry's blind side, and instinctively, Terry reached out to block it, redirecting the ball to the left flank. Pandev, with the ball at his feet, surged into the penalty area, while Carvalho lingered to his left, hesitant to make a challenge. Just as Chelsea fans held their breath, fearing a goal, Huang Kaiwen darted into the box. Curiously, he chose to decelerate rather than accelerate, for his speed was overwhelming. Facetti's physical prowess was remarkable, akin to a speedy fullback like Bale. Even as Huang Kaiwen slowed, the distance between him and Pandev diminished rapidly. Oblivious to the impending danger, Pandev focused solely on outmaneuvering Carvalho, deliberately keeping the ball to his right. In a flash, Huang Kaiwen extended his foot, nudging the ball ahead before executing a backheel flick, sending it outside the penalty area and propelling himself into Inter's half. Pandev, turning around only to realize the ball had vanished, remained preoccupied with Carvalho. What astonishing speed from Huang Kaiwen! As Cambiasso advanced into the attacking third, he instinctively raised his hand, hoping to disrupt Chelsea's counterattack with a foul. Yet, Huang Kaiwen resolutely propelled the ball forward, sending it a good 10 meters ahead. Bale, in motion, glanced back, momentarily hesitant. He initially believed Huang Kaiwen had underpassed him, contemplating whether to retreat for the ball or await Huang Kaiwen's assist. However, before Bale could make a decision, he looked up to find his mouth agape in surprise. As Huang Kaiwen advanced with the ball before him, Maikon, who was chasing from the center, found himself left behind. What was he thinking? Huang Kaiwen shouted amidst his sprint, swiftly executing a lateral pass. When Bale received the ball, he appeared still lost in thought, yet upon spotting Huang Kaiwen making a run, he passed it back. At such a close range, Bale opted for a half-high ball, clearly not fully focused on the match. In the moment that Huang Kaiwen deftly controlled the ball with his foot, Maikon had already positioned himself in front of him. With a quick turn, Huang Kaiwen delivered a pass. Maikon leaped immediately, attempting a scorpion kick with his right foot to increase his defensive reach in midair. The ball struck Maikon's foot, altering its trajectory, while Huntelaar in front of the goal made a fruitless run. Instead, it was Bale, stationed on the left side of the penalty area, who leapt high to execute a stunning volley, striking the ball with ferocity. Caesar, who had been attentively watching the goal, was caught off guard, forgetting to jump as he watched the ball soar into the right side netting. Bale, overjoyed by the goal, rose and clenched his fists tightly, celebrating with fervor. This was undoubtedly the most exquisite goal of his professional career thus far. A remarkable goal requires not only perfect timing, but also a flash of brilliance. In a moment of instinct, Bale executed the volley. Hearing the crowd chant his name, a smile spread across his face. He wondered if his parents in the stands could see the brilliance of his play. They had once advised him to secure his position at Tottenham before contemplating a move to a larger club. It seemed evident now that his choice had been entirely justified. Eager to thank Huang Kaiwen for the assist, Bale turned to find Huntelaar embracing Huang Kaiwen as they made their way toward the nearby stands. Bale rushed forward, but just as he was about to reach them, he was jostled by someone. He stumbled but regained his balance, only to see that Huang Kaiwen was surrounded by admirers. The joy of scoring was suddenly tempered. Bale could only sidle up to the edge, hoping to avoid tomorrow's headlines deeming him an outsider. Bale had indeed scored a world-class goal, one of remarkable beauty. Indeed, Mourinho's eye for talent was worthy of a top-tier coach. He had seen that a player who couldn't secure a starting position at Tottenham was perfectly suited to the winger role. Mourinho's discernment was commendable, and his expertise in player development was evident. Previously, I had felt that Bale was lacking, but after these two matches against Inter Milan, his market value would surely double. From a distance, Maikon watched the Chelsea players celebrate, shaking his head in resignation. If only he were acquainted. He would have called Maldini to inquire how right-footed players could effectively navigate the left flank. Facing Chelsea's left side was truly daunting. Transitioning to the left flank would mean avoiding the formidable duo of Huang Kaiwen and Bale. Deschamps, on the sidelines, urged, "Stop dwelling on conceding goals. Show some fighting spirit. Even if we cannot win today, let the world witness your performance." The coach's words rang true. "Hurry and restart the game. Let's seize the opportunity for a counterattack," shouted Zanetti, adorned with the captain's armband. The initial score of 61 has irrevocably sealed their fate of elimination. However, it cannot be said that they should relinquish the match simply because of this. It is the fundamental principle of professionalism for athletes. Inter Milan resumed play, continuing with a back pass to organize their formation. Genuine wingers capable of advancing with the ball and creating opportunities are exceedingly rare, particularly in the early stages of the game when defenses are tightly knit. Mata once again directed the ball to the left flank, where Zanetti noticed Chelsea players charging toward him, thus revealing a gap on the right. He promptly turned and executed a long-range switch. Maikon received the ball and sprinted forward. When Bale was in possession, Maikon found himself at a disadvantage. However, when Maikon was in control, Bale too struggled to find a way to counter him. Maikon is truly a physically dominant player, and remarkably, he possesses exceptional organizational skills as well. Bale, trailing closely behind, could only apply pressure, finding it challenging to seize a favorable opportunity to intervene. Modric sensed that direct defense would be arduous. He gestured to Ballack, instructing him to press forward aggressively. Meanwhile, he lingered on the flank, searching for an opportunity to strike. The central area was overcrowded, and suddenly, Maikon made a swift stop, evading Bale, and pivoted to distribute the ball to the flanks. As Pandev prepared to receive the ball, he caught a glimpse of an approaching figure. But before he could identify who it was, he surged forward to meet the ball. In the next moment, he recognized Huang Kaiwen, who had appeared at his side. The two raced parallel toward the ball, now less than half a meter apart. Just then, Huang Kaiwen abruptly extended his foot. Pandev, lagging slightly in his response, found his leg shorter than Huang Kaiwen's, resulting in Huang Kaiwen making contact with the ball while Pandev inadvertently struck Huang Kaiwen's calf. Remarkably, Huang Kaiwen managed to maintain his balance, but it was inevitable that he would lose possession. Thus, Huang Kaiwen opted to go to ground, turning his back to Pandev and shielding the ball with his chest. The referee cautioned Pandev but refrained from issuing a card. Stark's officiating today was notably steady. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's performance as a full-back has been commendable. He cleared the ball from the back, intercepting Modric's pass, and decisively cleared it into Inter's half. This choice was astute. During this period, Inter had pressed into Chelsea's half, and even without a counter-attacking opportunity, it was crucial to clear the ball swiftly. Holding onto possession in the back while waiting for teammates to advance could lead to a turnover, allowing the opposition to launch an immediate attack from that position. I must commend Coach Zhang. Even when Huang Kaiwen inexplicably cleared the ball to Sassel, he could rationalize it. In truth, Coach Zhang's point stands. With 8 Inter players pressing forward, what would happen if they were dispossessed without a quick clearance? To be frank, Huang Kaiwen's performance as a fullback indeed surpasses that of Bale, whose touch tends to be overly heavy. Yes, after gaining possession, Bale often delays passing, preferring to dribble and turn before eventually distributing the ball when no opportunity arises. After all, Bale is relatively young. Youthful players often exhibit certain flaws that can be rectified with experience. Allow me to share an intriguing observation. Huang Kaiwen, despite lacking any formal youth training, joined AC Milan at the age of 22 and has performed remarkably well, demonstrating exceptional ball control. This leads one to ponder the existence of innate talent. I too suspect that I possess a similar gift in some capacity, though I have yet to uncover it. In your homeland, it may be difficult to find such opportunities. Perhaps you should consider venturing to Japan, where you might find yourself standing alongside Eagle, assisting him in securing the leading lady's arm and leg. Haha. Let me tell you something. Even if you were willing to humble yourself and pursue acting, they would still prefer not to cast foreigners. Goodness. I had even entertained the thought of Foam making a comeback to play the leading man opposite her. At the 33rd minute, Inter Milan launched another offensive. Zanetti made a swift transition from the left flank to the right, only to have Huang Kaiwen leap at the baseline to head the ball out. When Pandev received the ball, Ballack immediately executed a sliding tackle, which the referee deemed a foul. From the stands, Czech watched in anxious anticipation. Inter's attacking prowess today surpassed that of their previous encounter, yet Chelsea's defense remained resolutely steadfast. Having been misled numerous times, Kudasini managed to secure a clean sheet. This left Czech feeling quite disgruntled. What may have begun as jest had now evolved into genuine suspicion. Were Carvalho and Terry intentionally sabotaging him? Even if Huang Kaiwen shone today, it hardly correlated with their blunders. Clenching his fists, Czech vowed that should he gather evidence against those two rascals, he would not hesitate to confront them. Sneijder approached to take the free kick, delivering a precise cross into the penalty area aimed at Huang Kaiwen, who headed the ball away. Although Huang Kaiwen recorded only 1 assist in the attacking phase today, his contributions to Inter Milan's offense were notably dynamic, rendering any attempts to launch an attack down his flank utterly futile. Indeed, Inter had yet to register a single shot on target, primarily due to their persistent engagement with Huang Kaiwen. Deschamps sighed in resignation. He found himself at a loss. Should he instruct his players to target Ramos's side? While Ramos may be somewhat reckless, this would merely liberate Huang Kaiwen. Pitting Inter Milan against Huang Kaiwen and Gabriel on the left flank in a competition for scoring efficiency seemed unwise. Thus, his team consistently focused their attacks on the right side, clearly aiming to score, but also to suppress Huang Kaiwen's influence, providing him with tasks to keep him from advancing into the attacking third. Deschamps recognized that this approach was merely a temporary fix once the player's stamina waned. The pent-up energy of Huang Kaiwen would surely manifest. However, it was preferable to allow him to unleash his potential gradually rather than at the onset of the match. Inter Milan initiated another attack, with Eto'o moving to his favored left side. After receiving a pass from Sneijder, Eto'o accelerated past Ramos's sliding tackle, swiftly reaching the baseline before delivering a cross. Melito, now positioned in the center, leapt to head the ball, but his attempt struck Terry's head and soared high, allowing Kudasini to leap off the goal line and gather the ball. Kudasini swiftly launched a throw-in, but Modric, in an unusual lapse, mishandled the ball. Cambiasso seized the opportunity and struck, only to be thwarted by Kudasini's acrobatic save, sending the ball out for a corner. It is essential to remember that advancement does not guarantee success. Terry clapped his hands and urged, if possible, aim for a clean sheet. Did the coach not say to treat this as a rehearsal for other matches? Modric offered an apologetic gesture. The error was indeed his. Terry refrained from elaborating further. Pandev approached the corner flag. Maicon leaned towards Huang Kaiwen and remarked, I know Pele. Oh, I do too. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Maicon continued. What he means is that given our close rapport, you shouldn't focus on his right flank. Huang Kaiwen found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response. Both teams vied fiercely within the penalty area. Chelsea and Inter Milan excel at aerial duels. Whoever secures the superior position will gain an advantage on set pieces. Chelsea boasts a taller average height, yet the tallest figure on the pitch is Inter's Lucio. Terry and Lucio stood resolutely in the center, neither yielding an inch as they jostled for space. After a warning from the referee, they continued their antics, hands extended. Stark could only feign ignorance and urged Pandev to take the corner quickly. Pandev made his run and sent the ball into the box. It was slightly overhit. Ramos leapt high at the near post, grazing the ball with his head. This deflection altered its trajectory, causing confusion among the prepared players, who surged towards the central small box. Maicon joined the fray. In the ensuing chaos, the ball was flicked towards the right flank. Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged it forward and sprinted. Ito, positioned on that side, wasted no time, launching himself into the fray. Huang Kaiwen stumbled slightly, recovering quickly as he dribbled down the sideline. The diminutive Pandev, not entering the box, kept pace with Huang Kaiwen as they retreated. However, both players were startled by an extraordinary spectacle. Pandev, a sprightly player in his own right, found himself outpaced when Huang Kaiwen tapped the ball forward with his right foot and then ignited into a burst of speed. In an instant, he had created several meters of distance between them, and as Huang Kaiwen approached the halfway line, Pandev vanished from the broadcaster's view. Even the Chelsea fans, accustomed to Huang Kaiwen's velocity, could not suppress their astonishment. Mourinho turned to check with a grin, saying, Our flank can cover 100 meters in about 10 seconds. Kevin in 10 seconds, Gareth just over 10. I truly cannot fathom who could contain their assault. Cech chuckled but remained silent. Even scoring 100 goals would not compensate for the loss of a single one. He had no incentive for scoring, only for maintaining a clean sheet. As Huang Kaiwen crossed the halfway line, he felt discomfort in his foot and quickly shifted to pass the ball to Huntelaar. Huntelaar advanced with the ball, while Huang Kaiwen gradually made his way towards the sidelines. Although the outbreak this time was quite intense, he felt no pain in his calf muscles or groin. Instead, it was his heel that ached, evidently injured during the recent tackle. Huang Kaiwen crouched down to inspect, relieved to find no blood seeping through his socks. Huntelaar, on the other hand, took the ball and charged towards Inter Milan's penalty area, a venture not particularly suited to his skills. He preferred to operate near the box. Fortunately, there were not many defenders present in Inter's half. Zanetti turned slightly to obstruct Huntelaar's path, suddenly pivoting and lowering his center of gravity. The Inter captain understood that he could not retreat any longer and needed to resolve the situation in front of the penalty area. With his weight shifted, Zanetti swiftly extended his foot, prompting Huntelaar to deftly maneuver the ball with his right foot. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into Zanetti's trap. Without fully transferring his weight, Zanetti executed a swift sweeping kick, causing Huntelaar to collide with him. Caught off guard, Huntelaar tumbled fiercely into the penalty area. A penalty. This must be a penalty. Huntelaar leapt up and dashed towards the referee, exclaiming, It's not a penalty. It's not a penalty. Stark replied in his Bavarian-accented English, shaking his head. How is it not a penalty? He kicked me. Huntelaar retorted quickly. Stark merely continued to shake his head. Despite everyone speaking English, each nationality had its own accent, making rapid exchanges less than convenient. Damn it! Huntelaar exclaimed, stiffening his neck and vigorously shaking his left hand. Stark promptly brandished a yellow card, unwilling to accept the decision. Huntelaar attempted to argue further, but Huang Kaiwen hurriedly intervened to stop him. There was truly no controversy regarding the play. It was likely that Huntelaar had misjudged the situation. Otherwise, he would not have been so audaciously confident. Huang Kaiwen advised. The referee made no mistake. He deliberately tricked you into moving left before swiftly clearing the ball. You collided with the ball, not his leg. All right, I understand, Huntelaar muttered. He genuinely believed it was a penalty, only to realize he had been mistaken. In such moments, he must not show weakness, lest he appear a fool. The referee glanced down at his watch and blew the whistle for halftime. Huang Kaiwen followed Huntelaar as they strolled towards the sidelines. Boas squeezed past Huntelaar, offering him a towel and water bottle, asking, "Kevin, are you injured?" "Just a minor issue." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He was indeed injured today, but such a minor ailment was inconsequential. "You should come off if you're hurt, otherwise Jose might have my head." Boas joked. Huang Kaiwen pointed towards the stands, saying, "I think I see the coach up there. Has he been discharged?" "Yes. But Jose asked me not to tell you," Boas explained. "He needs to sit on a soft cushion and cannot remain seated for long. His injury was relatively minor, which is why he was discharged so quickly. Typically, such injuries require prolonged bed rest." "The coach truly faces a myriad of challenges," Huang Kaiwen mused. "Since joining Chelsea, his injury count might rival that of Mourinho. It is perplexing how Mourinho seems so susceptible to injuries. Could it be that the debuff from the former Yellow Ball King has transferred?" As Huang Kaiwen walked into the players' tunnel, he pondered this matter. "Kevin, that assist was truly splendid," Bale remarked, jogging over. Huang Kaiwen smiled and waved his hand, replying, "You played exceptionally well." Huntelaar observed coldly from behind. It was evident that Macon's deflection had altered the trajectory of the ball, otherwise, it would have been directed towards him. Bale's exuberance incited a sense of urgency within Huntelaar. With only one ball on the field, every time Bale took a shot, it diminished his own opportunities. When Huang Kaiwen played as a winger, Huntelaar never felt this way. However, witnessing Bale squander chances filled him with irritation. Despite his improved physicality, Huntelaar remained a poacher at heart, reliant on the support of his teammates. He felt that Bale's efficiency paled in comparison to simply passing the ball to him. Hastily, Huntelaar approached and remarked, "Kevin, playing in the back line may squander your offensive potential." "It doesn't matter. Whoever scores is the same," Huang Kaiwen replied as he bent down to sit on the bench. Hearing Huang Kaiwen's words, Huntelaar refrained from further comment. That evening, he planned to treat Sneijder to dinner, hoping to inquire how Sneijder and Robin had forged a close bond with Huang Kaiwen during their time at Real Madrid. "I have already mentioned that today is a rehearsal for the upcoming match. You must take this game seriously. Inter Milan is not a weak team. Their previous loss was merely a coincidence," Villas-Boas stated as he clapped and walked to the center of the locker room. "Understood, coach," Terry responded directly, noticing the silence. Villas-Boas felt slightly out of place. If Ashley Cole were present, he would undoubtedly have questioned how a coincidence could result in conceding 6 goals. Villas-Boas had always found it intriguing how Ashley Cole maintained such a positive attitude even after losing his starting position. The man appeared to lack common sense, yet he seemed free of worries. Villas-Boas suspected that Ashley Cole might outlive him. As a mere coach, he bore the burden of the team's concerns daily. Conversations began to flow within the locker room. Villas-Boas called over English and said, "Take a look at Kevin. He seems to be injured." English quickly crouched in front of Huang Kaiwen and asked, "Which foot, Kevin?" "The left one," Huang Kaiwen replied, lifting his left foot. English helped Huang Kaiwen remove his sock for examination, pressing his hand against it and inquiring, "Does it hurt?" "Not really." Huang Kaiwen shook his head. "Only when I land heavily." "That's good." English sighed in relief. "It appears to be a minor injury. There's no need for painkillers. We can use a machine for physiotherapy. And you should recover in a few days. Should we substitute?" Villas-Boas, who was bending over at the side, pressed. "It would be best to substitute. But if Kevin wants to play a little longer, it's fine. Let's go ahead and make the change." English revised his statement. Who knows if a minor injury could worsen during the match? Even without physical contact, running could exacerbate the injury. After all, it wasn't a final. There is no need to persist for an additional 45 minutes. Villas-Boas nodded towards Bale and remarked, "In the second half, you shall return to play as a full-back. For Kevin can no longer endure." "Very well, coach," Bale replied, his expression tinged with concern as he glanced at Huang Kaiwen. He felt that Huang Kaiwen's injury stemmed from their positional switch today. At that moment, Faria entered the locker room, carrying something in his hands and exclaiming loudly, "Make way. Make way, the warm towels have arrived." Upon hearing about Huang Kaiwen's injury, he had promptly messaged the team's physician to inquire about the appropriate treatment for such an ailment. Faria had specifically procured a warm towel for Huang Kaiwen to apply for relief. Villas-Boas frowned and stepped aside. He disapproved of Faria's tendency to seek recognition for his contributions. Nevertheless, a warm towel was indeed necessary at this juncture. Faria's steps were not large, yet his pace was swift, his legs moving in a flurry. The burden in his hands caused him to lean forward more than usual, raising concerns about his potential to stumble. Just as he was about to reach Huang Kaiwen, his left foot caught on the shoelace of his right, sending him sprawling towards Huang Kaiwen. Faria landed heavily on Huang Kaiwen's elevated left leg, causing the heel of Huang Kaiwen's left foot to strike the ground with force. The sudden pain elicited a howl from Huang Kaiwen, who had endured countless injuries, accompanied by an expletive. English turned to Villas-Boas and said, "No need to observe further. This time it appears to be a serious injury. The young Buffon has finally retired. After so many years, he deserves to relish life." At the Hart cemetery, a group of individuals clad in black suits gathered. "Kevin, would you like to say a few words?" "Certainly," Huang Kaiwen responded, rising slowly from his wheelchair, grasping a cane as he made his way to the front. He began. "When I first met him, he always stood quietly on the periphery of the crowd. This image, so common yet endearing, resonated with everyone. It is with great sorrow that we bid farewell to our friend Guillaume. He was neither a nobleman, nor a politician, nor a wealthy individual. He was merely the owner of a restaurant, diligently writing tomorrow's supply list even in his final days. Despite his ordinariness, Guillaume was not of noble birth, nor did he possess fame or an expansive social circle. Yet he wished for our happiness, and we shall forever remember that jovial man in an apron, which is more than sufficient. Rather than a life of grandiosity, Guillaume lived a life devoid of crime, filled with optimistic endeavors. Such individuals constitute the majority in our existence and serve as our exemplars. This is the profound contribution of an ordinary person to our nation and the world. While the unremarkable Guillaume may never grace the pages of history, his spirit shall undoubtedly ascend to paradise. Amen. Kevin, your words are truly magnificent," Ramos interjected, approaching him. Ramos, not much of a cook himself, often dined at old Guillaume's restaurant. Old Guillaume's ancestry was intricate. His mother was French, while his father might have been German or American, a detail his mother could never quite clarify. He himself claimed his father was American. Subsequently, for various reasons, his mother departed France to reside in Spain. She married a fisherman from Valencia. Later, the family immigrated to the United Kingdom. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos had become acquainted after visiting old Guillaume's restaurant a few times. The establishment was renowned for its delightful Spanish and French home-cooked dishes. Upon hearing of his passing, Huang Kaiwen attended the funeral alongside Ramos. "Thank you, Kevin. He would be truly pleased to hear your eulogy," remarked the widow, draped in a black veil, as she embraced Huang Kaiwen. "Please accept my condolences," he gently replied, patting her back. "I am immensely grateful to you all," the elderly lady said, wiping her tears. After exchanging a few more words, Ramos gently urged Huang Kaiwen to leave. The two made their way toward the cemetery's entrance. Suddenly, Ramos expressed, "Not long ago, he was mocking us for losing the League Cup, and now he has gone. It makes me realize that striving tirelessly for money feels rather futile, as none of us knows when our time on this earth will end. Why ponder so much? Only those who lack financial security indulge in such melancholy. The rest of us are striving for a better life." Huang Kaiwen responded, "The essence of life lies in finding joy in each day. Their efforts in earning money are also aimed at their own happiness. If one day earning becomes a source of unhappiness, one should simply retire. After all, playing football has already brought in substantial wealth, enough to last a lifetime if managed wisely." "I'm merely jesting," Ramos chuckled. "Perhaps I should engage in something more profound, like becoming a philosopher?" Huang Kaiwen teased back. "Cassano is already contemplating social stratification, and now my good friend is in pursuit of life's meaning. In retrospect, the Milan gambling king seems rather normal. Earning millions in a season places one among the luckiest on earth. Why concern oneself with trivial matters? You can ponder, yet it changes nothing. How could I? Or perhaps I truly should pursue education at a university?" Ramos exclaimed. "This cannot continue," Huang Kaiwen warned. "At this rate, Ramos might consider monastic life." Huang Kaiwen quickly advised, "You don't necessarily need to learn in a conventional setting. Life events, such as attending a funeral, can spark profound reflection. If the opportunity arises, one should venture out more. There's a saying in Chinese, reading thousands of books is not as enriching as traveling thousands of miles, which emphasizes the importance of broadening one's horizons for personal growth." "That sounds promising," Ramos nodded in agreement. As they stepped out, A throng of reporters surrounded them. Kevin, is it true that your injury was caused by a conflict in the locker room? Faria was admitted to the hospital yesterday. What exactly happened? How long will it take for you to recover? Was your injury caused by an opponent or a teammate? Will you be leaving the UK during your recovery? The reporters clamored, waving their recording devices frantically. Had it not been for Ramos's presence, the microphones might have poked Huang Kaiwen's face. Let us move to another location. This is not a suitable place for discussion, Huang Kaiwen stated. Once they exited the cemetery gates, he paused to say, I will answer only 3 questions. Please proceed. Kevin, did your injury result from a clash with a teammate? A reporter inquired immediately. No, just one question. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The reporters glared at the first person who spoke. This was not the news they sought. A group of individuals stood before Huang Kaiwen, engaged in discussion. Ramos, somewhat impatient, urged, Are you going to ask questions or not? Do you realize how precious Kevin's time is? Ask. Someone quickly raised their hand and questioned. Martin Stanley from the Sun. Kevin, may I inquire if Faria's injury is related to you? What does that have to do with you? Quite clever, but that constitutes 2 questions, Huang Kaiwen responded. Having answered your inquiry, I will not be taking further questions today. Mr. Faria's injury is indeed related to me, as I was already injured during halftime. He inadvertently touched my wound, and in the ensuing chaos, my teammates moved him away without proper caution, resulting in Mr. Faria's injury. Now, I have completed my responses. Ramos guided Huang Kaiwen toward the parking lot. Without Ramos accompanying him, a bodyguard would have been necessary. Huang Kaiwen was indeed struggling to walk. Faria had transformed his week of rest into a lengthy 46 weeks. Ramos assisted Huang Kaiwen into the passenger seat, while he settled into the driver's seat, remarking, he certainly got off easy. He didn't do it on purpose. That's true, Huang Kaiwen replied. At Queen Mary University Hospital in London, Rui Faria lay in his hospital bed, meticulously recalling who had struck him. There were too many individuals, and as he had been lying down, it was difficult to identify them. Come in, Faria called out. Mourinho pushed open the door and staggered in. Jose, what brings you here? Faria, somewhat surprised, exclaimed. The bond between Faria and Mourinho was one forged through adversity. He had even declined offers from other clubs to coach, preferring to work alongside Mourinho. Mourinho placed a bouquet of lilies on the bedside table and stood beside it, smiling. Of course, I had to come see you. We've been good friends since our days in Barcelona. Indeed, the best of friends. Faria chuckled. Jose, please, have a seat. Don't be shy. Mourinho replied. If I could sit, I certainly would. Currently, I can only stand or lie down, and sitting requires a rather thick cushion. Mourinho waved his hand, saying, I want tea sit. She is still waiting for me downstairs. Then let Matilda come up as well, Faria suggested without hesitation, as he often visited Mourinho's home. There are matters to attend to. It's inconvenient, Mourinho explained. Very well, Faria turned away, his expression sour. Jose, those bastards actually assaulted me. I am a first-team coach, and I have even been their interim coach. This cannot be brushed aside easily. I saw Ramos and Higuain, but I don't know who else was involved. They must be sent to the reserves. Mourinho's expression darkened as Faria spoke for several minutes before he noticed. Jose? Faria inquired softly. Let it go, Rui. Consider this incident as if it never occurred, Mourinho advised. How can we pretend it never happened? Faria retorted, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice rising an octave. Those scoundrels assaulted the coach. My ribs are fractured. How can I simply overlook such an event? I could even report it to the authorities. You know, I only allowed them to be relegated to the reserves for the sake of the team. Mourinho's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed and replied, but we cannot demote the entire first team to the reserves, especially at this critical juncture in the title race. Even our boss would not consent to that. Are we just to let it slide? Faria asked, unwilling to accept the situation. Let it slide? Absolutely not, Mourinho declared. Really? Jose, I always knew you were my best brother, Faria exclaimed with excitement. Mourinho, somewhat bashful, grasped Faria's enthusiastic hand and said, my friend, take some time to apologize to Kevin. With that, Mourinho turned and departed, his pace surprisingly swift. Faria remained dazed on the hospital bed. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos were on their way home when they noticed a group of people marching. Ramos scoffed, I'm not a racist, but I feel that most black people lack intelligence. Perhaps, yet their status will continue to rise. The ruling class will employ a minor conflict to obscure the primary one. Maintaining their dominion, Huang Kaiwen observed, gazing out the window. That is absurd. I don't want to see a day when the heroine of a film turns into a foolish girl with dreadlocks who does drugs, Ramos complained. There are very few black people in Spain. If you pay attention, you'll notice an increasing number of black characters, especially in Hollywood films, Huang Kaiwen sighed. Would they cast a black actor as 007 or King Arthur? Ramos replied disdainfully. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself that such a scenario would inevitably occur. If one hasn't experienced it, who would dare to believe it? It's entirely possible. Perhaps one day we will have a black Snow White and a black Little Mermaid. Huang Kaiwen mused. Damn it, that disrespects history and the original works, Ramos replied, agitated. Snow White should indeed not be portrayed that way. But I see no issue with the Little Mermaid, Huang Kaiwen countered. Why is that? Ramos asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Think about it. The Little Mermaid lives underwater and has never seen a human, so she can only transform based on the images of those thrown overboard from merchant ships, Huang Kaiwen explained. Ramos chuckled, hesitant at first, but then burst into laughter in the car, the tension from the morning's funeral dissipating. After dropping Huang Kaiwen off at home, Ramos chose to stay. Given the circumstances, indoor activities were more suitable for Huang Kaiwen. The two remained at home, engaging in playful banter until Emilia Clarke arrived to visit Huang Kaiwen, at which point Ramos took his leave. Seeing you motionless is quite an adjustment. Considering how often I see you on the field, Emilia Clarke remarked, raising an eyebrow. Please, refrain from moving your eyebrows, Huang Kaiwen remarked, stifling a laugh. What do you mean? Emilia Clarke inquired sharply, covering her brows. I don't mean anything by it, but your raised eyebrows are genuinely amusing, Huang Kaiwen replied, adding, moreover, those deep forehead lines make you appear significantly older. You are quite lacking in gentlemanly conduct, Emilia Clarke retorted. Huang Kaiwen shrugged, explaining, due to my inability to stand. I feel insecure, hence my directness. I never intended to act this way. Emilia Clarke chuckled. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself that she was clearly masking her true intentions. Why are you undressing while we converse so pleasantly? He asked, swallowing hard. I still need to watch the UEFA Champions League draw. Upon seeing her, he was reminded of certain scenes from Game of Thrones. In her earlier days, Daenerys was quite captivating. This girl, too, seemed to have a fleeting charm. However, her personality was delightful, and she possessed considerable talent. Even her singing was enchanting. No worries, we can just stay in front of the television, Emilia Clarke asserted, playfully pushing Huang Kaiwen down. As the draw commenced that evening, Huang Kaiwen glanced at the screen. Chelsea had drawn CSKA Moscow. The schedule of playing away first was less than favorable, especially with the cold Russian weather at this time of year. Bayern was set to clash with Manchester United, while Milan had drawn Bordeaux. Arsenal was to face Barcelona, and he wondered if the 3-year deadline had arrived. Later that night, around 11, Emilia Clarke lay on the sofa, exclaiming, I am hungry. Huang Kaiwen pointed at her abdomen, stating, you hardly look it. You should be full. You jerk, do you even know what this is? Emilia Clarke tossed a cushion at him, laughing in mock scorn. She refrained from standing up, fearing she might have to clean the floor. Huang Kaiwen peered into the refrigerator, retrieved 2 pieces of beef, and set them to thaw in the kitchen. Feeling too lazy to cook, he decided to fry steaks instead. After about half an hour, Huang Kaiwen prepared dinner, while Emilia tidied herself up and sat at the dining table. What prompted this sudden burst of energy? Huang Kaiwen teased. Emilia Clarke replied with confidence. You have obtained the golden rose from the Pope. Countless people in London would love to pounce on you. Shouldn't it be women? Huang Kaiwen questioned, placing down his wine glass. Do you believe that? Emilia laughed. You were recently at the top of a gay magazine's list, with Ramos in 3rd place. God will not forgive such sinners, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. You don't even believe in that. Emilia retorted, annoyed. Earlier, Huang Kaiwen had jokingly asked her to call him Your Holiness. I did not. Stop fabricating stories. He quickly denied. Whether you believe or not is irrelevant, but it must be put to use. The Vatican loves to stir controversy, and the benefits bestowed upon the King of Yellow Ball are plentiful. Anyone who dares claim the King of Yellow Ball is irreligious will face his wrath. After finishing their meal, Emilia fell asleep almost immediately. Huang Kaiwen could only resign himself to sleep as well. The following morning, he rose from bed. The old butler prepared breakfast for Huang Kaiwen and remarked, Miss Clarke left early this morning. I had Neo escort her. Thank you, Albert, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The butler, equally cheerful, responded, It is my duty. Although Barbara was his employer, Albert adeptly maintained his boundaries, never prying into Huang Kaiwen's personal life. In fact, compared to the lives of football stars, Huang Kaiwen's private affairs were considerably simpler, far more manageable than those of employers who frequently required damage control. As Huang Kaiwen perused the newspaper, he noted that the journalists had indeed failed to report accurately. The Daily Mail even fabricated a story about a rift within Chelsea. Only the Sun had discerned the truth. It was simply a matter of Faria injuring the king of football, leading to a confrontation with the first team. Unfortunately, their account might not be taken seriously. The Times reported with great seriousness that Bridges' girlfriend, Vanessa Parencel, was involved with Faria, with national team colleagues like Terry and Cole stepping in to defend their teammate. Previously, due to the conflict between Ashley Cole and Bridge, Vanessa had become a figure of media interest, and her biography was quickly unearthed by Fleet Street. Although the couple had not yet parted ways, the tension between Bridge and her was palpable. After all, one can only bear so much weight upon one's shoulders. The Times coverage was almost surreal. Were it not for the king of football, Terry's association with Vanessa would have been merely scandalous. Reflecting on this, Huang Kaiwen felt a sense of pride in his own significance, having quietly done so much to uphold the club's image. In light of this, the lifetime contract from Abramovich seemed less excessive. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen resumed playing video games, as venturing out was not easy with his injury. On March 21st, Chelsea drew 1-1 away against Blackburn. Fortunately, Manchester United also failed to win that round, maintaining a 3-point gap between the two teams. While at home, Huang Kaiwen deliberately snapped a photo of himself watching the match and posted it on social media, showcasing a pile of snacks in the corner, sponsored by his endorsers, to demonstrate that supporting the king of football was indeed worthwhile. Around 8 o'clock, Huang Kaiwen received a call from Bale. "Hello, Gareth?" he queried, puzzled, as Bale must have just finished his match at 4 o'clock. "Kaiwen, it's me," Bale stammered. "My hometown, I'm not sure if you know." "Cardiff, I know," Huang Kaiwen interjected. "Yes, Cardiff. It's great that you know," Bale replied, his excitement evident. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but feel bemused. Just after a match, he was inquiring if Huang Kaiwen was aware of his hometown. "What? Have the cherry blossoms bloomed in your hometown?" "Actually, Kaiwen," Bale continued, "someone contacted my father. Cardiff is hosting an international cultural festival and would like to invite you as a guest." "How much are they offering?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. His attendance at commercial events does not come cheap, amounting to €100,000. After a moment of silence, Bale softly replied, 100,000. "How much?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, uncertain if he had heard correctly. €100,000, Bale reiterated, even specifying the currency. Huang Kaiwen then asked, "Is your father on good terms with them?" "I don't know them. They approached us through relatives," Bale quickly clarified. "I see." Huang Kaiwen patiently explained to Bale, "Gareth, if your father were to oversee such an event, I could attend without a fee. However, since it has no relation to your family, let them know that it's £100,000 per hour, including travel time. That is quite generous." "All right, I understand." Bale sighed with relief. "Then, rest early, Kaiwen." Huang Kaiwen ended the call and tossed his phone aside. There was no way he could attend a commercial event at such a price. Otherwise, all sorts of unwelcome complications would arise. As he mentioned, should his father's work necessitate it, he would honor Bale by attending, as that is merely a matter of courtesy. But since it had no connection to their family, Huang Kaiwen would not engage in such matters. Even without injury, €100,000 was far too little. Should it be exposed, it could affect his commercial income. Had he not noticed how celebrities often inflate the value of an event to millions? Bored, Huang Kaiwen sat before the television. Lineker continued to host his show, Match of the Day. The program promptly showcased highlights from the Chelsea vs. Blackburn match, demonstrating its efficiency. Just hours after the match concluded, they had prepared the material. After a few minutes of highlights, Lineker pointed to the data on the large screen, stating, "Chelsea lacked vitality in Kevin's absence." During this match, Chelsea's defense included Bale, Ramos, and Carvalho, while the forward line featured Kalou, Malouda, and Drogba, a former combination. Yet, it is evident that this is a team bereft of imagination. Jimmy Hill inquired, "Where do you believe the problem lies, Gary?" He, too, hailed from a playing background, although his career was comparatively brief and less renowned. Born in 1928, Hill began as a fan, frequently attending matches to support Crystal Palace. By 1949, he embarked on his professional career, even breaking the record for 5 goals in a single match. More notably than his playing days, He gained fame as the chairman of the Professional Footballers Association and a football manager. He once campaigned to abolish the wage cap and led Coventry City to their first promotion, with plans for a statue at the Ricoh Arena. He had also previously hosted Match of the Day. Lineker remarked, as I mentioned earlier, it is precisely because of Kevin's absence. Chelsea played like an entirely different team today. They managed only 7 shots on target throughout the match, making it hard to believe they are the reigning champions of the Premier League. However, Chelsea rotated many players, Hill noted. At the venerable age of 80, Jimmy Hill remains in remarkable health, his mind as sharp as ever, and he still occasionally graces programs as a guest. Indeed, many have rotated through, giving that impression. Lineker waved his hand and remarked, but if today Kalu were to be replaced by Kevin, Chelsea would undoubtedly triumph. Do you believe that? I do, Hill replied. Well, you are correct. Of course I am. Lineker chuckled. This Chelsea is far more formidable than the Real Madrid and AC Milan that Kevin once played for. The 7-time champions are indeed Kevin's own team. Be careful. Mourinho might be lurking in the parking lot waiting to pummel you, Hill teased. Thank you for the warning. After the show, I shall summon a taxi and have it wait for me at the back door, thus evading Mourinho. Lineker feigned fear, patting his chest. I still recall last season when the Chelsea coaching staff faced Steve Bruce. I suspect Bruce is now more eager to strike you than Mourinho. Hill laughed, covering his mouth. Indeed, Lineker is a man who can jest about anyone. Huang Kaiwen was unaware of what Steve Bruce might do, but surely Mourinho would not let Lineker off lightly. And so it came to pass. The following morning, Mourinho dominated the headlines. The Times conducted a special interview with him, during which he stated, "They always criticize my style of play. Now they wish to diminish my contributions to winning titles. However, I, along with Kevin and the other players and coaching staff, we are a team, a family. This cannot be divided. You cannot quantify each individual's contribution to a championship. You must understand that a team has 25 registered players, but only one head coach. As for Lineker, to be honest, I have watched his matches. And he is quite good, but I do not believe he surpasses Drogba. He has never received a card, which is simply because he is English, playing in England. Had he switched leagues, that record would not have held. Furthermore, it is crucial for many players to commit tactical fouls at critical moments. If you are truly sports journalists, you should remember why Ballack missed the World Cup final. I do not think a player's lack of cards is something to be proud of. Even Kevin has received a red card. Lineker's clean slate merely indicates that he is a hypocrite, a coward who dares not stand up for his teammates, a selfish scoundrel who does not think of the team. Truly, it is Mourinho. He spares no feelings when he fires shots. However, Huang Kaiwen can understand Mourinho's perspective. After all, Lineker nearly suggested that Chelsea's 7 championships were solely due to him. How could someone with Mourinho's pride accept that? It is likely that the conflict between the two will continue for a considerable time. When tensions arise between football coaches and commentators, the latter inherently hold the advantage. Commentators have long since retired, reminiscing about bygone days. Yet a coach, no matter how esteemed, will inevitably face defeat. As one awaits the inevitable defeat, critics emerge to scrutinize every misstep. Fortunately, the Chelsea players exhibit considerable resilience. On March 27th, they achieved a resounding victory against Aston Villa, winning 9-1. Both Higuain and Huntelaar showcased their prowess by netting hat-tricks. In a moment of relief, Mourinho remarked at the post-match press conference that Kevin is an indispensable member of the team. However, Chelsea will not overly rely on any individual. Even in Kevin's absence from the pitch, the team will maintain a standard befitting world champions. Yet, merely days later, Chelsea faced a disheartening 0-2 defeat in Moscow. The near-freezing temperatures hindered the team's performance, leading them to finally grasp why their German counterparts had faltered here. Although Mourinho did not attend the post-match conference, the British media did not relent in their criticism. That evening, numerous programs ridiculed Mourinho, including some not even focused on sports. Kevin Huang received a call from Mourinho, yet he found himself in a predicament. The second leg was merely a week away, and given his estimated recovery time around May, there was little he could do to hasten his healing. After finally ending the call, Kevin directed his attention to his shop, which had once again undergone a refresh. Special template, Xiaonan, 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Vinicius, 8, 300 points. Bellingham, 7, 800 points. Camavinga, 7, 000 points. Skills, Timing Mastery, 1, 500 points. Rock Climbing Proficiency, 100 points. Items: 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. 24-hour injury suspension card, 50 points. Special item: Guardiola's Tactical Insights, 6,000 points. This particular special template failed to pique Kevin's interest. In the realm of Naruto, the most formidable beings are the descendants of the Otsutsuki, and even within the Akatsuki, few measure up. Next came 3 players from Royal Somalia. Real Madrid indeed has a keen eye, acquiring young talents of remarkable caliber. Regrettably, this offers little assistance to the King of Yellow. Kevin harbored a keen interest in Guardiola's Tactical Insights. Should he ever tire of playing, he could return to Milan as an assistant coach, appointing a figurehead to take the reins. All victories would be attributed to him, while any failures could conveniently be laid at the feet of the coach. Alas, his fate points were insufficient. He resolved to see if he could accumulate more following the season's conclusion, as he had missed a considerable number of matches. Ultimately, Kevin spent 170 points to acquire rock climbing proficiency, immunity card, and injury suspension card. The skill of rock climbing proficiency slightly enhances overall strength while significantly boosting finger strength, elevating his climbing abilities to a professional level. Kevin glanced down at his fingers. His hand speed had improved on several occasions, and his upper body strength had also seen enhancements. Now, even his finger strength had received a boost. In truth, mastery holds little distinction for Huang Kaiwen. His primary inclination lies in the pursuit of enhancing the prowess of his hands. With such swift dexterity and formidable strength, participating in esports competitions will undoubtedly be advantageous, particularly when joining forces with the young master to challenge SKT1. It is essential to impart to the young master that victory should be achieved through skill, rather than relying on feminine wiles to sway an opponent's mindset. Look at your Uncle Kaiwen, who preemptively assisted Peak in navigating a substantial predicament. Has Uncle Kaiwen sought recognition for his efforts? As for bringing joy to Lily and the young lady, that is merely a secondary outcome. Overall, climbing mastery stands as this month's most significant achievement, laying a robust foundation for the future career of the King of Huang. Furthermore, the injury suspension card comes at an opportune moment following the team's defeat in Moscow. Naturally, the King of Huang must step forward. It will be a chance for the entire Chelsea squad to witness the King's professional spirit, illustrating what it means for a true man to wager his life for victory. His ancestral practice of receiving treatment will surely resurface. Gratitude is extended to Zhi Liao Ae, the Unknown X, and Tianji Yifang for their generous contributions. I humbly request monthly votes and recommendations. Teacher, I wish to play football. Huang Kaiwen expressed with delight upon seeing him. Luing de Noi presented a gift with a smile. The elite class in India is indeed far more impressive than depicted in films. She succeeded Stephen Raymond as CEO of Pepsi in 2007 and currently serves as the president and CEO of the company. Huang Kaiwen waved his hand, and the old steward accepted the item, revealing a statue of Buddha crafted from gold. He glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who nodded in acknowledgement. One should not refuse gifts from sponsors. Who is unaware that the King of Huang is a religious aficionado? Ms. Noi, what brings you here this time? Huang Kaiwen inquired directly. Stephen Raymond, at Luing de Noi's side, chuckled. Since we changed our CEO, you have yet to meet him. The last time was during the World Cup. Indeed, your endorsement feedback then was rather unimpressive, Mr. Raymond, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Stephen Raymond cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment, stating, This time we come with sincerity. We have signed a contract. Yet you appear to harbor some doubts regarding our vision. Naturally, Huang Kaiwen retorted, pulling out a notebook and locating a video platform to commence playback. Positioning the notebook before the guests. This is our advertisement. It is quite commendable. Beckham, Casillas, Raul. Raymond tilted his head and grimaced. Yes, the concept is good, but your current execution is rather poor. Huang Kaiwen remarked. This Western-style advertisement evokes thoughts of refreshing drinks under sunny weather. Surfing is indeed exhilarating. Yet encountering a girl on a rainy London day is hardly innovative. Are you attempting to orchestrate a deception akin to diamonds, suggesting that Pepsi symbolizes love? Raymond's expression soured as he turned to the advertising director beside him. Director William Smith explained, London easily conjures images of rain. They believe that sharing a Pepsi under an umbrella on a rainy day is romantic, culminating in the tab being transformed into a ring as a clever touch. Huang Kaiwen shrugged and gestured, saying, Look, this is the crux of our disagreement. I am not an expert, But I believe that fast-moving consumer goods should not be advertised through such ethereal and detached imagery. Finding a few street toughs to brawl over a bottle of beverage would be a far superior concept. Suddenly, Luing de Nua's eyes lit up as he suggested, "What if we invite Real Madrid's 5 Eagles and Barcelona for an unrestricted football match, combining both hands and feet? Street fighting may be unfeasible, yet amplifying the intensity to showcase the players' thirst for Pepsi is entirely plausible." "That sounds splendid, but what about Chelsea?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "We can also incorporate Chelsea and Manchester United," Luing de Nua replied. "For instance, Kevin, you are a writer. They exist within your narrative." "That's a brilliant idea." Huang Kaiwen nodded. "With a few more participants, it would be akin to a real-life battle royale. The Hunger Games embodies this style, which is indeed quite popular in the West." Huang Kaiwen proposed, "Let's be even bolder. Imagine a world engulfed in crisis, where resources are scarce. This scenario would render an unrestricted football match over a bottle of drink much more plausible. We could produce a series based on this concept. If the theme revolves solely around brawling, it may not resonate well, but if there are prizes to take home for their children, I believe everyone would forgive their actions. After all, in Western cinema, any misdeed is excusable if it is for the sake of family. In comparison, this advertisement is trivial. It sounds promising, but we need to discuss it further," Luing de Nua remarked. Steve Raymond nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is of great significance." "Very well. I shall not see you off," Huang Kaiwen chuckled, tapping his wheelchair. Once the guests departed, Albert asked, "Should we store the gifts, sir? Have someone assess their artistic or historical value. If they are lacking, find someone to melt them down into gold bars," Huang Kaiwen instructed. He preferred neatly arranged pieces in a safe over chaotic shapes. "Understood, sir," Albert replied, turning to leave. Huang Kaiwen switched on the television. "It is truly uncomfortable to have an injured foot. Everything is inconvenient." The news showcased the Huang Qiuwang Foundation visiting a children's orphanage in London, and Huang Kaiwen nodded in satisfaction. Even during his injury, he couldn't allow fans to forget about him. Thus, he urged fans to contribute some money. Simply calling for donations while the world reports on Huang Qiuwang's philanthropic endeavors represents the correct approach to charity, compared to those charity apps ringing the bell on NASDAQ. Huang Kaiwen felt almost saintly. Although Huang Qiuwang does not donate to the foundation, he does not need to exploit it for funds either. The gossip program on television discussed Cheryl's previous role as a judge on X Factor, where the lead singer of Soul Band confronted Cheryl before his performance, saying, "What accomplishments do you have to show? If you are merely here to evaluate music, then perhaps considering sleeping with me could be an option. Beyond that, you serve no purpose." Recently, Cheryl has been facing quite a difficult time, as the tabloids mockingly suggest that she has resorted to merely selling her image. It seems her marriage to Cole is on the brink of dissolution. Regardless of Cheryl's circumstances, her participation in the show and the unkind words spoken by the lead singer of the Soul Band seem rather excessive. After watching television for a while, Kevin Huang finally went to bed. On April 6th, Neo pushed the wheelchair, bringing Kevin Huang to the entrance of the changing room. As Kevin opened the door, silence enveloped the room. The entire Chelsea team was taken aback to see Kevin at that moment. Mourinho, reacting swiftly, asked, "Kevin, are you worried about the match?" "No, coach." Kevin replied with a smile, "I'm here to participate in the match. After all, I am a Chelsea player." "But your leg?" Mourinho asked with concern. He genuinely wanted Kevin to play, but did not wish to see him sustain further injuries. Kevin bent down to roll down his socks, saying, "I received an injection. If I'm not going to play, what is the point?" To appear more convincing, he had initially considered using a syringe for a few punctures. However, upon reflection, he realized he typically administered injections and couldn't just take them without reason. Thus, he resorted to faking several puncture marks with blue and red ballpoint pens, knowing that no one would likely scrutinize it closely. Mourinho's expression fluctuated as he glanced at the changing room and instructed, "You all take a moment to warm up. Kevin and I will attend the press conference." He pushed the wheelchair toward the press hall, unable to restrain his complaints. "Kevin, you really don't have to do this. Receiving an injection has significant drawbacks for players. Not feeling pain on the field is not advantageous. Minor injuries can escalate to severe ones. But I earn the highest salary on the team, and during this crisis, I must contribute in some way," Kevin replied with a grin. Mourinho sighed as he wheeled Kevin into the press hall. The journalists erupted with enthusiasm upon their arrival. "Kevin, will you be participating in today's match?" "Mr. Mourinho, Why is Kevin here? Is Kevin's presence at Stamford Bridge a result of Chelsea's humiliating defeat? When will Kevin recover from his injury? Kevin, is Cheryl's impending divorce related to you? Leonid Slutsky observed the scene with surprise. Yet, recalling Mourinho's similar prominence at the press conference in Russia, he felt at ease. Mourinho carefully positioned Kevin's wheelchair at the front. He hastily ascended the stage, glanced at the cushion prepared by the staff, and ensured it was placed on Kevin's seat before assisting him to sit down. Mourinho tapped the microphone twice, bringing silence to the press hall before he spoke. Kevin's presence at Stamford Bridge is due to the fact that he is a Chelsea player. Will he play today? A journalist inquired. Certainly. Mourinho responded. I can inform you that Kevin has received an injection. The atmosphere in the room became tenfold more tumultuous. For a player of Kevin's caliber to receive an injection is no trivial matter. Kevin, did Mourinho encourage you to do this? Mr. Mourinho, may I inquire why this is the case? Kevin, are you aware of the drawbacks of receiving injections? Huang Kaiwen chuckled, clapping his hands to bring the reporters to silence. He grasped the microphone and stated, receiving injections was my personal choice. As a player for Chelsea, I must prioritize the team's victory. We lost the first leg, which is why I opted for this course of action. Regarding the disadvantages of injections, I have also utilized them during my time at Real Madrid. You should remember that the injections are not as terrifying as you portray them to be. Do you not think this decision is irresponsible towards your professional career? A reporter pressed. I must first be accountable to Chelsea, the club that pays my salary, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. As for my career, if it were to conclude here, it would mean it was destined to be. All right, Kevin needs to prepare for warm-ups now. This press conference is at an end. Mourinho interjected. Huang Kaiwen raised his hand and said, allow me to answer one more question. I am aware of your fondness for gossip, but Cheryl and I are merely friends. I do not wish to comment on her situation with Ashley Cole. However, regarding that lead singer of a certain band, he displays a lack of respect for others. I have not even heard of him until now, and now I recognize him as a clown. If his thoughts are solely occupied with such matters, I would suggest he travel to the Czech Republic or France. Once Huang Kaiwen finished speaking, Mourinho assisted him back into his wheelchair, ignoring the persistent questions from reporters as he wheeled Huang Kaiwen away from the press conference. Before they even returned to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen opted to participate in a lottery. Ding! You have won a 24-hour experience card for the match between Bayern Munich and Borussia Mönchengladbach from the 1991 to 1992 Bundesliga season, featuring Stefan Effenberg. You have received the extraordinary strength of Andrei Malinichev. It was indeed him. Several midfield geniuses in Germany are known for their difficult temperaments, and Effenberg is among them. He once even gifted his teammate, Strunz, a green hat, pursuing each other's wives despite both parties being married. Early Bayern players were not particularly restrained in matters of women, with infidelity being quite common. The only noteworthy exceptions were Kahn and Beckenbauer, whose judgment was indeed superior to that of many Manchester United legends. Effenberg also had significant disagreements with Matthias. Nevertheless, none of this could overshadow his talent. For the first time, Huang Kaiwen realized that some players' long passes seemed absurd. Having observed Effenberg's passing style perfectly, he would employ this template in midfield today, urging his teammates to advance. Ding! Successfully utilized the Effenberg experience card. Gaining extraordinary strength, Andrei Malinichev. Attribute: extraordinary strength, Andrei Malinichev. In 2011, Malinichev was recognized by an authoritative powerlifting observation network as the world's best powerlifter. Possessing this attribute significantly enhances physical strength. Huang Kaiwen noted that he had utilized the injury suspension card. At that moment, Mourinho was wheeling Huang Kaiwen back to the locker room. Boss, it would be best not to let Kevin play, Terry immediately suggested. Mourinho glanced at Huang Kaiwen, sensing a kindred spirit within him. Once a decision was made, it would not waver. Huang Kaiwen rose abruptly and took a couple of steps, declaring, the lockdown has been enforced. We cannot let it be in vain. I shall play in midfield today while you all press their defense. Thus, it was settled. Kaiwen would take up the midfield position, nodded Mourinho. He could already anticipate that the opposition would inevitably retreat. At such a moment, Huang Kaiwen's return was indeed a much-needed tonic. Terry shook his head. He had just discussed this matter with his teammates. It was due to their poor performance in Moscow that Huang Kaiwen had been compelled to undergo lockdown. The entire Chelsea squad was eager to showcase their abilities. Let us go, warm up, Huang Kaiwen said, delivering a playful punch to Terry's shoulder. Had Huang Kaiwen suddenly reappeared on the field, fully healed? Chelsea had suffered a 0-2 defeat against CSKA Moscow, and Huang Kaiwen's return was a timely blessing indeed. The Chelsea fans continually chanted his name, with or without Huang Kaiwen. The spirit and morale of Chelsea were palpably different. It primarily stemmed from a sense of confidence, having not lost a match in nearly 6 years. Such a record provided reassurance to his teammates. Abramovich sat in the box alongside Mikhail Prokhorov, the owner of CSKA Moscow. Years earlier, when Abramovich first acquired Chelsea, rumors circulated regarding his ties with CSKA, nearly leading UEFA to strip both teams of their Champions League qualifications. Fortunately, this was clarified in time. Prokhorov, now a Russian oligarch and the country's wealthiest individual, was not merely the owner of CSKA Moscow. He had invested in all 41 projects associated with the team. Currently, he maintained close ties with the New Jersey Nets, possibly on the verge of becoming an NBA team owner. Prokhorov gestured towards the field, stating, "I told the players that eliminating Chelsea would earn them a bonus of $10 million. That sounds quite enticing," Abramovich replied with a smile, though he felt a tinge of disdain. Even if you offered $100 million in bonuses, you could not eliminate a Chelsea that included Huang Kaiwen. "I heard you offered your number 10 quite a hefty salary?" Prokhorov inquired, seeking a new topic of conversation. "Indeed, £100 million, Abramovich replied with a chuckle. Prokhorov immediately turned, fixating his gaze on Abramovich, skeptical of his claim. Although he favored basketball, he was aware that the wages of top football players hovered around €10 million. "You must be joking," Prokhorov feigned nonchalance. "You'll see at the kickoff. Kaiwen is worth every penny," Abramovich asserted, pointing towards the field. The players from both teams had returned to the tunnel. Even though Chelsea's opponent was not a continental powerhouse, the match still garnered significant attention. Many were eager to witness whether Chelsea could progress through adversity, with viewership rivaling that of the high-stakes clash between Manchester United and Bayern Munich. Today could indeed be regarded as an Asian derby. Yes, Huang Kaiwen would play as a defensive midfielder, while Japanese international Keisuke Honda was set to start as CSKA's attacking midfielder, perfectly aligning their positions. Long before, Huang Kaiwen had faced CSKA in the Champions League. I recall he was with AC Milan then, and it appeared that CSKA's lineup had not undergone substantial changes. Let us first examine the starting lineups of both teams. Chelsea, employing a 4-3-3 formation with 2 defensive midfielders, features goalkeeper, Czech, defenders, Paulo Ferreira, Terry, Carvalho, Ramos. Midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Modric, Ballack. Forwards, Bale, Higuain, Huntelaar. The central army, also in a 4-3-3 formation with 2 defensive midfielders, comprises goalkeeper, Akinfeev, defenders, Sergei Berezutsky, Andrei Berezutsky, Ignashevich. Schneikhoff, midfielders, Aldonin, Honda Keisuke, Sembaras. Forwards, Mamiv, Nizid, Krasic. The players of the central army possess commendable skills. Akinfeev has long been a subject of interest for Ferguson, who envisions him as a successor to Van der Sar at Manchester United. Indeed, Krasic, the Serbian winger, has garnered attention from several prestigious clubs. Once heralded as the second Nedved, though his development has not proceeded smoothly, often hampered by his tendency to hold onto the ball, causing missed offensive opportunities. The referee checks his watch. Today's officiator hails from Belgium. At 7:45 p.m., referee Frank Brichery blows the whistle to commence the match. Huntelaar passes laterally to Higuain, who promptly returns the ball. Modric, not lingering on the ball, executes a backheel pass to Ballack. Ballack swiftly passes to Huang Kaiwen. Huang, in possession at the back, remains composed, waiting for Nizid to advance before deftly delivering a pass. Ferreira, hesitant to push forward, recalls the criticism he faced for venturing too far up the right flank in the past, and has since refrained from such forays. Now on the unfamiliar left side, he exhibits reluctance to take possession. Noticing Bale unmarked, Ferreira turns and returns the ball to Huang. This unexpected pass catches Honda Keisuke off guard, who glaringly directs his ire at Ferreira as he rushes to defend Bale. Huang receives the ball, takes a step forward with his left foot, and deftly nudges it back to the left with the inside of his right foot. Ferreira, momentarily taken aback, passes it back to Huang. Honda Keisuke races towards Huang, who deftly flicks the ball with his right foot, prompting Honda to quickly adjust his position. In an instant, Huang, with a flick of his outside foot, sends the ball soaring. Honda, feeling foolish, realizes that had he not followed Huang's movement, the latter would not have pulled the ball back. With the eyes of many compatriots upon him, Honda is filled with despair. As he remains stationary, Huang skillfully launches the ball to Balak. Balak receives the ball and advances a few steps before turning to pass it back to Huang. Krasik and Mamiv surge towards the center almost simultaneously. Huang extends the tip of his right foot downward. As the ball rolls onto the surface of his foot, he powers his ankle, sending the ball aloft, and then, with a deft kicking motion akin to playing Jinzi, he lifts it over Balak's head towards the advancing Ramos. Huang is truly in his element, exhibiting an effortless grace in his play, as if the ball were an extension of his own body, allowing him to strike it in any manner he desires. Indeed, it is as if one strikes precisely where one points. As Mamiev turned, Ramos promptly executed a back pass, catching Mamiev somewhat off guard. This fellow had played with an aggression surpassing that of a winger in the previous match. Today, he had even learned the art of the back pass. Sensing the moment was ripe, Huang Kaiwen extended his foot to meet the ball, charging forward with it. Both Krasik and Honda Keisuke sprang into action, positioning themselves in front of Huang Kaiwen. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen nudged the ball with his right foot while in motion, sending it to Balak, who was stationed at the center line, only for Honda Keisuke to collide fiercely with him just as the ball was passed. The referee, observing Huang Kaiwen's possession, refrained from blowing the whistle. Standing behind the center line, Huang Kaiwen lifted his right foot and struck the ball's lower side with the inner instep. The ball soared with a resounding thud, as Higuain and Huntelaar positioned themselves near the opposing defense, with Huntelaar slightly ahead. 3 defenders surrounded them. As Huang Kaiwen delivered the pass, all players surged towards the Central Army's penalty area. The ball traversed nearly half the field, landing to the left of Andrei Berezutsky. Before he could react, the ball bounced and found its way directly in front of Huntelaar. He hastily extended his foot in an attempt to control it. However, the ball's bounce was powerful, ricocheting off his foot into the small box. Fortunately, he had just entered the area and had ample space to adjust. Huntelaar and Andrei Berezutsky grappled as they pushed forward, maintaining balance to avoid a fall. Thanks to enhanced physical training, Huntelaar matched up well against his opponent. After a few strides, they reached the ball, and Huntelaar quickly jabbed his right foot behind it. Akinfeev dove to save, but the ball struck his arm and ricocheted into the net. Huntelaar, having scored, turned and sprinted away. A patch of loose turf caused him to slip momentarily, almost falling. Yet he managed to steady himself using his core strength and hands on the ground, rolling and scrambling to regain his footing before racing towards the backfield. Bale, at the side, watched in astonishment, gaining a newfound respect for his teammates. Goal, goal, goal. With a pass so precise it could be measured in microns. Kevin successfully assisted Huntelaar. While reflecting on the history of World War II, I pondered what the Germans truly lacked. Was it luck? Or perhaps supplies? Neither. They were missing Kevin. I once encountered a rather intriguing theory. A flock of sheep led by a lion would ultimately become a herd of sheep, while a pack of lions led by a sheep would transform into a pride of lions. Though I am not entirely convinced of this notion, Chelsea, under Kevin's leadership, appears to embody an extraterrestrial team. The Chelsea expedition was utterly routed in Moscow during the first leg, yet upon returning to London, they staged a triumphant comeback. Of course, the king I refer to is Kevin. The others merely play the role of his steeds or servants. Mourinho stood at the sidelines with his hands on his hips, scrutinizing the match with an air of authority. He would not divulge to anyone that this posture alleviated his pain. Kevin, that pass was simply sublime. Hunter jumped up, shouting with excitement. Ramos stepped forward with his left foot, positioning himself in front of Hunter, and said, "Do not injure Kevin again." Hunter promptly halted his advance. Kevin chuckled, patting Hunter on the shoulder. "Get ready for the kickoff. Let us aim to resolve this swiftly." "Absolutely." Hunter nodded vigorously, casting a glance at Higuain. What difference did it make if that assistant coach supported him playing centrally? Kevin would pass to whom he desired, irrespective of anyone's influence. The players returned to the center circle. Honda Keisuke's mind buzzed. On a prominent Japanese fan website, there was unanimous support for Chelsea's comeback against his team, CSKA Moscow. He had even changed to a pseudonym to inquire why they did not support him. Those wretched souls had the audacity to claim he should work harder instead of relying on supporters for his lackluster performance. Damn it, he was Japan's foremost star. Honda suspected this was the doing of the media, perpetually proclaiming that miracles could be achieved through effort, insinuating that he was insufficiently diligent. How absurd. Huang Kaiwen earned medals in sprints and middle-distance races due to his innate talent, not solely through hard work. Who emphasizes merely mental strength in football? If mental fortitude were sufficient, the North Koreans would have already clinched the World Cup. Observing Huang Kaiwen's performance, Honda feared he would once again become the archetype of a player criticized for his lack of effort, utilized by newspapers to motivate the youth at home. He realized he could not remain passive. As play resumed, Honda was invigorated, his technical skills reaching their zenith, his mind sharper than usual. He nudged the ball with his right foot to his left, attempting to maneuver past Higuain. Higuain instinctively reached out, and Honda swiftly pulled the ball back, attempting to slip past him. However, Higuain, ever cautious, regained his balance and struck again. Honda, unable to adjust in time, braced himself to shield the ball. Enduring a kick to his calf from Higuain, he stumbled, losing control of the ball, but fortunately, Mamiev managed to secure possession. The Tokyo TV commentator shook his head, criticizing. Honda has invested too much energy in women. He can't even surpass Chelsea's substitutes. Initially, I expected him to embody the spirit of a show man. But now it appears he falls short even of the Sun Monarchs guards. Pavel Mamiev sought to force his way past Hunter, who showed no intention of yielding. Mamiev collided with Hunter, only to stagger back, losing control of the ball. Hunter seized the opportunity to pass it back immediately. Modric opened his legs to let the ball pass through, and Nechayev dashed towards the awaiting Huang Kaiwen. Huang extended his foot to redirect the ball to Ballack, then turned to sprint down the right flank. Ramos noticed and quickly retreated, preparing to provide support for Huang Kaiwen. Ballack received the ball and deftly passed it to Huang Kaiwen, as the two executed a wall pass. Faced with the approaching Mamiev, Huang Kaiwen refrained from recklessness and executed a backheel pass. He then surged forward, continuing his advance. Ramos's long-range pass was executed with remarkable precision, directly reaching the feet of Huang Kaiwen. Aside from the right flank, players from both sides surged towards the heart of the Central Army's penalty area. Huang Kaiwen advanced the ball down the right side, leaving Aldonin in a precarious position. A few years prior, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Huang Kaiwen, and now, having switched sides, he found himself once again pursued by the same threat. Aldonin turned and sprinted towards the edge of the penalty area, realizing that as long as he refrained from pressing, he would not be outpaced. Noticing a lack of defensive pressure, Huang Kaiwen took a glance at the box and struck the ball with his right foot, sending a swift, albeit low, long pass toward the left side of the penalty area. In the blink of an eye, the ball descended to the left, where Ignashevich leapt and made contact, redirecting it to the left flank. Bale chased after the ball, pivoted, and found himself shielded by two defenders. Pass it back, Modric shouted from outside the penalty area. However, Bale raised his left foot for a shot, which deflected off Ignashevich's calf and towards the goal. Akinfeev, diving, managed to block the ball, which then ricocheted off Higuain and out of play. Mourinho, with a stern expression, called out, "Gareth, Gareth." Bale, with his head down, approached the sidelines. "Make more passes, understand?" Mourinho said, placing an arm around his shoulder. "To whom?" "Kevin isn't in the box." Bale responded, puzzled. "Still, pass it to Kevin." Mourinho pointed out. "Kevin can score from 40 meters outside the penalty area, right? Yet you couldn't score facing a defender. Shouldn't you pass to someone who can find the net?" "Is that so?" Bale scratched the back of his head, feeling a sense of confusion regarding Mourinho's reasoning. It seemed illogical to pass from inside the box to someone so far outside, yet he struggled to articulate a rebuttal. All he could do was nod silently. "I understand. Coach, go on, play well. I believe you will become the world's premier fullback," Mourinho said, smiling as he patted Bale's shoulder. Seeing Bale break into a smile, Mourinho nodded in satisfaction. He had initially envisioned converting Bale into a winger, contemplating the acquisition of another fullback if necessary. However, after realizing Bale's struggles on the right flank, he decided to have him embrace the role of a lifelong fullback. The left-wing position was undoubtedly reserved for Huang Kaiwen. Recently, due to the team's incomplete roster, Bale had been deployed as a winger, but Mourinho had feared that Bale would be reluctant to return to the fullback position. It now appeared that there was no issue. After the Central Army initiated a play from their defense, they aimed to control the tempo and preserve their lead. However, implementing a defensive strategy is far more complex than it sounds. Only Mourinho could effectively command 10 men to stifle the Dream Team. The coach of Moscow's Central Army evidently lacked such prowess. As they attempted to circulate the ball in their defensive third, they crumbled under Chelsea's pressing. Aldonine, upon regaining possession, immediately launched the ball towards Chelsea's half. Alas, was this not simply handing possession directly to Chelsea? There is no way around it, Coach Zhang. Executing back passes in the defensive area is not a simple task. The opposing team's pressing requires constant movement to find space. Observing Barcelona play reveals that their style of keeping the ball at their feet is something that most teams struggle to emulate. With the Central Army's defeat, I sense a certain inevitability. It is evident that they cannot maintain this scoreline. Eliminating Chelsea is simply unattainable. As the ball reached the backline, Terry controlled it with his chest. Ferreira quickly vacated his position, showing no intention of receiving the pass. Terry took a couple of steps before attempting to distribute the ball. Huang Kaiwen shouted, "Keep carrying it forward." Today, the opponent must defend their one-goal advantage to eliminate Chelsea, and they cannot play as they usually do. The adversary has retreated into their half, leaving little room to exploit. Although Huang, the king of the yellow cards, utilized a medical timeout card, he must refrain from overexerting himself today, as he needs to recover for the upcoming matches. In such a scenario, the defensive line must push up towards the midfield to create more passing options. Only then can Chelsea's players leverage their technical prowess to create opportunities in the opponent's half. As Chelsea advanced their defensive line, the Central Army faltered. Their forwards pressed forward, instantly exposing the vulnerabilities of the Central Army's defensive shell. Ramos, in possession, swiftly turned and struck the ball. Huang Kaiwen, receiving it, immediately shifted the play to the flanks. Bale, turning with the ball, sought to exploit an opportunity, yet the overwhelming defensive presence left him with no space to maneuver. Modric, moving ahead of Bale, received a return pass from Bale. The duo attracted considerable defensive attention, leaving Huang Kaiwen unmarked. Naturally, he would not squander such a golden opportunity. He nudged the ball forward with his right foot and then made a quick advance to execute a long-range shot. Honda Keisuke, who had been tracking back, immediately slowed down. He wished to avoid blocking Huang Kaiwen's shot. If the ball were to strike above, it could be manageable, but what if it were to hit below? Ignashevich rushed towards Huang Kaiwen in an attempt to block his shot. Both sets of players anticipated a long-range effort from Huang Kaiwen. At that moment, however, Huang Kaiwen transformed his poised shot into a deft pass, striking the ball at its right rear. The crisp sound resonated alongside the unexpected through ball. The ball traveled past Andrei Berezutsky and Ignashevich to Gonzalo Higuain, who was well positioned within the box. With Sergei Berezutsky trailing behind, he was not offside. Higuain swiftly turned and dispatched the ball into the bottom corner of the net. It was a draw. Hail St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! At this moment, Stamford Bridge became the epicenter of London, with cheers echoing across the city. Excited fans exuberantly raised their arms, shouted fervently, and waved everything they held. Those in the front row were eager to rush onto the field and plant a fervent kiss on Huang Kaiwen's face. Honda Keisuke watched as his teammate was enveloped by jubilant supporters, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and contemplation, pondering how to escape the impending criticism from domestic media. If this continues, the backlash will undoubtedly be severe. At that moment, the domestic media would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to scrutinize him. Soon, Keisuke Honda recalled his ancestral technique, a bow. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a bow. If one bow is insufficient, then two shall suffice. After a loss, he would rush to Huang Kaiwen and bow deeply, expressing that he learned much from the match and promising to exert more effort upon their next encounter. Ultimately, he would pick up a few pieces of litter in front of the cameras on the sidelines. To clarify, Chelsea's opponent was CSKA Moscow, not Spartak. A lapse in judgment led to this confusion. On April 25th, George Huang made a choice. Goal. Kevin delivered yet another splendid assist. This time, Kevin's feigned shot was so convincing that it left spectators in disbelief. His full-range shooting motion was executed perfectly, only to unexpectedly culminate in an assist. I can guarantee that had Higuain not been positioned ahead, Kevin would have opted for a direct long-range shot. Instead of taking the shot when the opportunity arose, he chose to pass to his teammate, showcasing Kevin's remarkable decision-making. I also noted a detail. After assisting Huntelaar previously, Kevin made a point to set up Higuain this time. Reflecting on the past conflicts between Del Piero and Inzaghi, had Kevin been there, such discord would have been unlikely. As for the quality of that shot, it was merely adequate. Had Inzaghi taken the shot, he could have easily found the net from a tight angle. Thus, while many forwards can score from long distances, Few possess the ability to deliver such incisive passes. Only Kevin can mobilize an entire defense to create a clear opening for a through ball. A new idea suddenly struck me. Let Kevin play as an attacking midfielder, flanked by 3 young talents from the youth academy. By season's end, this forward line, capable of netting over 100 goals, could be sold to other elite clubs. A team boasting Kevin could effortlessly produce multiple top scorers. Abramovich turned to Prokhorov, whose expression was less than favorable. Although he was now wealthier than Abramovich, in many respects he remained overshadowed. Suffering from seasickness, he had ordered a rarely used yacht to outshine Abramovich, only for Abramovich to promptly acquire a new one. CSKA Moscow had performed admirably, and he had hoped the team might help diminish Abramovich's edge, yet they quickly found themselves back on the defensive against Chelsea. Upon returning, he intended to inquire thoroughly with the football team's management about their strategy, particularly how they could squander a 2-goal lead at home. Leonid Slutsky, the Russian coach, rubbed his chin vigorously. He had a penchant for technical players and had previously loaned Odegaard during his tenure with 2 teams. He realized his squad was incapable of adopting a defensive posture, failing to hold out for even 10 minutes against Chelsea. Slutsky rubbed his chin with fervor, accumulating a layer of grime. He pondered whether to substitute players to bolster defense or to strive for a goal, aiming to eliminate Chelsea on away goals. On the pitch, CSKA Moscow initiated another attack. Mamiev skillfully evaded Ramos, swiftly passing to Krasic on the right. Krasic feinted with his right foot, then his left, but failed to outmaneuver Ferreira, opting instead to continue his dribbling. Ferreira nearly chuckled at the attempt. He stood motionless before his opponent, observing Krasic's performance. Just as Krasic came to a halt, he abruptly extended his foot and sent the ball out of play. Indeed, Krasic's choice was rather poor. While Nechayev had found an opening, he showed no intention of passing. This winger possessed a rather mediocre vision, coupled with a lack of crossing proficiency, and had a tendency to play wide, making him susceptible to being targeted. Fortunately, it was still a throw-in for the Central Army team. Without waiting for his teammates, Krasic threw the ball directly into the penalty area, seemingly intending to leverage Nechayev's towering height of 1.9 meters to apply pressure on Chelsea's Terry. Terry's aerial prowess is indisputable, ranking among the elite in Europe. It is puzzling why Real Madrid did not invest €4 million to secure Nechayev, who had excelled in the European Youth Championship. The ball was deflected by Terry to the edge of the penalty area. There, Modric awaited the ball, received it, and promptly turned to pass it forward to the right. Huang Kaiwen, receiving the ball, turned without hesitation and unleashed a long pass with his right foot. The ball soared like a projectile, tracing a perfect arc over more than 60 meters, landing precisely in front of the exuberantly advancing Huntelaar. Andrei Berezutsky chased back like a mad dog, repeatedly attempting to tug at Huntelaar's jersey. However, the ball was delivered with such precision that Huntelaar required no adjustment. He faced no defensive pressure, allowing him to utilize his solid technique. Huntelaar deftly nudged the ball into the penalty area, accelerating to maintain a 2-body advantage over the defender. As he entered the box, he prepared himself, timing his strike perfectly as the ball bounced up. With a swift motion, his right foot connected with the ball's rear. Akinfeev quickly dove to his side, but the ball traveled faster than he anticipated, rolling past him just as he hit the ground, ultimately finding the back of the net with a resounding thud. After scoring, Huntelaar stuck out his tongue and spread his arms wide as he turned to run. Bale, who had initially surged forward alongside him, and Higuain, quickly pivoted back. The 3 Chelsea forwards showcased a breathtaking display of speed. Bale, the fastest of them all, was positioned the furthest from the penalty area. Unfortunately, the defenders were closer to Huang Kaiwen. By the time Bale reached the halfway line, he was surrounded by players. Another one, Huntelaar's shot was impressively steady, but Huang Kaiwen's organizational talent left one speechless. Whenever he spotted an opportunity, his passes were decisive, with alarming precision. Since Huang Kaiwen's return to the team, Chelsea has transformed remarkably. Coach Zhang was indeed correct. It felt as if Chelsea had taken a stimulant upon his arrival. Primarily, Huang Kaiwen's passing accuracy is extraordinary. It is likely he learned from Pirlo, mastering free kicks in the same vein and emulating Inzaghi for shooting. So, did he also learn goalkeeping from Dida? One might question whether Dida would dare to assert he could outperform Huang Kaiwen in saving penalties. Pirlo has certainly watched numerous videos of the young Juninho. As he mentioned during an interview, the young Juninho himself remarked that his free kicks pale in comparison to those of Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen's free kicks are notoriously difficult to defend against, primarily due to his proficiency with both feet and his mastery of various techniques. Which is indeed a remarkable feat. It is astonishing that most individuals can only master a single method of taking free kicks. While Huang Kaiwen is capable of executing shots with the inside and outside of both feet, a skill unmatched in the world of football. In a dynamic game, even the likes of Ronaldinho would struggle to maintain a high passing success rate using his non-dominant foot with the outside of his foot, let alone attempt a long-range shot in a crowded field. Huang Kaiwen is truly a gifted player, although it is said that he trains rigorously. I can't shake the feeling that his innate talent might allow him to forego training altogether. I also share this sentiment. His online presence became evident when his account was revealed, indicating he spends considerable time on the internet. One cannot help but envy Huang Kaiwen for having such supportive parents who bestowed upon him advantageous genetics. Perhaps one could even jokingly suggest that by acknowledging Huang Kaiwen as a paternal figure, one might inherit some of his footballing prowess through the virtual connection. Mourinho stood on the sidelines with his hands clasped, legs apart. In this era, an unscientific notion circulates that tightly pressed legs signify a lack of intimate experience. By this logic, Mourinho would be considered a seasoned veteran. A dull ache in his coccyx overshadowed the joy of the goal scored. The dismal, rainy weather was detrimental to his recovery. Mourinho found himself yearning for the comfort of his bed. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to clock out for the day and turned back towards the tunnel. Boas hurried over and inquired, "Jose, what is the matter? Is your injury bothering you?" Mourinho shook his head and replied, "I simply dislike watching a match with a predetermined outcome. You continue to manage the game. Remember to have Higuain warm up later." Observing Mourinho's unsteady gait, Boas couldn't help but chuckle. This man was indeed concerned about his image. Higuain was on the field. Why would he need to warm up? It seemed absurd, particularly given Mourinho's current state. Nevertheless, this trait was one he shared with Mourinho. Both men were meticulous about their public personas. The fourth official noticed Mourinho's departure and approached Boas, asking, "What is wrong with him? Why did he leave early?" "Jose is injured and unable to continue," Boas explained. He wished to assist Mourinho in maintaining his bravado, yet the notion of a predetermined match outcome echoed UEFA's sentiments. And Mourinho would soon be watching from the stands again. After addressing the fourth official, Boas promptly made his way to the substitutes bench. Since the incident involving Higuain, he had been particularly attentive to the attitudes of the substitute players. In today's game, players possess myriad skills. For the sake of safety and security, it is prudent to adopt a humble demeanor. Mikel approached the sidelines to warm up, presumably to replace Huang Kaiwen. I suspect Huang Kaiwen may not yet be fully recovered from his injury. Indeed, it is plausible, as Chelsea's official website had previously announced that Huang Kaiwen's recovery timeline extended to the end of the month. Coming back from injuries so far in advance raises concerns about the potential impact on his condition. The players from both sides have returned to the midfield. The players of CSKA Moscow still seem dazed, bewildered by the whirlwind offensive from Chelsea. With 5 attempts resulting in 3 goals, their efficiency is remarkably impressive, distinctly different from the opponents they faced in the Champions League previously. As the game resumed, the players of CSKA Moscow appeared uncertain about their next move, resorting to a back pass to their goalkeeper. Huntelaar, who had already scored twice, desperately sought to complete his hat trick as he surged into the penalty area. Akinfeev hastily deflected the ball with his left foot, narrowly avoiding Huntelaar. He barely had time to switch to his dominant foot and instead nudged the ball forward with his left. The pass lacked power, prompting Ignashevich to sprint back, executing a back heel without daring to turn around, fearful of another approaching challenge. Shenikov eventually received the ball, only to be confronted by Bale, who had already closed the distance. Startled by Bale's speed, Shenikov quickly turned and struck the ball, which ricocheted off Bale and soared into the center. Modric and Cimbalus raced towards the dropping ball. Aware of his physical disadvantage, Modric intentionally positioned himself half a meter outside the drop zone. By the time Cimbalus realized he had been outmaneuvered, Modric had deftly extended his foot to redirect the ball towards the right flank. The advancing Huang Kaiwen swiftly met the ball, bringing it under control. Aldonin attempted to catch up with Huang Kaiwen, but as Huang Kaiwen moved, he struck the ball forcefully with his right foot. In the center, Higuain took off, weaving past Andrei Berezutsky and Ignashevich. After receiving the ball, he paused momentarily before unleashing a right-footed shot. The grounded Berezutski watched in horror as the ball sailed past him. Equally deceived, Akinfeev could only watch as Higuain's lobbed shot found the net. The aggregate score now stands at 4-2. With a resounding 4-0 victory upon returning to London, Chelsea is indeed an unstoppable force. Yes, Chelsea now appears stronger than before, with Bale and Modric from Tottenham playing pivotal roles. While Bale may seem to shine brighter, constantly exploiting his speed against the opposition's defense, Modric excels in both offensive and defensive roles. Although his contributions may not always be flashy, he consistently positions himself in crucial areas to provide support or cover, which is vital for a midfielder. Indeed, it was his penultimate pass that enabled Huang Kaiwen to deliver the assist. Huang Kaiwen may not have been heavily involved today, but he effectively orchestrated the movements of the two forwards. I have discerned Chelsea's strategy. Bale is tasked with suppressing the opponents, allowing Huntelaar and Higuain to penetrate and shoot. Bale has performed a role akin to Huang Kaiwen's on the flank. Stamford Bridge has transformed into a sea of joy. Earlier reports from Fleet Street had left Chelsea fans anxious about the team's potential elimination. However, the return of their number 10 turned the tide of the match entirely. Remarkably, their number 10 did not attempt a single shot, yet easily dismantled the opposition. Every pass found its target, and every shot proved fruitful. Emilia Clarke, who had come specifically to cheer for Huang Kaiwen, couldn't help but tighten her legs in excitement. Truly, Huang Kaiwen is remarkable. He possesses an exceptional talent for delivering the ball to pivotal locations, demonstrating both tenacity and frequency. In merely 20 minutes, he has already provided 4 assists. After much deliberation, Leonid Slutsky finally grasped a critical realization. Chelsea's offensive prowess was insurmountable. His dilemma was not whether to eliminate Chelsea through penalties or away goals, but rather by how much they would concede. With this thought in mind, he prepared to shift to a formation with 3 defensive midfielders. However, it was an early decision, one that most coaches would refrain from making at such a stage. He could only hope that his players would hold on until halftime. Slutsky beckoned Keisuke Honda to the sidelines, and the translator hurried to keep pace. Although Honda had diligently studied Russian, his vocabulary was limited to basic greetings. Slutsky, warmly embracing Honda, remarked, "I recognize your exceptional talent. The fact that numerous Dutch teams sought you, yet you chose us, speaks volumes about your judgment. Now, you face a formidable task that only you can accomplish. Upon returning to the field, closely mark that number 10. Use your skills to stifle him. Fortuitously, he is playing as a defensive midfielder today, allowing you to match up without changing positions." The translator swiftly conveyed Slutsky's intent, despite his poor command of Japanese. Honda understood the gist. However, comprehension alone was futile. He was incapable of marking the opponent. In an instant, Honda reached a decision, gazing blankly at his coach, repeatedly imploring him to reiterate. One spoke Russian, another was a subpar translator, and the last feigned ignorance. The trio stood at the sidelines for what felt like an eternity, with the broadcast camera frequently capturing their predicament. The referee, unable to endure the delay, approached with a reminder, "Hurry back to the match." Honda turned and dashed away. Slutsky slapped his own face in frustration, vowing never to acquire such a communicatively challenged player again. A score of 4-2 was hardly exaggerated. In fact, even with 2 more goals, they could still eliminate Chelsea using the away goals rule. Yet, the entire CSKA team was evidently divided in their mindset. As some players sought to attack, others aimed to maintain a solid defense. Their formation became disjointed. Ramos executed a precise tackle, dislodging the ball from Mamiev and sending it behind him. Huntelaar swiftly seized the opportunity, delivering a lateral pass. The moment Modric received the ball, he was ensnared by Aldonin, with Honda also tracking back nearby. Spotting Huang Kaiwen making an advance, Modric devised a plan. He feigned a breakthrough on the right, and as Aldonin shifted his footing, Modric deftly flicked the ball to the left, propelling himself forward past Honda. The two surged toward the CSKA penalty area, with Modric continuously monitoring Huang's position. As Andre Berezutski emerged from the penalty area, Modric sensed his own limitations and quickly nudged the ball with the inside of his foot. Berezutski, rushing in to block the pass, was too close, and his attempt was a fraction too late. The ball rolled beneath him, reaching Huang Kaiwen, who awaited it on the side. As the ball approached, Huang Kaiwen remained poised, half-turned, waiting for the ball to reach him. The moment it did, he swiftly lifted his right foot and flicked it back. With a crack, Higuain, positioned between Shinnikov and Ignashevich, turned and dashed into the penalty area. Damn, what a waste. Akinfeev cursed under his breath as he rushed out of the box. Higuain's initial shot struck Akinfeev, who had fallen to block the attempt. However, the ball rebounded to Higuain's feet, and he deftly maneuvered past the prostrate Akinfeev, effortlessly nudging the ball into the empty net. Overjoyed at scoring his first hat-trick in the Champions League, Higuain sprinted towards the camera at the sidelines and instinctively performed a celebratory gesture akin to a weightlifting pose. Realizing his faux pas, he hesitated but did not alter his action, fearing it would seem awkward. He continued to grip an imaginary barbell, raising and lowering his hands, his mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse. Yet, no reasonable justification surfaced. His face beamed with joy, yet his heart was heavy with bitterness. A moment of indiscretion could jeopardize his career. Higuain turned to retrace his steps, moving swiftly as he thought Huang Kaiwen might assist him in resolving this dilemma. Upon reaching the midfield, Higuain hurried to Huang Kaiwen's side, stammering, "Kai, I've got a bit of a situation with my celebration. How can I justify it?" If Mourinho discovered this, it would spell the end of his time at Chelsea. Huang Kaiwen immediately thought of the weightlifting pose, having seen it in Destiny Unfolds. He understood Higuain's concerns. To his surprise, Higuain was not as fearless as he had presumed. Huang Kaiwen leaned closer, covering his mouth, and suggested, "Just say you saw on television that some drought-stricken areas are still using water-saving wells, and you wanted to raise awareness about conserving water and the plight of these regions." Higuain's eyes widened in astonishment. He had indeed seen such wells, and even used one himself, but he had not drawn a connection between the two scenarios. Damn, truly, Kaiwen was remarkable. Higuain had thought he would be relegated to the reserves, alongside Ashley Cole. But Huang Kaiwen had effortlessly resolved his predicament and elevated the celebration to a higher purpose. He could already imagine the accolades he would receive from reporters upon hearing this explanation. Higuain resolved to bring a gift to Huang Kaiwen's home during their day off tomorrow. Even if it were not for the 3 assists, he had provided invaluable help. He just wondered if selling 4 tires would be enough to afford a gift. Bolletti stood at the sidelines, embracing Mikel, primarily because Mikel was not sweating and wouldn't soil his new suit. Thus, Bolletti did not hesitate to express a bit of camaraderie. He planned to substitute Huang Kaiwen for Mikel at the next deadball opportunity. The restarting Central Army team seemed completely lost in their play. Krasic directly passed the ball to Bale. Although he immediately attempted to regain possession, Bale swiftly laid it off to a teammate. Modric advanced with the ball, fully committed, while Honda Keisuke surged forward alongside Aldonin. Noticing that Ramos had not joined the attack, Modric was compelled to glance towards the left flank. With Bale still sprawled on the grass, he had no choice but to continue his advance alone. Confronted by 2 defenders, Modric's mind was crystal clear. Honda Keisuke's defensive capabilities were inadequate, merely a presence, but the real concern lay with Aldonin. Thus, Modric employed the same tactic once more, feigning to move past Aldonin, only to execute a swift pullback, preparing to evade Honda Keisuke. However, Sembolas astutely read his intentions, quickly repositioning and successfully intercepting the ball. Counterattack. Honda Keisuke sprinted forward, half-turning as he shouted, his right arm flailing like a windmill, urging his teammates to pass quickly. The outcome of the match had become irrelevant. Yet, if they could score amidst adversity, it would leave an indelible impression of resilience on the domestic fans. Sembolas quickly delivered a lateral pass, and Schnickhoff responded with a powerful long ball. This pass was forceful, directed into Chelsea's penalty area. Cech was poised to intercept, but Terry once again overpowered Nizad's challenge. Heading the ball away, Ballack received the ball, took a couple of steps, and executed a lateral pass. Huang Kaiwen extended his foot, bringing the ball to a halt before unleashing another long pass. Even without exerting much force, the inherent quality of the pass ensured it retained considerable power. Positioned forward, Huntelaar deliberately stationed himself on the left side, with only Ignashevich beside him. Behind Ignashevich was Higuain. The ball rebounded off Higuain and landed perfectly between Huntelaar and Ignashevich, the distance between them nearly identical. However, as a forward, Huntelaar possessed a slight speed advantage. He surged ahead from a slight deficit, and as the ball rolled into the penalty area, he lunged forward, striking with his left foot. Akinfeev, yet again, became merely a backdrop as the ball zipped past him into the right side of the net. Goal! Goal! Kevin orchestrated a double assist hat trick, equaling what many midfield maestros achieve in an entire season of the Champions League. For the sake of team harmony and to prevent discord between the 2 main strikers, Kevin ensured that both strikers received an assist, allowing each to claim a hat trick. While other midfielders grappled with creating opportunities, Kevin had already secured his assists, showcasing a level of prowess that transcended comparison, even as a winger. Chelsea opted for a substitution, Mikel replacing Kevin. In the 30th minute of the first half, Kevin exited the field to the rapturous applause of the fans. Kevin has redefined the essence of a player. It is not the number of minutes spent on the pitch that matters, but rather the goals he creates within the time he is present, contributing to his team's victories. I even suspect that if Kevin were to play for just 1 minute in each match, he could lead Chelsea to triumph in every championship, winning everything with a total playing time of less than 90 minutes. There will be no second player like Kevin. Boas hurriedly handed a towel and water bottle to Huang Kaiwen, guiding him towards the substitutes bench, inquiring, "How is your body feeling, Kevin?" "Not bad." Mainly avoiding physical contact with the opponents, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. Are you staying to watch the rest of the match or heading home early?" Boas asked. "I'll wait for everyone to leave together," Huang Kaiwen responded. Boas nodded, accompanying him to the substitutes area. After Huang Kaiwen left the field, Chelsea's attacking momentum began to wane. Nevertheless, the team still managed to secure an impressive 8-0 victory against their opponents at home, eliminating the Central Army with an aggregate score of 82. Terry quickly approached the sidelines, his joy unmistakable, waving to Huang Kaiwen and calling out, "Come on, great hero, let's acknowledge the crowd." Huang Kaiwen stood and followed his teammates onto the pitch. Most of the Central Army team had retreated to the tunnel, with only Honda Keisuke peeking out, poised to seize the opportunity for his performance. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The roaring voices of over 40,000 fans at Stamford Bridge echoed around the stadium, making them the happiest people in the world. Even Abramovich left his box to join the stands, clapping along with the supporters. He felt fortunate for having traveled to Madrid to personally invite Huang Kaiwen. Check. Alongside his teammates, raised his arms repeatedly, his eyes slightly misty. How long had it been? How long since he last kept a clean sheet? This group of players often caused him trouble, especially against stronger teams. He never expected to achieve a clean sheet against the Central Army, who had performed well this season. Czech felt this was the match he had longed for. "Kevin, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Ramos turned to ask. Huang Kaiwen pondered for a moment, then clapped to draw his teammates' attention, declaring, "Today we showcased a champion's performance, so let's all gather at my house tomorrow for a celebration. Feel free to bring your partners and families. Long live." Huang Kaiwen laughed and chatted with his teammates as they made their way back. Suddenly, a figure darted out. Before Huang Kaiwen could react, Ramos rushed forward, kicking the individual into the players' tunnel. At the post-match press conference, Boas brought along Higuain, who had achieved a hat trick. Slutsky sat beside him with a grim expression, uncertain if he would keep his position. Fortunately, the journalists showed little interest in him, directing their questions solely to Boas and Higuain. "Gonzalo, how does it feel to score a hat trick? Why did Mr. Mourinho leave the pitch? Will he face punishment from UEFA? Did today's victory hinge on Kevin's return after his injury? Some say Chelsea is defined by Kevin and his teammates. Do you agree, Mr. Boas?" Chelsea boasts 3 remarkable forwards, Drogba, Huntelaar, and Higuain. Who stands out among them? Villas-Boas did not rush to respond, instead gesturing for Slutsky to speak first. Realizing he could not evade the question, Slutsky sighed and leaned toward the microphone, speaking with a hint of despondency. "We lost. And there is a gap between us and Chelsea, though it should not be so vast. I cannot even comprehend why Kevin would choose to play through pain against us. Perhaps it is a form of honor. My team and I will reflect on this, and that is all I wish to convey." With that, Slutsky rose and swiftly exited the scene. Villas-Boas then drew the microphone closer and stated, "We achieved a magnificent victory. This match was significant. The team has faced numerous challenges lately, but this resounding win will help restore our confidence. You are correct. Kevin's return is crucial, and more importantly, his spirit has invigorated the entire team. When a superstar opts for pain management to participate in a match, it inspires everyone, leading us to perform admirably. Kevin is not only our tactical linchpin, but also the team's spiritual leader, effortlessly uniting us as a cohesive unit." "What is the matter with Mr. Mourinho?" a reporter pressed. "Jose is simply feeling a bit unwell," Villas-Boas replied swiftly, not wishing to elaborate on Mourinho's situation. "Please, could you answer which forward is superior?" another reporter inquired. Without a moment's contemplation, Villas-Boas replied, Drogba's strength is astonishing. Higuain possesses the ability to carry the ball and adapt to multiple positions, while Huntelaar has a keen instinct for goal scoring. They are all exceptional, and if they could combine their strengths, they would form the world's finest forward. Which one is slightly better? The reporter persisted, not satisfied with the response. Villas-Boas shook his head. There is no slight superiority. We will select forwards based on the opponent's characteristics. Seeing that Villas-Boas's answers were impenetrable, the journalists shifted their focus to Higuain. Gonzalo, could you share your feelings about scoring a hat-trick in the Champions League? A reporter asked. Higuain smiled and responded, it was truly wonderful. This is the second happiest moment of my life. And what is your happiest moment? That would undoubtedly be my transfer to Chelsea, reuniting with Kevin as teammates, Higuain replied. Playing alongside Kevin, you need not worry about losing, nor about factions in the locker room. Sponsors and fans will adore you. And you can attain every championship. This is every player's dream. That sounds splendid. Could you elaborate on the meaning behind your celebration? The reporter inquired. I cannot escape this. Higuain straightened his posture and solemnly stated, I have seen on television that many regions in Africa suffer from water scarcity, still relying on hand-operated wells. Therefore, I wish to urge fans to conserve water, and I will also donate some funds to areas in need. Regretting the mention of his donation, Higuain pondered how many trucks of water it would take to compensate for his loss. The following day, shortly after 10 a.m., Huang Kaiwen descended the stairs to find Huntelaar seated on the sofa. When did you arrive? Huang Kaiwen casually inquired, as he maintained good relations with most Dutch players. Around 8, Huntelaar replied. Huntelaar smiled and said, my father brought many local specialties, so I thought I would share some with you. Albert chimed in, Mr. Huntelaar has brought an abundance of premium Scotch whiskey. A hint of embarrassment crossed Huntelaar's face. Huang Kaiwen found the situation amusing yet perplexing, noting that Huntelaar's skills did not quite align with the typical Dutch player. Albert's mention of premium suggested a hefty price tag, showcasing the lad's generosity. Before long, Higuain arrived with gifts in hand. Upon seeing Huntelaar seated on the sofa, his expression turned somewhat awkward. Higuain presented a bag and said, Kevin, my father brought me some local delicacies. Huntelaar glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who remarked, these two fellows have the same excuse. Upon opening the bag, Huang discovered Wui de Hong Pao and Westlake Longjing tea, which foreigners seem to believe all Chinese people enjoy. Huntelaar teased, your hometown also speaks Chinese, doesn't it? Higuain, with a forced demeanor, replied, drinking these teas is quite popular back home. My father really enjoys them. Huang Kaiwen quipped, perhaps next time you can bring some Buenos Aires de Hong Pao for King Huang. Naturally, Huang Kaiwen did not wish to make Higuain uncomfortable. So after handing the items to the old steward, he suggested, since you both arrived so early, why not lend a hand with the preparations? Absolutely. Huntelaar quickly sprang from the sofa, eager not to fall behind Higuain, demonstrating the competitive spirit typical of Dutch players. Kiss up, Higuain muttered under his breath as they both made their way outside. Most of the work was already done. The three merely needed to retrieve the stove and charcoal from the storage. Before long, a voice echoed from behind. Hey, guys, did you miss me? Huang Kaiwen, without seeing, recognized it was Ashley Cole. Turning around, he spotted Terry and Cole approaching together. Huang inquired, what brings you all here? He wanted to hang out. But I told him I was coming to your place, so he tagged along. Terry replied with a hint of disdain. Ashley Cole looked at Huang with a disgruntled expression, saying, I thought we were good buddies, yet you didn't invite the party king to your gathering. That's rather inconsiderate. This was a first-team banquet, and Kevin had not extended invitations to reserve team players. As Petracek entered the courtyard, still holding his wife's hand, he remarked, I just arrived. Where are the kids? They're with their mother, who is currently in London, Czech responded. He now had a son and a daughter, though they were too young to be brought along. Young George Terry approached Huang Kaiwen, tugging at his hand and asking, Uncle Kevin, can we play with some toys? Let's go, little one. Huang Kaiwen bent down and picked up young George. The toys he referred to were figurines of King Huang, which Huang had not actively collected. However, whenever I come across merchandise related to my favorite movies and anime, I find myself purchasing them impulsively, as such items are quite affordable for Huang Kaiwen. Terry gently patted his daughter, saying, if you want to go, then go ahead. No. Summer shook her head, asserting, I am already a big kid, unlike George. Who is so childish? Terry bent down, attempting to lift his daughter. Summer promptly stepped back and declared, Daddy, I am a grown-up. A grown-up is still your daughter. Terry replied, That doesn't mean you can just hug me, because I am going to marry Uncle Kevin, Summer stated earnestly. Terry noticed Ashley Cole laughing heartily at his predicament. Currently embroiled in a divorce, he was more than happy to revel in the misfortunes of others. Check quickly interjected. You should be grateful she doesn't want to marry Uncle Ashley. Ashley's smile faltered, while the others clutched their bellies in laughter. Terry decided to head inside to see what Huang Kaiwen was engaging his son in, with his daughter already on the verge of running off. He aimed to keep his son occupied. After searching for a while, Terry finally found the duo. Observing the room filled with various merchandise, Terry reminisced. I once dreamed of having a room like this when I was young. At least your son can spend your money to fulfill that dream, Huang Kaiwen jested. I am not as wealthy as you, Terry replied, shaking his head. He wouldn't lavishly spend on his child. Little George gazed around the room, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He tugged at Huang Kaiwen's hand and asked, Uncle Kevin, can you give me some toys? Of course, Huang Kaiwen replied, squatting down to stroke George's golden locks. In fact, I could give you everything here, but Uncle Kevin needs to impart a lesson. Everyone must learn to make choices. Pick your favorite among these. John Terry nodded with a smile. He wouldn't agree if Huang Kaiwen were to give everything to little George. He was quite satisfied with Huang Kaiwen's approach. Little George bit his finger, surveying the room. After a few moments of indecision, he finally pointed at the Frostmourne model and asked, Uncle Kevin, can you give me this sword? After bidding farewell to his teammates, the king of the yellow balls, 24-hour injury timeout card had expired. It was not a significant issue. He could manage by walking on tiptoes. Just as he returned to his dedicated vehicle, Barry Hearn called. Good evening, Kevin, came Barry's voice from the other end. Huang Kaiwen held the phone between his head and shoulder, replying, Good evening, Barry, but I can't participate in the snooker match right now. Yes, I know you're currently having difficulty walking, Barry chuckled. However, I would like to invite you to the World Wheelchair Darts Championship. Huang Kaiwen retorted. Isn't that specifically tailored for the king of the yellow balls? I've never heard of such a competition. He inquired, Are there really that many wheelchair users participating? It's fine. Even able-bodied players can use wheelchairs, and given the generous prize pool, they will surely join, Barry replied nonchalantly. Time is not an issue. But I have not had much experience with darts, Huang Kaiwen remarked. It has been quite some time since he last drew the darts proficiency card. No worries. As long as you participate, there will be ample sponsorship, Barry Hearn continued to encourage. Who knows if Huang Kaiwen will decide to partake in some absurd world championship during the summer transfer window. It is safer to persuade him while he is still recovering from his injury. In principle, I have no objections. You can discuss the specifics with Barbara. If she agrees, then we can proceed, Huang Kaiwen stated. Perfectly. During this recovery period, he has nothing else to occupy his time. Appearing on television to gain some recognition could be beneficial. He has grown weary of relentlessly dominating the ranking matches in the American server. Soon, the young lady called Huang Kaiwen. This upcoming competition could yield him a considerable income. The format has been set to 501, commencing from 501 points. Each participant throws 9 darts, with the numbers on the dartboard representing the score. The inner ring counts as triple, while the outer ring counts as double, and the first to clear 501 points is declared the victor. The young lady also thoughtfully requested a tiebreaker, believing that Huang Kaiwen's mental fortitude and endurance would give him a greater chance of success in a pressure situation. If no winner emerges, they would continue to play, round by round, until a mistake is made. Huang Kaiwen felt she was overthinking it. Competing while seated in a wheelchair presents a completely different center of gravity compared to standing. Even the top players can falter. Nevertheless, having decided to enter the competition, Huang Kaiwen resolved to practice diligently. Even if he could not clinch the championship, he needed to perform respectably. The following day, Barry Hearn boldly convened a press conference. Addressing the reporters gathered on Fleet Street, Hearn excitedly declared, We have made the impromptu decision to host the World Wheelchair Darts Grand Prix. This tournament not only boasts unprecedented prize money, but our sponsors, including Red Bull, Gatorade, and Adidas, have provided exorbitant sponsorship fees. Moreover, the world's finest athlete, Kevin, will be participating. The temperature in the press room of Leyton Orient, an English League One team, suddenly rose. The previously crowded room felt significantly warmer. Mr. Hearn, may I inquire why you are hosting the Wheelchair Grand Prix? What format will be used? 301, 501, or perhaps a game of Around the World? What will Kevin's appearance fee be? Will other celebrities participate? Will you invite other players? The reporters were eager to thrust their microphones toward Hearn. Darts, a popular pastime in pubs, has a substantial market in the United Kingdom. Hence, Hearn shifted his focus to darts following the decline of snooker. With the news of Huang Kaiwen's participation in the darts competition, the journalists were eager to uncover every detail. Barry Hearn wore a beaming smile, knowing this would be the outcome. After Huang Kaiwen's previous participation in a professional snooker qualification tournament, he had earned a considerable profit. He was curious how much the darts Grand Prix would yield. He believed it would not be long before even more sponsors would eagerly offer their financial support. Hearn smiled as he pressed down on his palms, waiting for the room to settle before he spoke. This time, we have chosen the Wheelchair Darts Championship. On one hand, it is due to Kevin's injury. On the other, we wish to draw societal attention to vulnerable groups. I will also be making a personal donation of $200,000 to the Kevin Foundation at the bank shortly as a gesture of my support. This idea was inspired by Higuain. The previous day, Higuain's celebratory gesture garnered considerable attention, and Barry Hearn decided to ride the wave of publicity. This is his forte. While he manages sports events, at his core, he is a star promoter. Such tactics are quite prevalent in the entertainment industry. As for the competition format, Hearn responded, 501. Kevin is well educated, even with limited practice in this area. It shouldn't pose a problem. After all, no one doubts that a university graduate can't perform subtraction or multiplication. The reporters smiled appreciatively. A moment later, someone pressed on with another question. Will there be other athletes or players participating? Absolutely, Hearn affirmed. We hope to leverage the fame of renowned athletes to raise awareness for charity. I am currently inviting several athletes to participate in the exhibition match, and I can confirm that Ronnie O'Sullivan, whom you all know well, will be joining us. Mr. Hearn, inquired Ryken Jones from the Daily Mail. Will Ronnie's participation in the darts match affect his performance? Fleet Street remains keenly interested in O'Sullivan, especially since he is a British player. It's merely an exhibition match. One day will not have any significant impact. Hearn smiled, adding, Ronnie is also eager to contribute to charitable causes, and besides, he is quite adept at darts. Anyone who enjoys socializing knows how to play darts, which are common in pubs. The only distinction lies in skill level. O'Sullivan's tumultuous youth, his father imprisoned for murder, his mother incarcerated for tax evasion, and a sister struggling with addiction, demonstrates his resilience. During that period, he indulged frequently. After addressing a few more questions, Hearn concluded the press conference. However, the matter was far from over. He is a master of operations, and with the support of sponsors, the event quickly gained traction. Within 2 days, the excitement surrounding the competition had surged, with none of the invited players declining the offer. The prize money is simply too enticing. The champion's reward is $2 million. Such an amount is substantial even for football players, and for darts players, it is astronomical. Phil Taylor, the British player with the most world championship titles, had accumulated only $800,000 in career earnings by 2010. Following that, the champion of the Flower City Championship received just $3,000 and a certificate. For the average darts player, such a prize exceeds the total of their career victories and sponsorship income combined. To suggest that they would participate from a wheelchair is one thing. Even the prospect of losing a leg might entice some to consider joining in. The fervor surrounding the Wheelchair Darts Championship has even eclipsed the top match between Chelsea and Manchester United. Ferguson, who once owned a pub, remarked in an interview, had they organized such an event earlier, I would have chosen to participate. After all, that's a $2 million prize. However, just a few days later, Ferguson's team suffered a defeat at the Theatre of Dreams, losing 2-1. Chelsea, having trailed since the onset of the Christmas fixture frenzy, finally managed to equalize in points.